Chapter 161 Thief. After the drone took off, Lin Sheng controlled the drone to fly over the island base at a long distance. The drone filmed the situation at the island base and projected it back onto the display screen in front of Lin Sheng on the naval ship. Lin Sheng clearly saw 21 interconnected island bases. The center is also the largest island base. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom are changing shifts and continuing to plant crops. These soldiers continue to sow seeds on the plowed black soil. Busy figures swayed in front of Lin Sheng's eyes. Although these soldiers were busy, their faces were filled with hope. After you have planting land, you can sow the seeds and have food reserves when the harvest comes. This can completely eliminate the problem of food shortage. After Lin Sheng looked at the central island for a while, he controlled the drone to the surrounding islands. On the surrounding islands, although all the Dragon Kingdom survivors who joined the island base still lived in tents, they were each assigned a proud piece of land outside their residences. Some vegetables are grown on these lands. These 60,000 survivors occupy 10 islands. Lin Sheng secretly sighed. It would be better to have order. After Lin Sheng watched the drone in the air for a while, he lost interest and wanted the drone to return to the ship. But when the drone was about to return, Lin Sheng suddenly saw some sneaky figures on the screen. These figures are undoubtedly not the same as those who induced sharks to attack the raft base before. It looks like they are all YD fruit people. After Lin Sheng thought for a while, he used the drone to continue observing. The drone is only at an altitude of 4K meters. But this height is really the safest distance so far. People on the sea will not notice it. And even if it is discovered, the drone will not be attacked. Lin Sheng also became curious at this time. Weren't these YD fruit people already beaten and scared before? Why are you here to cause trouble again now? Lin Sheng continued to watch, and saw these people quietly logging onto the island base. They looked around, and after realizing that no one had discovered them, they quietly groped towards the island. Why do you think the Dragon Kingdom already owns islands, but our raft bases are still unevenly distributed? A YD fruitman said. Who would know this? Why don't we have such a base? Okay, don't talk anymore. This time we are going to seize the opportunity to get some food away while the people of the Dragon Kingdom are still busy and when they are not paying attention. According to our observations, only the people at the Dragon Kingdom base are not short of food. Whitey Gwern talked about things unscrupulously. Little did he know that all their words and deeds in the air were captured and recorded by the drone and transmitted back to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng sneered. These YD fruit people are really evil-minded. Although they are scared, they still want to steal things secretly. Lin Sheng was not used to them. He immediately sent a message to Pajun. Island number 13 was invaded. Why don't I see you wherever you are? Mr. Sheng? You actually know what's going on the island. Why do you care so much? If you don't care, the granary on Island 13 will be looted. Okay, sir. We'll talk later. I'll deal with this matter first. The conversation between Pajun and Lin Sheng ended. On each island, the center of the island is numbered. Lin Sheng also relied on this number to distinguish them. There is indeed a granary on the island. This is probably the arrangement of the leaders. Island number 0 is the central island. After dealing with a small number of leaders to provide living space, the rest will be used for planting. Islands number 1 to 10 are for ordinary survivors to live in. The remaining islands number 11 to number 20 are on the outermost edge and are also used for soldiers to live. There are also granaries set up on these islands as food reserves for soldiers. And now it happens to be the turn of the soldiers on Island 13 to plant Island 0. This gave the Ijwo people the opportunity to log onto the island. Lin Sheng saw Pajun rushing over with a group of soldiers through the drone's video feed. And those YD fruit people who quietly landed on the island are approaching the granary. They had just approached the granary and were about to take action when they were caught by Pajun's leaders. Lin Sheng looked at the shocked expressions on the faces of the YD fruit people and immediately smiled. These people must have been surprised. They obviously found an opportunity to come up quietly, but they were caught before they could take action. After Lin Sheng saw that the matter was resolved, he operated the drone and returned to the naval vessel. At this time, the naval vessel also returned to the position prepared by the leader for Lin Sheng's naval vessel. Lin Sheng came down from the naval ship and called out, just in time to see Pajun escorting those people. After Pajun saw Lin Sheng, he walked up to Lin Sheng and thanked him. Mr. Sir, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, our granary on Island 13 might not be safe this time. Pajun said gratefully. After all, it is not yet time to be completely self-sufficient. If the food is gone, he will have to buy it again from Lin Sheng. Their gold coins are really low now.
You're welcome. We are all family,
Lin Sheng said with a smile. After seeing the chat between Pajun and Lin Sheng, those YD people secretly recorded the word Master Sheng. They were curious about who Master Sheng was. Although they were caught, they did not do anything damaging. And the Longwa people had no intention of killing them. That's why they came up with this idea. The leader of the group, YD Goran, vaguely felt that the reason why Long Kingdom suddenly developed so rapidly might be related to this old man. Lin Sheng pointed at the YD fruit people and asked,
Brother Pajun, what are you going to do to them? What else can we do? We can only expel them. After all, there is no fight.
Pajun said helplessly. Lin Sheng nodded and said,
Okay, I have something to tell you when you are free.
Pajun nodded and went to do his business first. Lin Sheng also just thought of this. The idea came to him after he had steel bars and cement in his hands and saw through the drone that the survivors on the island were all living in tents. Maybe I can rely on the agency puppets and the materials in my hands to start real estate work on the island. After all, there will soon be no shortage of food in the Dragon Kingdom. So if you want to continue to get the gold coins in the hands of ordinary survivors, you have to find another way to make money. Chapter 162 Building Construction Plan. After Lin Sheng said goodbye to Pajun, he first returned to the naval ship. Now that we have an idea, the next step is to create the mechanism puppet. Although there are many savages, mermaids, dwarves, and elves, Lin Sheng has no intention of letting them work as construction workers if he wants to start a real estate business. Lin Sheng took out the mechanism technique. Start studying immediately. You learn the art of mechanism. The next moment, Lin Sheng's attribute table showed a column for mechanism skills. There is a lot more content in the mechanism column. Among them is puppet making. The function of this puppet is the same as the ones encountered in the treasure house before. And of course the puppets used in construction. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng could only smile. It was originally planned to ask the leaders to arrange their people to carry out the construction plan. But using puppets is obviously more efficient. Lin Sheng needed a large amount of gold coins. So at the beginning, Lin Sheng decided to do it himself. Lin Sheng looked at the puppets' manufacturing materials. Industrial Agency Puppet Production. Fine Steel 1000. Plank 1000. Rubber 100. Energy Crystal 1. Lin Sheng saw that he had all these materials and started making them the next moment. Kit Industrial Mechanism Puppet Plus 1. Lin Sheng created 10 machine puppets in succession. After Lin Sheng looked at the wooden head, steel limbs, and machine puppet with flexibly movable joints in front of him, he couldn't wait to start trying. Of course, the most amazing thing about this kind of machine puppet is that the puppet can actually do things directly according to Lin Sheng's orders. Lin Sheng said,
Lift that bed and try it.
Lin Sheng casually pointed to a bed on the ship for the machine puppet to try. The puppet came to the front of the wooden boat, stretched out his hand, and lifted the wooden sheet, seemingly without any effort. And the puppet's most vulnerable joints didn't make any weird noises. This means that the puppet's power is completely sufficient.
Let's try running around the ship.
Lin Sheng gave the order again. The puppet man immediately put down the wooden bed and started running. It actually took less than a minute for the puppets of tens of thousands of square meters to complete a lap. The puppet's speed and strength have been tested, and Lin Sheng confirmed that there are no problems. As for the puppet's combat effectiveness, sorry, this is an industrial puppet and does not have the ability to configure combat. After Pajun exiled the Waidigua people at this time, Pajun came to Lin. He found Lin Sheng and said to Lin Sheng,
Master Sheng, what did you do to see me just now?
Facing Pajun's inquiry, Lin Sheng put on a strange smile, and then said to Pajun,
Pajun, I was thinking that maybe we could cooperate. You see, you have land now, and I have materials and manpower. You may not be able to use the gold coins for a while, but you will definitely need them in the future. And those ordinary survivors don't have any high pursuit of strength. I just saw those ordinary survivors living in tents on the island base. And tents require a relatively large amount of land. We can cooperate to build high-rise cement houses, which will not only make their living environment better, but also save land.
Listening to Lin Sheng's narration, Pajun also understood the meaning of Lin Sheng's words, but he did feel a little moved in his heart.
Master Sheng, I can't make the decision on this matter. I want to go back and report to leader number 1.
Pajun said sincerely. Lin Sheng nodded. He understood that Pajun's identity was probably like a steward among multiple managers, and the final decision-making power was still at the top. After Pajun left the naval ship, He went back to the conference room to report Lin Sheng's proposal. Lin Sheng once again operated the drone and flew into the sky. Lin Sheng was not satisfied with the use of the drone and the feeling of overlooking the world from a god's perspective. While Lin Sheng was watching curiously, the escaped YD Fruit people in the YD Fruit base returned to the raft base. It's just that their return is not as saviors returning with trophies, but rather like dogs in distress.
Why didn't you come back with food?
The YD Gurren who escaped back lowered his head and said nothing while facing the commander in front of him.
Explain.
Faced with repeated questioning, some people finally couldn't bear the pressure. Or after organizing their language, they finally said,
Report. We were caught before we even got close to the granary. And then we were sent out.
Huh?
You said you were caught before you even got close to the granary. So did all the training you didn't do before the disaster go to shit?
The officer narrowed his eyes and said, almost shouting angrily at the last word.
No. No. Sir. We discovered a strange thing. That is, the reason why the Dragon Kingdom restoration plan develops so rapidly may be related to one person.
A soldier said tremblingly.
Oh, who does it relate to?
The chief asked, narrowing his eyes with interest.
We don't know either. We just heard their man call that Xingye.
Chief Weidigua waved his hand and motioned for others to investigate the matter. Soon they got the news about Lin Sheng. After the chief finished reading the information compiled by his men, he narrowed his eyes. Then he said to those who were still worried about being punished,
Find a way to contact that gentleman. Invite him to join us. And tell him that we can give him whatever he wants.
Lin Sheng was still debugging the drone's screen. Pajun found Lin Sheng under the leadership of Gozi. After Pajun looked at the drone footage, his eyes widened and he said to Lin Sheng,
Master Sheng, can you sell this? Not for sale.
Lin Sheng decisively refused. After all, he only had one drone. How could he not take it out and sell it to others? Pajun was immediately disappointed when he heard this. If there are drones, the monitoring intensity in this expanded territory can be greatly improved, and YD people will not sneak up unknowingly like today. However, if Lin Sheng doesn't sell it, there is no way to divide the matter. Lin Sheng looked at Pajun's disappointed expression. This was not possible. Lin Sheng felt that he could not be misunderstood and explained.
Brother Pajun is a good guy, so I will naturally miss you. But I only have one drone. And you don't have a control station. Right.
When Pajun heard this, he nodded and felt relieved. But no one would give away his only thing, because it was not a kind thought, but a suicide attempt.
I know, Mr. Sheng. Let's talk about the cement house next.
Chapter 163 Construction begins. After hearing that the cement house was finally being discussed, Lin Sheng cheered up and said,
Don't worry, Pajun. You will never regret it. After all, if you want to improve your strength in the future, you will need gold coins. And now your gold coins are basically used to exchange for supplies. And if we cooperate, according to what you said, they will get gold coins from time to time by salvaging from the sea near the island. And after I put in the effort to build the cement houses, I can get gold coin income from these houses, and then divide the gold coin income into shares. In this way, you and I can buy things to improve our strength through the mysterious merchant. The islands were built and divided by you, so the land was created by you.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pajun fell silent. After thinking for a while, he said seriously,
But those people already have tents, so they can't possibly be willing to spend gold coins to buy cement houses to live in. Right. Compared with the previous policy, it was said that they should obtain gold coins through their own efforts and use gold coins to buy food. Compared to housing, they must be more willing to spend gold coins on food.
After hearing what Pajun said, Lin Sheng smiled.
Of course, it is like that under normal circumstances. But Pajun, have you ever thought about what if our cement house had electricity and water supply?
Lin Sheng said with a united voice.
This.
Just when Pajun was about to say something, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he said to Lin Sheng,
Master Sheng, do you mean that you already have a supply of electricity and a large amount of water?
Lin Sheng shook his head and said,
Not now. But that doesn't mean in the future.
Lin Sheng was confident that he would get what he needed soon, for no other reason than to have a sign-in system in hand. Through this period of time, Lin Sheng came to the conclusion that there was a high probability that the sign-in system would give him what he needed.
If that's the case, then we can cooperate. But I need to discuss it with the leaders first.
Lin Sheng nodded and signaled Pajun to leave. After discussions, the cooperation between the two has basically been determined. Although Lin Sheng had water and electricity, it was obviously not enough for so many people. So he also needs a generator and a water purifier. And not the small ones, but the large ones. And building a cement house is obviously not a matter of 1 or 2 days. After Pajun reported the matter to leader number 1, the leader was not thinking about these, but the use of the land. There are obvious benefits to the construction of cement houses. For example, on 10 square meters of land, a tent can only accommodate 5 or 6 people. But if it is a cement house, it can be stacked up to allow more people to live, which is also more space saving. So the cooperation with Lin Sheng was immediately confirmed.
Master, those leaders have confirmed your cooperation, and we will provide the materials for the cement house as long as you need them.
Pajun hurriedly found Lin Sheng at the signal of his leader to confirm the cooperation. Lin Sheng said with a smile,
Okay, I will start arranging manpower now. As for the materials, I will give you a list. If you have any, send them to me.
Lin Sheng gave Pajun a list. Pajun immediately went to make arrangements. Lin Sheng brought the puppet he created later to the land arranged by Pajun and the others. Lin Sheng directed these puppets to start digging the foundation. Lin Sheng opened the cement manufacturing diagram. Cement manufacturing. Limestone 10. Clay 5. Iron block 2. Iron blocks are in Lin Sheng's hands, but limestone and clay are not in Lin Sheng's hands. But in the past few days, Pai obtained a route map. The destination of the route map reaches an island with limestone and clay. After a while, Pajun came back and said with embarrassment,
We don't have Xingye clay and limestone. Even if we encountered them before, we never thought they could be used. So no one collected them.
Lin Sheng shook his head and said,
Okay, I will figure this out myself.
Lin Sheng waved Pajun to leave. He was going to get the materials he needed from that island. But after Lin Sheng left, he looked at the puppets who were busy. It seems that it won't take long for these puppets to dig the foundation. Lin Sheng once again took out the steel bar manufacturing drawings he had obtained previously. Steel bar manufacturing. Stainless steel tin. However, Lin Sheng, the fine steel man, has this material in his hands. Lin Sheng immediately started making steel bars. After some operations, Master Lin Sheng almost used up all the refined steel that had been amplified during this period. Only 100 units are left for later use to expand the amplitude. After a large amount of fine steel was consumed, steel bars worth millions and 1 meter were manufactured and placed on the island. These millions of steel bars fill almost half of an island. Pajun happened to see this scene and opened his mouth to Lin Sheng and asked blankly,
Master Sheng, where did you get the things you came back from this time?
It's no wonder that Pajun was shocked. The main reason was that Lin Sheng didn't hold anything in his hands. In addition, there was usually not much space in his backpack. So Pajun was naturally shocked.
Ha ha, Brother Pajun, you don't have to be surprised by these things. They are all basic operations. You should understand it if you think about it for yourself and look at the box I gave you to put the materials before.
Sure enough, Pajun's surprise slowly subsided after hearing what Lin Sheng said. However, he had just recovered and wanted to continue asking Lin Sheng to say something. But he only saw Lin Sheng's back waving at him and leaving. Pajun sighed.
Hey!
Lin Sheng left the island and returned to the Lin Hai ship. The naval ship left the island again and headed into the distance.
Boss, where are we going this time?
Pai on the naval ship asked doubtfully. Just when Lin Sheng suddenly called Old Jack for the destination. Guzi was not in the captain's cabin. Old Jack was the only one on the entire ship who was willing to stay in the captain's cabin. Others are hesitant that the naval ship is big enough because they like to run around. Pai has been going to the L's territory recently.
That route map you gave me last time,
Lin Sheng replied.
Oh!
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pai was obviously a little disappointed. Compared with the route map, which marked what could be obtained on the island, Pai felt that there was no fighting chance on the island and suddenly lost interest.
You, on the other hand, have been running to the L's territory recently. What do you want to do?
Lin Sheng looked at Pai with a smile and asked. Chapter 164 Digging Materials. Cement Manufacturing. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pai's face turned red.
I didn't do anything. I just went for a walk. Yes, the L's territory has very nice scenery,
Pai said squeaking.
Really? The scenery is indeed very good, and the L's of the L's are all in great shape,
Lin Sheng said jokingly.
Hey, boss, how do you know that? Let me tell you, the L's of the L's are very fragrant. especially the Elf Queen. I am attracted to her fragrance just by being close to her.
After saying half of the words, Pai Pai was stunned. He found that he had been tricked by Lin Sheng. Pai Pai's face suddenly turned bitter. And then he immediately shut up. Lin Sheng said with a smile,
"Oh, then you have to work hard. If you want to have a conversation with the Elf Queen, it might as well be a good thing."
Pai Pai blinked and looked at Lin Sheng curiously, and then asked hesitantly,
"Boss, are you really not going to stop me and the Queen?"
Lin Sheng was also stunned after hearing this. He just wanted to deceive Pai Pai. Although I had a guess in my mind that Pai Pai has been going to the elves recently. And since the elves are all girls, Pai Pai must have taken a fancy to some elf girl. But what Lin Sheng never expected was that Pai Pai would hook up with the Elf Queen. Lin Sheng, well, you little bald man actually hooked up with the Elf Queen without saying anything.
Huh?
Under Lin Sheng's joke, the naval ship arrived on the island. This is just an ordinary island. After logging into the island, Lin Sheng first harvested a wave of wild beasts on the island. In order to ensure that there were no wild animals on the island, we arranged for the people on the naval ship to go down and start digging for limestone and clay. Lin Sheng arranged for the wild men to process the goats and wild boars he hunted and store them as food. As the people who came to the island came back one by one, Lin Sheng continued to obtain materials. Get limestone +1. Get clay +1. The whole day passed like this. Lin Sheng also had tens of thousands of units of clay and limestone in his hands. Lin Sheng saw that the materials in his hands were almost there, and he used a 100-fold increase, so that the amount of limestone and clay in his hands already amounted to millions of units. Then he greeted all the people who came to the island to mine back. After the naval ship returned to the island base, Lin Sheng suddenly saw the Elf Queen following Pai Pai. The Elf Queen with a delicate face. The transparent wings behind her beautiful figure were folded together, and her arms were wrapped around Pai Pai's arms. Lin Sheng was amazed to see the little daughter's posture. It's just that it feels a bit inconsistent when the two of them stand together. The Elf Queen is obviously taller than Pai Pai's head. However, Lin Sheng just looked at the affairs among his subordinates with a smile. After returning to the island, Lin Sheng looked at the foundation that had been dug. The puppets were constantly burying steel bars. Lin Sheng nodded. These puppets were really fast at doing things. Hesitating that it was getting dark, Lin Sheng returned directly to the ship and began to rest for the night. The next day marked the 22nd day of the disaster. The first thing Lin Sheng did when he woke up was to sign in to the system. Sign in to get the drawings of the hydraulic generator. Lin Sheng looked at the drawings and understood immediately. What I thought about before is to provide power to the cement house with this hydroelectric generator. As long as the construction of the cement house is completed, the hydroelectric generator can provide power to the cement house. Lin Sheng once again used all the items in the backpack space that could use a 100-fold increase. After use, the amount of limestone and clay has reached billions of units. Lin Sheng had a hasty breakfast from the ship and then went down to the island base. As soon as Lin Sheng saw it, he saw that the puppets had installed steel bars on all the foundations. Lin Sheng thought, I didn't expect these puppets to be so fast. Fortunately, I immediately ran to the island to dig up materials yesterday. Otherwise, the production of cement really cannot keep up with the speed of the puppets. Cement manufacturing. Get cement +1. Tens of millions of bags of cement were manufactured by Lin Sheng, and the pile was the size of an island. After Pajun learned of Lin Sheng's arrival, he immediately came up to him. After seeing the mountains of cement this time, Pajun felt much calmer. After all, what happened before has already happened, and I already have the tolerance in my heart. Lin Sheng looked back at Pajun and asked,
How's it going? Do you think it's cheaper to cooperate with me? Ha. That's right. No wonder Mr. Sheng was able to build the Ark and even the current naval ship so quickly. Even if all of us collect these materials,
we can't do it in less than a month.
Pajun also praised him without hesitation. It's not that I'm flattering. I'm just telling the truth. But even if these were the truth, Pajun was so amazed that he couldn't stop being filled with envy and sudden reverence for Lin Sheng.
Okay, I won't say anything more to you. What I told you about water and electricity is completely unfounded. Now I will take you to see how Hunlo makes electricity.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he walked towards the edge of the island. Pajun looked at Lin Sheng leaving and hurriedly followed Lin Sheng's footsteps. I saw Lin Sheng looking for something on the edge of the island.
Pajun asked, Master Sheng, what are you planning to do?
Pajun was very curious. Could it be that Mr. Sheng relied on sea water to generate electricity? Although these things were very common before the catastrophe, the hesitant reform of the world rules after the catastrophe caused the craftsmanship and materials of many things to lose their use. However, new processes and materials cannot be manufactured in a short time now. Hydroelectricity? You are also one of the higher-ranking ones. You shouldn't be unaware of these things. Right? Lin Sheng rolled his eyes at Pajun and suddenly felt that Pajun was a little stupid. Do I still need to ask about this matter? Pajun laughed and touched his nose in embarrassment, suddenly feeling that he was indeed a little foolish. How can you say this? Lin Sheng said. Okay. Hurry up and look for a place with strong water flow with me. Well? Pajun replied, and at the same time, he was extremely horrified. He really wanted to build hydroelectric power. After Pajun and Lin Sheng searched for a long time on the beach, Pajun said in an awkward tone, Master Sheng, look at my memory. I will ask you later, and it will be clear. Someone has done this a long time ago. Statistics. After Pajun said this, he ran away in a hurry. Lin Sheng looked at Pajun's back and simply found a place to sit down and rest. Why would he cause trouble for himself if he could save himself some trouble? There were actually two reasons why Pajun left. One was to really inquire, and the other was to report these things to him. In the conference room. What did you say? Lin Sheng wants to build hydroelectric power. Although the leaders of the group were quite old, they stood up excitedly, and there was no trace of the gestures of the elderly in their movements. Chapter 165, Generator. Setting up traps. Yeah. That's what happened. Facing these suddenly excited leaders, Pajun expressed that he was frightened for a moment. Well, leaders, is your reaction too big? Please pay attention to your health, Pajun said cautiously. To be honest, even if these leaders have used first-level potions, their physical attributes have been improved, and their bodies have also been improved. But Pajun is still worried that these few are too old to bear it. It is not easy for a few old people to survive the disaster until now. Yes, everyone. Please be quiet. Shout Pajun. Please take a few of us over to have a look. The role of hydropower was so great that several leaders asked the surviving scientists to bring it with them. After all, they still need these scientists to be able to decipher the items whose rules were changed after the disaster. If it weren't for the changes in the world rules, with their knowledge, it would be possible to bring the island's living conditions closer. But now, the usefulness of the knowledge they once controlled has been reduced. After listening to the leader's words, Pajun immediately took them and what he needed to know to find Lin Sheng. Master Sheng, I'm back. I've asked you about the place you're looking for. It's over here, Pajun said to Lin Sheng, who was waiting for him. Okay, I'll come right away. Lin Sheng responded, and just as he was about to follow Pajun, he saw the leaders and people standing behind Pajun. Facing the arrival of elders, Lin Sheng still has to greet them more or less. Hello, seniors. Lin Sheng greeted the leaders. Okay, Xiao Sheng, I heard that you have the manufacturing method of this era. I wonder if the hydroelectric generator you created later can be studied by our original scientists. In the past, the old leader said. The meaning of his words was very clear that he wanted to obtain the right to research from Lin Sheng. The reason for saying this was obviously to let Lin Sheng know that they would all do things after consulting with him. Lin Sheng nodded. Of course. Lin Sheng answered without thinking. The drawing cannot be amplitude. Only he can use it. This does not mean that everyone can use it. What those scientists hope to achieve is something that can be passed down to everyone, rather than technology being in the hands of a few people. Lin Sheng also understood that if these manufacturing methods could not be passed down effectively, perhaps one day the manufacturing methods in the hands of those who had the sudden method of making the drawings would be lost. Then Lin Sheng, led by Pajun, arrived at an island with the fastest current. Lin Sheng also noticed that the water on the sea here was much faster than what he had seen before. So Lin Sheng defined the edge of the island here as the location to install the generator. Lin Sheng immediately used the manufacturing drawings. Manufacture of hydraulic electric machines. Fine steel 1W. Wire 1000. Plank 500. Rubber 300. Lin Sheng started manufacturing immediately. Get hydroelectric generator +1. Lin Sheng immediately took out the generator. But at this time, Lin Sheng was in deep thought while looking at the generator. How to install the generator? Lin Sheng was stunned. But Pajun said doubtfully, Master Sheng, why don't you continue the installation? When Lin Sheng was asked by Pajun, he immediately said in embarrassment, I don't know how. Breaking the military. As soon as Lin Sheng's words came out,
The whole place fell silent.
We can do this.
Immediately a scientist spoke.
Yes. Just leave this matter to me, and we will be fine. You can't just enjoy it without contributing.
The old leader also said appropriately.
Since someone can solve it, then I will be responsible for manufacturing it.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he continued to create. Lin Sheng manufactured hundreds of generators in succession and handed them over to the old leader.
Thanks to you, Xiaosheng,
the old leader said with a smile. After Lin Sheng handed over these generators to these professional people for processing, he looked at Lin Pejuan and asked Pejuan,
By the way, are you free now? Of course I'm free.
Pejuan didn't understand what Lin Sheng wanted to do, but he himself wanted to accompany Lin Sheng, so he just said he was free.
Then you come with me. I plan to install some mechanisms on the edge of the base and hand over control to you. We don't want the YD fruit invasion to happen again.
Pejuan agreed very much with this matter. No one wanted to have outsiders break into their home for no apparent reason, and then steal the belongings they had worked so hard to store. The reason why Lin Sheng had this idea was because he had regarded the island base as his home from the moment he joined the island base.
Master Sheng, are you serious?
Pejuan suddenly said in surprise after thinking for a moment.
Did I lie to you to get some candy?
Lin Sheng rolled his eyes at Pejuan and asked.
No. Let's do it now.
Pejuan hurriedly took Lin Sheng to his destination. After Lin Sheng and Pejuan left, the scientists were divided into two. A large group of people and some soldiers began to install the generator, while a small group of scientists began to dismantle a generator. They need to figure out how it works. With knowledge in their minds, they figured it out after just observing the generator in pieces for a moment.
So that's it. Nothing else has changed. It's just that some materials have been changed,
said one scientist.
We should be able to make this too.
Another scientist also followed suit. I believe that with them here, this hydroelectric generator will be figured out soon and mass production will begin. Lin Sheng and Pejuan came to the outer islands. Some of the guard soldiers who had not been caught to work came over to say hello. After Lin Sheng saw that there were only 5 soldiers in this huge area, Lin Sheng also understood why the YD fruit people could invade the island base.
Let's start now.
Lin Sheng waved his hand and squatted on the ground, starting to make plans and arrangements. After planning, Lin Sheng made a few more puppets and arranged them to start digging. The mechanism is also installed underground. The 50 centimeters pit was quickly dug out under the puppets digging. Then Lin Sheng began to install the mechanism according to the introduction on the mechanism technique. This mechanism's defense method is called ground stab. As the name suggests, sharp weapons are installed underground. When someone comes to the top of the ground thorn, they step into a trap. Then the trap will be triggered. Thick and sharp weapons will kill enemies on the trap from bottom to top. Chapter 166 Man-Eating Crab Attack. In less than a moment, Lin Sheng, with the help of the puppet, quickly installed a trap more than 1 meter wide.
Sir, can I try?
Lin Sheng heard Pejuan's question just as he stood up from the ground. Lin Sheng suddenly looked at Pejuan with wide eyes, and after a long time he asked,
Are you serious? Do you have some weird quirks?
Lin Sheng looked Pejuan up and down and then said,
Brother Pejuan, please listen to me. Don't try this thing. The smell of chrysanthemum residue may not be curable in this environment.
Pejuan couldn't help but trembled after hearing what he said. He felt an inexplicable chill coming from under him.
I didn't mean that. Brother, you may have misunderstood.
Pejuan Dongji explained with a white face.
Huh? I'm relieved if you don't mean that.
Lin Sheng nodded and said,
Then what are you going to do to prepare yourself to try? It's just an experiment on the function of the mechanism. It's easy.
Lin Sheng motioned to a puppet to grab a few wooden boards. After Lin Sheng activated the mechanism, Lin Sheng motioned to the puppet to throw the wooden boards out. When the wooden board fell on the trap, several sharp, thick, and long spikes suddenly appeared on the originally flat and smooth ground, immediately turning the wooden board into a hornet's nest. Seeing this scene, Pejuan took a breath. If this thing pierced his body, Pejuan wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, when Pejuan came to his senses, he was surprised. Anyone who dared to come in the future would be punished. After some more time, Lin Sheng installed part of the trap, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Sheng looked at the puppets, who were still digging holes, and immediately handed over the matter of following the trap to these puppets. Lin Sheng just wanted to get up and rest for a while, but who knew that as soon as he got up, he heard a whole lot of exclamations coming from him.
Run! Run quickly. These are monsters.
These sounds were made by non-soldier survivors who went to sea to collect supplies.
What happened?
Lin Sheng looked into the distance and asked Pajun beside him. At this moment, Pajun also looked confused. And he didn't know.
Quick! Quick! Please come over to me. All the soldiers who don't have to be guarded. Just leave 1 or 2 soldiers to guard. And the rest will come over.
A squad leader ran over and shouted to the soldiers guarding the edge of the base. There are now only a minimum number of people guarding the edge of the base. But emergencies require soldiers to help solve them.
What happened?
Pajun asked the squad leader, who looked anxious.
Sir, what happened is this. When a man who went out to look for supplies came back, he accidentally disturbed the man-eating crabs living under a certain sea area. When he came back, the man-eating crabs chased him all the way back. Now it has arrived on our island and started destroying it. Many people's tents have been destroyed, and some ordinary people have even been killed.
After hearing this, Lin Sheng and Pajun's expression suddenly changed. The two of them hurried forward towards the location of the incident. When they arrived at the scene of the incident, both Lin Sheng and Pajun's eyes turned slightly red. These are all human beings, living human lives. In Lin Sheng's eyes, he saw those man-eating crabs attacking crazily. When their crab claws fell, some of the fast runners escaped. Some people who had no time to escape had their arms or thighs clipped off. Some people were even cut off at the waist. Then it was torn apart by these 2-meter-tall man-eating crabs and put into the mouth. Lin Sheng was greatly shocked. The exclusive artifact Xianyuan broken sword in his backpack now appeared in Lin Sheng's hands. After he looked at the ordinary people who died tragically one by one, he then looked at those extremely arrogant man-eating crabs. He gave up the idea of using feed to tame the crabs for his own use. Yes, Lin Sheng sure had this idea at the beginning. But in the end, he gave up. Lin Sheng rushed forward with the Xianyuan broken sword and cut the eating man-eating crab into 2 pieces. After killing one man-eating crab, Lin Sheng did not stop but continued to kill other man-eating crabs. One by one, the man-eating crabs were killed with one strike of the sword. None of the soldiers, including Pajun, had time to spare. They are also constantly using the weapons in their hands to protect this land that refuses to be invaded. At this moment, after Lin Sheng killed the man-eating crab in front of him, he looked back. At a glance, he saw a soldier standing in front of a mother and daughter, trying hard to protect the mother and daughter. But the weapon in his hand did not give him much strength to shoulder the responsibility of protection. He used the weapon in his hand to attack the man-eating crab. The weapon was caught by the crab's claws, and the crab swung violently, sending the soldier flying away. Then the man-eating crab approached the mother and daughter in front of it, and suddenly stretched out its claws to pinch the girl.
Don't want!
The girl's mother hugged the girl tightly and screamed loudly. The seemingly impatient crab gave up attacking the girl and instead attacked her mother. The crab's claws fell and severed the girl's mother's arm. For a moment, blood poured out of the girl's mother's arm like a flood from a dam. MDZZ. Lin Sheng yelled and rushed forward, killing the man-eating crab with one sword. Then his eyes fell on the woman, who was missing an arm. Although the woman's face had a painful expression, her eyes were full of satisfaction.
Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, my daughter and I would be dead.
The woman thanked Lin Sheng.
Your arms.
Lin Sheng hesitated for a while and pointed at the other person's arm.
It's okay. One arm is not in the way. At least Xiaoya is fine.
The woman actually smiled at this moment. For the sake of her children, she was willing to lose an arm. Lin Sheng was silent. But the woman fainted in the next moment. Xiaoya, who was still scared in her arms, felt that her mother had passed out, and her arms were still bleeding. She burst into tears.
Big brother, please save my mother.
The girl suddenly cast her hope on Lin Sheng. But what can Lin Sheng do at this moment? Saving people? But the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand is a weapon used to kill enemies and cannot save people. Lin Sheng was immediately at a loss when faced with this crying little girl.
You? Big brother, please save my mother. Xiaoya can wash clothes, cook, and do anything.
Chapter 167, Broken Arm Woman. Yandao Route. Just when Lin Sheng was at a loss, in the distance, Pai, Guzi and a group of people came towards Lin Sheng from the direction of the naval ship.
Boss, we are here.
Pai rushed in front of Lin Sheng first, and then attacked the man-eating crabs that were still destroying them. Guzi and others followed behind Pai. After Shenling saw that Lin Sheng was fine, the worry on his face relaxed. After they learned from the ship that the island base had been attacked, They all ran down from the ship. Shenling suddenly noticed Xiaoya, who was crying, and she cast a questioning look at Lin Sheng.
Kong Kongi, please stop this mother's bleeding. By the way, can you regenerate a broken limb?
Lin Sheng also saw Kong Kongi who came with Shenling. So he asked. Kong Kongi also saw the critical situation of the woman, and hurriedly stepped forward to treat the woman, and then replied to Lin Sheng.
I'm sorry, Master. I can't do it so far. If you want to regenerate a broken limb, you need more strength.
Can do it.
Lin Sheng nodded. Under Kong Kongi's treatment, the blood on the woman's wound had stopped bleeding. Under constant treatment, the woman slowly came to her senses. When a woman wakes up, the first thing she does is look for her daughter.
Xiaoya. Mom, I'm here.
The little girl hurriedly hugged her mother and hugged her mother. Lin Sheng looked at the woman's empty arm and felt how admirable the mother was who was willing to sacrifice everything for her daughter. And now that the woman has lost her arm, it is obviously more difficult to survive in this catastrophic world. Lin Sheng had also observed before that there were almost no disabled people among ordinary people on the Dragon Kingdom base. It did not mean that those leaders would not accept disabled people, but that they were inherently weak and did not survive the catastrophic environment and did not make it to the island base alive.
Xiaoya, where is your father?
Lin Sheng watched the two people stabilize and said to the girl. As soon as Lin Sheng finished speaking, the expressions of mother and daughter both changed. Then the woman said with a sad expression,
in order to protect us, mother and daughter died before arriving at the island base.
Lin Sheng's human instinct made him feel pity for being unable to survive without his arms and carrying a little girl who had not yet sheltered them from the wind and rain. How could a person who was willing to give up everything for his children be an evil person? Lin Sheng said,
will you come to work on the naval ship in the future? I can guarantee that you will have enough food to survive.
Sympathy should be given to the right person. And Lin Sheng felt that the mother and daughter in front of him were the right person. At this moment, Lin Sheng also had an idea in his mind, which was to develop medical technology. Previously, he thought that treatment would be no problem after having the Mermaid Clan. But who would have thought that the Mermaid Clan's healing abilities are not invincible?
Thanks.
The woman thought that everything would be lost in her future, and that she and her daughter might not even be able to survive. But the young man in front of her was willing to help her. And she suddenly had the idea of going through fire and water for Lin Sheng.
Sister Ling and others will leave it to you to make arrangements,
Lin Sheng said to Shenling. Shenling nodded and took his mother and daughter back to the naval ship. After Shenling led the troops, Pai walked over to Lin Sheng with a comfortable expression and said with a smile,
Boss, all those crabs have been killed.
Lin Sheng nodded lightly. His mood was very heavy at this moment. After everything at the island base had been arranged, Lin Sheng and Pajun said hello and then took the people back to the naval ship. He saw the tragic situation of the island base under the man-eating crab attack through a drone. Like Xiaoya's mother, many people lost part of their bodies in this man-eating crab attack, and some even lost their lives directly. These people will undoubtedly find it more difficult to survive in the future. And Lin Sheng couldn't help everyone. The mother and daughter who were helped to bring them back were probably due to coincidence or fate. Lin Sheng closed his eyes silently, thinking. Then he became more and more serious about medical technology. But all this still has to be based on a suitable foundation. Perhaps we can start targeting them after the construction of residential areas is completed. Lin Sheng walked out of the captain's cabin after a while. When Lin Sheng was in the captain's cabin before, no one bothered him. After Lin Sheng walked out of the captain's room, he saw the mother and daughter who were brought back.
I can do it. Let me do it.
The woman used her only arm to snatch the work from 11 Yang's hands and said to 11 Yang,
Mom, I can do that too.
Xiaoya said to her mother. And at the same time, her 9-year-old body came close to her mother to help her work together.
Lin Sheng came to the mother and daughter. 11 Yang saw Lin Sheng's arrival. So she said,
Master.
Lin Sheng waved his hands and then said to the mother and daughter,
Okay, 11th mother can do these things. You go to rest first. Also, you just lost too much blood and don't have a good rest. If you only do it for a few days, I won't let your daughter stay on the ship forever.
The woman was stunned for a moment and then said gratefully,
Master,
The woman also understood the meaning of Lin Sheng's words, which was to let her cultivate herself first. But she was interrupted by Lin Sheng when she was about to say something grateful.
Go and rest. Then just do your best.
After listening to Lin Sheng's words, she left with her daughter and went to sleep in the room Shinling arranged for her. The mother and daughter were resting in the room below the deck. Suddenly at this time, Lin Sheng felt the 5-dragon eagle react again. After the previous Earth Dragon Ball returned to its place, the 5-dragon eagles never responded. Now the 5 dragon sculptures in Lin Sheng's hands have the 3 dragon beads of gold. Wood and earth return to their places. Still missing water and fire. Now I don't know what kind of drawings the 5-dragon eagle can spit out. Lin Sheng was curious. When Lin Sheng took out the 5-dragon eagle points, he saw a route map hanging on one of the dragon mouths of the 5-dragon eagle. Lin Sheng took out the route map and looked at it. Yandao route map. Flame Island. At a glance, you can tell that it is the island where the Fire Dragon Ball is located. Lin Sheng glanced at the drawings in front of him, turned around and went to the captain's cabin. The 4th Dragon Ball is about to be obtained, and it is one step closer to collecting 5 Dragon Balls to open the Dragon Gate. And the opportunity to own a dragon pet is finally coming. Thinking about these things, Lin Sheng became excited. After arriving at the captain's room, with a pop, Lin Sheng took the route map in front of Old Jack and said to Old Jack,
"Let's hurry up and get here." "Okay, boss."
Old Jack responded and immediately launched the naval ship. Chapter 168 Login to Yin Island. The naval ship was traveling quickly on the sea, within the savage tribe.
"Everyone, be prepared. We may go to war with the master."
The reactions of the mermaid tribe and the savage tribe were similar. Everyone also understands the significance of the naval ship setting sail again. Naturally, there is a new island target. With the naval ship traveling at full speed, Lin Sheng soon saw the steaming island in the distance. The heat evaporating from the island seemed to distort the air. Relatively speaking, the clouds above the islands are fiery red in color. As the naval ship got closer to the island, Lin Sheng felt the heat rushing towards him. The heat made Lin Sheng feel like he had entered a sauna. After the savage tribesmen on the naval ship felt the heat, they felt weak and found it difficult to use it. Many mermaids in the mermaid tribe also feel as if they have been steamed. Xiaohua flew up from the naval ship and soared in the air with a face full of joy. It's like returning home. At this moment, Xiao Bai and Xiao Bing suddenly exhaled ice breath at their feet, freezing the deck with a layer of ice. And the entire wolf and bird lay directly on the ice layer. The elves of the elves summoned the power of the wind element to bring them a cool breeze. As for the dwarves, they have been foraging in hot environments all year round, but they were not affected much by the heat in front of them. Lin Sheng watched his adoptive father, adoptive mother, and Shinling wiping away their sweat, and immediately gave instructions to Xiao Bai and the elves.
"You cooperate to create cold air."
"Good host." The elves of the elves responded immediately. With the cooperation of the elves and Xiao Bai, a cold wind soon blew on the naval ship. Kong Kongi seemed to have considered something, and imposed an isolation barrier on the naval vessel, and the temperature on the naval vessel suddenly dropped. Compared with the outside world, the ship at this moment is like being in an air-conditioned room. Lin Sheng watched the burning sensation on everyone's faces subside, and looked at the island from a distance. Lin Sheng looked at the island solemnly. He looked at the burning mountain in the middle of the island. He couldn't help but said,
"How on earth did this island come to be?"
"The previous time I encountered a volcanic island, there was no such high temperature. It's just that no one answered Lin Sheng's doubts." Lin Sheng looked at the island and hesitated. Or give up and not go to the island. But then, I thought of the dragon beads on the 5 dragon sculptures. Just for the fire dragon beads, I had to go up and look for them. The dragon beads comparing the 5 dragon eagles will be collected soon. Lin Sheng turned his attention to the people on the naval ship again. Who can I take with me when the island is in such a situation? Lin Sheng focused on everyone's performance in facing the heat just now. He also understood that this island was not easy to get to, and almost everyone could not bear the heat. Not to mention going up to the island. When Lin Sheng was helpless, the Dwarf King came out at this moment and delivered a box to Lin Sheng.
"Master, the things here may be able to help you."
Lin Sheng was also a little dazed after hearing what the dwarf said. Seeing the Dwarf Wang Na's united performance, Lin Sheng couldn't help but become curious. The Dwarf King would give himself something that could withstand a scorching temperature. Lin Sheng opened the box out of curiosity. Get Ice Silk Robe +3. Ice Silk Robe. Made from the silk of the ice silkworm family. It has super heat resistance. After Lin Sheng saw the introduction of the silk robe, he was pleasantly surprised. He put on a silk robe, and then slowly walked toward the outside of the naval ship. When Lin Sheng came outside, the heat that should have hit him face to face did not bring him any discomfort. Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up. The function of this silk robe is quite suitable. After the high temperature is completely blocked, people can move freely on the island. Lin Sheng returned to the ship and looked at the 2 remaining silk robes. Lin Sheng suddenly hesitated in his heart. The owner's silk robe means that he can take 2 people to the island together. But who to take with him became Lin Sheng's hesitation. Faced with a strange environment and unknown dangers, Lin Sheng finally decided to give this opportunity to the stronger ones. Lin Sheng glanced at Pai Pai, Kong Kongi, and Guzi. The 3 of them were all about the same strength. After Lin Sheng looked the 3 of them up and down,
"The Guzi faction sent you 2 and me."
Lin Sheng had already made a decision and handed the silk robe to the 2 people. Let the 2 of them put on silk robes and come with him. And just when the 3 of them were about to leave the ship, the Elf Queen came up at this time and said,
"Master, I also want you to go with you."
After hearing the Elf Queen's words, Lin Sheng immediately hesitated. The reason is because there is no silk robe in hand.
"Master, don't worry."
The Queen's aura changed, and the light of the 4 elements of fire, ice, wind, and thunder surrounded her.
"Master, I actually possess the power of 4 elements, and I am also sufficiently resistant to flames. I am not afraid of the high temperature."
After hearing this, Lin Sheng nodded. At this time, Lin Sheng saw the Elf Queen's eyes falling on Pai Pai. He immediately joked,
"Since you are worried about Pai Pai's safety, then just follow him."
The Elf Queen's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment after Lin Sheng's idea was revealed.
Ha ha.
As Lin Sheng's hearty laughter came, a group of 4 people left the ship and landed on the Inflammation Island. After stepping into Yin Island, Lin Sheng discovered that the air above Yin Island was becoming more distorted. Everything I saw was crooked, and I couldn't really see what it looked like. However, Lin Sheng could only continue walking towards the center of the island with his men. As shown on the route map, the location of the Dragon Ball is the center of the island. As Lin Sheng walked forward, he was surprised to find that the closer he got to the center of the island, the hotter the heat on the island became. Lin Sheng was thinking, could it be the reason for the Dragon Ball that caused the island's temperature to be so high? He wanted to go back to his thoughts, but Lin Sheng was still wary of his surroundings. In Lin Sheng's eyes, there are countless caves of various sizes on the island. Heat was also coming out of these caves. Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the caves, and he felt that all he could see was red. Logically speaking, such caves are generally pitch black when viewed inside. But these caves are extremely abnormal. Chapter 169 Salamander. Mastering the Power of Fire. Suddenly, Lin Sheng saw a stream of fiery hot air being blown out of the cave. And at the same time, it was mixed with magma and sand.
"Oh my goodness!"
Lin Sheng suddenly exclaimed. He was frightened by the sudden emergence of magma. At this time, Lin Sheng also understood. Why is there not a single creature on such a big island? This is true. In this kind of environment, how can ordinary creatures survive? It is afraid that it will either be used as food by other more powerful creatures, or it may not be able to withstand such a high temperature living environment, either dead or fled the island. After Lin Sheng took 2 steps back to avoid the hot air spraying up, he was just about to turn around and walk towards the center of the island. But suddenly, I felt a strange sound coming from the cave.
"Papai, did you hear anything?"
In order to make sure that he had not heard wrongly, Lin Sheng asked the 2 of them.
"What sound? I don't think I heard it,"
Pai Pai said with some confusion.
"Did you hear that? Dog?"
Pai Pai looked at Guzi and asked.
"No."
Guzi also shook his head to show that he didn't hear it. However, the Elf Queen said,
"The master seems to be some kind of monster in the cave."
After hearing the Elf Queen's words, everyone was stunned. Guzi suddenly felt unbelievable. They were sure they didn't hear anything. But Lin Sheng was secretly frightened. Sure enough, he had not heard wrongly. As the heat of the flames dissipated, lizards slowly crawled out of those caves. Those caves are actually big enough for an adult to enter. And the flame lizards that crawl out are also the size of an adult. The 4 people hurriedly leaned on each other back to back, facing all directions. There are caves in all directions where they are. After the first salamander crawled out, other salamanders also crawled out of other caves. The salamander's wrinkled skin had flames coming out of its limbs. Lin Sheng, Pai Pai and Guzi all went out to get their own artifacts. The salamanders immediately surrounded Lin Sheng and others after they came out. Suddenly, the salamander launched an attack on the 4 people. They did not attack without purpose, but seemed to have been cooperating for many years. Some salamanders quickly approached Lin Sheng and others, sticking out their tongues and swiping them towards them. Before these tongues hit Lin Sheng and others, Everything they picked up in the middle of the attack was smashed to pieces. And even some of the broken stones were covered with flames. After Lin Sheng saw this scene, he didn't know why. He was afraid that the tongue of this salamander was poisonous. If you are drawn, you may be poisoned. Lin Sheng hurriedly sent out sword energy to cut off the tongues that were about to approach him. Pai Pai and Guzi also used weapons to break these attacks. The others, condensed by ice crystals, sprouted around the elf queen and shot toward the salamander in front of her. A serious battle begins. What Lin Sheng could be thankful for was that these salamanders were just bigger in size, but not that powerful. After their attacks landed on the salamander clones, they actually killed the salamanders directly. After Lin Sheng killed the salamander in front of him, he was surprised to find that after the death of the salamander, a round crystal with a flame pattern on it fell from its body. Crystallization of power? No. It's not completely different from power crystal or something. Lin Sheng continued to kill the salamanders while observing the crystals. Lin Sheng and his party of 4 quickly slaughtered these salamanders. The strange thing was that these salamanders were obviously no match for Lin Sheng and others. But they showed no signs of retreating. He was still attacking the 4 people like crazy as at the beginning. After a hard fight, the salamanders were slaughtered. All the crystals on the ground were collected. Get flame crystal plus 97. There are 97 flame crystals in total. Flame crystal. Survivors can swallow it directly, but the taste is really hard to describe. Using flame crystals can gain 1% fire attribute attack. Lin Sheng himself already has fire attribute attacks, but only 3%. And now he has 97 flame crystals in his hand. Lin Sheng immediately wanted to increase the fire attribute to 100%. So Lin Sheng began to eat flame crystals. Well, it tastes terrible. After Lin Sheng ate a flame crystal, his brows almost knitted together. And then he said with a bitter look on his face. When Pai Pai and Guzi saw Lin Sheng's expression, they quickly turned their heads to the side. Originally, the 2 of them were somewhat curious about flame crystals and what they tasted like. But now, after seeing Lin Sheng's exaggerated expression, the 2 of them were no longer interested at all. When Lin Sheng ate the flame crystal, he only felt a burning sensation in his mouth. When he swallowed the crystal, he felt as if he was running a fever. He felt that if the flame crystal had no effect, he would never go there. Food. Fire attribute plus 1%. It wasn't until Lin Sheng felt the improvement of the fire attribute that Lin Sheng looked like flame crystals again. Fight for strength. Lin Sheng endured the excellent taste and continued to eat the flame crystals. Fire attribute plus 1%. The intensity of the fire attribute continues to increase. Lin Sheng waited until he had eaten all the flame crystals. At this moment, his fire attribute intensity has reached 100%. Lin Sheng originally thought that after the fire attribute strength reached 100%, he would simply gain an increase in attack power. But something unexpected happened at this time. Lin Sheng suddenly felt that his whole body had changed from the inside out. A mysterious feeling spread from his brain to his body and limbs. Immediately afterwards, Lin Sheng felt that the muscles and veins in his body were extremely hot at this time, as if a flame wanted to burst out of his body. Lin Sheng stretched out his palm and slowly opened it, and a ball of flame suddenly rose above his palm. "This is," Lin Sheng said in shock. "Congratulations to the master for mastering the power of fire element." The elf queen congratulated. The flames in Lin Sheng's hand slowly gathered and condensed into a ball of fire. This fireball also immediately attracted the attention of Pai Pai and Guzi. "The power of the fire element? Is this an upgrade ability? Master can also understand it this way." Lin Sheng was stunned. It turned out that there really were people with superpowers. How to use the fireball in his hand seemed to have become Lin Sheng's instinct at this moment. Lin Sheng threw the fireball with a flip of his hand. The fireball landed on the ground not far away. The fireball burst into dust and caused the land where the fireball landed to burn. Chapter 170 Dragon. Fire Dragon Ball. After Lin Sheng tried his own power again, he slowly began to think about it. It seemed that when the elemental attributes reached 100%, he would gain superpowers. At this moment, Lin Sheng gained the power of fire. After getting over the addiction of being a superpower, Lin Sheng led everyone on the road. On the way, Lin Sheng thought about why those salamanders attacked him. Lin Sheng vaguely felt that the way to obtain the Dragon Ball on the island this time was not as simple as before. The 4 of them slowly arrived at the burning mountain in the center of the island. Pai Pai raised his eyebrows and asked, "Boss, are we going to continue going up?" To be honest, Pai Pai was resistant to this burning mountain, which was like the flame mountain. Even Lin Sheng is like this. Compared with this feeling, He always feels like he is being roasted on the grill. Lin Sheng nodded and said,
Our goal here is to go inside. Do you think we should go up?
Oh well. Pai Pai followed Lin Sheng towards the mountain in despair. The four of them had just walked for less than a while, and they felt more and more that the surrounding temperature on the flaming mountain of the island was higher than just on the island. Ho ho! Some kind of terrifying giant beast on the flame mountain seemed to have discovered that Lin and the four of them were far away from this wave of intruders, and it let out a deafening roar in the air. After hearing this sound, Lin Sheng and others hurriedly covered their ears. The sound was really hard to describe. However, after regaining consciousness, Lin Sheng raised his head and gazed leisurely from the mountainside to the top of the mountain. Lin Sheng showed an expression that was indeed true. The Dragon Ball would definitely not be thrown away casually. A caretaker would definitely be found to watch over the Dragon Ball.
Everything has such a thick skin. Aren't you afraid of being roasted? It actually lives on this mountain.
Pai Pai bared his teeth and complained, still shaking his ears with his fingers, trying to decompress his ears. Lin Sheng chuckled and said,
This is nature. As long as there is a place, there must be suitable living creatures.
Lin Sheng continued to lead the group of people towards the mountain with a smile. When they finally saw the top of the mountain, a black shadow suddenly rushed over and was about to hit Lin Sheng. But the black shadow suddenly straightened up and flew upwards into the sky.
Being teased? No. It would be more appropriate to say that he was provoked.
Because this is the behavior of this black shadow. After seeing the black shadow fall to the ground, it is like this. Lin Sheng was more certain of this conjecture. After Lin Sheng saw the person clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank. This is a creature that looks like a lizard, with a bunch of huge wings standing on its back, which look like bat wings. But it is carrying a dragon head. The giant dragon stared at Lin Sheng closely for a while, then said,
Dragon Envoy?
Lin Sheng was stunned when he heard the other party's words, then nodded and said,
That's right. That's just right. Give me the 5 dragon eagles of the dragon clan and all the dragon beads you collected. Your mission will be completed and you can go back.
Lin Sheng was a little confused when he heard this, and subconsciously did what the other person said. But at the next moment, Lin Sheng suddenly woke up. The hand that took out the equipment from the 5 dragon eagle was withdrawn.
Isn't that contradictory? Shouldn't you be the one who handed me the dragon ball in your hand?
Lin Sheng asked.
I said you are just a little human. How can you be so greedy? Besides, the 5 dragon eagles have no effect on you. As a half-dragon blood creature, I am more suitable for the 5 dragon eagles. Well, you give me the 5 dragon sculpture, and I will give you countless wealth.
The giant dragon said to Lin Sheng. Facing this giant dragon, Lin Sheng always had a strange feeling. It is completely different from the creatures that guarded the Dragon Ball before. When Lin Sheng saw the fiery and greedy look in the dragon's eyes, Lin Sheng realized it. As the caretaker of Dragon Ball, I still understand the function of Dragon Ball to some extent. Although the giant dragon is a Western dragon, it still has dragon blood in its body. At the same time, the Dragon Clan and the giant dragon are about to be suppressed by the real dragon. There is still some reluctance in many hearts. Now that he has learned that the Dragon Clan is extinct, the giant dragon is also thinking about whether it can transform into a true dragon with the help of Longman's situation. All this must be caused by a greedy mind. Everyone is greedy, let alone this giant dragon.
Boy, don't be shameless. Hand over your things while I can still talk nicely, or I'll swallow you whole.
The giant dragon looked at Lin Sheng with arrogant eyes and said to him. Listening to the threatening words of the dragon, Lin Sheng shook his head and said,
Logically speaking, I am the one who owns the 5 dragon eagles. I should be the one who gets the benefits from collecting the dragon balls. And you are the one who makes the cross.
The one from Dragon Ball. Besides, if you swallow me, you won't be able to get the 5 dragon eagle. Otherwise you wouldn't be talking nonsense to me here.
Right? Lin Sheng analyzed. The giant dragon's eyes widened and he discovered his little thought. Then the giant dragon changed its attitude and said,
As long as you hand over the 5 dragon sculptures and the dragon beads to me, all my collections will be handed over to you.
Lin Sheng's eyes turned and he said,
Okay, give me the benefit first, and then I will give the 5 dragon eagle to you.
The giant dragon cursed in his heart that the person in front of him was too treacherous. But he could only nod his head bitterly and said,
Come with me.
Lin Sheng didn't know where the giant dragon's lair was. That's why I said this. And the giant dragon also has his own little calculation in his heart. Is his treasure collection so easy to get? After first comforting Lin Sheng and tricking him into taking out the things, As long as the things are in hand, the man in front of him will swallow them in one gulp, and everything else will be his. The giant dragon brought Lin Sheng to its lair. Lin Sheng's eyes were filled with jewels and jewels, including a lot of gold coins. Lin Sheng's eyes widened. Isn't this giant dragon too rich? Lin Sheng was about to go up and put away the treasure, but was interrupted by the giant dragon.
Wait a minute. Call the things out to me, so that I can let you take away my treasures. You have already seen these treasures, but I have not seen the 5 dragon eagles.
Lin Sheng stopped moving, but his eyes found a bead among the many treasures. The beads were filled with burning flames, and some of the surrounding jewelry began to slowly melt due to the heat of the flames. Lin Sheng took out the 5 dragon sculpture. The moment the giant dragon saw the 5 dragon eagles, the whole dragon became restless. The next moment the giant dragon will come towards the 5 dragon eagle. But Lin Sheng was the first to put away the 5 dragon eagle, causing the giant dragon to sway and hit it directly. The dragon, who had gotten nothing, cursed angrily.
Human, you have martial ethics. Okay, you have seen the things. I said that if you want the 5 dragon eagle, you must first give me the things in your hands. Chapter 171, Slaying the Dragon and Seizing the Treasure. Zhulanjian watched Lin Sheng put away the 5 dragon eagle, and he really couldn't feel the breath of the 5 dragon eagle. The giant dragon struggled, and then said to Lin Sheng,
"That won't work. You take out the things, and I will ask you to collect my treasures first. After you collect them, I will take away the 5 dragon eagles."
The dragon was unwilling to give up, but gritted his teeth and decided to give up the treasures he had collected over the years. After all, the 5 dragon eagle is what he wants. Lin Sheng shook his head. He had already looked at the dragon's attributes just now. Elder Dragon. Life, 1,000,000. Attack power, 10,000. Skills, Collision. Fire Pillar. Roar. Coercion. Lin Sheng thought about his own injury. With a base of 3,040 strength attribute points, it can deal 6,080 points of damage. The Xianyuan broken sword in his hand has a basic damage of 2,000 points. Lin Sheng's exclusive, Broken Xianyuan broken sword, 20%. Level 3, can grow. Attack power plus 1,000. Attack power plus 1,000. Damage plus 20%. Lin Sheng's exclusive weapon. Lin Sheng uses it to gain a 20% increase in all attributes. After all attributes are improved, the damage dealt by the strength attribute can be increased to 7,296. And with the addition of weapons, the damage can reach 9296. Then below the amplitude of 20% of the total damage, Lin Sheng can definitely deal 11,155 points of damage. Lin Sheng faced the giant dragon in front of him. Lin Sheng looked at the 15,300 health points added up in detail. It's an existence that can be touched head-on. So Lin Sheng was not timid at all. A fireball with supernatural powers in his hand hit the dragon while he shook his head, and it was emitted before he could react. The fireball hit the dragon on the head. This is magic damage. And the damage points counted are intelligence bonuses. Twice the 3,040 points of intelligence is 6,080 points of fireball damage. 6080. The dragon felt a pain coming from his body. It was stunned and glared at Lin Sheng. I thought that the boy in front of me was just a little bug that he could knead at will. But I never thought that it would hurt so much to hit someone with a bug in his eyes. The seemingly random attack actually cost him more than 6,000 blood. If I were beaten a few more times.
Human you.
Boom. 6080.
Humanity.
Crib 12160. Boom. People. Boom. 6080. Roar. The dragon roared angrily, causing Lin Sheng and others in front of them to cover their ears. Its roar also stopped itself from getting hurt. At this time, a string of red numbers floated on Lin Sheng's head. 7,000. Since it is a sonic attack, it does not reach the full damage level of the dragon. But it's also very painful. Lin Sheng was also a little unsure, and nearly 5% of his health was knocked out in one fell swoop. At most, I can only survive 20 seconds to attack. But fortunately, Lin Sheng had already knocked out 30,400 of the opponent's health, leaving the dragon with only 969,600 health points left. After the dragon roared, it suddenly flew up and then angrily launched a pillar of fire attack directly at Lin Sheng and others from high altitude. The Elf Queen hurriedly stood in front of everyone at this time. She waved her hands, and a barrier composed of 4 elements stood in front of everyone. ZZ. The sound of a pillar of fire hitting the protective shield sounded. The Elf Queen gritted her teeth and persisted. All the fire pillar attacks were blocked. Lin Sheng was suddenly startled. He didn't expect that the Elf Queen had such a skill. And Pai Pai also looked at the Elf Queen in front of him curiously. She said in surprise,
"Your Majesty, you still call me Queen?" "Yeah." "Hamong. Stop. Stop it. You two will play another game after you go back."
Lin Sheng looked at the scene that almost changed suddenly. And then said,
"Okay, boss,"
Pai Pai said. The next moment, under the leadership of Lin Sheng, Pai Pai Guzi and the Elf Queen defended the dragon's attack and then attacked the dragon. After seeing that his attack was actually defended and did not cause any harm to Lin Sheng and others, the dragon angrily stopped firing the pillar of fire in his mouth. It landed slowly and glared at Lin Sheng fiercely. But Lin Sheng had already taken out his exclusive artifact. Lin Sheng used the fire power to cover the sword energy and send it out together. A slap in the face means giving the dragon a slap in the face. 21380. The dragon's face was confused and he wanted to say something. But under the attack, his face turned black and gray. Lin Sheng was also shocked. The damage of his attack was a bit high. It directly dealt more than 20,000 damage. At this time, Pai Pai and Guzi also launched air-blade attacks at the giant dragon. Although their attacks didn't do as much damage as Lin Sheng's, they still dealt a full 15,000 points of damage. 15,000. 15,000. With a swipe, the dragon's health suddenly dropped by more than 50,000. 918220/100W. The dragon's eyes turned red as he saw that he had lost nearly 1/10 of his blood volume.
"You deserve to die, human."
The giant dragon once again used all its strength to launch a flame pillar attack on Lin Sheng. The flame pillar swept across again, but it was still blocked by the Elf Queen's red protective shield. Lin Sheng and others who were hiding behind the protective shield launched a frantic attack on the Elf Queen. The situation suddenly became like this. Dog miss. Send miss. Lin Sheng miss. Dragon, 15,000. Dragon, 21380. The giant dragon almost went crazy when he saw that he couldn't even penetrate the opponent's protective shield, and he was constantly suffering damage. Where could anyone bully people like this? The dragon silently shed tears. The plot shouted,
"Mom, I want to go home."
After shouting this, it turned around and ran away, carrying less than 1/3 of its health bar and running towards the distance. The wings on his back were beaten to pieces by Lin Sheng and others as soon as they were unfolded.
"You guys, don't go too far."
After the giant dragon realized that he couldn't fly, he sat on the ground and started crying like a 300-pound fat man. But its crying did not induce Lin Sheng and others to compromise, who made it so arrogant at the beginning. The dragon fell under Lin Sheng's final blow.
"Slay the dragon,"
Guzi said. Lin Sheng stepped forward decisively and collected the dragon's treasures. Obtain gold coins plus 100W. Get the fire dragon ball. Lin Sheng looked at the dragon corpse slowly dissipating on the ground. And finally a flame crystal fell. Lin picked up the crystal. Obtain flame source crystal. Flame source crystal. It is an ordinary person who has the power of fire and instantly has 100% fire attribute power. Chapter 172. Use ephemera to core a big wave.
"Come on, let's go back."
Lin Sheng placed the fire dragon ball in the dragon's mouth on the 5 dragon sculptures. After looking around the environment, he said silently, "There is nothing Lin Sheng needs on this island. So Lin Sheng must no longer miss it and leads everyone back to the naval ship." When Lin Sheng came to the edge of the island, he unexpectedly felt that the high temperature around him was slowly fading away. The red clouds in the sky also turned back into white clouds, and the island that originally looked like it was burning turned into a lifeless black and gray color, without the appearance of a raging fire. As Lin Sheng returned to the naval vessel slowly left the edge of the island.
"Sister, this is for you."
Lin Sheng threw the flame source crystal to Shenling. Now that his parents are on the ship, he sometimes cannot take care of Shenling. Lin Sheng gave the flame source crystal to Shenling to improve Shenling's strength in order to prevent him from being robbed from behind while he was fighting to death in front. After Shenling took the flame crystal, she looked at Lin Sheng with confusion and asked,
"Xiaosheng, what is this at this time?" "Well, look at this. Do you want to be like me? If so, then eat it,"
Lin Sheng said while demonstrating his abilities in his hands. A fireball rose in Lin Sheng's hand.
"Fireball? Magic or superpower?"
Shenling asked uncertainly. Lin Sheng smiled faintly.
"Superpower. Powerful superpower."
Lin Shanghai wanted to take out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and light them up. But it was a disaster, and there were no more cigarettes or anything else. Shenling looked at the source crystal in his hand and asked, "How to use this?" "Eat it." After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Shenling took a bite. Not to mention that this source crystal looked hard, but it tasted soft and soft. Watching Shenling eat the flame source crystal, Lin Sheng asked doubtfully, "Does it taste good?" Shenling nodded inarticulately. Lin Sheng's face turned dark immediately. Why did I acquire the power of fire after eating so many unspeakable crystal stones? And Shenling is indeed. But at this moment, Shenling also finished eating the flame source crystal. Shenling suddenly said,
"Wow! It's so magical! I feel warm all over."
Lin Sheng stepped forward and touched Shenling's arm. Hot. Still hot. Suddenly, Lin Sheng remembered something. Before the disaster, many boys often complained about the internet. After their girlfriends took a shower, they went to take a shower and enjoyed the feeling of killing a pig and removing its hair. Lin Sheng. What is the reason for the different physical constitutions? It wasn't until a fireball appeared in Shenling's hand that Lin Sheng didn't notice anything wrong with Shenling. So he felt relieved and walked away. Just when the naval vessel was about to return to the island base, Lin Sheng saw that the naval vessel had been blocked by a fleet.
"Who are those people?"
Lin Sheng looked at the fleet in confusion until he saw a group of guys with patches on their heads. And then he realized that they were YD fruit people. Lin Sheng didn't understand what they were doing here. Could it be that he felt that the Dragon Kingdom could no longer compete for anything? So he came to find him and tried to rob him. If that's the case, then he doesn't mind letting these guys understand what suckling pig is. Just when the fireball was gathering in Lin Sheng's hand, he saw the white flag raised high on the ship. And the people on the ship looked at Lin Sheng's ship in a flattering manner.
"Aren't you looking for trouble?"
Lin Sheng muttered. And the fireball in his hand was extinguished by grabbing it casually.
"What do these guys want?"
Lin Sheng asked Pai Pai, who had just returned next to him.
"Boss, I'll go and ask."
After Pai Pai finished speaking, when Lin Sheng was about to leave, he looked back and was frightened.
"Wait! Pay attention to the image!"
Lin Sheng signaled that there was something on Pai Pai's face. Pai Pai was stunned, looked in the mirror and smiled sheepishly.
"Hey! It was a mistake. I forgot about Hong Hong."
Lin Sheng. Damn it. If I had known, I wouldn't have allowed employees to fall in love. This faction is too arrogant now. Pai Pai touched his face and ran away. Came back soon. There was another person beside Pai Pai. The man had a big beard. After seeing Lin Sheng, he said with a flattering smile,
"Hello, Mr. Sheng. I know that the island base of Dragon Kingdom is related to you. I hope you can sell the materials to us."
Looking at the bearded man with a fawning smile, Lin Sheng looked at the other party with great interest as to why he knew. Lin Sheng had learned from the old leader, and Pajun, that there was a national restoration plan. Some of the people who had returned from various countries' restoration plans would be placed in various places under the country that wants to be restored. Inquire about other people's progress. And the Dragon Kingdom has undercover agents abroad. Don't other countries have them? Lin Sheng said with a smile.
"You know, if you want an island, you must have a mayfly stone core. And the mayfly stone core represents the territory. If you want it, I don't mind selling it. As for the price, don't worry. You can make an offer. I know you need gold coins. And we have them,"
the bearded man said firmly. Big Beard had already thought it through before he wanted the mayfly stone core. Lin Sheng smiled and said happily,
"Okay.
1 million gold coins each."
Lin Sheng's offer was just casual. He wanted to test the other party's bottom line. After all, he didn't know how many gold coins the other party had.
Sir, can you make it cheaper? We don't have that many gold coins. I know that the ephemeral stone can only create 2,000 square meters of land at most. And we need a lot. We only have 2 million gold coins in our hands.
When Lin Sheng heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then he said,
500,000. This is still too much. It's not like I am running a small business. I still have so many ephemera stones in my hands. I sold them to the Dragon Kingdom for 200 million gold coins each. I believe that if I sell them to other restoration plans, they will rush to buy them,"
Lin Sheng said loudly. "As for why there are only so many and the price is high when sold to Dragon Kingdom, that's all bullshit. It was just that Lin Sheng wanted to kill the other party severely." Big Beard complained in his heart. "Although you have few ephemera stones in your hand, is it so expensive to sell them to the Dragon Kingdom?" It's not like he didn't know. Selling to Longwood is just cabbage price. But the other party obviously meant to kill him by saying this. But if you don't buy it, no one else really has it. Forget it. Buy it first. If there is a chance to make this loss in the future, he will definitely take revenge.
Look, Mr. Sir. How about 400,000 for one piece? And we buy 5 pieces. Okay. Then I'll suffer a bit.
Lin Sheng said with a heartbroken look. Big Beard. What the HL? Do you think it hurts to kill so little? Big Beard suppressed his anger and completed the deal with Lin Sheng. Obtain gold coins plus 200 W. Lin Sheng happily returned to the naval vessel with the gold coins. And the naval vessel continued to set sail. Chapter 173 Freshwater Converter.
Construction completed.
After the naval ship returned to the island base, the sky had already darkened, and Lin Sheng returned to the room by himself. Lin Sheng had been on the ship all along, and these guys had just crawled onto the bed in the dark. A fireball that lit up the entire room came towards him. Ah, shit. Lin Sheng was frightened and hurriedly raised his hand to fight back with a fireball. The 2 fireballs collided. It was at this time that Shenling's exclamation came.
Who? Sister Ling is me. Don't get excited.
Lin Sheng's head was covered in cold sweat. It was a good thing that Shenling was vigilant and had enough strength to defend himself. But the target was the wrong person. Shenling also reacted after being stunned for a moment after hearing Lin Sheng's voice. Then Shenling breathed a sigh of relief and said,
Ah, it turns out it's you, Xiaosheng.
It was confirmed that Shenling would not attack him again. Lin Sheng climbed up onto the bed leisurely. But unexpectedly, Shenling suddenly slapped him on the arm. Shenling used anger to cover up her embarrassment and said,
Xiaosheng, what are you doing? You have to sneak in.
And this new movement also attracted the attention of parents.
Dong dong dong.
After the knock on the door, my mother's voice came slowly.
Although you are young people, you should still pay attention. It is not good to make too much noise.
After hearing what their mother said, Lin Sheng and Shenling looked at each other and explained their embarrassment. Lin Sheng responded quickly.
Oh, Mom, we get it.
Mom left with a smile outside the door. And Shenling slapped Lin Sheng again.
What are you talking about? Don't even think about touching me without a little raincoat.
Okay.
Sleep.
Lin Sheng hurriedly broke the topic to avoid embarrassment. The next day was the 23rd day of the disaster. When Lin Sheng got up, he gently pushed Shenling away from him. Once, twice. It can't be pushed away. Helpless Lin Sheng could only lie quietly on the bed. After knowing that Shenling woke up, Lin Sheng greeted Shenling and left. Lin Sheng stepped off the ship and arrived at the island base. Only then did Lin Sheng see that all the cement houses on the island base had been built overnight.
Of course, the current situation is different from the original world, and the drying time of cement has been accelerated. Lin Sheng walked to the location where the hydroelectric generator was installed. At this moment, he could see the generator working continuously under the erosion of seawater. When Lin Sheng saw that the electricity generated by the generator was nowhere to be used, he suddenly thought that today's sign-in had not yet taken place. So Lin Sheng started today's check-in. Sign in to obtain the manufacturing diagram of the freshwater conversion machine. Freshwater converter manufacturing. Plank 1000. Sand 1000. Charcoal 1000. Iron sheet 1000. Iron piece 1000. Cloth 1000. Lin Sheng immediately started manufacturing. Get freshwater converter +1. Lin Sheng installed the freshwater converter on the beach. And Lin Sheng lowered one end of the water pipe into the sea. The power supply was connected to the generator again. The freshwater converter is started at this time. The salty water was pumped out of the sea. Then through some filtration by the machine. Clean drinking water, without impurities, flows out from the other side of the water purifier. Lin Sheng picked up a handful of drinking water and tasted it.
The taste is much worse than that of spiritual spring water.
Lin Sheng analyzed quietly. But there is no problem for normal use. At this time, Pajun came over. He came over to find Lin Sheng as soon as he saw Lin Sheng return.
Master, are you back? Well, come and take a look at this.
Lin Sheng motioned to Pajun to come over and take a look at the freshwater converter. After Pajun looked at the freshwater converter, he immediately became uneasy. He reached out and quickly picked up the fresh water and took a sip. Pajun said with excitement on his face.
This is really fresh water. Master Sheng, don't slip away from your basic duties. These are just some small tricks.
Lin Sheng said with a faint smile. But he felt very comfortable inside and asked me to pretend. But Pajun said seriously,
Master Sheng, these things may be small things to you, but to us, this is a big deal. After all, the fresh water we deliver so far has been dug from wells on the islands to obtain fresh water and transport it back for use. But due to the lack of water, we only had enough to eat and drink on weekdays, and we didn't dare to use any bathing facilities.
After saying this, Pajun also felt aggrieved. I usually use seawater to take a bath. But after I finish taking a bath, many places are unbearably salty.
Master, how many water purifiers can you make? As much as you want.
Breaking the military. That's right. For Lin Sheng. This is really as much as he wants.
That's really great.
Lin Sheng manufactured dozens or hundreds of calm converters. This freshwater converter can convert a meal of fresh water in 1 hour. And with the combination of fresh water and electricity, cement houses are very popular at this time. Lin Sheng arranged for people to connect the water pipes and electric wires reserved in the cement house to the water source and power supply. Pajun immediately took Lin Sheng to a cement house impatiently. Pajun turned on the power in the room. And the next moment, the dark room lit up with a dazzling light. After Pajun and Lin Sheng closed their eyes for a moment, they opened them again. The room is bright and white, just like outside. Pajun couldn't wait to run over and turn on the faucet. After seeing the water flowing out of the faucet, I reached out to take a handful, and then tasted it again. I have confirmed that there is not much difference between fresh water and freshly converted fresh water, Pajun said excitedly.
Master Sheng, this house is so charming.
In today's era, there is a house that can be protected from wind and rain. And there is lighting that makes the house bright even at night. And there is a supply of fresh water. This must be a place that everyone yearns to live in, Lin Sheng said.
How is it? Do you have the confidence to buy such a house? No, Mr. Sheng. I think it's better to rent this house out. I'd rather not consider selling it for now.
After Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment, he suddenly understood. It is better to gather the wool slowly than to gather it all in one go. After understanding this, Lin Sheng didn't say much and just relied on Pajun's operation to handle it. After the matter was fully handed over to Pajun, Pajun first brought the good news to his old leader. Then the excited leaders came to the cement room. After the visit, Pajun took the decisions made by the leaders and began to gather everyone on the Death Island base. Chapter 174 Holy Water Trading. Summoning the mysterious businessman.
Everyone's attention. Our cement house has been completed,
Pajun said loudly to the other survivors who had gathered. And these survivors have all seen the construction process of cement houses. Some of them are still not interested in this cement house. After all, everyone knows that there is no such thing as a free lunch. And they still have free tents to live in. But now they are obviously not willing to pay the price to live in cement houses. It was at this time that Pajun spoke on behalf of the leaders.
Hello, fellow compatriots. I know that everyone already has their own tent to live in. But I want to tell everyone that if you are willing to spend 1 gold coin every day, you can live in a cement house. You must have questions. Since you already have tents to live in, why do you still need to live in a cement house? Well, I can tell you clearly that by living in a cement house, you will not only have a more comfortable house to live in, you can also enjoy the use of electricity and the supply of fresh water.
Pajun's words can be said to have caused thousands of waves to rise with one stone.
What? There's actually electricity available. Why is there a fresh water supply? What?
The survivors of the Dragon Kingdom were amazed. Before, I didn't want to live in a cement house because I had a tent to live in. But after hearing about the better living environment in a cement house, who would want to continue living in a shabby tent?
How to rent a cement house?
At this time, someone asked Pajun. After hearing the question, Pajun said with a smile,
We have several plans now. 1, we support one-time buyout. But the price is quite high. And I believe everyone will not be willing to do so. So I won't say the price. 2, same-day rental. Temporary house. The price of 1 gold coin per day. Water and electricity are all included. If you are curious whether the cement house is that good, but have not yet made up your mind to live in it, you can rent it for 1 day to experience it. 3, rent on a monthly basis, with 10 gold coins per month to enjoy 30 days of residence. And support priority renewal. Water and electricity are not included. But the price will not be too high. Water or electricity is provided for 1 gold coin. Unlimited, but no waste.
Lin Sheng, who was listening silently to Pajun's words, gave Pajun a silent thumbs up in his heart.
Okay, if this broken army was still before the disaster, It would be a pity not to become a businessman.
Lin Sheng thought silently in his heart. After hearing Pajun's words, those survivors also started talking heatedly. It seems that one gold coin is quite expensive. But on average, they will salvage about 25 gold coins every day for a month. This is still the most basic. If there is any reward, the amount of gold coins obtained may be dozens or hundreds at a time. On weekdays, water and water sources also cost a lot of gold coins. About 4 to 5 gold coins are used in a month. Now you only need 1 gold coin, which is half of the usual monthly amount. And you can exchange it for some water. The rent is not very expensive. And some people can share it. Not everyone is single. Of course, it is also possible to share it with friends. Thinking of this, people renting houses flocked to Pajun in an endless stream. Pajun arranged for the soldiers to start registration and distribution. Now there are 80,000 ordinary survivors on the island. There are 500 cement houses, one with 15 floors and 8 suites. 400 of them are rented for 1 month to 40,000 people out of 80,000. In an instant, Pajun received 400,000 gold coins in his hand. Seeing Pajun helpless and speechless. Good guy. These people really do have gold coin deposits in their hands. And it seems to be quite a lot. When they collected gold coins before, no one handed them over. But now everyone has gold coins to rent a house. Pajun couldn't help but secretly admire Lin Sheng. This move completely revitalized the circulation of gold coins. In addition to these 40,000 people, another 20,000 people rented it for a day to experience it. Pajun is not worried that these people will not be willing to go back to the tent after living here. As for those who are not tempted, they will change their minds sooner or later when they see that all of them live in concrete houses, which not only have a better environment, but also have unlimited water and electricity. After all, when chatting with friends,
Are you still living in a tent? Yes. Why don't you come to a cement house? The environment is good and the water and electricity are cheap.
Then, under the guidance of friends, my mind will waver, and I will eventually rent a cement house to live in. After everything was arranged, Pajun found Lin Sheng and handed 33.6 W gold coins to Lin Sheng. Pajun said with a smile,
Master Sheng, we will take 20% of the gold coins, and the remaining 80% will be yours. As for water and electricity charges, they are collected when the balance is settled at the end of the month and will be paid to you next month.
Lin Sheng nodded and said nothing more. Now Lin Sheng looked at the 3 million gold coins in his hand, and he took them out to summon the token.
Pajun, be prepared to pay gold coins for whatever you want to buy. I'm going to spend money to summon the mysterious merchant.
When Pajun heard Lin Sheng's words, he was stunned for a moment and became excited the next moment.
Master, please wait. I'm going to prepare.
Pajun hurriedly ran to find the old leader. After all, you still need to discuss it with your leader at this time. After Pajun informed the old leaders about this, he immediately attracted them. They take transactions with mysterious merchants very seriously. After all, this was his first time coming, and he had heard Lin Sheng say it before. But weren't they just hearing it? So Pajun hurried over with his leaders. Pajun said to Lin Sheng,
Master Sheng, okay, you can start. Let me tell you first, that mysterious businessman and I are definitely not the same group. And he is very dark. You should be careful.
Everyone nodded after hearing Lin Sheng's words. After Lin Sheng was sure, he immediately began to summon the mysterious businessman. At Lin Sheng's summons, the mysterious businessman appeared directly next to Lin Sheng.
Ah, long time no see. Little guy, I miss you, old man. You must be missing my gold coins. Right. Ha ha. Why are you talking to me? An old man? If you don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young?
Okay.
I won't bullshit you. Old man, I need a level-breaking potion now. To break through the 4th level. And then, there are methods or props to improve my strength after the 4th level.
Lin Sheng said directly.
This, ha, I have it in my hand, and I found it to be absolutely innocent.
The mysterious businessman patted his chest and said. Lin Sheng started to curse in his heart.
Young old people are not being bullied? Are you afraid that they are the shopkeepers who are bullying customers?
Things shouldn't be that expensive. Just think about what items do. Lin Sheng felt inexplicably that it was worth it.
A bottle of 4th level breaking potion costs 18,888 gold coins.
Chapter 175. Breakthrough to Level 4. Hidden Thunder Island. Lin Sheng. It's said to be inexpensive. But can ordinary people afford it? Pajun and others, who were waiting silently on the side, widened their eyes in surprise. Does Lin Sheng care about gold coins that much? Isn't the cost of improving strength too high? Lin Sheng looked bitter and said to the mysterious businessman,
Sir, you have gone too far. Have you increased the price? No. No. Absolutely not. Just at this price. You must know that this is a 4th level breaking potion, which is the same as the previous one.
Come on. If I didn't know how much you were always cheating, Lin Sheng might have been deceived. However, Lin Sheng had no choice but to accept it and bought 6 bottles. The Elf Queen is also at the peak of level 3, and she needs this if she wants to break through.
Chungwi 113328.
Lin Sheng reluctantly traded the gold coins. Get the 4th level breaking potion *6. 6 bottles of medicine cost Lin Sheng more than 110,000 gold coins. However, Lin Sheng still wanted to continue asking. After all, there are currently no props for level 4 to enhance strength. Lin Sheng asked.
What about the props? Oh, you are talking about props to improve strength. I have them, but the price needs to be very high. How many?
Lin Sheng asked, knowing that he would definitely be tricked.
2888888.
Lin Sheng, you are trying to drain my rhythm, Lin Sheng said.
Look, this is all I have left.
Lin Sheng only had a little more than 288W left in his hand, which was still a few thousand gold coins short of enough.
Okay, I'll just take a small loss.
The mysterious businessman waved his hand and took away all Lin Sheng's gold coins. Get the incomplete thunder pool. Lei Qi. Taking a bath will stimulate cell activity and improve physical attributes. However, the heaven-defying thunder pool has been destroyed and the heart of the thunder pool has been lost. The user needs to find a replacement for the heart of the thunder pool before it can be activated. After Lin Sheng read the introduction, his face darkened.
Old man, you are going too far. Are you selling a broken thing to me for so much? Hey, if this is a finished product, I will have to sell you at least 4 million to start with.
Facing Lin Sheng's doubts, the mysterious businessman was also a little embarrassed. But looking at Lin Sheng's forcing eyes, he finally took out a route map and handed it to Lin Sheng.
Take it. The replacement is on this island.
Lin Sheng took the route map, and although his face looked better, it was still as dark as before. After seeing this scene, Pajun and others already knew that this mysterious businessman was not only evil, but also a scammer. But they still had expectations in their hearts for the good things Lin Sheng got that could improve his strength. Pajun stepped forward and said,
Old man, I also want to buy something. Oh, take a look at what you need.
Boardwood 1 gold coin. Stone 1 gold coin. All basic items cost 1 gold coin each. For a moment, the corner of Pajun's mouth twitched. What a trap.
Well, old man, do you recycle things? Collect it. But we won't accept these things.
The mysterious businessman's words made Pajun suddenly disappointed. And his original idea of giving the rags to the mysterious businessman for recycling was suddenly shattered. He had no choice but to start buying. Lin Sheng took the things back to the naval ship and started to use them. Lin Sheng distributed the 6 bottles of potion in his hand to everyone. Lin Sheng picked up his potion and drank it in one gulp. The moment he entered the entrance of the level-breaking potion, Lin Sheng reached the attribute point and wavered again, which meant that it could be improved in the future. Lin Sheng turned to look at the others. After seeing that their strength had broken through one after another, Lin Sheng picked up the route map and looked at it. The source of thunder and lightning that Laikijuo needs to be obtained from Hidden Thunder Island. However, the introduction of Hidden Thunder Island is an island with a mixture of mines and mines. Lin Sheng was just about to ask old Jack to leave by boat, but he heard Guzi coming to report that it was Pajun who came to him to tell him something. Lin Sheng met Pajun immediately. At this time, after Pajun saw Lin Sheng, he immediately said to Lin Sheng with a sad face,
Master, I finally understand why you are so passionate about gold coins. That one is so black that you don't want it.
When Pajun opened his mouth, a series of complaints broke out. It can be seen that their page count was greatly reduced by the mysterious businessman. Lin Sheng smiled lightly and said,
Ha ha, calm down.
After hearing Lin Sheng's lies, Pajun changed the subject and said,
Master Sheng, many of us are not at the first level, so the level-breaking potions are useless. I wonder if you have any way for us to quickly increase our strength. You can use cracking potion.
Pajun thought that Lin Sheng had used level 4 potions, so there must be a way to use the level 1, 2, and 3 medicines before. That's why I found Lin Sheng to look for help.
Improve attribute points?
After Lin Sheng said something in a daze, He snickered in his heart. He was almost at level 3 at worst, so there was no need for the water of the Holy Grail at level 1. It's better to rent it to useful people.
Yes, but I spent a lot of money to get this thing.
As soon as Lin Sheng opened his mouth, Pajun understood what he meant. Pajun said to Lin Sheng,
"Make a price. Although the mysterious businessman has cheated a lot of them, we still have some left."
Lin Sheng finally sold it for 1 gold coin and a cup of holy water. Of course, this cup divides the water in the Holy Grail into 10 parts. After selling the holy water to Pajun, Lin Sheng finally had a few extra gold coins in his empty wallet.
"Okay, if nothing happens, I will leave for a while."
"Leave? What are you going to do when you leave?" However, Pajun quickly reacted and said to Lin Sheng,
"Master Sheng, do you want to continue exploring the island? In fact, just leave it to us to explore." "Ha. No need. If you don't even go to explore the island, what's the point of life?"
It wasn't that Lin Sheng didn't trust Pajun, but he didn't trust him completely. Moreover, exploring the island was originally what Lin Sheng had to do. Some of the dangers on the island, such as the giant dragon that he encountered before. Could Pajun and others really have a way to steal food from the dragon's mouth? Seeing that Lin Sheng couldn't wait to leave, Pajun got off the ship. After Pajun disembarked, the naval vessel immediately sailed above the sea and went off. The naval ship gradually approached Hidden Thunder Island, and Lin Sheng from a distance could see that the entire island was shrouded in hazy fog. Between the mist and the water, electric light circulates alternately. The sky above the island was filled with black clouds. Although there were electric lights flashing among the black clouds, the thunder and lightning above the black clouds seemed to be gathering dissatisfaction all the time. Lin Sheng judged that the lightning in the mist should be leaking from above the black clouds.
"Master, are we going to this island?"
Guzi looked at the island and swallowed his saliva and said. He looked scared. Chapter 176, Going to the Island.
"Otherwise? Do you think I'm taking you to see the scenery?"
Lin Sheng said to Guzi angrily. Guzi shrank his neck and finally decided to set off with Lin Sheng. At this moment, an uninvited guest came to Waidigwa's island base. Big Beard, who had previously purchased the Mayfly stone core from Lin Sheng, was directing his men to carry out the construction of the island. Just as he was getting busy, a soldier with YD fruit brought someone to stand in front of the bearded man angrily.
"General, I..."
Before the soldier finished speaking, the bearded man had already seen the person coming. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly laughed.
"Isn't this the leader of the famous Red Snake mercenary group? How come you have time to come to our little place today?"
The bearded man recognized the man in front of him at a glance. He was Xiao Shijun, the most powerful mercenary leader before the disaster. At the same time, he was also the person who accidentally escaped alive from Lin Sheng last time. If Lin Sheng were here, he would definitely be frightened by Xiao Shijun in front of him.
"Ha. Bearded beard. Don't you want to cooperate with me?"
After a long period of healing, Xiao Shijun finally recovered, and his strength has been greatly improved recently. Of course, Xiao Shijun would definitely take revenge for the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Lin Sheng. But now all his people are dead. If the treasures obtained from the altar hadn't kept him alive, he might have met the same fate as his brothers. His men were killed, his brothers were killed, and he was left alone. This made Xiao Shijun's hatred for Lin Sheng reach its peak. Recently, I have been hiding in the dark and observing, and it seems that Waidigwan has been tricked by Lin Sheng. So he hoped to find this ally with a common enemy to deal with Lin Sheng together. Of course, the main reason is that he doesn't have enough manpower.
"What cooperation?"
The bearded man was puzzled by what Xiao Shijun said. So he asked,
"It's true that you have been tricked by Mr. Sheng. And so have I. We have a common enemy. And then you come to us for help because you don't have the manpower?"
Big Beard told Xiao Shijun's purpose before Xiao Shijun finished speaking.
"Forget it. The Dragon Kingdom restoration plan is developing too fast now. We are no match at all. What's more, they have a big killer weapon in their hands, and the function is beyond our ability to deal with."
After listening to the bearded man's words, Xiao Shijun laughed.
"Of course I know. But if we cooperate, I have good things in my hands that can definitely help you defeat the country."
The bearded man smelled it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. But he was quickly suppressed.
"How do you prove it?"
Xiao Shijun immediately began to prove his ability. After seeing the strength displayed by Xiao Shijun, Big Beard suddenly became more confident.
"How should we work together?" "It's very simple. You just need to..."
Lin Sheng, Pai Guzi and others, who had already set foot on the island, stopped one after another. Because if they continue to walk forward, the thunder and lightning falling in front of them may fall on them. Lin Sheng looked up and saw that the thunder and lightning did not come from the sky. It's more like it was generated out of thin air. After Lin Sheng and others waited for a while, they did not notice any thunder or lightning. So he continued to walk forward. It feels like the mysterious businessman introduced his drawings. At the end of the island is where the Lake Yuanjing is. And Lin Sheng led people into a bamboo forest in front of him. There was nothing that could be done about it. Lin Sheng had only one way to go. Lin Sheng was still walking in front when he suddenly heard the sound of a dog screaming behind him. Lin Sheng looked back and saw that Guzi was pressing one hand on the bamboo, and his body was twitching continuously. Lin Sheng saw the lightning arc jumping around on Guzi's body. I was shocked in my heart. There are weird thunder and lightning everywhere on this island. But Guzi was obviously tricked. Lin Sheng felt that the bamboo forest on the island was too dangerous. Moreover, the color of this bamboo forest is wrong. It is not vibrant green but purple. Lin Sheng hurriedly said to Pai Pai beside him,
Pai Pai, please separate the dog and the bamboo.
In fact, there was no need for Lin Sheng to give an order to Pai Pai to do this. After all, we were all brothers on the same boat. Pai Pai took out Thor's hammer, hooked Guzi and pulled, separating Guzi's body from the bamboo. After the dog was pulled off, he was breathing heavily and his whole body was still twitching from time to time. Since Mjolnir is a thunder-attributed weapon, it will not shock Pai Pai at all.
Thanks.
Guzi panted for a while, and then thanked Pai Pai.
Okay, Guzi and everyone else, be careful. This bamboo forest is very strange.
Lin Sheng said to Guzi, Pai Pai, and the Elf Queen. Yes, this time Lin Sheng's team that went to the island was still a 4-person team. After hearing Lin Sheng's words, only Guzi became cautious. After all, he had just felt the danger of the bamboo forest. But Pai Pai said,
Boss, you are making a fuss out of a molehill. Don't you think I'm fine?
Pai Pai also pressed his hand on the bamboo while speaking. At the same time, Pai Pai still looked like he was fine. As for Lin Sheng, he saw Pai Pai's injuries and arcs of electricity constantly coming towards his body. It's just that the next moment, it was absorbed by the thunder hammer in his hand, which resulted in Pai Pai having nothing to do at all. Only then did Lin Sheng realize that apart from himself and Guzi who needed to be careful, Pai Pai and the Elf Queen didn't need to be careful at all. One is an elf born with the attribute of thunder, and the other is an existence recognized by Thor's hammer. Pai Pai grabbed a fruit on the bamboo and said to Lin Sheng,
Boss, I feel like just one bamboo fruit can improve my strength.
After Pai Pai finished speaking, before Lin Sheng could say anything, Pai Pai had already stuffed the bamboo fruit into his mouth. Hello. Lin Sheng wanted to stop Pai Pai and tell him not to mess around. But what Lin Sheng didn't expect was that after Pai Pai ate the bamboo fruit, there was just a trace of electric arc coming out of his mouth. There was nothing else at all. Instead, Lin Sheng felt that Pai Pai's lightning power was strengthened. So some. Before Lin Sheng could ask, Pai Pai said in surprise,
Master, do you know? I feel that the thunder attribute in me has become stronger. It is now at least 10% strong.
Lin Sheng said hurriedly.
Then go pay and find some.
Lin Sheng also guessed that this was the same as when he upgraded the fire attribute before. Pai Pai has a thunder attribute physique. So Lin Sheng wanted to see what kind of power Pai Pai would have after eating enough bamboo fruits. Chapter 177 Thunder Power. Thunder Pool. Under Lin Sheng's urging, Pai Pai started looking for bamboo fruits. After Pai Pai ate the 9th bamboo fruit, Pai Pai's body lit up with a dazzling purple light. Then the lightning arc in Pai Pai's hand flickered and jumped. Pai Pai waved his hand and shot out a lightning arc, hitting a bamboo directly. Seeing this, Lin Sheng nodded with satisfaction and led everyone on their way. But the further he walked, the more Lin Sheng discovered something was wrong.
Pai Pai, is that the bamboo you just broke?
Lin Sheng looked at the broken bamboo and asked Pai Pai.
Ah, it seems so, boss.
Pai Pai was also surprised and ran forward to check. He stretched out his hand to touch, observed carefully, and finally said affirmatively to Lin Sheng. Everyone was shocked in their hearts. You must know that everyone just walked straight along the road, without turning at all. But it finally came back.
Isn't this one lost?
Guzi scratched his head and said,
No, this purple bamboo forest is a natural maze. Look there. The bamboo disappeared where the lightning flashed. And when the lightning fell, another bamboo appeared out of thin air.
The Elf Queen carefully observed the surrounding environment and then spoke. At the same time, Lin Sheng also saw the grass on the edge. There is a simple stone tablet somewhere that I have never noticed before. And some words are being engraved on it. And there is a withered bone lying next to the stone tablet. Lin Sheng looked at the words on the stone tablet seriously, and immediately exclaimed, "The purple bamboo forest! The purple bamboo confuses people's vision, and makes people get lost in the bamboo forest. If you want to leave the bamboo forest, you must cut down the bamboo to make a way." Lin Sheng looked at the message on the stone tablet, and was slightly stunned. Then he said, "Oh? That's it?" Lin Sheng suddenly felt that the records on the stone tablet were of no use. Didn't they just destroy the bamboo forest and leave? Isn't this too simple? Lin Sheng stepped forward and chopped off with the Xianyuan broken sword. But after Xianyuan broken sword fell, the purple bamboo did not move at all. No sign of damage. Lin Sheng's jaw almost dropped when he saw the scene. What shocked Lin Sheng even more was that he was still down there. Not only did this blow not damage the bamboo, but a purple lightning arc suddenly appeared from the bamboo and headed towards his face. Is this uncle's bamboo becoming a spirit? It can actually fight back. Lin Sheng staggered away from the lightning arc, and then looked at Pai Pai. He remembered that when Pai Pai attacked, the bamboo was smashed into pieces. Lin Sheng recalled it carefully. Could it be that he had to use elemental power to attack? Lin Sheng tried to use his fire power to gather a fireball and attack. However, the result was not what Lin Sheng expected. The bamboos were still not destroyed by Lin Sheng. At the same time, when the time came, Lei Hu counterattacked towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng fired back the lightning arc again, and looked at the scorched black shadow that the lightning arc created on the ground. Lin Sheng, there's nothing I can do with your bamboo. Right? Only then did Lin Sheng realize. Although the method of breaking the steps written on the stone tablet was so simple, was there anyone who could actually do it? If it could be done easily, then there wouldn't be any dead skeletons left here. Right? Just when Lin Sheng didn't know how to solve this problem, Pai Pai came out and said to Lin Sheng, "Boss, let me give it a try." Listening to Pai Pai's words, Lin Sheng suddenly remembered that when Pai Pai attacked before, he did not cause any counterattack from the bamboo forest and easily smashed the bamboos. Try. Lin Sheng motioned to Pai Pai to give it a try. Without any hesitation, Pai Pai stepped forward and tried. Sure enough, under Pai Pai's attack, the bamboos fell down like ordinary bamboos and exploded. As for the principal, Lin Sheng said that he had no idea at all. But the important thing is that this bamboo forest has a way to deal with it. With Pai Pai's help, Lin Sheng and others left this strange bamboo forest safely. And the bamboos destroyed by Pai Pai did not continue to grow. And the bamboo forest has also lost its previous role of making people get lost. When leaving the bamboo forest, a pond appeared in front of everyone. The water in the pond showed lightning arcs flashing, and the entire water was purple. Lin Sheng stepped forward and prepared to go down to find the important core material. But when he came to the edge of the pool, Lin Sheng was stunned. Because Lin Sheng looked at the purple water and began to think deeply. The purple pool water must contain such powerful thunder and lightning power. If he went on rashly like this, there was still a question of whether he could get the materials, or he might be electrocuted first. Lin Sheng picked up a stone at his feet and threw it down. Suddenly, the stone was directly smashed into pieces by the lightning power in the pool. Lin Sheng trembled all over after seeing this scene, and cold sweat broke out from his forehead unconsciously. He could imagine that if he had gone down rashly just now, he might be left with a pile of ashes at this time. Lin Chan Cha checked at the edge of the pool. He knew that the lightning power crystal was underneath, but he really couldn't get down to take out the lightning power crystal. Pai Pai walked to Lin Sheng's side and stepped into the pool. Pai Pai? Huh? What's the matter? Boss? Pai Pai just grew up quietly in the pool. The thunder and lightning power in the pool didn't seem to cause any harm to Pai Pai. Lin Sheng suppressed the words he wanted to say. What else can be said? This faction is obviously not affected by anything, especially after having the lightning ability. This Hidden Thunder Island is almost the home field of faction. It's okay. Pai Pai. Then you can go down and help take out the lightning power crystal, Lin Sheng said. Don't worry, boss. Just leave this matter to me. I will definitely take out the lightning power crystal for you. After Pai Pai finished speaking, he fell into the pool with a splash. Lin Sheng watched from the edge of the pool as the figures in the pool quickly dived into the bottom of the pool. He did not expect that this time it would be thanks to Pai Pai. Otherwise, there would be no way to get the thunder power crystal. Seeing Pai Pai moving freely in the pool, Lin Sheng felt relieved. Lin Sheng saw Pai Pai's figure from a distance, sneaked into the bottom of the pool, picked up something, and swam towards the surface of the pool. When Pai Pai broke through the water and came out, the dust had settled. Lin Sheng looked at the purple crystal in Pai Pai's hand and was about to say something. But he saw Pai Pai's panic and hurriedly jumped from the water to the edge of the pool.
I seem to have caused trouble. Boss,
Pai Pai said guiltily. It was at this time that Lin Sheng felt the extremely serious atmosphere spreading. Chapter 178 Thunderbird. Return.
What do you mean?
Lin Sheng looked at Pai Pai and asked.
This.
Oh, it's out.
Pai Pai suddenly heard the sound of water breaking behind him.
Wow. Beep.
The cry of angry birds suddenly echoed throughout the bamboo forest. Lin Sheng also saw clearly the creatures emerging from the pond the moment Pai Pai turned around. It was a big purple bird. The bird's feathers exploded like pufferfish spines. The big golden bird stared at Pai Pai angrily, and his eyes fell on the Thunder Power crystal in Pai Pai's hand. Pai Pai hurriedly hid the Thunder Power crystal in his hand behind his back. At this time, the big bird suddenly raised its head and stared at Pai Pai. Its explosions are usually above the feathers, and the jumping lightning arcs become more and more active. After the big golden bird cried, it flew into the sky. Thunder and lightning gathered in its mouth in the air, and golden lightning struck towards Pai Pai. They were all aimed at death, as if they were determined not to give up until they were killed. Pai Pai hurriedly avoided, but did not resist this time. After all, although the thunder and lightning in the golden bird's mouth was not black and purple, it was still more powerful than the previous thunder pool. Pai Pai knew the consequences of being hit, either dead or disabled. While Pai Pai was avoiding the attack of the golden bird, the Elf Queen released an energy protective shield to wrap Pai Pai. Lin Sheng also took the opportunity to take a look at Big Bird's attributes. Thunderbird. Life 50W. Attack 2000. Skills, 5 Thunder Blasts. Thunder Crash. After Lin Sheng looked at this attribute, he also understood that this big golden bird turned out to be the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird's attack is obviously much higher than the dragon encountered before, but its HP is not enough. Lin Sheng looked again and saw that Pai Pai and Guzzi had joined forces to fight the Thunderbird. Pai Pai and Guzzi hid in the Elf Queen's protective shield, constantly attacking Dorim and Thunderbird outside, and the Thunderbird continued to receive damage from the attacks. But none of Thunderbird's attacks on Pai Pai fell on Thunderbird. Even if the Thunderbird attacked the Elf Queen's protective shield and tried to attack at close range, it was blocked by the protective shield. This made Thunderbird's temper even more intense. It looked up to the sky and roared, and the lightning arcs gathered on its body were as dazzling as a small sun, and hit the Elf Queen's protective shield again. This time, the Thunderbird's attack exploded with critical damage, and the number on the protective shield was minus 4,000 points. The Elf Queen also trembled all over, and the hand that released the protective shield trembled, almost causing the protective shield to be broken. Lin Sheng also joined the battle after seeing this scene. During the next battle with Thunderbird, Lin Sheng also had helpless thoughts at his heart. In fact, it doesn't matter if the enemy has more HP. At worst, you can kill the opponent even if you slowly drain it. But looking at the current situation, the Elf Queen kept biting her lips, and there was blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Hong Hong, are you okay? The moment Pai Pai turned around and saw the Elf Queen's condition, he became anxious. No, it's okay. The Elf Queen held on and said, Okay, if we don't hurry up and kill the Thunderbird, something will happen to your Hong Hong. Lin Sheng said seriously. Who would have known that Lin Sheng's words would actually irritate Pai Pai? He ran directly out of the protective shield, and suddenly the Thunderbird became violent. Lin Sheng and the other three were shocked. You little eyes are so excited. Unfortunately, before everyone stepped forward to pull Pai Pai back, the Thunderbird had already discovered the human who had stolen its treasure. The Thunderbird put on the protective shield and did not attack, but attacked Pai Pai directly. Pai Pai directly grabbed Thunderbird's neck and rode on Thunderbird's body. Thunderbird was furious, but all the lightning arcs that appeared on his body did not cause any harm to Pai Pai. Thunderbird froze for a moment. Lin Sheng, Guzzi and the Elf Queen were all stunned when they saw this scene. Without him, why couldn't this Thunderbird hurt Pai Pai? And when I looked at it, I saw that Pai Pai was already riding on the neck of Thunderbird, babbling with no idea what he was talking about. But the sledgehammer in his hand fell on Thunderbird's head again and again. There was no way the Thunderbirds could fight back. In anger, he directly used Hu Lai's 5 thunders to attack his head. At this moment, thunder and lightning were constantly gathering in the air around the Thunderbird. After the thunder and lightning power was gathered, it directly enveloped itself. Everyone was frightened in their hearts. This is a ruthless bird. After reacting,
Just when he was about to worry about what to write for Pai Pai, he saw the thunder light dissipated, and the Thunderbird was beaten by Pai Pai until he could only breathe, and he was still pulling at the feathers of the Thunderbird.
I've heard from my boss that chicken soup is delicious and tonic, but the chickens on the ship can't eat it. You said your wings are no different from chickens except that you can fly. Then use it to satisfy my appetite.
Pai Pai plucked out all the golden feathers of the Thunderbird, leaving a bare Thunderbird with only one breath left. At this moment, Lin Sheng seemed to be ringing. Didn't Pai Pai bathe in lightning when he was recognized as an exclusive artifact? And if it was okay then, it must be okay now. It turned out that they were worried for nothing. Pai Pai came to Lin Sheng with a bare Thunderbird. Boss, everything is settled.
Lin Sheng looked at Pai Pai in front of him and smiled. He silently put away the broken sword in his hand. With such subordinates, he didn't need to take action. Lin Sheng said,
let's go back.
Lin Sheng led a group of people back to the naval ship. The way back was smooth, and we were no longer stuck in the bamboo forest. After returning to the incoming ship, Lin Sheng told the people of the savage tribe to use the Thunderbirds to stew soup, which would also replenish the food for everyone. The naval vessel returns to the island base. Everyone on the ship was drinking Thunderbird soup while admiring the sea view. When Lin Sheng put down the soup bowl in his hand, he came to the props of the thunder and lightning forging pool purchased from the mysterious businessman on the naval ship. Lin Sheng placed the lightning power crystal inside. Then, there was a weak lightning arc flashing in the lightning forging pool. Lin Sheng thought for a while, and then stepped into it.
Crackling.
As soon as Lin Sheng entered the thunder pool, he made a sound. Lin Sheng groaned. There was some pain at first, but then the pain subsided, leaving behind a numb feeling all over his body. Slowly, Lin Sheng began to enjoy it. But as time passed, the feeling of enjoyment gradually disappeared. Just as he closed his eyes, Lin Sheng suddenly opened his eyes.
Pain.
Chapter 179 Extremely Arrogant. Lin Sheng originally thought that the process of using thunder and lightning to forge the body in this thunder and lightning forging pool to stimulate cells and increase attribute points would be as enjoyable as it was at the beginning. But who would have thought that this feeling only lasted for a short time? And the feeling of enjoyment turned into a feeling of pain. Lin Sheng suddenly realized that he was still too young to think of things so simply. Lin Sheng got up from the pool and escaped from the thunder water. He looked at the weak thunder and lightning in the pool with lingering fear. Lin Sheng felt that if he forced himself to stay here, he would be hurt to death if nothing else. Right. When Lin Sheng saw his increased attribute points, he showed an expression of joy. After Lin Sheng's 30-40 attribute points reached the limit, his attribute points all turned into 3140 at this time. The limit at one time is to improve by 100 points. After only 10 soaks, Lin Sheng's own strength will reach the peak of level 4. After thinking of this, Lin Sheng came to try again after a while. But when Lin Sheng tried again, he found that his body couldn't bear it at all. Lin Shengju felt pain all over his body when he entered the pool. This also made Lin Sheng understand.
My body's endurance has reached its limit. It looks like we need to wait until tomorrow. By the time Lin Sheng finished trying, the naval ship had returned to the island base. But Lin Sheng, who had just returned to the island base from behind the island. As soon as he logged into the island base, he found that all the soldiers on the island base were ready. After Lin Sheng looked around, he realized that ordinary survivors, who had a certain level of strength, had already joined these soldiers. After Lin Sheng looked at everything, an idea immediately came to his mind. This is a very serious thing that has happened to the island base. Could it be that you encountered some enemy? Or some kind of sea monster? Lin Sheng called a soldier and asked him,
"What happened?"
After seeing Lin Sheng, the soldier explained to Lin Sheng,
"The Ijuo people are coming to attack us."
The soldier still knew Lin Sheng, and it was Lin Sheng who brought the opportunity to the island base. The soldier still respected Lin Sheng's attitude very much. After listening to the soldier's words, Lin Sheng suddenly became confused. If people come to attack the island base, wouldn't it be easy to find something to do? In addition, attacking others at this time is obviously thankless. Furthermore, the previous YD fruit people had never succeeded at all. But now who gives them the confidence to cause trouble for Dragon Kingdom's island base? Lin Sheng wanted to ask something, but the soldier in front of him had already finished everything he wanted to say. And if I ask again, there probably won't be any useful information. Lin Sheng asked the soldiers,
"Where is Pa Jun?"
The soldier pointed to the front and said,
"The commander of the Pa army is now in front with the leaders to negotiate with the YD fruit people."
After Lin Sheng learned about Pa Jun's whereabouts, He didn't ask any more questions, but rushed to Pajun's side. But Lin Sheng had just left, and the serious soldier started whispering.
It's really Mr. Sheng. Now that Mr. Sheng is back, we will definitely feel a lot more relaxed. Yes, Mr. Sheng is so powerful. This time Mr. Sheng takes action. I think he can really scare those people.
All the whispers were heard by Lin Sheng. These soldiers seemed to trust Lin Sheng very much.
Pajun, what happened? I didn't know that they suddenly came for a sneak attack and threatened to hand us over to the island base, asking us to hand over everything to them.
Pajun explained. And when Lin Sheng looked at those YD fruit people, Lin Sheng could see that these YD fruit people were undoubtedly cannon fodder. And the mastermind behind all this has not yet surfaced. Lin Sheng said to the leading YD fruit man,
If you go back, we can pretend that none of this happened.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Pajun did not expect that Master Sheng would be so direct. Even the leaders who were negotiating with a group of people were stunned. Although the leaders were negotiating, their attitude was very obvious and they were forced to retreat. But they have no intention of going back and still want to get the benefits. And the leaders obviously won't give any benefits. Comparatively, this is the home court of the Dragon Kingdom. Who is afraid of whom among everyone? Fighting for strength, the strength developed under the Dragon Kingdom restoration plan is obviously stronger than that of Whitegua. But once a war breaks out, destruction and death are inevitable. Under the current circumstances, the leaders are obviously unwilling to see a war. However, Lin Sheng's arrival directly threatened the other party. The person who Ijuo negotiated with the leader was the bearded man Lin Sheng duo met before. After seeing Lin Sheng, the bearded man was slightly startled. And then he actually threatened Lin Sheng.
Isn't this Lin Sheng? Can you speak on their behalf?
Lin Sheng looked at the bearded man and couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. This was not the attitude when I came to buy ephemera cores from me before. I was as respectful as I could be. But now he looks arrogant. This also made Lin Sheng confused. Where does this bearded guy get his confidence?
Are you sure this is how you talk to me?
Lin Sheng looked at the bearded man with a cold face and asked.
Do you really think you are a character? By the way, hand over all the gold coins you got from me before and return them to us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude.
As soon as Big Beard said what he said, everyone was shocked. Lin Sheng looked at the bearded man and then laughed.
Big Beard, are you so arrogant? Do you think the few people you brought can threaten us? Lin Sheng, I am sure you have heavy weapons on your naval vessel. But so what? Do you dare to fire on this island base? If it weren't for the Nashi things, who would be afraid of you? Without the help of the naval ships, even if you have powerful weapons in your hands, it will be useless. I still don't believe you can beat so many people by yourself.
After the bearded man finished speaking, the Ijuo people behind him pulled out the iron swords from their waists. At first glance, you can tell that the iron sword is not an ordinary weapon, but a divine weapon. After seeing this scene, Lin Sheng suddenly wondered where the other party had the confidence to talk to him like this.
Are you going to get carried away just by relying on the weapons in these people's hands?
Lin Sheng asked the bearded man disdainfully. Chapter 180 Long Time No See. While Lin Sheng was speaking, he didn't even take out the Xianyuan broken sword and raised his hand. But fireball shot out and fell on the people holding the artifact. The moment those people were hit by the fireball, these people turned into ashes.
Do you still have the confidence now?
After Lin Sheng dealt with these troubles, he looked at the bearded man and said with a smile. The bearded face suddenly stiffened. He didn't expect that the powerful power he just had in his hands would be so vulnerable. And he had never understood the attack method in Lin Sheng's hands. Originally, they planned to use these people to threaten Lin Sheng and Longhua. But now they are no match for Lin in any face-to-face encounter. The bearded man suddenly fell silent. Continue to threaten the other party? It's not practical. Although there are many people who have not landed on the island, the people he brought to the island are the most elite elites.
What are you waiting for? If you don't have the confidence, just leave in a good manner. Lin Sheng, don't get too happy too early. Do you think this is all I have?
The bearded man said angrily through gritted teeth. Lin Sheng saw that although the bearded man was angry, but did not pay attention to the threat in his hands, Lin Sheng's suspicion that there was someone behind him became more and more intense. Lin Sheng looked around. Suddenly, he discovered a strange figure on top of Whitegua's wooden boat. Lin Sheng obviously felt the strong strength in the other party. Although the distance was a bit far, Lin Sheng did not doubt his feelings. Instead, he pointed at the wooden boat and said,
He is your confidence. Right.
The bearded man was stunned and looked along Lin Sheng's finger. He didn't expect Lin Sheng to guess it so quickly. When he wanted to say something, Lin Sheng shouted to the wooden boat.
Since we are here, let's come out and face each other. There is no need to hide like this.
That strange figure was wearing a black robe, and it was impossible to see his face clearly. After hearing Lin Sheng's voice, the man in black robe got off the wooden boat and slowly walked towards Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng looked at the man in black robe and felt more and more that this figure had some attributes, but was also a bit unfamiliar. Where have I seen this person before? Lin Sheng secretly guessed in his heart. The man in black robe stopped in front of Lin Sheng. The black robe figure had also arrived in front of Lin Sheng. The man in black robe slowly said,
Master Sheng, long time no see.
After Lin Sheng heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. This voice was too familiar to him. But the owner of this voice should have been dead long ago. But why? Why did the owner of this voice still appear in front of him? Lin Sheng suddenly remembered something. Suddenly he took 2 steps back, looked at the man in black robe with an ugly face and said,
You should be dead. Ah. I thought Mr. Sheng had forgotten me, but I didn't expect you still remember me.
The man in black robe laughed loudly and took off the black robe he was wearing. As expected, his face appeared in front of Lin Sheng. Just as the man in black robe said proudly,
I didn't expect it.
Snapped.
Damn it. It's a fake corpse.
After Lin Sheng saw the other party, he slapped him suddenly. This slap immediately stunned the man in black robe, and the words he just wanted to say were stuck in his throat. Xiao Shijun only felt that he was slapped in the face for no apparent reason. Then, he heard Lin Sheng's voice ringing again.
Why don't you just lie down peacefully after you die? If you have to come out and pretend to be dead, come on. I'll go to more trouble and send you down.
Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Xiao Shijun's face turned blue and red. What I still don't understand now is that Lin Sheng was not frightened by him not being dead at all. He just wanted to hit himself on purpose. Xiao Shijun said angrily.
Lin Sheng, please don't go too far. I am also a level 3 strongman after all.
After hearing Xiao Shijun's words, Lin Sheng suddenly felt funny.
So what if you are a 3rd level powerhouse? I could send you down before, but I can still send you down now. Ha. Anyone can tell lies. So I just... You are actually at level 4.
Halfway through his speech, Xiao Shijun suddenly noticed Lin Sheng's strength level. This will actually be the 4th level. Xiao Shijun hurriedly distanced himself from Lin Sheng. If nothing else, let's take what happened before. He had already been killed by Lin Sheng once. And this time after seeing Lin Sheng, he actually found that the other party was stronger than him. So in order not to be killed again, he had no choice but to distance himself from Lin Sheng.
Lin Sheng, you will really surprise me. If I hadn't been prepared, I might have fallen into your hands. It's just a pity.
As soon as Xiao Shijun said these words, Lin Sheng suddenly felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, the bad premonition broke out at the next moment. Xiao Shijun raised his hand, and a bell suddenly appeared in his hand. Looking at the bell in Xiao Shijun's hand, Lin Sheng immediately smiled.
Bell, I'm sorry I'm not a cat. Bells are not attractive to me.
Xiao Shijun listened to Lin Sheng's words, and simply ignored Lin Sheng. Otherwise, he felt that he would be pissed to death by Lin Sheng. The bell in Xiao Shijun's hand shook.
Ding ding dang dang.
The sound of the bell was shaken by Xiao Shijun and resounded throughout the sky. But no matter what Xiao Shijun did next, everything around him was still so calm, as if nothing had happened. Lin Sheng thought something had happened, but Lin was alert and saw nothing after a while.
Xiao Shijun, what exactly are you going to do?
However, Lin Sheng always felt that things were so simple. So he asked Xiao Shijun.
The gift? Of course. Is the gift I brought you.
After Xiao Shijun finished speaking, Lin Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw a huge wave explode on the calm sea. The huge waves fell, and the sound of water splashing on the sea surface. And a 9-meter-tall giant beast with fish patterns all over its body surfaced. The outline of the giant beast looked like a dinosaur from the Cretaceous period, but it was even more terrifying and ferocious.
I wonder if you still like this gift.
Xiao Shijun laughed and backed away slowly. After the giant beast came out, it headed directly towards the island base where Lin Sheng was located. Everyone knows that if this big guy logs onto the island base, then this big guy will definitely level the island base. Pajun and some of his officers took out the long-range weapons in Lin's hands with their soldiers, and attacked the giant beast from a distance. But even if the weapon's attack falls on the giant beast, it will not hurt the giant beast. -1. Lin Sheng checked the attributes of the giant beast. Chapter 181 The Protective Shield Fails. Carrion Leviathan. It is a mutation of marine life affected by special radiation. Life 100W/500W. Attack power 3000. Skills: Seawater Fluctuation. Water Column Penetration. Light Ray. Lin Sheng looked at the monster and felt relieved. If this sea beast still had 5 million HP, Lin Sheng would still be a little worried. But now, he saw that it only had 1 million HP. And Lin Sheng could still deal with it. As for saying that this monster's attack power is the highest ever seen, that doesn't mean much. After all, with the Elf Queen's protective shield, as long as you are careful not to be attacked, there won't be many problems. While Lin Sheng was looking, he saw Xiao Shijun looking at him proudly at this moment. Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. You didn't die last time, right? He also came here to cause trouble for himself, Lin Sheng said.
You continue to be proud and wait for me to deal with this monster first before I come to trouble you and let you die again.
Lin Sheng didn't care what Xiao Shijun's attitude was. He had already taken out his weapon and attacked the sea beast with a burst of sword energy. Maybe he had just started to land and his feet were still unsteady. He was hit by Lin Sheng's sword energy and fell into the sea again. At this time, the artillery fire on the naval ship also launched a frantic attack on the sea area where the monster was located. The damage caused by the artillery fire also caused health damage on the monster's body from time to time. And this was just the beginning. After others saw Lin Sheng starting to attack, they also joined the battlefield one after another. Under the constant attacks from everyone, the sea beasts were also suffering constant damage. Roar! The strange thing climbed up in the sea and made a roaring sound high in the sky. Then he actually braved the baptism of artillery fire and continued towards the island base. Although the sea beast endured massive attacks, it seemed to be in no pain, and its speed approaching the island was getting slower and slower. On the other hand, the health bar on its head continued to drop. When Lin Sheng saw that the monster's health was less than 10%, Lin Sheng couldn't help but become suspicious. No way. Does the monster created by Xiao Shijun only have such a little strength? If this is the case, why is Xiao Shijun still so relaxed and at ease? So it was used to cut off the queen. Lin Sheng was sure that it was not the case. If it was to cut off the queen, Xiao Shijun should have escaped at this time. But he had no idea of escape, still sitting confidently in his seat.
Ha ha. Boss, this is just a target, and there is no threat at all.
Pai kept attacking and said with a smile, seeing that this monster is so easy to fight. Even Guzi, who has always been calm, said,
Yes, Master. It goes without saying that we have all the power in our tentacles. I'm afraid it only takes one of us to attack the monster. It will be enough.
If we don't do any damage, we can kill each other.
Listening to Guzi's words, Lin Sheng felt more and more that something was wrong. Why does it give people such a feeling that there is no threat at all? Lin Sheng watched as the monster's health bar was finally cleared, and then looked at where Xiao Shijun was. After that, Xiao Shijun still looked calm, and even Whitey Guarang beside him didn't show any signs of panic.
Be careful and pay attention to the monster. Things are so simple.
Lin Sheng still reminded the people around him.
Xiao Shijun, if this is the case, and you still want to sabotage our side, this will definitely be the most wrong thing you have done.
Lin Sheng shouted to Xiao Shijun from a distance.
Haha. Don't be anxious. Sir, these are just appetizers for me, and the real food has just begun.
As Xiao Shijun finished speaking, the water above the sea suddenly began to boil, and your 0/500W health bar that has been floating above the sea suddenly turns into 500W/500W at this time. After Lin Sheng saw the weird smile on Xiao Shijun's mouth, he turned around and was shocked.
Ha 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 ha.
Xiao Shijun laughed loudly at this time, and the laughter spread throughout the sea area where Lin Sheng was.
Lin Sheng always felt that laughter was full of mockery for him.
Damn it!
Lin Sheng cursed. At this moment, the monster that had been stirring the sea water also emerged from the sea again. The only difference was that the monster opened its huge mouth and shot a water column towards Lin Sheng. The Elf Queen was so frightened that her whole body trembled. And the next moment a white light appeared from her body and surrounded everyone. It was that familiar protective shield that enveloped everyone. The monster's water column was completely blocked. When the monster saw that none of the ants attacking him could be hit, the monster turned around and directed the attack of the water column towards the naval ship. After the naval ship faced the attack of the water column, the energy crystals in the control center of the naval ship were quickly consumed, and an energy barrier also appeared on the surface of the naval ship. The energy barrier continues to break down. And new barriers appear again. The savages in the control center stood among the mountains of energy crystals, constantly adding energy stones to the grooves. There is nothing that can be done about it. In order to resist the attack of the water column, an energy crystal will be consumed in almost 3 seconds. This was thanks to Lin Sheng's constant 100-fold increase in the number of energy crystals. Otherwise the naval ship would have been shattered by such consumption. After the monster saw that his attack was ineffective, he directly withdrew the water column attack. The monster did not approach Lin Sheng and others at the next moment, but just slapped the water on the sea surface. There were ripples on the sea surface. Those ripples rippled wildly directly on the sea surface. And the originally calm sea surface seemed to be attacked by waves. Even the island base began to shake. Of course, the ones most affected were the naval ships, which swayed on the water. At this moment, Lin Sheng and others certainly did not give up attacking the monster. After all, if they want to prevent the crisis, they need to completely kill the source of the monster that caused the crisis. The monster activated its skills. Lin Sheng and others caused damage to the monster, and the blood on the monster's head was deducted little by little. When it had 1 million blood points left, the monster stopped all its movements. After Lin Sheng saw the monster's performance, he thought it would be the same as before and would not attack again. But the monster did not go as Lin Sheng wished. But after a pause, his eyes turned red. A ray condensed by light emerged from its eyes and shot toward Lin Sheng. Facing the ray attack, the Elf Queen's protective shield lost its effect. Chapter 182 Victory. The light ray penetrated the Elf Queen's protective shield and attacked Lin Sheng head-on. Boom! Without checking for a moment, Lin Sheng's blood volume suddenly dropped at this moment. The blood volume dropped crazily at 3k points per second. The even more painful thing is to bear this kind of attack. Lin Sheng not only felt that his whole body had been hurt by scorching heat, but also felt pain from the outside to the inside. Guzi swung his axe and stood in front of Lin Sheng. He was stunned just now, but after reacting, he immediately rescued Lin Sheng.
Master, are you okay?
Guzi asked with concern. After Lin Sheng took a few breaths, he said with some gratitude,
Thank you.
After Lin Sheng looked at the amount of blood he had left, he couldn't help but feel frightened. Remove 6k blood in just 2 seconds. If he was attacked for a while longer, he might be in trouble. When the monster saw its target running away, it became crazy the next moment, and the light ray attack it emitted began to sweep around. After the Elf Queen's protective shield failed, everyone could only evade and dodge, and it was almost impossible to attack the monster. At this moment, Lin Sheng saw the monster attacking like crazy, and he suddenly understood why Xiao Shijun always looked confident. This incident also gave Lin Sheng a headache. Lin Sheng looked around and thought about how to deal with the crisis at hand. Lin Sheng suddenly saw that the light ray attack landed on a stone that was so smooth that it could almost reflect the figure of a human figure. And the light ray was slightly reflected. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. And while dodging, he asked the Elf Queen,
Xiao Hong, can you make an ice mirror?
After hearing Lin Sheng's question, the Elf Queen's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he said,
Master, your idea is to use ice mirrors to deal with the monsters in front of you. I understand. Master, just leave the ice mirror matter to me.
Lin Sheng listened to the Elf Queen's words and left the matter to the Elf Queen with confidence. And he himself tried his best to avoid the monster's attack, with the disdainful efforts of the Elf Queen. For ice mirrors were created.
Master, continue.
The Elf Queen shouted loudly, and threw an ice mirror the size of a millstone towards Lin Sheng. Seeing that it was exactly what he wanted, Lin Sheng hurriedly went to pick it up. After receiving the ice mirror, the light rays also attacked Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng's pupil shrank, and he hurriedly adjusted the direction of the ice mirror, and then blocked the light rays. When the light ray landed on the ice mirror, due to the angle at which Lin Sheng held the ice mirror, the light ray actually reflected back at this time, hitting the monster's body directly. Roar! A painful sound came from the monster's mouth. Its attack also paused at this time. Seeing this was a good opportunity, Lin Sheng hurriedly fired his sword energy at the monster. Pai Pai, Guzi, Kong Kongi, and the Elf Queen finally created the ice mirror. One person at a time hurriedly came to Lin Sheng's side.
Boss, what should we do next?
Pai Pai asked doubtfully.
Come with me.
Lin Sheng also stopped attacking the monster first. The right way is to surround the monster before it can react. Lin Sheng led people to surround the monster. By the time the monster reacted, it was already surrounded by Lin Sheng and the 5 others. Seeing that these ants in front of them were not only not afraid, but also dared to come over on their own initiative, The monster immediately launched an attack on the 5 people. Light rays were shot out to attack the 5 people. But unexpectedly, all 5 of them raised their hands and pointed the ice mirrors in their hands at the monster. After catching the light rays, they bounced the light rays back. The monster's skills hit the monster at this time. The most ironic thing is that these light rays are extremely powerful. They will always penetrate the monster and shoot towards the people behind. No matter which one of Lin Sheng and the 5 people received the reflected light rays. They used it again. The ice mirror reflects the light rays back. Attack the monster again. The reincarnation is repeated until the energy of the light rays is exhausted and dissipates in the air. Under this wave of attacks, the monster finally fell into the sea without moving, and its health bar completely disappeared. This means that the monster is completely dead. Xiao Shijun, who was watching the battle from a distance, was stunned, and then a panicked expression appeared on his face. At first, Xiao Shijun didn't understand what Lin Sheng was going to do, but after seeing the current situation, he realized that the powerful monster he relied on was no match for Lin Sheng. After Xiao Shijun died last time, although he was resurrected, his strength declined. And now if you want revenge, you could only rely on these things. But now what he could rely on had been killed by Lin Sheng. Xiao Shijun got up and ran away.
Hey, Captain Jialong, where are you going?
The bearded man who had been beside Xiao Shijun asked in a panic when he saw Xiao Shijun was about to leave. He relies on Xiao Shijun, and Xiao Shijun relies on the monster. If the monster dies, Xiao Shijun will flee. But if he leaves, Big Beard will have no one to rely on.
I have a stomachache. Please continue talking.
Xiao Shijun answered without looking back. Big Beard, seeing Xiao Shijun's back walking further and further away, he suddenly panicked. You can't keep people away. At this moment, Lin Sheng turned around and saw Xiao Shijun trying to escape, and immediately led his men to chase him.
Stop! I'll give you a ride,
Lin Sheng said angrily.
Master, you are too kind. I don't need to give it away.
Xiao Shijun ran faster and faster. Lin Sheng and the other 5 chased him all the way from the island base to the sea. Even the Navy ship chased towards the sea after Lin Sheng and others left the island base. Big Beard's side was surrounded by Pajun and others.
Can I say that this is all a misunderstanding?
When the bearded man saw that his backer was gone, he immediately gave in and said,
What do you think?
Pajun said, All the people present today, including the bearded man, were caught at this time. The old leader said,
We value peace and will not kill people indiscriminately. It's just that the land is in the construction period and requires a lot of labor. Leader, I know how to deal with it.
Big Beard and his men were stripped of their weapons and equipment and put on ordinary clothes, and were driven all the way to the planting area by the army.
Let you plow the land instead of digging holes and filling them in again.
Pajun pointed at the bearded nose and cursed. He felt so happy. It was this guy who had led people to cause trouble again and again. And now it fell into his own hands. Right? Chapter 183. The soul returns to the ghost sea. The bearded man could only stare at Pajun, but humiliation was unable to express any substantive objections. After all, now that he is completely in Pajun's hands, what else can he do? Country YD's land recovery plan was also carried out in a hurry at this time. The YD leaders are waiting anxiously. With the help of Xiao Shijun, they had the ambition to find trouble for Lin Sheng again. But now, logically speaking, after so long, someone should have sent him a message to explain. But after so long, no good news has come back. Just when the leader of YD was feeling anxious, he suddenly received a piece of news. After reading the news, he staggered a few steps.
How is this possible? It actually failed. Even Xiao Shijun, who seemed to be very powerful, was hunted down.
He couldn't believe it. But he became anxious again. No one else cares about him. But Big Beard is the most powerful general in his hands. He had to find a way to get Big Beard back.
Meeting.
YD leaders immediately issued a meeting notice. Above the ocean, Lin Sheng had already caught up with Xiao Shijun. Xiao Shijun saw that the details had been surrounded by people, and Lin could no longer escape. The tone is a waste of energy on the way to escape. It is better to give up on escape and look for opportunities again. So Xiao Shijun returned to look at Lin Sheng.
Isn't it necessary? Master Sheng? It seems that I am the one who has lost the most now. I am the only one left in the entire mercenary group. Could it be that, Mr. Sheng? You really don't want to give me a way to survive? Why should a dead man linger on this world of mortals? Why don't you go and accompany your brothers?
Lin Sheng said calmly. His words also expressed his intention to kill Xiao Shijun. Xiao Shijun understood that he was doomed. Then he laughed at Lin Sheng.
Ha! You forced me to do this. Since you don't give me a way to survive, I will let you into the water even if I die.
After Xiao Shijun finished speaking, he suddenly took out the altar. At this moment, there was only a watch-sized piece left on the altar, which was held in Xiao Shijun's hand. Xiao Shijun squeezed the altar hard and shouted angrily.
I, Xiao Shijun, am willing to sacrifice myself, just to get strong power so that I can take revenge.
After Xiao Shijun's words fell, Xiao Shijun's whole person began to slowly turn into ashes at this time. But at the same time as his body turned into ashes, he had a brand new body and began to appear.
Puff. What are you talking about?
Suddenly, a big axe split open Xiao Shijun's untransformed body from top to bottom. When Xiao Shijun was dying, his eyes widened, and he looked at Lin Sheng in disbelief. He never thought that he would be able to drag Lin Sheng and others into the water right away, only to be killed on the spot. Everything else is too late. Lin Sheng and others were also stunned, looking at Guzi in surprise.
It's so embarrassing for you all to look at me like this.
After Guzi noticed everyone's gaze, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Forgive me for being thick-skinned, but I can't bear to be looked at by so many people like this."
Ha ha. You can do it, Guzi,
Lin Sheng said. Then he walked toward Xiao Shijun's body floating on the sea, looking at the altar still living in his hands. A sword energy directly shattered it.
Is this the thing that kept you alive after last time? Let me see if you're still alive this time.
After Lin Sheng said what I said, he led the others back to the naval ship not far away. After Lin Sheng and others left, Xiao Shijun's soul appeared on Lin Taifen's body. He expected to be resurrected once more, but it was obvious that he was overthinking it. As time went by, Xiao Shijun slowly accepted the reality that he could no longer be resurrected. While Xiao Shijun was looking at his body in despair, black mist enveloped the sea area. Xiao Shijun was stunned for a moment, but his eyes suddenly became erratic.
It's been a long time, brother,
Xiao Shilong and Xiao Shiwei said simultaneously.
Are you two okay? No. You are also soul bodies?
Xiao Shijun asked with his eyes widened.
Okay, brother. You are here now. Our three brothers are all here now,
Xiao Shilong said.
No. It's our mercenary brothers who are all here now,
Xiao Shiwei emphasized.
What on earth is it?
Xiao Shijun asked, still not understanding.
That's it. Big brother. Look here.
Xiao Shilong and Xiao Shijun were walking in the sea shrouded in chains of black mist. The three of them arrived on the ghost ship. As soon as Xiao Shilong walked up, the door of the ghost ship was suddenly opened. Then the three people arrived inside the ghost ship, and hundreds of seats appeared in front of them. The first 3 seats were still empty, but the other seats were now occupied. Xiao Shijun already knew these people. They were all members of his mercenary group. 100 or so of them are the group whose strength has been improved to the strongest.
You? Don't be stunned. Sit down quickly.
Xiao Shijun sat on his seat under the leadership of Xiao Shilong. Xiao Shijun only felt that his whole body was enveloped by a force. The next moment, his strength suddenly increased, and he quickly crossed the first and second levels. When we arrived at the third level, we saw that the fourth level was about to arrive. But what came with it was encountering a bottleneck.
Ha ha. Brother, don't you feel that you have improved too quickly? But this is just a small scene. Why don't we improve our strength here first and take revenge on you while we are still alive? Good.
Xiao Shijun came to see him at this time and said, just when the 3 brothers began to improve their strength in their soul state, Lin Sheng encountered something unlucky on the naval ship.
Master, I don't know why,
the Mermaid King said innocently. Lin Sheng also understood what the Mermaid King wanted to say. It turned out that during this period of time, the mermaid Wang Linsheng didn't find anyone to go out to do anything with, which made him feel bored. So he went fishing every day. And today I got an unexpected harvest. This is a strangely shaped treasure chest. Lin Sheng watched the treasure chest come forward and slowly opened the treasure chest. Obtain the level 4 pharmacist manual. After seeing what he got out of the box, Lin Sheng was stunned. I have already used first dash, second and third level potions. Plus 10, plus 20, plus 30 attribute points respectively. Now that his strength has reached the 4th level, all he needs to get out of the Thunder Pool is the 4th level potion. Chapter 184 Tianchi Island. Tick. Lin Sheng looked at the level 4 pharmacist manual and immediately started studying it. You have learned the skills of level 4 pharmacists in refining medicine. Obtain level 4 strength potion manufacturing diagram. Hit level 4. The 4 basic attribute potions are all of the 4th level. At this moment, Lin Sheng looked at the materials needed to make the 4th level potion. Level 4 strength potion. Material, 1 intermediate strength crystal. The manufacturing materials this time are different from those required for the previous levels 1 to 3 potions. What needs to be used this time is actually an intermediate power crystal. But facing this intermediate power crystal, Lin Sheng didn't know where to get it. Maybe it should be the same as before. By killing monsters. But right now, all the monsters that can be killed are ordinary crystals. Time passed, and the naval ship had returned to the island base. Lin Sheng sat in the captain's cabin of the ship, and saw the scene on the pirate ship through the drone on the ship. At this moment, Pajun was proudly greeting the detained YD fruit people. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. At this moment, Shenling also walked in from outside. Old Jack saw Shenling's arrival. At this moment, he didn't need to continue driving the naval ship. So he said,
"Boss, I'm going out for a walk."
After Old Jack finished speaking, he walked outside the captain's cabin. After watching Old Jack go out, Shenling came to Lin Sheng's side and pulled a chair to sit down. She just waited for Lin Sheng quietly.
"Is there something wrong if you don't go to accompany your parents?"
Lin Sheng stopped checking the screen, turned around, and held Shenling's little hand and said,
"I also want to go on adventures with you. During this time, I can only stay on the ship."
After listening to Shenling's words, Lin Sheng raised his head and said,
"Huh? Why? Isn't it good to stay on a naval ship? My parents have now settled into the life on the ship. Now my father and the Mermaid King are fishing and going to my mother's territory of the Tiantian Dao Elf tribe to go for a walk and see the flowers. Okay, let's go together next time we have a goal."
Lin Sheng understood that Shenling had to stay because her parents needed someone to guide her. In fact, she still wanted to go out and see the outside world. When Lin Sheng said this, the last navigation chart of the 5-Dragon Eagle also appeared at this time. Get Tianqi Island route map. The last Dragon Ball is on Tianqi Island. As long as the last Dragon Ball is collected after arriving at Tianqi Island, the 5 Dragon Balls of the 5 Dragon carvings can be allied together. Lin Sheng felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart.
"Look, I said I would take you to go wandering, and now the opportunity has come."
Lin Sheng waved the route map in his hand and said to Shenling. Shenling's eyes lit up with surprise when he heard this.
"Yeah,
Old Jack," Lin Sheng shouted. And Old Jack came back in the shortest possible time. It's not that Old Jack was eavesdropping outside the captain's cabin, but he didn't like running around much on weekdays and basically stayed in the captain's cabin. And he went out today because of Lin Sheng and Shenling. But after walking around the ship for a few times, he just felt bored and returned to the outside of the captain's cabin. As soon as Lin Sheng called out, he immediately returned to the captain's cabin.
"What's your order, boss?"
Old Jack said seriously.
"Go here and have a look."
Old Jack took the route map from Lin's hand, looked at it and exclaimed,
"Wow, the island we are going to this time is quite big."
Lin Sheng and Shenling walked out to the captain and came to the deck, admiring the scenery on the sea while waiting for the ship to sail.
"Xiaosheng, come here and help me."
Lin Sheng, who lazily squinted and felt the sea breeze blowing on his face, suddenly heard Shenling's words. He opened his eyes and looked at Shenling in confusion, not knowing what to do. The next moment, Lin Sheng saw Shenling climbing from the deck towards the bow of the naval vessel. Her slender figure stood on the bow of the naval vessel. The wind and waves on the sea were not small. The wind blew against Shenyang's body, while Shenling's standing body was a little shaky. Lin Sheng was also afraid that Shenling would suddenly fall off the bow of the boat and hurried up to hug her from behind. Although I know that even if Shenling falls into the sea, nothing will happen. But Lin Sheng didn't want to salvage Shenling either.
"What are you doing? Come down."
Lin Sheng tried to hold Shenling down, but he heard Shenling say,
"No.
Just hold me like this."
Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Just like that, Lin Sheng held Shenling and let her enjoy it on the bow. An island on the sea appeared in their eyes, growing from small to large, from far to near. The ship docked. From the ship, Lin Sheng took Shenling, Kong Kongi, Pai Pai, Guzi and Hong Hong, a total of 6 people down to the island. Looking from a distance, a mountain in the center of the island caught Lin Sheng's eyelids. Shenling didn't come out of the ship for a long time, and after going to the island this time, his face was full of excitement.
Water Dragon Pearl is on that mountain.
Right?
Let's go quickly,
Shenling said in surprise. Lin Sheng was pulled forward by Shenling. while Pai Pai and others followed Lin Sheng closely. Along the way after arriving on the island, the green plants on the island made the island look vibrant, and the breeze blew through the jungle. The scraping of leaves and the chirping of insects echoed each other, gives people a sense of tranquility. Everyone walked through the paths in the jungle and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain they had just seen when they arrived on the island.
So high.
Shinling looked up and sighed. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and took out some hiking poles. These were the ones Lin Sheng found the dwarves and asked them to make in the past few days. After all, there will be peaks on the island. Sometimes the good stuff isn't found on land but on peaks like this. In order to make climbing easier, Lin Sheng deliberately found the dwarves and asked them to make such a thing. Hiking poles were assigned. With 2 hands in hand, and with the help of the boarding battle, everyone headed up to the top of the mountain and waited. But before we reached the top of the mountain, the accident happened.
What's this?
Guzzi was walking on the road and suddenly felt an itch on his arm. And then he looked down. On his arm was a red tick. The tick lay peacefully on his arm. Following the dog's exclamation, everyone's eyes turned over at this moment. The dog reached out and grabbed the tick in his hand. The tick originally wanted to get into the dog's body, but it didn't expect that the dog's skin would be so strong that it couldn't get in at all. The tick made insect sounds, and Lin Sheng and others were exploring this tick. Suddenly the expressions of several people changed. Chapter 185: The Earthworm Monster on the Top of the Mountain.
How could this be something like this?
The first one to react was the Elf Queen, who exclaimed. Lin Sheng swallowed his saliva subconsciously after looking at the tick, feeling a little afraid in his heart. In the world before the disaster, although I lived in a big city, I had no experience with ticks. But Lin Sheng also knew a lot about the rumors about ticks. Almost every relevant rumor contains words that threaten life.
This kind of bug attacked our elves back then. And these bugs all committed crimes in groups.
The Elf Queen had just spoken these words, and there was a rustling sound in everyone's ears. This sound directly attracted everyone's attention. When everyone looked back, they were stunned, because what appeared in front of them was the sky full of low red clouds. No, those were not red clouds. They just looked like red clouds. This is a scene condensed by a large number of ticks. These ticks flapped their wings and quickly approached Lin Sheng and others.
Buzz buzz.
The deafening sound of insects made Lin Sheng and others' scalps tingle. The firepower in Lin Sheng's hand gathered directly at this time, and threw away the first round of attacks against the insect swarm that kept approaching him. Fortunately, Lin Sheng's firepower is still effective in dealing with these insects. A piece of fiery red floated out, burning a large number of ticks to death, and insect corpses continued to fall from the sky. At this moment, Pai Pai also used his lightning abilities. Countless thunder arcs appeared in the surrounding air. When these lightning arcs pass by, crackling sounds are heard constantly, just like an electric mosquito swatter slapping mosquitoes. Ticks that were blackened by electricity continued to fall from the sky in the same red cloud.
Except for Lin Sheng and Pai Pai, Guzzi's situation became awkward. He is a purely physical warrior. It does not mean that he is not strong enough. But if you ask a person with a kitchen knife to chop flies, isn't this embarrassing? So the dog could only retreat to the back. Although the water element attack released by Kong Kongi is not as powerful as Lin Sheng and Pai Pai, it can still cause damage to ticks in general. In addition, Shinling, who has the same firepower as Lin Sheng, does it together. But he reluctantly settled down the trend of income ticks attacking himself and others. These ticks were attacked by different powers one after another, forming a tight line of defense. A few scattered ticks broke away from the swarm and went back in the direction they came from. With the unremitting persistence of Lin Sheng and others, the number of ticks in that large area continued to decrease. Lin Sheng and others smiled one after another when they saw the current situation. This means that these ticks cannot harm themselves. However, Lin Sheng and others did not wait long to be happy. A larger, black mass of ticks pressed towards the location of Lin Sheng and others from the air. The number of these ticks is at least 10 times greater than before.
So there will be so many?
Lin Sheng said in a panic.
Master, we may have arrived at a bug nest.
The Elf Queen made a judgment immediately. Bug nest? Lin Sheng's mouth suddenly twitched. If this really hits a nest of bugs, then you are really going to kill yourself. After a new wave of ticks joined the battle, Lin Sheng's advantage was immediately suppressed. Until the last moment. It was thanks to the Elf Queen's protective shield that the ticks were kept out. The ticks rushed against the protective shield, but they only died on the protective shield. Although it has now been safely occupied, Lin Sheng asked the Elf Queen,
How long can you hold on? Half an hour at most.
The Elf Queen thought about it and said. And what she said was what Lin Sheng was worried about. The protective shield could only last for half an hour. And the number of these ticks was increasing. Not long ago, there was another wave in the sky. Lin Sheng thought that the matter was not easy to solve. If you want to solve the current situation, judging from the current situation, you can only hide first, and not let these ticks continue to be consumed. Otherwise, they will all die here after the Elf Queen's protective shield fails to be emitted. On the way just now, Lin Sheng obviously found no good place to hide. So Lin Sheng said,
"Let's go up the mountain now. Maybe there will be a special discovery of electric eels on Suicide Mountain."
Lin Sheng and others were trying to avoid being swallowed by ticks while fleeing. Finally, Lin Sheng logged into the Tianqi mountain in front of him. After landing on the top of the mountain, Lin Sheng and others discovered that the ticks had given up chasing him. Instead, he stopped in an open space near the top of the mountain. When Lin Sheng came to the top of the mountain and saw a lake, he planned to soak himself in the lake water to avoid the attack of these ticks. But he suddenly realized that there was no tick chasing behind him. So he stopped and Lin Sheng looked back. After seeing the Hope tick's abnormal reaction, Lin Sheng was stunned. His guests would not believe that the ticks were tired of flying and stopped chasing them. On the contrary, Lin Sheng couldn't help but become worried. Before the catastrophe, there had always been the legend of the water monster in Tianqi and Changbai Mountain. But now Tianqi Island appears. Lin Sheng couldn't help but doubt that there might be some connection between the two. Since arriving on this island, Lin Sheng immediately encountered danger. Moreover, it is still a danger that I and others cannot deal with. Those ticks are already so fierce. But they don't dare to come to the top of the mountain. Is there something more terrifying on the top of the mountain? This is really what he thinks about. Just when Lin Sheng was restless, a mound suddenly rose up from the soil under his feet. There seemed to be something crawling under the mound. The monsters under the soil were alarmed precisely because of the arrival of Lin Sheng and others. The monster moved crazily under the soil, leaving traces on the ground. As the monster moves, the mounds form a large series. Suddenly, a 3-meter-tall earthworm-like monster burst out of the mound on the land in front of Lin Sheng and others. The monster opened its bloody mouth, and its mouth was full of sharp fangs. This earthworm monster suddenly bit towards Lin Sheng and others. Guzi, who had never been able to help him when fighting ticks before, was extremely brave at this time, waving the giant axe in his hand to chop down the earthworm monster. The axe went down and directly opened a hole in the body of the 3-meter-long earthworm monster. The bigger the dog got, the more excited it became, completely ignoring the wailing earthworm monster, and the giant axe fell down in his hand. The earthworm monster with a blood volume of 100,000 finally fell to the ground under the continuous attack of Guzi, which deducted 1.5 million blood volume every time. Guzi Sonlin said to Lin Sheng,
"Master, I have already dealt with the monster."
Chapter 186 The Giant Turtle is Coming. Just when Guzi was reporting the victory of the battle to Lin Sheng Bao Pingan, the mutation suddenly regenerated. Compared to the one mound before, there were 5 mounds popping up at this time.
Damn it! This island is so annoying! Are they all fighting in the same family?
Lin Sheng looked at the sudden mounds and started to curse. But no matter how much Lin Sheng cursed, it still couldn't change this fact. It's just that after the mounds emerged, there were no recorded changes in those mounds. That is to say, the monster below is still doing other brown movements. Lin Sheng took advantage of this moment to hurriedly collect a crystal from the earthworm monster that Guzi had killed before. Obtain the ultimate power crystal. It's an intermediate power crystallization. Lin Sheng waited for the crystal in front of him. Lin Sheng now understood where this intermediate crystal came from. Only by killing these more powerful creatures can they appear. But before Lin Sheng could think about it, the monster under the soil suddenly became active at this moment. The monsters moved quickly, leaving tails behind. Soon these monsters surrounded Lin Sheng and others. Earthworm monsters broke through the soil from 5 directions and emerged from Lin Sheng and others. 5 earthworm monsters covered with bone spurs opened their big mouths one after another, and then looked at the sky. Their bodies spun at this time, and the bone blades on these monsters were flying around at this moment. Most of them. It was shot towards where Lin Sheng and others were. Without Lin Sheng's instructions, the Elf Queen, who had just recovered some strength, hurriedly opened the protective shield again at this time, blocking all the bone spurs outside the protective shield. After resisting all the bone spurs, those monsters felt that their attacks were ineffective, and after all the bone spurs on their bodies were fired, they stopped spinning and began to attack with their fangs. But what Lin Sheng and others were waiting for was exactly at this time. After the Elf Queen removed the protective shield, Lin Sheng and others rushed towards the attacking monsters to kill them. After the earthworm monster lost the bone spurs on its body, its combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Lin Sheng led his men to fight against the earthworm monster. After dodging the earthworm monster's attack, each of them used the strongest and most powerful attack in their hands. These 5 earthworm monsters were killed on the spot. Lin Sheng also gained something from these monsters again. Obtain intermediate power crystal times 2. Obtain intermediate physical strength crystal times 1. Obtain intermediate spiritual crystal times 1. Obtain intermediate intelligence crystal times 1. After this wave of earthworm monsters was dealt with, another wave of monsters appeared. This time, there are 10 more soil bags on the basis of the original 6 soil bags. Using the earth bag as the starting point, the monster underneath became active again. They say again and never again. But at this moment, the earthworm monsters are coming one after another. Lin Sheng and others were confused for a while, and didn't know what to do.
These beasts just need to be dealt with.
After Guzi finished speaking, the giant axe in his hand struck the ground without any shame before the earthworm monster broke out of the ground. A hole was opened in the flat land by a giant axe. The dark green blood directly soaked into the soil. The dog slashed one after another. The ground was chopped into shape. And the earthworm monster underneath also received the same amount of damage. The other earthworm monsters were directly intercepted and killed by Lin Sheng and others as soon as they emerged from the ground. After killing this wave of earthworm monsters, everyone's expressions did not get better. Because if these earthworm monsters continue to come out, their group will be consumed sooner or later. Once again, earth bags appeared. When Lin Sheng and others saw the 20 newly unearthed earth bags, their hearts skipped a beat. Has the thing you were most worried about happened? This is what everyone is thinking. Before the earthworm monster in the earth bag could break out of the earth, the ground started to shake. Lin Sheng turned around sharply, wanting to see what was going on. The source of this earthquake came from behind them. Lin Sheng suddenly saw a giant turtle as big as a bus, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. These monsters at the moment may not be able to be dealt with. But who would have thought that different monsters would come to join in the fun? Just as Lin Sheng and others were watching the giant turtle warily, monster earthworms burst out of the ground. The giant turtle's eyes shone brightly after seeing these earthworm monsters. It seems to be the expression of someone who has not eaten meat for a long time after seeing it. The heavy turtle L flew up with a kick from the giant turtle's limbs. After facing an earthworm monster that broke out of the ground, the ghost turtle slapped its claws. He slapped the earthworm directly to the ground. Kong Kongi suddenly felt that this giant turtle was somewhat familiar.
Are you green?
Suddenly Kong Kongi asked the giant turtle. The giant turtle grew a little bigger, grabbed the earthworm that he slapped on the ground, stuffed it into his mouth, and then sucked it like noodles and ate it. After eating the earthworm monster, the giant turtle looked at Kong Kongi, who was questioning him. It raised its front paws and waved at Kong Kongi, and then let out 2 happy roars. Lin Sheng was stunned, and so were the others. After Kong Kongi's explanation, the origin of this giant turtle became clear. Isn't this the giant turtle that often moves with the naval ships and sometimes lazily hides on the bottom of the sea? After understanding that they were friendly forces, Lin Sheng couldn't laugh or cry. It always felt like they were not here to help, but more like they were here to eat. Just as Lin Sheng was thinking this, the giant turtle ate the earthworm monster in his hand. He looked around and found other earthworm monsters. The earthworm monsters that had just emerged trembled and hurriedly fled into the pit. But the giant turtle's figure was extremely flexible, and he jumped directly in front of a pit. Tanju slapped a still part earthworm monster on the ground. The other claw dug into the soil pit, and finally dug out the earthworm monster, and then started to eat it. The earthworm monster that took back the pit did not appear again, nor did it continue to look for other earthworm monsters to help, as if it had never appeared in this land.
I'm afraid of being eaten.
Lin Sheng's mouth twitched. After getting rid of the folding monster, Lin Sheng had time to see the Tianqi on the top of the mountain. The calm surface of the pool was like a mirror, reflecting everything in the world Lin Sheng lived in. Chapter 187 Water Dragon Ball. Lin Sheng looked at the clear water, but he didn't notice anything different in the water. Lin Sheng looked around again, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find anything unusual on the top of the mountain. Lin Sheng's mind quickly became active. The water dragon ball must be on this island. But now there is no other place to hide the dragon ball except the pool in front of it. Lin Sheng was thinking about whether he should go into the pool and search to see if the dragon ball was in the water. While Lin Sheng was thinking this, The giant turtle put all its limbs into its SHL. Then he rolled on the ground and fell into the pool. With a pop sound, the huge figure of the giant turtle fell into the pool. Green hair, Kong Kongi exclaimed. But the giant turtle only floated up and spit out a mouthful of water to eat. After eating, I took a bath in the pool water. It can only be said that the giant turtle knows how to enjoy it too much. After seeing the giant turtle spitting water and turning the water into a fountain, Lin Sheng and others all smiled when they saw the scene. It seems that there should be nothing unusual in this pool of water. This was what Lin Sheng was thinking. If there was anything abnormal in the pond water, the giant turtle fell into the pond water, and the pond water should have undergone abnormal changes long ago. But nothing. Lin Sheng looked at all this and couldn't help but feel worried. As for the lack of water dragon balls on the island, Lin Sheng felt that the map given by Wulong Giao would not deceive the details. The only possibility is that it has been stolen. Lin Sheng looked at Lu Mao, who was enjoying himself in the pool, and then his eyes lit up.
Can you ask Lu Mao to help me go to the bottom of the pond to see if there are any dragon balls?
Lin Sheng asked Kong Kongi.
Master, let me talk to Lu Mao.
Kong Kongi replied.
Xiao Lu, can you help me see if there is anything under the water?
After listening to Kong Kongi's words, the giant turtle raised his eyelids and glanced at Kong Kongi. Then his head nodded. He sank toward the bottom of the pool. Apart from anything else, if it had been anyone else, the giant turtle would definitely be dead. But who made Kong Kongi his partner since childhood? After Hubo sank into the pool for an unknown amount of time, he emerged from the pool again. The giant turtle looked at Lin Sheng and others with eyes full of excitement and anxiety. The giant turtle howled twice at Kong Kongi.
What is it talking about?
Lin Sheng couldn't understand what the giant turtle said, so he asked Kong Kongi.
Little Green said there was a dragon ball under the pool, but he couldn't get close.
The words of Kong Kongi, the translator of the Sea tribe, made Lin Sheng's eyes light up. The disappointed look on his face also disappeared at this time. The reason is that there is a dragon ball under the pond. So as long as he obtains this dragon ball, he can bring all the dragon balls of the 5 dragon carvings to life.
No, wait. Let's get into the water.
After Lin Sheng said this, he couldn't wait to get into the water. But the giant turtle screamed roar. Upon hearing this, Kong Kongi's expression changed, and he hurriedly said to Lin Sheng,
Master, Xiaolu said there are strange things under the pool. You'd better not go down. Otherwise you will be in danger. How is it possible if I don't go down? What I came here for is the Dragon Ball. If I don't go down, won't the Dragon Balls be unable to survive together?
Lin Sheng shook his head. His whole body was already in Qi Shui. After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Kong Kongi said,
Master, let me go down with you.
Shinling, who didn't speak a word, had not done anything since he came to the island. But now that he saw Lin Sheng going down for an adventure, he immediately made it clear.
Xiaosheng, take sister with you. Sister also wants to go down and take a look.
After Shinling finished speaking, she jumped into the pool. Before Lin Sheng could say anything, he already took one of Lin Sheng's arms. Lin Sheng turned around, smiled slightly, and swam towards the bottom of the pool with Lin Sheng. After Kong Kongi and others above saw their master going down, they were afraid that if Lin Sheng encountered any danger, they could only act as their subordinates and come out to help as soon as possible. So a group of people went into the pool and chased Lin Sheng. When Kong Kongi passed by the giant turtle, she patted the giant turtle's SHL and took the giant turtle into the water with her. Seabed. Lin Sheng did indeed see a shining orb. The blue fluorescent orb is the water dragon bead. Seeing the water dragon pearl right in front of him, Lin Sheng immediately wanted to reach out and grab it. But just when Lin Sheng's hand was about to touch the water dragon ball, it was isolated by a strong resistance. Lin Sheng touched the thing blocking him, and this time he found that it seemed to be a transparent wall. But Lin Sheng could see what was on the other side of the wall, and Lin Sheng was indeed worried. In less than a moment, Lin Sheng began to feel worried. Although this transparent wall may look transparent, even a giant turtle cannot break it. Lin Sheng felt that he did not have the strength to break through this wall, so everyone was trapped.
Master, the one opposite is Qixia Little World.
Kong Kongi frowned and said. She also saw the reason and explained to Lin Sheng.
What's that? Small world?
Lin Sheng expressed his confusion.
Actually, there is a world hidden at the bottom of this pool. The Dragon Ball may be more magical, so we see it all the time. But we can't get it. If we want to get the Dragon Ball, we have to go to the small world to get the Dragon Ball.
Kong Kongi told Lin Sheng how to break up. Lin Sheng also understood. So he said,
Everyone, please help find the intersection together.
Lin Sheng said to Guzi and others. Searching all the way. Shenling missed the mark while everyone was busy.
Ah!
She exclaimed, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone watched as Shenling was suddenly sunk. Lin Sheng was shocked. Something happened. Lin Sheng hurriedly came to see where Dao Shenling fell. Shenling had reached the bottom now. She waved to Lin Sheng, who was looking at her from above, to indicate that she was fine. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this scene. And the next moment, he jumped down. When Guzi and others saw Lin Sheng going down, their subordinates had to follow him. Lin Sheng landed in this small world under the bottom of the pool. It was much darker than the light at the bottom of the pool outside. The light that allows you to see the road clearly is emitted by the water dragon beats. After Lin Sheng and Shenling met, everyone behind Lin Sheng gathered one after another. Everyone is walking in the small world following the light guidance of the water dragon ball. When the true appearance of Shui Longzhu appeared in front of Lin Sheng, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 188 Xuanwu. If you take a closer look at the figure, it looks somewhat similar to a giant turtle, but it is completely different. For example, behind this figure, a thicker and longer tail is exposed. Perhaps this aspect cannot be expressed by the shadow of a giant turtle. It is more accurate to express it with Xuanwu Phantom. But this is just a shadow. Lin Sheng originally wanted to move forward without taking it seriously. But when he came to Lin Xuanwu Shadow, Lin Sheng felt the gaze from Xuanwu Shadow. Lin Tun swallowed his saliva and said,
Brother, are you looking at me?
I thought that Xuanwu Shadow would not respond to me, so the situation would be simpler. But what I didn't expect was that the Xuanwu Shadow nodded slowly at this time, indicating that it listened to Lin Sheng's words. Lin Sheng fell into embarrassment for a while. The Xuanwu Phantom did not come to find Lin Sheng, but looked at the giant turtle with burning eyes.
My child, join us and return home, and I will pass on the inheritance to you.
At this time, Xuanwu Phantom spoke something that shocked everyone. The giant turtle was obviously stunned for a moment, and then looked at Kong Kongi. Kong Kongi nodded and motioned for the giant turtle to go forward. Lin Sheng also observed carefully between the inheritance that suddenly appeared and Kong Kongi's friend. Lin Sheng naturally chose the safety of the latter. However, Xuanwu Shadow didn't do anything else. It just looked at each other with the giant turtle. As the giant turtle looked at Xuanwu Shadow, the giant turtle's body actually began to change. The mountain that had been carried on the giant turtle's back slowly cracked open. It turned into gravel and fell all over the ground. The old turtle L on the giant turtle also faded away at this time, and a brand new turtle L slowly grew out. Then the giant turtle's tail was upgraded into a snake's tail. Lin Sheng understood completely at a glance. Isn't this the image that just disappeared? The changes that have taken place in the giant turtle are so fast. And the Xuanwu Shadow here seems to have been waiting a long time ago. It wasn't until the giant turtle completely transformed into Xuanwu that the figure of the Xuanwu Shadow became more and more ethereal. At this moment, Xuanwu Phantom suddenly spoke to Lin Sheng and said,
The Dragon Ball is right in front of you. As long as you are capable enough, you can take it away.
Listening to the words, Lin Sheng saw the Xuanwu Shadow completely dissipate. The stone platform where the Dragon Ball was located also appeared in front of Lin Sheng at this time. But at this time, an earthworm monster that was larger and more terrifying than the earthworm monster seen outside appeared in front of Lin Sheng. The monster opened its huge mouth and fired countless poisonous stingers at Lin Sheng. The giant turtle. Oh no! The green hair that has now evolved into Xuanwu blocked its back in front of Lin Sheng and others. The tinkling sound kept ringing. Lu Mao had an indifferent expression on his face, as those poisonous blades didn't even leave a single scratch on his back. Guan Lu Mao stepped forward and knocked down the monster with a set of bastard punches. Then it hurriedly came to the water dragon ball and took it out. It came to Kong Kongi and said in a deep voice,
Xiaoi, this is what you want. Xiao Lu, can you speak now?
Kong Kongi asked in surprise after taking the water dragon ball.
Yeah. He suddenly started talking.
Lu Mao replied, after Kong Kongi handed the water dragon ball to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng looked at Lu Mao, Kong Kongi and others. I looked at the environment here again. Rather than saying it is the final test to obtain the water dragon ball, it is better to say that this is a test for the inheritor. And the target is green hair. Lu Mao suddenly transformed into a young-looking man. He silently took out a pair of sunglasses he had acquired in his early years and put them on his face. If you were just looking at the face, You would definitely mistake this person for the same person. There is no way to contact Xuanwu. But if you look below his neck, you can see a huge turtle SHL on his back. Ahem. Lin Sheng coughed twice. I murmured in my heart. This looks a bit like the turtle immortal. After Lin Sheng and others left Chixiachi, on their way back, Lin Sheng also discovered that all the earthworm monsters and ticks on the island seemed to have disappeared at this time. After leaving the island, he returned to the naval ship. Kong Kongyi took the initiative and said to Xuanwu Lumao, who had followed him to the naval ship.
Xiao Lu, actually joining our master's team is a good thing. You see, this naval ship is quite big. You can change now.
Become a member of a naval ship, and the master will not force you to do anything. If you want to sleep, you can find a place to sleep peacefully, without having to wander around the seabed.
Kong Kongyi persuaded. Lin Sheng listened to the interaction between the two and silently gave Kong Kongyi a thumbs up in his heart. Sure enough, Kong Kongyi is still well behaved. Looking at Pai Pai and others, none of them are as well behaved as Kong Kongyi. After listening to the words, Lu Mao said with a serious face,
Okay, don't say any more. I agree.
Kong Kongyi blinked and looked at Lu Mao curiously. She thought Lu Mao would say something else, and she had to put in a lot of effort to pull Lu Mao into the team. After all, they are friends, and she knows how Lin Sheng treats her and whether she will be treated badly. Lu Mao smiled and said,
Nothing else matters. We are all friends. It would be nice if we could get along with our friends. Of course, the most important thing is that we can find a good place to sleep, as you said. Lin Sheng also came over at this moment and took out a slave contract, mainly because Lin Sheng only had this contract in his hand.
Ha. There must be a place to sleep. As long as you like, you can sleep anywhere on the ship.
Lin Sheng said ha. Lu Mao glanced at Lin Sheng. I made sure that the look in my eyes was not offensive. So I decided. He signed the contract without hesitation, then found a room on the ship and began to sleep. Watching Lu Mao fall asleep so quickly, Lin Sheng was also stunned. This brother is awesome and falls asleep. After doing all this, Lin Sheng returned to the deck. He took out the 5 dragon eagles and the water dragon beads. Lin Sheng played with the water dragon ball and couldn't help but feel excited. He was finally about to complete the activation of the dragon gate of the 5 dragon sculptures. This last dragon ball not only gave me a Xuanwu general, but also a group of dragon brothers. After Lin Sheng placed the 5 dragon eagles in the correct position, he looked at the mouth of the only one on the 5 dragon heads that was missing a dragon ball. With excitement, Lin Sheng slowly placed the water dragon ball in his hand into the dragon's mouth. Chapter 189 Dragon Gate. Fish turns into dragon. With the final water supply, the dragon ball was placed into the dragon's mouth of the 5 dragon eagles. At this time, the 5 dragon heads on the 5 dragon sculptures opened their eyes one after another. When the dragon ball in the dragon's mouth was swallowed, the 5 pairs of dragon eyes all glowed with light. The colors of these lights are all different. Red, blue, green, yellow and brown. 5 completely different rays of light gathered together at this time, intertwined with each other, and responded to each other. The 5 dragon eagles also started to rotate at this time. The colorful rays of light that responded to each other began to rotate, and the sick man rotated faster and faster. At this time, he turned into a beam of light and rose into the sky. The 5-color light pillar turned into a brilliant fireworks in the sky and exploded, while the seawater underground was also churning at this time. The seawater continued to condense in the air, and gradually the seawater formed an arch. The arch gradually changed from very simple to luxurious. But this is obviously not the form of Longmen. As the building condensed by the seawater, a pop sound was heard from the building, and the next moment the building directly turned into a flashing red door. You can clearly see the 2 big characters, Dragon Gate, on the door. With the appearance of this Dragon Gate, the bottom of the sea suddenly began to boil. Countless marine creatures became restless and gathered towards the location where the Dragon Gate appeared. Lin Sheng, who grew up on the naval ship, looked at the Dragon Gate in front of him, and then saw a large, black cloud, shrouding the bottom of the sea. This scene is simply the sea beast version of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. As soon as Lin Sheng used technology, he saw countless sea beasts emerging from the sea. They all raised their heads and looked up at the Dragon Gate. These sea beasts all have the idea of crossing the Dragon Gate, but they seem to have some fear in their hearts, and do not dare to take any action. Lin Sheng said to Kong Kongyi,
Go and summon the piranhas and electric eels. Good master.
Kong Kongyi responded, and then reincarnated and left. As time goes by, more and more sea beasts gather under the Dragon Gate. The restless one still appeared at this time. Some sea beasts finally couldn't bear it anymore and jumped up from the sea surface one after another, and then jumped up into the sky above Longmin. If you want to jump over the Dragon Gate, take advantage of today's opportunity to become a dragon by leaping over the Dragon Gate. But it seemed like he was restricted by something, and he was stuck and fell down just as he jumped into the air. All the piranhas and electric eels on Lin Sheng's side came to the surface of the Mermaid Lake after being summoned by Kong Kongi. After the piranhas and electric eels saw Longmin, their hearts palpitated. This was the excitement in the blood of all sea clans. The number of piranhas and electric eels has not increased significantly during this period. It seems that it was because they received too many blows before. The total number of the two fish groups is only 100. These hundreds of fish jumped directly from the Mermaid Lake on the sea ship into the seawater. All the fish in the two schools jumped into the seawater and swam towards the location of the Dragon Gate. When these fish schools arrived in front of Longmin, they did not stay on the sea surface like other sea creatures. Instead, he crazily approached the Dragon Gate. After approaching the Dragon Gate, he suddenly jumped up from the sea and jumped towards the top of the Dragon Gate. Jumping over the Dragon Gate. If this jump crosses the past, it will definitely become a dragon. But things are not easy when piranhas and electric eels cross the Dragon Gate. There are many fish who want to cross the Dragon Gate, but few can actually cross it. When the piranhas and electric eels jumped into the air, they were only 3 meters away from the top of the gantry. But the strong gravity did not allow them to stay in the air for long. One after another, fish exhausted their jumping power and fell back into the sea. There were less than 20 fish left in the school that numbered hundreds. Lin Sheng's mood suddenly became less beautiful. This is because by opening a Dragon Gate, the fish in his hand can turn into a dragon. But I never thought that jumping over a Dragon Gate would be so difficult. Plop! Plop! Several more piranhas or electric eels fell from the sky and fell into the seawater. Lin Sheng looked at the remaining 10 fish struggling in the air. Lin Sheng sighed. Hey! Let nature take its course. Sure enough, the Dragon Gate is just a cover. And wanting to cross the Dragon Gate and transform into a dragon is just a legend. Lin Sheng sighed. And just when he was about to give up, a voice exploded in Lin Sheng's ears. Boom! There was lightning and thunder in the sky. And there was wind and rain. At this moment, the sky seemed to be shrouded in darkness. But the pale thunder light lit up the darkness. A long snake creature with lightning flashing all over its body was also printed. The creature's several meter-long body curled up, and its head looked like a dragon's head. The pair of dragon horns are particularly eye-catching, and one can tell at a glance that this is a thunder dragon that has just transformed into a dragon. The Brontosaurus cast a cold look at the other creatures in the sea. The other creatures in the sea sank into the water and bubbled under the powerful pressure. The dragon power emanating from the thunder dragon completely suppressed them, preventing them from making any small movements. As for the piranhas and electric eels brought by Lin Sheng, Brontosaurus did not suppress them. They were friends who had been with him for such a long time. Lin Sheng finally cast a grateful look at Lin Sheng, but did not return to Lin Sheng's side. He had to wait for his little friend. Having the first Apatosaurus incarnation gives the piranhas and electric eels a target. The remaining 5 fish were only 10 centimeters away from the top of the Dragon Gate. Several fish were tossing in the air, trying to jump over the Dragon Gate faster. Soon, another fish among the 5 fish failed and fell into the water. 3 of the fish successfully jumped over the Dragon Gate and turned into dragons.
There's also a piranha?
Lin Sheng looked at all this and was quite satisfied with the ending. But he seemed to notice that the fish was missing. When Lin Sheng looked at it carefully, he was stunned. A piranha landed on the top of the Dragon Gate at this moment. If the fish asks for help, then the fish must be very helpless. I jumped up, but I didn't jump over. Lin Sheng suddenly couldn't help but laugh. You're talking about strength, right? It did jump on. And you call it luck? It got stuck. The piranha struggled but fell back and failed to transform into a dragon. Lin Sheng secretly felt sorry for this. Lin Sheng slowly put away the 5 dragon eagles. Let the fish members return to their positions. And the naval ship returned. The Dragon Gate on the sea slowly disappeared at this time. Chapter 190, Misty Sea. Undead Mercenaries. The naval ship was sailing on the sea, and Lin Sheng looked at the 4-headed dragons on the ship. 2 of them were faintly flashing with thunder, while the other 2 showed no change, and the whole body was quiet. Lin Sheng could tell that the thunder dragon was transformed by the electric eel after jumping over the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Clan. which had not changed much, turned into a piranha. Lin Sheng looked at the 4 dragons and suddenly didn't know how to arrange them. At this time, the 4 dragons all said in unison,
"Thank you for your gift, Master. If it weren't for Master, we would still be just ordinary sea fish and unable to transform into dragons. The 4 of us are willing to follow our Master for life and serve as the guardian beasts of our Master's fleet."
The 4-headed dragon had made up its mind. So Lin Sheng nodded and arranged the 4-headed dragon in the 4 directions of the ship. After settling the new members, Lin Sheng walked to Shenling's room on the naval ship. At this time, Shenling had just finished bathing and was sitting on the edge of the bed wearing simple clothes. Her hair was still wet, and it looked like she had not yet dried her hair after washing it. Lin Sheng came to Shenling's side and reached out to grab a towel on the bedside. Lin Sheng was going to wipe the water drops from Shenling's hair, but he was disliked by Shenling.
"Go and take a shower. Look at how dirty you are."
Hearing Shenling's disgusting words, Lin Sheng frowned and glanced at himself. I laughed in my heart. At this time, Lin Sheng said,
"Sister Ling, you have changed. Before, you would rush to hug me no matter what I looked like. Now you are starting to dislike me."
Shenling couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body after listening to Lin Sheng's words. Then he said,
"Now you are fine and alive and kicking. Go take a shower."
Anyway, Shenling had made up her mind. She would never let Lin Sheng get close unless he cleaned her up. But Lin Sheng still didn't believe in evil and approached Shenling. Just when he was about to go to bed with him, Shenling suddenly got together, but was kicked out by Shenling. Lin Sheng looked at Shenling aggrievedly and said,
"Sister Ling, are you so cruel?"
Shenling nodded. Lin Sheng,
"Okay, why don't you just take a shower? I'll just go and do it."
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Lin Sheng walked towards the bathroom. As the naval ship got closer to the island base, Old Jack looked at the sea in front of him, which was filled with black fog. For a moment, the bad memories in Old Jack's memory were brought out. Even Pai, who had just woken up in a daze, was quite frightened.
"Old Jack, how do you sail a boat?"
Pai asked in horror.
No, I just drive the ship according to the waterway,"
Old Jack said insistently. Besides, facing this foggy sea again is not what he wants. And the island base is indeed on this route. Old Jack didn't understand. He stopped the ship and attempted to return. He didn't want to go in again. It was enough to have that bad memory once. But the ship's route did not satisfy Old Jack. The naval ship cannot go backwards. And it cannot even sail. It is moving entirely by the thrust of the sea water. The most frightening thing is that the sea water pushes the sea ship into the foggy waters.
"Pai, hurry up and ask the boss what to do."
After listening to Old Jack's words, Pai hurriedly ran towards the wooden villa where Lin Sheng was. When he arrived outside the small villa, Pai raised his head and shouted loudly,
"Something happened to the boss."
Lin Sheng, who was wiping Shenling's hair after taking a bath, was suddenly stunned. He looked up blankly and looked out the window of the room.
"Did someone call me just now?"
Lin Sheng said uncertainly. After all, he was about to go back. How could something happen at this time?
"It seems to be Pai's voice,"
Shenling also said with some uncertainty. At this moment, Kong Kongi staggered in and ran in. Kong Kongi was appointed by Lin Sheng to accompany Shenling, so he could enter here at will.
"Master, it's not good. Our naval ship wants to rush into the foggy sea out of control."
Listening to Kong Kongi's words, Lin Sheng was immediately frightened. The foggy sea? How could it be the foggy sea again? Lin Sheng exclaimed inwardly, and then hurriedly ran outside the sea wooden villa. When Lin Sheng arrived on the deck of the naval ship and saw clearly the sea area shrouded in black mist in front of him, he was immediately shocked. This is really a foggy sea area. And if Lin Sheng's memory was correct, the island base was surrounded by this foggy sea. And now, the naval ship has been dragged into the foggy sea by the mysterious force. Lin Sheng also had no idea. After entering the foggy sea area, Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows and looked around. At this time, everyone on the naval ship gathered behind Lin Sheng. Of course, the most nervous ones were Lin Sheng's parents. After all, other people besides his parents had seen this foggy sea before.
"Xiaosheng, where are you in danger?"
My mother asked most worriedly. Lin Sheng looked back at his parents, who were hugging each other and looking nervous. Lin Sheng said to Shenling,
"Sister, take Mom and Dad back to the room first. Don't scare them."
Shenling originally wanted to say that she was accompanying him, but after seeing the panic and uneasiness on his parents' expressions, he nodded and said,
Okay then.
Be careful. After watching Shenling send his parents back to the room, Lin Shunkai asked Guzi.
Why is this happening?
Guzi shook his head to express his confusion. The Elf Queen, who heard Lin Xing's words at the same time, said,
It seems that the world has changed. This sea area usually only appears in one place and does not move.
Above the stars, the Blue Shadow Man felt even more pressure. He had just spent a lot of effort to suppress the demonic dragon, but unexpectedly a new enemy arrived. Drought. The Blue Shadow Man only felt that it was too difficult for him. After a lot of effort, he finally held Han Bao back. But the power of Drought Demon still came to Blue Star. The Blue Shadow Man only felt that if a few more enemies came, he might really be unable to hold off. Lin Sheng on the naval ship saw a ghost ship. But the ghost ship was different from the one he had seen before. Just when Lin Sheng was confused, the door of the ghost ship was called, and a member of the Jiaolong mercenary group came out. He stared at Lin Sheng, and suddenly showed a ferocious smile.
Jia. Master Sheng didn't think of it.
Lin Sheng raised his hand, and shot out a sword energy. The sword energy fell on the mercenary, and the mercenary's figure immediately turned into black mist. After the sword energy disappeared, the black mist condensed into the mercenary again, and the smile on his face remained. Lin Sheng didn't know what happened, but he understood that this mercenary was very troublesome. And it seemed that the Jiaolong mercenary group survived with some special transformation after being wiped out by him. Chapter 191 Catacombs. Lin Sheng looked at the other party with a frown, and began to think in his heart. This is the only mercenary. Has it become like this, or have all the mercenaries of the Jiaolong mercenary group become like this?
Are you alone?
After much consideration, Lin Sheng finally asked this question. The mercenary burst out laughing after hearing Lin Sheng's words.
Why? Is Mr. Sheng, who destroyed the entire Jiaolong mercenary group, also afraid?
The mercenary was talking, and his face was full of ridicule towards Lin Xingfen. Before Lin Sheng could react, Guzi immediately stepped forward and swung his axe, directly split the mercenary's body. But there was still no scene of blood and flesh splattering. The mercenary's body turned into a black mist. After the black mist dissipated, it condensed into a human figure again.
Ha. Are you angry? Keep hitting me. You can't kill me anyway.
Listening to this mercenary's words, everyone's faces turned livid with anger. This mercenary is too arrogant. Guzi wanted to continue taking action, but Lin Sheng interrupted him and said,
Okay, Guzi, if we can't hit him, let's give up first.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Guzi put down the weapon he had just picked up and stopped attacking the mercenaries. Lin Sheng looked at the arrogant mercenary and had no good way to solve it. Lin Sheng could only watch silently as the mercenaries were tinkering with something. The mercenary made the decision only after seeing that Lin Sheng was at a loss. To be honest, the mercenary had a worried and frightened look on his face when he first came here. But after discovering that Lin Sheng had nothing to do with him, he became unscrupulous. The mercenary fiddled with a compass in his hand and put it down as if he had finally found the location. Soon, a mountain peak rose from the bottom of the sea. A black aura suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. These black auras came from the fish cave on the mountain peak.
No, something is very bad. Master.
After seeing these wisps of black energy coming out, the Elf Queen suddenly exclaimed,
What's the situation?
Lin Sheng asked the Elf Queen in confusion. After Lin Sheng saw the expression on the Elf Queen's face, he was more or less like tomorrow. Is this gathering of black mist a good thing? Ah, roar. Suddenly there was a dragon roar on top of the naval ship. Everyone was stunned at this time. After the Elf Queen reacted, she hurriedly said,
Master, stop the opening of this cave. If the cave is completely opened, the world will be in crisis. The black air in the cave shrouds the sea, and all creatures infected by the black air will turn into ghosts. You seem to know a lot about this.
Lin Sheng asked. The Elf Queen Hong nodded and immediately began to explain. After the Elf Queen's explanation, Lin Sheng finally understood.
Kill the mercenaries at all costs.
As Lin Sheng finished speaking, everyone began to attack the mercenaries. But the mercenaries were as stubborn as ever and couldn't be attacked at all.
Master, I'll come here.
Thunder Dragon suddenly spoke. The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck the mercenary, who had just condensed his figure. The mercenary also wanted to escape using the method he just arrived at. However, the mercenary felt that his body seemed to be imprisoned by some force, and he could no longer turn into black mist to escape the attack. The mercenary had a look of panic on his face. I originally thought that things would go over like this, and go back with the news of victory. But I didn't expect that I would still die here today. The power of thunder and lightning struck the mercenary, and the mercenary turned into black mist. The black mist dissipated into the world under the strike of thunder and lightning. The black mist sea also began to recede at this time. The black mist gradually dissipated after the death of the mercenary. The sunlight outside the sea penetrated the dark fog and once again brought light to the sea. At the same time, the three of Xiao Shijun, who were far away on the ghost ship in the real black fog sea, suddenly saw a soul bead shattering. These soul beads are where their bodies are stored after they turn into ghosts. And once the soul bead is broken, it also means that someone has died. A real death.
97 died?
Xiao Shilong said with a solemn expression. Xiao Shilong no longer had the impetuousness he had before. Things are very safe now.
It's okay. 97's death brought us benefits,
Xiao Shijun said at this time. It turned out that after the Jiaolong mercenary group was completely transformed into ghost mercenaries, they were restricted to this black mist sea area. If you want to leave the sea, there is only one way, which is to open 108 cave entrances and release the black energy of the undead into the world. Only then can they move around the world.
Did you agree to become a ghost and become immortal? But why did 97 die?
Xiao Shiwei said at this time. The three of them each had one word. But the last mysterious man, dressed in red and white clothes with a clown mask on his face, came out and said to the three of them,
Jia, he is inherently immortal, but he will not be destroyed. Thunder and soul attacks will become the nemesis of the ghost, and they will destroy the ghost. But as long as Cave 108 is open, none of these things can destroy us,
the clown masked man said. Xiao Shijun and the other three nodded. Then Xiao Shilong said,
How many catacombs have been opened?
3. The clown masked man closed his eyes and felt it before saying. Lin Sheng was looking seriously at the mountain peak that had just risen from the ground. Oh, it shouldn't be called an island. But this island is small and pitiful. There is only one cave up there.
Master, you are back. Did you do what you just did?
Pajun ran out from the island base and asked Lin Sheng. Just now, he saw the black mist disappear from afar. And then Lin Sheng and others appeared. So he thought it was Lin Sheng who did it. Lin Sheng shook his head and said,
No, everyone may be in trouble next. Huh? What does that mean?
Pajun was also confused by what Lin Sheng said, and he didn't realize what happened.
Look here.
Lin Sheng pointed at the entrance of the cave and said. Then Lin Sheng tried some methods to block the cave. But this cave seems to be unable to be blocked. And no matter what it is, it will be sucked into the cave.
Isn't it just a cave? What's there to be afraid of?
Pajun still didn't understand why Lin Sheng paid so much attention to it. So he spoke.
Hee.
Before Lin Sheng could say anything, a skeleton walked out. The skeleton's body was full of murderous aura, as if he was afraid of coming out from the pile of bones. Pajun was immediately frightened. Chapter 192 Soul Crystal. After the expression on Lin Sheng's face changed slightly, he looked at the skeleton man with a weapon in his hand. After the skeleton man saw Lin Sheng and others, he raised his skeleton knife and struck the dog in front without saying a word. Guzi didn't show any signs of weakness. He directly picked up the sky-opening axe in his hand and hit it with an axe, directly blocking the skeleton's bone blade. Guzi raised the giant axe in his hand, and the giant axe directly cut off the bone blade. Then looking at the skeleton in front of him, Guzi continued to use the giant axe in his hand to attack the skeleton. But the surprising thing is that this skeleton only has 10,000 health points. The most shocking thing is that the giant axe only caused 1 point of damage to the skeleton. Seeing that the skeleton had 9,997 points of blood left, Lin Sheng knew that if the dog kept attacking, the skeleton would be exhausted to death.
Let's all help together.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the rest of the people went down to help. The most ferocious among them is Pai Pai, who makes the tiger and tiger turn like wind with a giant hammer in his hand.
Brother, I'm here to help you.
The others followed Guzi up. Among them were a few people holding exclusive artifacts, and other naval crew members holding ordinary artifacts. Pajun explained to the soldiers he brought with him.
Go back and report the situation here to the leader and ask for support. What happens here may also endanger our island base. Yes.
When the soldiers left, Pajun went to help with the weapons in his hands. Although everyone attacked hard, the only ones who were really hurt were Guzi, Pai Pai, Kong Kongi, and Lin Sheng himself. Other people's attacks fell on the skeleton, and the damage they caused was miss. Lin Sheng looked at the crowded crowd again and felt very aggrieved. So he said,
Those who don't have exclusive artifacts in their hands should go back. You can't do any damage at all.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, many people realized that this was indeed the case. So they retreated and left. Lin Sheng, with Pai Pai and others, spent most of a day with 4 points of damage at a time, and fired 2,500 rounds of output, finally beating the skeleton to pieces. The entire skeleton turned into bursts of bone powder and dissipated. After the death of the mental skeleton, there was no abnormal reaction at the entrance of the cave.
Master Sheng, did that monster come out here?
Pajun asked with some horror. He is not afraid of the enemy, but he is afraid that he will not be able to do any harm to the enemy. In this way, you will become the target of the enemy's play. However, when facing this skeleton man, Pajun had this idea.
Yes, but I don't know what happened now. And there seems to be no reaction. But you have to send people to station here.
Lin Sheng told Shepajun that he could not wait here, but he needed to know what would happen in this cave at all times. As for going down to the cave, Lin Sheng was hit by a skeleton in mist. If this continued, if he was surrounded by dozens or hundreds of skeletons, he would be trapped here.
Okay, then let's go back first.
After receiving Pajun's response, Lin Sheng said immediately, the naval ship returned to the port of the island base. As for the entrance to the cave, there were people guarding it, so Lin Sheng didn't have to worry about anything else. If another change occurs, Lin Sheng can be notified as soon as possible and rush there. After Lin Sheng walked onto the island base, he couldn't help but smile when he saw that these concrete houses that had been built were already filled with people. Looking at the places where the tents were originally stationed, there were no more tents. Lin Sheng smiled with satisfaction. This is great. We all live in a cement house. In the future, the gold coin income will continue to flow. As for how to develop the island base, it is not something Lin Sheng needs to consider now, because there are people specifically responsible for these things. Lin Sheng returned to the naval ship and began to think. Now that the entrance to the cave has come out, he doesn't know what is going on under the cave, but he knows that he will definitely enter this cave in the future. But after thinking about the previous battle with the skeleton again, Lin Sheng couldn't help but become worried. That skeleton is a bug-type monster that can only deal a little damage even with its exclusive artifact. Facing the skeletons, Lin Sheng could say that there was no other good way except to consume them. The day passed quickly. Time has come to the 24th day of the disaster. Lin Sheng woke up from the bed leisurely. He started signing in immediately. Sign in to get the blacksmith's soul-attached blueprint. Study. You have learned the skill of forging soul possession. Forging attached souls. Material, Soul Crystal 100. Effect, the artifact is forged and enchanted with soul, thereby achieving a breakthrough in quality and becoming a legendary quality weapon. Legendary quality weapons have real damage to soul-type enemies. Lin Sheng suddenly became excited when he saw the ability he had just acquired. Yesterday and just now, I was still having a headache about how to face the enemies in the cave. Now the emergence of the soul-possessing skill has completely solved the current trouble. Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the soul crystal, but he didn't know where the soul crystal came from. Pai Pai, who had gone out for a walk, came back at this time. He came to Lin Sheng and asked Lin Sheng,
Boss, do you have a rope for me? Huh? What do you want the rope for?
Lin Sheng asked doubtfully. Could it be that Pai Pai wants to have some fun with Hong Hong? Pai Pai was a little embarrassed and took out a transparent crystal in his hand, showed it to Lin Sheng and said,
This crystal looks pretty good, so I thought about finding a suitable rope to tie it up and give it to Hong Hong. Seeing Pai Pai's shy expression, Lin Sheng was about to make a joke, but his eyes were suddenly attracted by the crystal stone in Pai Pai's hand.
Where did you get this?
Lin Sheng felt the strangeness of the crystal in his heart and asked immediately after taking it. Get Soul Crystal +1. Isn't this the Soul Crystal? Faced with Lin Sheng's inquiry, Pai Pai glanced at the crystal in confusion and said,
It was obtained at the entrance of the cave. Boss, does this soul crystal have any effect? It's very useful. You've already beaten that skeleton man before. You know that? Right? Yep. This crystal can upgrade the level of an artifact to a legendary weapon, and it can do great damage to monsters like skeletons, so that they won't be unable to fight at all like before,
Lin Sheng said. After Pai Pai heard this, he was not calm either. It's frustrating to fight a skeleton. It's obvious that when you fight other sea beasts, you can do more than 10,000 damage, but there is only a little bit of power on the skeleton, and you feel like you're weak when facing the skeleton. Chapter 193 Banquet.
Boss, are you telling the truth? If it is true, then I will take you to find the soul crystal right away.
Pai Pai Man said excitedly. He also wants to upgrade the artifact.
Walk.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he and Pai Pai returned to the entrance of the cave. However, after the two of them searched for a while near the intersection, they didn't see any soul crystal at all. If Pai Pai hadn't been sure that he had found a soul crystal in his hand here, he would have doubted whether he had made a mistake.
Could it be that he was left behind after killing the skull-headed man before?
Lin Sheng suddenly thought of the skeleton he had killed before, but he did not find any items dropped by the skeleton. When Lin Sheng said this, Pai Pai became a little suspicious. He also thought it was possible. Lin Sheng hesitated again and again, looking at the entrance of the cave and wanting to go in, but finally gave up on this decision. After all, he doesn't have that strength now. After Lin Sheng helplessly dismissed this attention, Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai,
Pai Pai, lend me the soul crystal in your hand.
Without hesitation, he handed Lin Sheng the soul crystal in his hand.
Use 100-fold increase.
Lin Sheng thought silently in his heart. Get soul crystal plus 100. Hundreds of soul crystals were obtained, but Lin Sheng still couldn't use the soul crystals. After all, there are exactly 100, and they will be gone after use. Lin Sheng's roommate is waiting for tomorrow to use the 100-fold increase again to get more soul crystals. Moreover, Pai Pai is also his subordinate, so it is impossible for Lin Sheng to directly steal his subordinate's things. Right. So Lin Sheng said to Pai Pai,
I'll give it back to you.
Lin Sheng handed the soul spirit to Pai Pai. Pai Pai hesitated and said,
Boss, how about I give you this soul crystal?
After listening to Pai Pai's words, Lin Sheng laughed.
Okay. Aren't you looking for a rope? The rope I have here is too ugly. Why don't you ask the Dwarf King? Maybe there will be something.
After hearing what Lin Sheng said, Pai Pai immediately went to look for the dwarf and asked me if there was any rope. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, glanced at the entrance of the cave again and thought angrily, haha, I will come again tomorrow. Finally, Lin Sheng turned around and left the entrance of the cave and walked outside. When Lin Sheng returned to the naval ship, Shenling walked up to him. She came to Lin Sheng and hugged him. Then she said,
Xiao Sheng, the old leader sent someone to invite us to a banquet, saying that the island base has greatly improved the country's restoration plan. The living conditions of the survivors who returned to the Dragon Kingdom. They held a barbecue for national celebration.
Lin Sheng held Shenling in his arms and smiled. It does seem like a good thing now.
The leaders really want to have a celebration. After all, not every restoration plan can create an island with life and free use of water and electricity. Lin Sheng carried Shenling to the island base. On top of the base, he faced the oncoming army. Lin Sheng said with a smile,
Pajuan, you are about to become my exclusive receptionist. Look, aren't you the one who receives me every time I come here?
Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Pajun burst out laughing. This was because the people above valued him. Of course, it was still a drag on Lin Sheng's happiness. If Lin Sheng's appearance hadn't attracted the attention of the above, and he was the first person to remove Lin Sheng, he would have become a special receptionist for Lin Sheng, the person in charge of life.
Master Sheng, you are here. We are preparing a barbecue banquet today. I hope you have found it too,
Pajun said with a smile. His face was full of indescribable joy.
I know. If I didn't know, I wouldn't be here. But is there wine at the barbecue?
Suddenly hearing Lin Sheng's question, Pajun's face suddenly became embarrassed. Liquor. They have just solved the problems of housing and food and clothing. Where will they find the food and time to make wine?
Master, where can we drink in this situation?
Pajun Lin Sheng, who looked at the smile disappearing and had a bitter look in his eyes, laughed.
That's okay. I have beer and liquor in my hand. But do you want to wholesale some?
Pajun, Mr. Sheng, are you too much of a dog? Can we talk properly? Now that he knows the importance of gold coins, Pajun will naturally not use gold coins casually in exchange for some food and drink.
Master, well, let's forget it.
Lin Sheng was also happy to see Pajun greedy, but helplessly give up his idea.
Okay, I'll get the wine, but the quantity won't be too much. After all, I don't have much. As for the cost, just treat it as if I'm treating everyone to a drink.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he took Shenling's hand and went back to the naval ship to get some wine. After walking on the road for a while, Shenling took Lin Sheng's hand. She did not move forward, but stood still. Lin Sheng looked back at Shenling in confusion.
What's wrong with Sister Ling?
Shenling pouted and said dissatisfiedly,
I'm too tired. I don't want to walk.
Lin Sheng looked at Shenling's aggrieved look and immediately understood. This is starting to act like a spoiled child to yourself. Otherwise, with the strength of Shenling, a 4th level expert, walking this mere short distance would make him tired? Maybe he wouldn't feel tired after swimming on the sea for a whole day. Right? Lin Sheng smiled and took Shenling's hand. Then he said,
Sister Ling, please step over here.
Lin Sheng lowered the hands they were holding together and asked Shenling Yao. Shenling raised her foot and crossed her calf. Lin Sheng lifted up Shenling's body and put it on his neck.
Are you satisfied now?
Lin Sheng patted Shenling's legs hanging on his chest, then raised his head and said to Shenling,
Sister Ling, are you satisfied now?
Listening to Lin Sheng's question, Shenling's face turned slightly red. She just wanted Lin Sheng to carry her on his back. But who knew that Lin Sheng actually let her ride on his neck? Although there was a shy look on her face, her heart was full of happiness. In this way, Lin Sheng carried Shenling back to the naval ship. Just then, I was about to go get the wine, but I met Shen's parents who were walking.
You guys? Young people are really good at playing,
Mother Shen said with emotion. Father Shen glanced at Lin Sheng's waist hopefully. I thought to myself,
young people have good waists. Well, we have something to do first. By the way, my parents will take you to the island base in a while.
After Lin Sheng said this, he hurriedly left with Shenling, mainly because of the way his father looked at his waist. Lin Sheng felt his scalp numb, so he hurriedly left. Chapter 194. The dark energy quietly creeping in. Arriving at the warehouse under the naval ship, Lin Sheng hurriedly took away 30,000 barrels of beer and 1,000 barrels of liquor. Lin Sheng took Shenling towards the island base. Although she didn't meet her parents when she came out this time, Shenling felt that she was so embarrassed by being seen before, so she didn't ask Lin Sheng to be touched by her. Lin Sheng returned to the island base. Lin Sheng took out the beer and liquor from his backpack and placed them on the ground. After Pajun saw these tens of thousands of barrels of wine, he immediately lost his composure. This is tens of thousands of barrels of wine. A bucket weighs at least 3 or 4 kilograms. How much grain does it take to brew 30,000 to 40,000 kilograms of wine? Pajun didn't dare to think about it. At this time, Lin Sheng said,
I don't have much wine. I can only take out these. I will keep some for myself to drink.
Pajun looked at Lin Sheng's sincere eyes and was immediately stunned. He didn't know what to say better. Is this a little bit of what you said? Not a lot? Sir, are you afraid that you don't understand this multi-word explanation? Pajun complained crazily in his heart. But he opened his mouth and said,
It's already a lot. Why don't you take some back? Mr. Sheng?
No. Just when Lin Sheng, Pajun and others were enjoying themselves on the island base. On the sea some distance away from the island base, a group of people were excitedly moving towards the Dragon Kingdom Island. The wooden boat under their feet almost felt like it was being driven by a rocket.
Hurry up. We finally found the organization,
one person said excitedly.
I finally have a home,
said another. The construction of houses on the island base has never stopped. After the previous tents were moved away, a lot of open space became available. The leaders gritted their teeth and immediately announced that the construction would continue. Today, Ko began to send out news welcoming the
return of the Dragon Kingdom survivors.
When this news first came out, it was like one stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. As for the survivors of the Dragon Kingdom who saw the news, all those who have the ability and desire to return will try their best to come back. But those who are greedy for land and become kings will not be willing to come back. And the group of people who were just talking are the ones who want to return. They shouted excitedly. The Dragon Kingdom's island base has appeared before their eyes.
Quick! We'll be there soon,
someone said, when the wooden boat was about to arrive at the Dragon Kingdom island base. On the sea not far from the entrance of the cave they passed, a ray of black energy suddenly hit on one of them. After the black energy sneaked into the human body, there was no other movement, as if it had never appeared.
Welcome home.
On the island base, the crowds carried by wooden boats logged in to the island base, and the sounds of welcome rang out one after another. This is the welcome ceremony prepared by the Dragon Kingdom for the returnees. Its purpose is to welcome returning people, comparing everything. If you want to develop, you still have to put people first. An indispensable part of the Dragon Kingdom's restoration plan is to unite the dragon fruit survivors who are living outside the country. Only in this way can the island base be developed back.
Brothers, have you seen that? What I said is right. They are all waiting for us to come back. This is because they are connected by blood,
one person said excitedly. The next moment, after he was investigated and determined that there were no other problems, he successfully joined the Dragon Kingdom's island base. The survivors who came with this man also enjoyed the same treatment. Lin Sheng was celebrating here, eating barbecue and drinking beer. Everyone's face is filled with expressions of enjoyment. At this time, the group of survivors who had just returned to the Dragon Kingdom walked in and were arranged to sit down in a seat. Pajun stood beside Lin Sheng and said to Lin Sheng,
"After our island base was built, more and more Chinese people came back."
Lin Sheng nodded. Everyone is going to a good place. After learning that Longhua had an island base and water and electricity supply, they were all willing to come back. In the middle of the crowd, the old leader said,
"Everyone should eat well and drink well. Let's continue to work together to build our better home. I believe that one day, we can go back to the era of eating watermelon with the air conditioner blowing."
The old leader's words undoubtedly resonated with many ordinary survivors. It's not that the old leader didn't say something else, but under these conditions, only for a better life in the future can arouse everyone's excitement. After all, how can we talk about the future if it is precarious? And everyone who was eating barbecue and drinking wine saw a light of hope in front of their eyes. Imagine life in the future returning to the era before the disaster. If possible, Lin Sheng would not be willing to drift on the naval ship all the time. So Lin Sheng came up with a plan to build an island base. Different from the island base of the Dragon Kingdom, there are crooked nuts in the restoration plans of other countries in other sea areas. After they had learned about the appearance of Long Kingdom at this moment, they all fell silent with envious and jealous eyes on their faces. They looked at the raft under their feet, and all of them had ugly expressions. Why are they already on land? But he can only be on a raft? Later, these Uyghur leaders learned through channels that the YD country had also begun to build an island base, and they sent people to inquire. Finally, it was learned that the original materials for building the island base were available in the hands of Longhua. The countries that had good relations with the Dragon Kingdom were excited. It's not free to rely on a previous relationship, but there will definitely be discounts when purchasing. But the faces of those countries that had not dealt with it in the first place turned ugly. When a banquet had just ended, a representative from Lao Taigua came over. After the representatives of Lao Taigua communicated with the leader, the old leader became a little embarrassed. After all, the materials for island construction were not in their hands, but were obtained from Lin Sheng. We had no choice but to arrange for them to stay and wait for news. Pajun found Lin Sheng.
"Master, he."
Lin Sheng was lying on the armchair, sitting on the naval ship and blowing in the wind. Wei Tiao glanced at Pajun.
Do you want to eat again?"
Lin Sheng said lazily.
"Ahem. Either Mr. Sheng or you still have mayfly stone cores in your hands. Old Taigua and the others."
Pajun told what Lao Taigua had come to seek. Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the words. The number of 100 times the amplitude of the mayfly core in his hand was much higher recently. But what you put in your hands is always useless. It's only useful if you trade it out. It's like the country that gathered a wave of YD before and suddenly became rich, Lin Sheng said with a smile.
"Of course the territory is for sale, and it is not only sold to Lao Taigua, but also to other countries. How can you let go of such a good opportunity to make money? Let Lao Taigua set the price as you like."
Chapter 195 Dark Shadow outside the window. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, a large handful of mayfly stone cores appeared in his hand. Lin Sheng handed the mayfly stone core to Pajun. Pajun also smiled and said,
"How many gold coins are you going to sell?" "Sir?"
Lin Sheng touched his chin and said,
"This is the basic material of an island. With this material, an island can be built. Before the disaster, private islands were traded in units of hundreds of millions. I wouldn't lose money if I sold them for 500,000 gold coins."
"Right." Pajun nodded.
"Well, Master Sheng's X-Factory price is 500,000 gold coins. As an agent, we can sell it for 1,000,000 gold coins and allow a discount of 70 to 10% off."
"Ga." Lin Sheng was stunned immediately. He looked at Pajun blankly, feeling that society was too sinister. I thought that my price was already black enough, but I also wanted to see how many bonus units Pajun would tell me. But Lin Sheng never thought that Pajun would directly raise the price and sell it, without having to share his own profits. And he would be able to earn more. Seeing Pajun smile, Lin Sheng had no choice but to smile helplessly and wait to see the guest off. After Pajun left, Lin Sheng stood up and walked around the deck of the ship before arriving at Captain Lin's cabin. He started the drone and watched the picture transmitted back by the drone through the big screen in the captain's cabin. The drone flew near the entrance of the cave. At this time, Lin Sheng saw a black air filling the entrance of the cave. But the black air quickly dissipated. Lin Sheng looked at the entrance of the cave with a solemn expression. After a long time, the black air appeared again, but it also disappeared very quickly. After Lin Sheng observed for a while, he discovered that the black energy at the entrance of the cave would only appear and dissipate repeatedly. It seemed as if something was trying to come out of the entrance, but didn't. Lin Sheng couldn't help but feel worried. Now there are not enough means to deal with this creature in the cave. If only one skeleton appears like before, there is still a way to concentrate the attack power to deal with it. However, when a large number of skeletons appear, Lin Sheng feels that he has no way to deal with it. Lin Sheng controlled the drone to fly to other places. After all, just looking at it is of no use to life now. So it is better to go to other places to see. Maybe there will be other gains. But not necessarily. Just as Lin Sheng was thinking this, when the drone flew over the edge of the naval ship, Lin Sheng saw a treasure box. Lin Sheng said,
Pai Pai, go out and harvest this treasure chest.
Pai Pai, who was waiting aside, was instructed by Lin Sheng to run out. Soon Pai Pai ran back. In his hand was the treasure box that Lin Sheng saw just now. Lin Sheng opened the treasure chest. Get the Rainbow Island route map. Note, there is a special merchant on Rainbow Island. Survivors can go to Rainbow Island to collect materials and exchange for goods from the special merchant. You may have something you need. Lin Sheng looked at the introduction and was immediately moved. Does he have what he needs now? Of course there is. It is the Soul Crystal. However, Lin Sheng saw that it was almost getting dark today, so he might as well wait until tomorrow to go and take a look. When it gets dark, take a good rest when it's time to rest. Lin Sheng then controlled the drone to reach the sky above Lin Hai Island base. In the sky above the island base, Lin Sheng looked at the happy life of the people on the island base. Some of them were farming. Some were washing their clothes. And some of them got on wooden boats in teams and headed towards the ocean. He should have gone out to collect supplies. Looking at these pictures, Lin Sheng felt like he was back to the life in the village before the disaster. Just when the drone was controlled by Lin Sheng and returned to the island, Lin Sheng suddenly saw the mother and daughter who were busy with the savages. Lin Sheng's mood suddenly dropped. It's not about anything else. The most important thing is that he promised to solve the problem of this woman's broken arm. But so far, no equipment such as medical supplies has been obtained. Lin Sheng sighed helplessly and recalled the drone. Then, there was silence. Lin Sheng pinned his hopes for medical equipment on the island he would go to tomorrow. It became dark. People on the island base returned to their houses one after another. And those survivors who went out also returned to the island base. Lin Sheng also returned to his room from the captain's room. As soon as he opened the door, he felt his eyes go dark. A figure flashed past, and the next moment he was pulled to the bed. After Lin Sheng gathered his concentration and saw the person clearly, he was stunned. It was Shenling who pulled him onto the bed.
Sister, what do you want to do?
Lin Sheng asked, confused. Shenling looked nervously at the window. After checking the world outside Lin Yifen's window, she came to Lin Sheng's side and sat down. Then he said to Lin Sheng,
I feel like there's something strange outside.
Lin Sheng looked at Shenling in confusion.
What's the problem?
Shenling didn't know how to explain it for a while. So she took Lin Sheng's hand and came to the window. She looked a little pale after looking out the window, leaning towards Lin Sheng's body. Shenling said to Lin Sheng,
Chao Sheng, take a look.
Lin Sheng also looked out at this time. He was also frightened by the scene outside the window. When I just came back from the captain's cabin, I still didn't see anything. But at this time, I actually saw patches of black shadows floating around on the sea. Those black shadows feel illusory and transparent. If the world at this time was not a post-catastrophic world, Lin Sheng would be sure that those black shadows were definitely not the product of projection technology. After Lin Sheng thought about this, he couldn't help but think of the patches of black gas he saw coming out of the cave during the day. Could these things be caused by black energy? Then Lin Sheng saw those black shadows constantly devouring each other. The figure of the black shadow that swallowed up other black shadows suddenly became solid. After the black energy solidified, a clearer black shadow appeared in front of Lin Sheng, and a face appeared on the black shadow. The faces all had dull expressions. But the next moment all the black shadows suddenly disappeared, as if they had never appeared before. It's as if he disappeared out of thin air. Lin Sheng rubbed his eyes and looked at the world outside the window in disbelief. Lin Sheng still didn't believe it and opened the window to take a look, but really didn't see anything. At this moment, the outside was shrouded in moonlight, and the black night turned into a silver-white world.
Okay, sister. Look, there's nothing wrong now.
Lin Sheng pushed Shenling, who was shrinking behind him in fear, and said, Chapter 196 Bonefish at Sea. After Shenling hesitated for a moment, she believed that Lin Sheng would not deceive her. So she raised her head and looked at the outside world. Sure enough, after looking up this time, Shenling was sure that there were no more black shadows outside the window that she said she saw before.
Okay, those things are gone. You can rest assured.
Lin Sheng hugged Shenling's waist and said,
Ah, really?
Shenling timidly poked her head out from behind Lin Sheng and looked out the window cautiously. After discovering that the darkness outside the window was indeed gone as Lin Sheng said, he patted his plump rabbit and said,
Okay, it's time to rest.
Lin Sheng hugged Shenling and walked to the bed. As everyone falls asleep, the bright moon quietly receded. The disappearing figure of the black shadow appeared on the sea surface again at this time. These black shadows continued to devour each other, becoming stronger and stronger than their original physical bodies. As the shadow becomes stronger, their figures are becoming more and more solid, which is countless times darker than those of Africans. Just as the shadow was preparing for its next move, the first rays of the morning sun fell on the sea. These black figures reluctantly disappeared. These shadows are ghostly creatures, cannot appear during the day. That means you can come out at night. Lin Sheng slowly got up from the bed. He immediately signed in with, Okay. Sign in to get the medical room manufacturing drawing. Medical room. 1. Automatic operating table. 2. Pharmacy R&D room. 3. Diagnostic scanner. Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment when he looked at the 3 small categories displayed on the manufacturing diagram of the medical room. It's just that Lin Sheng himself doesn't have the materials for these things. However, I see hope in Shuya's mother's hand. What Lin Sheng has to do now is to go to Rainbow Island to obtain the items on Rainbow Island. After Lin Sheng arrived at the captain's room, he saw old Jack Lin with a serious look on his face. Lin Sheng couldn't help but become confused.
What happened to old Jack?
Lin Sheng asked.
Boss, you're here. By the way, boss, come and take a look at this.
After old Jack saw Lin Sheng coming, he showed Lin Sheng the picture on the screen he had been watching. Lin Sheng looked at the screen and saw that the scene from last night was playing on the screen. Lin Sheng saw the dark shadows he saw yesterday on the screen. As the night falls, black shadows appear, devouring each other and becoming stronger. The bright moon is in the sky. The world is white, and the dark shadows recede. The bright moon disappeared. The world was dark, and the shadows reappeared on the world stage. They continued to devour each other. The black shadows solidified and turned into a physical shadow man, suspended in the air close to the surveillance of the naval ship. When the sun went down, the unwilling and ferocious expression on the black shadow was recorded by the naval ship's surveillance camera, and then disappeared. Lin Sheng looked at all this. His face became extremely solemn. Shadows, ghosts, crypts. It seems that in the future, it will not only be the exploration of islands, but also new places will appear after the disaster.
Old Jack. Okay, we have to go here first. Maybe there will be a way to deal with these things here.
Lin Sheng handed the route map to old Jack. Old Jack nodded, but he was really excited. Lin Sheng's method of dealing with the black shadow shocked him. It turns out that the boss already had a way to deal with these shadows. When the naval ship set off, it was in the starry sky. There are 2 people sitting on the buttocks of the blue figure. One is the black dragon, and the other is the drought demon. They're all under the blue shadow man's ass. The black dragon's face was very dark.
Old ghost, it's okay if you don't come over. Why did you end up sitting on my butt when you came over? Go away. If I hadn't come here, the life forms on Blue Star would not have destroyed your shipwreck.
Hanbao said dissatisfied.
But hasn't your ability not been developed yet? It's coming soon. After the Blue Star rotates once, it will be time for a massacre.
Hanbao said proudly. The blue shadow man who had never spoken before said at this time.
Uh-huh. You don't have to argue. The life forms of Blue Star are not something you can massacre if you want. Don't be too proud. You are just a janitor. When our 2 brothers come, we will see how you can protect Blue Star.
Hanao and Heilung spoke simultaneously. The blue shadow man smiled and said nothing. He looked at Blue Star with a leisurely look. No. Blue Star's survivors would kill all intruders. Lin Sheng on the naval ship felt restless for a while. Suddenly at this time a sea beast appeared in the sea. This sea beast was directly suspended in midair. The entire sea beast is like a fish skeleton. This sea beast floated onto Lin Sheng's naval ship. The white fish bones were opened. Bite towards the savage. Guzi, who was patrolling the savage tribe, suddenly came to the bone fish. He raised the sky-opening axe and slashed towards the bone fish. The sky-opening axe blocked the white teeth above the fish's head. Only then did the savage, who was attacked, not be harmed. Guzi snorted coldly and threw the bone fish out with all his strength.
Have my bullies ever asked me?
After hearing Guzi's words, the savage, who had just been frightened, suddenly woke up at this time. He quickly thanked Guzi and said,
Thank you, Chief. If it hadn't been for the Chief, my little life would not have been saved.
But the dwarf princess, who had been following Guzi, looked at Guzi with stars in her eyes. After the bone fish was thrown away, it turned over in midair and flew back. At the same time, the body of the bone fish was filled with black energy. Lin Sheng also dared to come over at this time. From a distance, a sword energy was directed at the bone fish. When the sword energy fell into the body of the bone fish, as expected, there was only a -1 blood deduction prompt on the bone fish. Lin Sheng frowned immediately. Was this strange sea beast really affected by the appearance of the cave? Lin Sheng immediately said loudly,
Everyone who has the magic weapon in hand should hurry up and gather here.
After Guzi saw Lin Sheng's other people on the anxious naval ship, he continued to resist the bone fish. Now we not only have to protect our own people, but also everyone on the ship. Pai Pai, Kong Kongi, the Elf Queen, and even Shenling came over at this time. Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng said some words, he pointed at the dog. Everyone surrounded the bone fish one after another. Bonefish saw himself surrounded by people. He didn't show the slightest fear, but opened his mouth. He didn't know what sound came out. Anyway, none of Lin Sheng and others heard the sound. But the waves on the sea exploded. Bonefish of different shapes emerged one after another, suspended in midair. Chapter 197, Rainbow Island. Lin Sheng was also startled when he saw the appearance of these bonefish. Then he forced himself to calm down. Lin Sheng looked at these bonefish with leisurely eyes. Only then did he notice the blood volume of the bonefish. 100/100. This bonefish doesn't have a lot of blood. But I can't stand the staggering number of bonefish. Lin Sheng didn't know how many bonefish there were in the sea. But just looking at the number of bonefish on the sea surface, Lin Sheng had already confirmed that there were hundreds of them. Flee or fight. There is no other way to escape. After all, the bonefish have now surrounded the naval vessel, so the only way left was to fight. Lin Sheng waved the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand. The sword energy from the broken sword continued to emit, and fell on the bonefish. The bonefish's blood volume was deducted a little. But after the bonefish took the damage from Lin Sheng, because this little bit of damage was like tickling the bonefish, it couldn't be frightened at all. On the contrary, it somewhat angered the bonefish. The bonefish suddenly floated towards Lin Sheng and hit Lin Sheng with its head. Lin Sheng was knocked back a few steps. It felt like my body was about to fall apart. After Lin Sheng stabilized his body, he endured the pain on his body, tried hard to swing the broken sword in his hand, and continued to fight the bonefish. This is not only true for Lin Sheng, but also for other people. The violent battle fluctuations immediately awakened the guardian beasts on all sides of the ship. For sea dragons came out of hiding and hovered around Lin Sheng and others. For a moment, lightning splashed across the ship, and ice water spread. The cold water man made Lin Sheng tremble all over, and he hurriedly withdrew from the circle surrounded by the 4 sea dragons and hid on the outside. Guzi, Pai Pai and others also shuddered and ran out. As for those white bone fish, I became confused instantly. They looked at the sea dragons surrounding them in confusion.
Boss, what is this?
Pai Pai shook the water on his body and asked Lin Sheng doubtfully.
I don't know either,
Lin Sheng replied. At this moment, one of the sea dragons said to Lin Sheng,
Master, leave these little miscellaneous fish to us to deal with.
After hearing what Lin Sheng and others said, their mouths twitched. Small fish? Are you telling me that these white bone fish are all small miscellaneous fish? The bonefish we just had a hard time dealing with. But Lin Sheng soon understood why these sea dragons said that these white bone fish were small miscellaneous fish. Because Lin Sheng saw the dragon's breath spitting out from the mouth of this dead-headed sea dragon. Under the dragon's breath of the sea dragon, the figures of the bonefish all came to a halt, as they continued to be eroded by the dragon's breath. The stiff white bones on their bodies became extremely loose at this time. The next moment, a thunder dragon suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed the power of thunder and lightning. The lightning attack fell on these bone fish. The bone fish was smashed to pieces by the lightning strike of the brontosaurus. All the bone fish eroded by the lightning attack will end up with the same fate.
The master, Xiao Zai, was killed by our brothers.
Thunder Dragon asked Lin Sheng for credit. Well, if you were really that powerful, I would have called you out long ago. Looking at the dumbfounded Pipe Eye and others around him, Lin Sheng could only wave his hand and said,
Okay, everything has been resolved. Let's go back and wait for the naval ships to arrive on the island.
After Pipe Eye and others left, Lin Sheng saw some things dropped after the bonefish was killed on the deck of the naval ship. Lin Sheng stepped forward and picked up the fragments. Get soul fragment plus 20. Soul fragment? Something. Lin Sheng just curiously looked at the soul fragments in his hand, and saw that these soul fragments began to gather automatically at this time. Then it turned into 2 soul crystals. Lin Sheng looked at the soul crystal in his hand. Then I understood. If so, can I take the riding dragon and kill it directly into the cave? Lin Sheng hurriedly found the thunder dragon and asked,
If I take you to the cave, can you follow me? Where is the crypt?
Thunder Dragon expressed that he could not understand what Lin Sheng said.
What if I want to take you away from this ship?
This time, Thunder Dragon understood Lin Sheng's words. However, Thunder Dragon still persuaded him at this time.
Master, I can do it, but my other 3 brothers may still stay on the naval ship. Otherwise, if we encounter the situation like today again, I am afraid that the naval ship will not be able to hold on. Lin Sheng also agreed with Thunder Dragon's words. Taking a Thunder Dragon away with him would actually satisfy Lin Sheng's request. But after Lin Sheng recalled Thunder Dragon's words, the corners of Lin Sheng's mouth suddenly twitched. Make sure you're not showing off your strength. The feeling of being overpowered by one's own men was really unpleasant. Lin Sheng could only turn around and leave. If you want not to be suppressed by the Thunder Dragon, you have to gather the soul crystals early and upgrade the artifact to a legendary weapon so that you can deal enough damage. The naval ship is getting closer to the island. It wasn't until the naval ship docked on the island that Lin Sheng took Shenling and others down from the naval ship. When we arrived at the island, it turned out that the island lived up to its name. A rainbow can be seen in the wild above the island. While Lin Sheng and others were looking at the rainbow, a woman wearing colorful clouds walked up to Lin Sheng.
Adventurers, welcome to Rainbow Island. Here, as long as you are lucky enough and collect enough materials, you can come to me to exchange for all items. Lin Sheng's eyes were attracted by the woman's voice. Her voice is full of magnetism. It was enough to attract everyone's attention. But when Lin Sheng saw the other party's appearance, he was immediately stunned. This woman's eyes seemed to be filled with stars. When Lin Sheng looked into her eyes, he seemed to see the entire universe. My eyes were drawn, and I couldn't leave it for a long time. Shenling next to Lin Sheng is also the same as Lin Sheng. But after Shenling reacted, Shenling shook his head and said to himself, Shenling, you are also a woman. How can you be fascinated by a woman? After Shenling conducted some self-examination, Shenling made a mental evaluation. She did not look into the woman's eyes again, fearing that she would be confused by the woman's eyes again and become addicted. She turned to look at Lin Sheng beside her. Then he pouted angrily. This is his own man. How could he be attracted to the woman in front of him? So Shenling stretched out his hand and pinched the soft flesh of Lin Sheng's waist. The severe pain made Lin Sheng come back to his senses from his entranced state. Sister Ling, what are you doing? Lin Sheng cried out in pain. Chapter 198, Colorful Squirrel. I didn't do anything. I just saw something dirty on your clothes and helped you take it off. After hearing what Shenling said, Lin Sheng felt bad. The clothes he is wearing are armor. If the armor is dirty, take off the garbage on it. Then you won't have to use such force. Right. Lin Sheng cursed in his heart. But seeing Shenling's angry look, Lin Sheng couldn't say anything, as this was his own person. I'll keep it clean. Lin Sheng responded. Shenling was stunned, never expecting that Lin Sheng would answer her like this. When she looked at Lin Sheng, she noticed Lin's smiling eyes. Shenling's pretty face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, and she felt that Lin Sheng had seen through her little thoughts. It was exactly what Shenling was thinking. After Lin Sheng endured the pain in her body, she looked at Shenling's appearance and the mysterious woman she had just been attracted to, and lost her soul. Lin Sheng understood that this was Shenling's unhappiness with his performance. I don't care whether your clothes are dirty or not from now on. Shenling turned her head aside proudly. Lin Sheng took Shenling into his arms, and then looked at the mysterious woman. The face of this mysterious woman was covered with a black gauze. It was impossible to see the woman's appearance clearly. The only thing that could be seen clearly were those eyes that could make people lose consciousness. This time, Lin Sheng learned the lesson and did not look directly into the woman's eyes. He has learned from the previous lessons, and although the pliers Shenling brought to time didn't hurt much, it was really painful. Lin Sheng asked,
"So what do you have here that can be redeemed?" "Gee, sister, there are a lot of good things here. You can't think of anything that wouldn't come out without my sister."
Lin Sheng couldn't help but trembled when he heard the woman's voice. This feeling made Lin Sheng very uncomfortable. The voice seemed to want to control him. Lin Sheng involuntarily hugged Shenling next to him tightly, trying to wake herself up with the lovely child in her arms.
"Then take it out and let me take a look,"
Lin Sheng said.
"Okay, I'll give you some hope,"
the mysterious woman spoke. Then he flipped his palm, and an illusory panel appeared in front of Lin Sheng's eyes.
"Soul Crystal 10 Colorful Pine Cone / Piece. God Level Automatic Operating Room 1W Colorful Mushrooms."
Lin Sheng looked at the long list of products in confusion. In particular, Lin Sheng ignored the other products and looked at the last product. Lin Sheng's whole body felt bad. Supreme Cannon. Set a target and destroy them all with one shot. Although the Supreme Cannon made Lin Sheng feel that the Supreme Cannon was invincible, but he was shocked by the price of the gun. Mushrooms, pine cones, golden berries. A total of 100 million units of each of the 5 materials can be exchanged. The corners of Lin Sheng's mouth twitched. This must be too annoying. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have looked at the merchandise and props. This mentality is directly confused.
"That's it. Let's go!"
Lin Sheng sighed and walked towards the interior of the island. Sure enough, the thing I hate most in my life is businessmen. He was clearly tempting himself with what he hoped to obtain, but he was raising the price to an unreachable level.
"Adventurers, welcome back to Exchange for Goods."
Lin Sheng suddenly felt uncomfortable when he heard the words coming from behind him. "Can't you just say nothing? Do you have to stimulate me at this time?" Lin Sheng pulled Shenling and walked faster and faster. After knowing that he was far away from the mysterious woman, he slowed down.
"Ha ha ha."
Shenling laughed when she saw Lin Sheng stopped and panted, with a look of shit on his face.
"Why are you laughing?"
Lin Sheng raised his head and looked at Shenling and asked.
"No, I didn't."
Shenling held back her smile and said,
"Come on. I won't argue with you anymore. Did you also see the prices of the merchandise and props that just arrived? The price is not cheap at all." "Well, I've seen it all. But where are those materials going to be collected?"
As soon as Shenling finished speaking, she suddenly noticed the surroundings and the environment they were in at the moment. Directly in front is a huge old tree. Shenling and Lin Sheng raised their heads and looked at Shooting. Colorful pine cones hang high on the branches on the tree. Suddenly a colorful squirrel appeared on the tree.
"Yeah, there's a mouse."
Shenling screamed when she saw the squirrel. Lin Sheng followed his gaze. After seeing the squirrel clearly, he immediately laughed out loud.
"Sister Ling, are you sure that's a mouse?"
Lin Sheng asked teasingly. Pai Pai and others, who came with Lin Sheng and others, suppressed their smiles. Shenling was reminded by Lin Sheng's roommate and raised her head to look seriously. She looked at the colorful squirrel, who was stunned by her.
"It turns out it's not a mouse."
Just when Shenling breathed a sigh of relief, a colorful pine cone flew towards him like a bullet. Lin Sheng hurriedly grabbed Shenling and pulled Shenling aside. The colorful pine cones were sunk into the solid soil. At this time, cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of Shenling and Lin Sheng. Is the power of this pine cone attack too strong? If a pine cone submerged in the soil hits you, I'm afraid that the armor has no effect, and the colorful pine cones may directly penetrate it. After dodging pine cone's attack, Lin Sheng's brows suddenly raised. The colorful little squirrel that looked so cute on the display actually touches the tentacles completely contrary to common sense, and starts with a heavy blow. The most important thing is that if Lin Sheng hadn't reacted quickly enough, Shenling might have been seriously injured. So Lin Sheng showed no mercy to this colorful squirrel. Lin Sheng pointed the Xianyuan broken sword at the colorful squirrel, and the sword energy was immediately shot away. However, the squirrel cleverly avoided Lin Sheng's attack by relying on its strange movement skills. After the colorful squirrel stood up again, he cast a look of contempt at Lin Sheng. This made Lin Sheng very angry. This was simply provoking Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng controlled the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand, surrounded by black holes. Then one after another sword energy was sent out one after another, all of which were attacking the squirrel through the black hole. No matter how weird the squirrel's figure was, He still couldn't face the ubiquitous sword attack. A sword energy hit him on the back. In an instant, most of the colorful squirrel's blood tank was emptied. The colorful squirrel howled in pain. It panicked and ran around on the tree trying to escape. Chase! Seeing the squirrel running away shamelessly, Lin Sheng immediately shouted and chased after him. While Lin Sheng was chasing the man and the squirrel, he saw the squirrel running into a tree hole.
Now let's see where you can run,
Lin Sheng said. Chapter 199, Taming Colorful Squirrels. Lin Sheng chased the colorful squirrel to the tree hole, took out the artifact spear, and smashed it into the tree hole. Squeak! 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 The colorful squirrel screamed in panic in the tree hole. However, a smile appeared on Lin Sheng's lips.
You little thing. You really think I can't do anything to you? Do you? You've teased me, and you still want to live a stable life?
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Lin Sheng suddenly poked a hole in the tree hole. Lin Sheng looked at the tip of the spear exposed from the hole under the tree trunk. With one movement of his hand, he pulled out the spear. As the spear was pulled out, it was the colorful squirrel. At this moment, the colorful squirrel was trembling with its head buried in the artifact spear.
Hey, little guy. Why are you still here? I thought you suddenly lost your voice.
Lin Sheng looked at the colorful squirrel and said, just as the spear pierced the tree trunk, the colorful squirrel's voice disappeared. Lin Sheng originally thought something had happened, but at this moment, he realized that the colorful squirrel was hugging his spear. After hearing Lin Sheng's voice, the colorful squirrel raised its head, and strong sunlight shone on its face. It squinted its eyes, and saw Lin Sheng clearly in front of it. My hair stood on end for a moment, and I wanted to run away the next moment. But how could Lin Sheng tolerate him, and let him escape? It took a lot of effort to get this colorful squirrel out of the tree hole. Lin Sheng reached out, and grabbed the tail of the colorful squirrel. The next moment, he stretched out a finger, and flicked a small bump on the colorful squirrel. The colorful squirrel's face was filled with despair. It felt that Lin Sheng's treatment of him was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. Shen Ling Kong Koni and the Elf Queen were women. After seeing this scene, they all turned away and looked away. Their faces were framed with shame. When Lin Sheng, Pai Pai Guzi and other men saw the scene, they all laughed broadly. The hole that was previously poked by Lin Sheng's artifact spear was accompanied by the laughter of Lin Sheng and others at this time. The stalks of colorful squirrels in the tree hole fell out one after another at this time. Lin Sheng and others were stunned when they looked at the things that kept falling out. Colorful pine cones, colorful mushrooms, colorful golden fruits. Lin Sheng and others looked at the colorful squirrel. Could this squirrel be a treasure hunter? The colorful squirrels saw that their rations actually fell out at this time. Its eyes turned red, and it struggled violently in Lin Sheng's hands.
Zitsidi. What's the fuss about?
Lin Sheng said. And at the same time a bag of feed appeared in his hand, and he forced it into the colorful squirrel's mouth. Colorful squirrels are equal to treasure hunters. This was Lin Sheng's idea after he saw what was inside the tree hole. Then Lin Sheng's thoughts got out of control. Come on. I want this colorful squirrel myself. Otherwise it would be really not easy for Lin Sheng and the others to collect those colorful props. Of course, if you can have these colorful squirrels to help you collect these colorful materials, then Lin Sheng will save a lot of time. The eyes of the colorful squirrel that had been given a wave of feed by Lin Sheng suddenly became confused, and the eyes that had been red and angry because the stock fell out returned to normal. Shiji! At this time, the colorful squirrel suddenly became closer to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng released his grip on the colorful squirrel. The colorful squirrel actually took the initiative to return to the tree hole at this time, and kept taking out rations to feed Lin Sheng.
Well done. If you hang out with me from now on, I don't dare to say anything else. But I can guarantee that you won't have to worry about food and drink.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, the colorful squirrel was also surprised and continued to carry things out. In addition to Lin's colorful pine cones, Lin Sheng also saw other ordinary items. For example, the colorful squirrel produced a lot of chestnuts at this time. Lin Sheng looked at these chestnuts and couldn't help but be stunned. Not to mention, he hadn't eaten chestnuts for a long time. But the stock of these colorful squirrels is also limited. After Lin Sheng obtained 100 colorful pine cones, 100 colorful golden fruits, and 100 colorful mushrooms, 50 pounds of chestnuts were placed next to him. After Lin Sheng looked at the performance of the colorful squirrel standing in front of time, Lin Sheng asked the colorful squirrel,
Little squirrel, do you have any friends?
Yes. Lin Sheng focused his attention on other people. There can't be only one colorful squirrel on such a big island. Right? When the colorful squirrel heard Lin Sheng asking about its companions, a look of surprise appeared in its eyes. Lin Sheng was nothing less than a devil to the colorful squirrel at this moment. However, when Lin Sheng took the initiative to mention this, he was thinking about his classmate Ba, who wasted his time. After all, how can you enjoy this kind of thing silently by yourself? Of course, if there are good things, we should share them together. So it nodded to Lin Sheng and screamed, "Gee," to show that it had many classmates. Lin Sheng asked curiously, "How many companions do you have?" The colorful squirrel was also a smart being and immediately drew a number 20 on the ground with branches. Lin Sheng counted 20 bags of feed and handed them to the colorful squirrel. Then he said, "Go and let your friends eat these. You are not allowed to eat them secretly." The colorful squirrel's life was now in Lin Sheng's hands, so he dared to disobey Lin Sheng's orders. So I took 20 packs of private messages and went to find my companions. Lin Sheng watched the colorful squirrel leave with a smile on his lips, successfully penetrating into the enemy's interior. Lin Sheng had also seen the speed of the colorful squirrel collecting before. In an instant, the colorful squirrel collected more than 10 pine cones. And if there are 20 colorful squirrels to help, then the collection speed will definitely be much faster. And you don't have to work hard to find colorful materials yourself. After Lin Sheng put away the things that colorful squirrel had provided to him before, he sat there and waited for colorful squirrel to return. Not long after, the colorful squirrel came to Lin Sheng with a wave of 20 colorful squirrels. Just after leaving, it went to find its companions. After he took out the private message and sent it to his kind, the scent of the feed almost made him unable to hold back. Thanks to the pressure brought by Lin Sheng, it gave up the urge to compete for food with its companions. After the companion ate the feed, the companion's eyes became blurred and he took the lead. As a result, this magical feeling was out of control, and the colorful squirrel successfully turned all its companions into its little brothers with the help of the feed Lin Sheng gave it. So a colorful squirrel came to Lin Sheng with a group of its kind. Chapter 200. The squirrel group collects materials and redeems them. Arriving in front of Lin Sheng looked at 21 colorful squirrels. The next moment, the colorful squirrels took Lin Qian to the tree holes of these squirrels. Those squirrels are also the same as the colorful squirrels before. One after another, they went to take out things that could be supplied to Lin Sheng. It's just that there really don't seem to be many stocks of these colorful squirrels. The 20 colorful squirrels actually only collected 1,003 category colorful props. Lin Sheng waved his hand and signaled these colorful squirrels to collect colorful materials for him. Just when Lin Sheng was about to sit down and rest and wait for the colorful squirrels to return home, Guzi suddenly said, "Master, I just saw the tea tree on the island. I am going to collect some tea leaves now." After hearing Guzi's words, Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment and then said, "Go ahead and remember to get the tea tree back too." After Guzi received Lin Sheng's order, he retreated. Wait until the dog leaves. Lin Sheng was also thinking about tea. It seems that he hasn't collected tea trees yet. There are a lot of good things on this rainbow island. Before the colorful squirrels came back, Lin Sheng saw the dog coming back. Under the influence of the world rules after the disaster, the tea leaves collected from the tea trees can be directly brewed into water and drunk. So after Guzi came back, Lin Sheng simply used his fire power to boil hot water and make tea. Not to mention that the tea made from the water burned by the fire power is quite delicious. After drinking this slightly bitter tea, a sweet feeling lingers on the tip of the tongue after the aftertaste. So Lin Sheng and everyone drank tea while waiting for the return of the colorful squirrels. But after Lin Sheng and others arrived on the island, the mysterious businesswoman who had been paying attention to Lin Sheng and others was stunned. She never thought that Lin Sheng would do this. But there was nothing she could do to stop it. After all, being able to subdue the animals on Rainbow Island to do things for you is also within the rules. The businesswoman could only grit her teeth, drinking pots of tea. Lin Sheng's abdomen also swelled slightly. "Ahem. I'll go find a place to relieve myself." After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he went to relieve himself. After Lin Sheng came back, Guzi and others also left one by one. It wasn't until everyone came back that the colorful squirrels also came back. They all carry a bunch of colorful materials on their bodies. The group of colorful squirrels lined up in front of Lin Sheng. Get colorful pine cones +1. Get colorful mushroom +1. Get colorful golden fruit +1. Get colorful dew +1. Get colorful rose +1. This wave of collection of colorful squirrels can be said to be the collection of all 5 materials and props for Lin Sheng on Rainbow Island. Lin Sheng once again sent out this wave of colorful squirrels to collect materials. After going round and round for a total of 5 times, the mysterious businesswoman could no longer stand it. With a wave of her hand, Lin Sheng and others were pulled in front of her.
Huh? What happened?
Lin Sheng said doubtfully.
Okay, adventurers, your time is up. It's time to redeem your goods and leave.
Lin Sheng was stunned. Also confused were the squirrels, who had just returned to Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng received all the materials from the group of colorful squirrels, the mysterious businesswoman flicked her fingers, and the pet marks on these colorful squirrels were instantly erased. The next moment, the colorful squirrels recovered and fled away one after another.
Don't run away.
Lin Sheng became anxious when he saw all the colorful squirrels running away.
Okay, adventurers, these are the natives of Rainbow Island. You can't take them away. I will give you a compensation in the same way. This should be a random turntable, and the goods among the exchanged goods may be drawn out. Are you satisfied with this compensation?
After listening to the mysterious businesswoman's words, Lin Sheng felt unhappy, but could only nod. So what if you were not satisfied? With these colorful squirrels in hand, wouldn't it be easy to collect materials? But now they have lost this help.
Okay, then I'll draw the lottery now.
The mysterious businesswoman smiled and nodded. And with a wave of her hand, a colorful turntable appeared in front of Lin Sheng. The 7 selection slots on the colorful turntable are all milky white, with a question mark hanging on the milky white page. Lin Sheng just felt that this lottery was too boring. Right? I didn't want to show anyone what the prizes were, so I just chose blindly, Lin Sheng said.
Smoke it.
As Lin Sheng finished speaking, the mysterious businesswoman smiled slightly, and the colorful turntable immediately started spinning.
Adventurer, you have drawn a pack of gold coins.
After the businesswoman finished speaking, she successfully attracted Lin Sheng's attention. Damn it. Can you still get gold coins?
Show me how many.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, a bag of gold coins flew into Lin Sheng's hand. When he opened the small bag and took a look, Lin Sheng's face darkened. This gold coin is really just a small bag. There were a total of 10 gold coins in the small bag. Lin Sheng thought to himself that there was no way he could take advantage of the lottery by a profiteer. Not to mention that gold coins are useless here. Even if you go to the mysterious old businessman, these 10 gold coins will not be of much use, Lin Sheng said helplessly.
Then exchange the items.
As Lin Sheng finished speaking, he also checked the number of all the colorful props he had just collected with the help of the colorful squirrel. Colorful pine cones 10,096. Colorful mushrooms 10023. Colorful golden fruit 10,216. Colorful dew 11,111. Colorful rose 9988. I saw tens of thousands of colorful props of each type. Lin Sheng felt very uncomfortable in his heart, mainly because his group of squirrels were forced to be recovered. If they had not been taken away, Lin Sheng was confident that relying on these colorful squirrels, he would definitely be able to kill Rainbow Island on this Rainbow Island. But maybe the businesswoman thinks so too. After Lin Sheng composed his thoughts, he said,
"Let me see what is better."
Lin Sheng's eyes swept around and finally stopped at Lin Xia on a route map.
Hey, you still sell route maps?
Lin Sheng asked curiously.
Yes. You'll know after you exchange it.
The mysterious woman gave Lin Sheng a nice look. Lin Sheng, who was already somewhat curious, was aroused by the mysterious woman's words.
Hey, how can you be like this?
Lin Sheng said helplessly. Then Lin Sheng looked at the materials needed for the map. 8,888 colorful roses. The next moment Lin Sheng said,
I want it. Please exchange it for me now. Okay. Just a second.
Obtain a one-time teleportation scroll from Rainbow Island. After Lin Sheng saw the prompt, he was stunned. Chapter 201 Legendary Weapon. After Lin Sheng looked at the teleportation scroll he had just obtained, Lin Sheng asked,
Then I can come again next time. Right.
After hearing Lin Sheng's question, the mysterious woman said with a smile,
Yes, but only one adventurer. You can come to this scroll.
Lin Sheng looked at the mysterious woman's sincere smile. Lin Sheng complained in his heart. Isn't this teleportation scroll too expensive? If the price wasn't so expensive, I would definitely buy a few more and bring more people over at once. If it was just me who came here, it would be too useless. Right? Maybe this is the last chance. Lin Sheng blinked and suddenly remembered something. Didn't he know how to use puppetry? Since we can't bring people over, there should be no problem with puppets. Right? Lin Sheng also understood that it was absolutely impossible to tame those colorful squirrels for his own use When he came next time, Lin Sheng silently made a decision in his heart. Next time, he would bring the puppet with him as he wanted. After Lin Sheng put away the teleportation scroll, he said to the mysterious businesswoman,
I'm looking at other things.
The woman smiled, and Lin Sheng continued to check the exchange page. He was looking for the first time he saw the God-level automatic operating table. Lin Sheng quickly found the operating table among the vast exchange interface. During this period, Lin Sheng also saw two other items in the medical equipment, such as the medicine generation room and the scanning analyzer. It's just that if I exchange the operating table, I won't have the extra materials to exchange for these two items. Lin Sheng said to the mysterious businesswoman,
Exchange me for a God-level automatic operating table. Okay.
As the woman finished speaking, Lin Sheng finally had 23 colorful mushrooms left. Get a God-level automatic operating table. As long as a certain amount of life essence is provided, all wounds can be repaired for the injured person. Lin Sheng's expression suddenly turned bitter. Why did he feel that the items in the hands of this mysterious businesswoman were so deceptive? The operating table requires 10,000 units of props, and this is not enough. But in order to use this operating table, it actually needs to provide enough medicine for use. And the price of medicine. Life essence. Price. 100 colorful golden fruits plus 100 colorful dew. For Lin Sheng, this price was only enough to redeem 102 bottles of life essence. However, Lin Sheng could only grit his teeth and redeem it. It's not for anything else. But wouldn't it be mysteriously impossible to do anything without the life essence on the operating table? So Lin Sheng realized at this time that he had been trapped. Lin Sheng looked at the mysterious woman, who still had a smile on her face, and said helplessly,
Essence of life. 102 bottles. Good customer.
The mysterious woman immediately completed the transaction and deducted 10,200 units of colorful golden fruit and colorful dew from Lin Sheng's backpack. Then Lin Sheng got what he wanted to exchange. Get life essence plus 102. Life essence has strong vitality, and is used to improve the body's ability to treat wounds. It can be used with the operating table to achieve the ability of flesh and bone. Produced in the potion generation room. After Lin Sheng looked at the essence of life, his eyes suddenly became strange. This life essence actually comes from Jihong, the potion generation room. But the potion generation room itself can't afford to redeem it now. Got ripped off. This is the most real idea in Lin Sheng's mind. But it is of no use to understand it clearly. At this time, Lin Sheng glanced at the mysterious woman bitterly. He said helplessly,
Give me all the colorful pine cones to exchange for soul crystals. Sorry. The number of soul crystals is limited. Only 100 units. No. Then why are you showing off?
Lin Sheng said excitedly after hearing what the woman said. The woman was questioned by Lin Sheng, and she immediately glared at Lin Sheng with her almond-shaped eyes, as if she was going to shoot Lin Sheng to death if she disagreed with him. Lin Sheng suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis from the woman, so Lin Sheng's neck shrank. And the next moment he said,
Well, that's not what I meant.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he felt the cold feeling on his back disappear. I thought to myself, it's so dangerous. I almost lost my life.
I want all of those 100. May I?
Get soul crystal plus 100. After Lin Sheng exchanged the last item, the mysterious woman just waved her hand and drove Lin Sheng away. When Lin Sheng came to his senses, he was beside the naval ship with Shenling and others.
Here. He was kicked out.
Lin Sheng said helplessly. Lin Sheng was speechless looking at the remaining 9,096 colorful squirrel berries. And I feel that the old mysterious businessman is better. At least, he won't threaten himself.
What's wrong? Are you starting to miss that woman now?
Suddenly, Shenling's words sounded in Lin Sheng's ears.
No, I'm not.
Lin Sheng said with a strong desire to survive.
I'm just thinking that the old businessman is cuter.
Lin Sheng explained. He also saw that Shenling had misunderstood his previous dazed appearance. Sure enough, after Shenling heard Lin Sheng's words, her face looked much better. Lin Sheng took Shenling's hand and led everyone back to the naval ship. The naval ship began to set sail. The naval ship returned to the island base of Dragon Kingdom. Lin Sheng began to calculate the benefits on the naval ship. With a god-level automatic operating table, Xiaoya's mother's arm can be treated. In this way, that cute little girl wouldn't have to suffer so much. The second more gratifying harvest is 100 soul crystals. With these 100 soul crystals, Lin Sheng can upgrade his own exclusive artifact into a legendary weapon. In this way, we can be sure to deal with the undead creatures coming out of the cave. Lin Sheng took out his own special artifact and upgraded it. Whether to forge and enchant the Xianyuan broken sword to enhance its quality to legendary level.
Yes.
Do you still have to choose? It was time to improve. A white light lit up above Xianyuan broken sword. After the white light dissipated, there was a faint orange-red halo covering the Xianyuan broken sword. Covering Lin's weapon. Lin Sheng checked. Broken Xianyuan broken sword 20%. Quality, legendary. 50% true damage, damage that ignores all restrictions. Lin Sheng looked at the legendary weapon in his hand, which had 50% real damage. Then when facing those undead creatures, Lin Sheng could use half of his strength. It could have caused about 22,000 damage to the enemy. After being cut in half, it can still deal 11,000 damage. Chapter 202 Crisis. Return. Lin Sheng put away the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand with satisfaction. Just when the naval ship was about to return to the island base, the sky gradually darkened. Lin Sheng saw from a distance that the sky above the island base was shrouded in a group of looming black shadows. These black shadows are headed by a humanoid undead covered in fluorescent green. Lin Sheng's vision has now become better with the improvement of his strength. Lin Sheng can clearly see the details of this person from a distance. The opponent was still wearing the clothes of the Jialong mercenary group. Lin Sheng immediately understood that these were members of the Jialong mercenary group who had turned into undead. It seems that the undead mercenary he killed before may have been exposed on top of a bio base.
Pai Jun, call Lin Sheng out to me, or I will destroy the lives of everyone on your island base,
the undead mercenary said to the broken army in front of him.
Old Du, I know you joined the Dragon Kingdom, but you guys were also born in the Dragon Kingdom after all. Do you really intend to kill your compatriots?
Pai Jun looked at the undead mercenary and said,
Ha ha. Pai Jun, are you too naive? In this era, only strength is paramount. Besides, isn't my current state bad? I am immortal, and I still command so many undead souls. Pai Jun, do you want to give you a chance to join us?
Lao Du said to Pai Jun. Just when they arrived, when the island base was surrounded by undead, Pai Jun immediately ran out and started a confrontation with the opponent. Then, there was the scene above. Pai Jun said angrily,
At least I still have humanity. Look, do you still have humanity like this? There are hundreds of thousands of lives on the base. Then I don't care. Either you hand over Lin Sheng, or you pay the price of not handing over Lin Sheng.
Lao Du said with an indifferent expression. Pai Jun was also very helpless. He had come into contact with many undead creatures today. Just one undead creature took hundreds, or even thousands of people to deal with. But now the thousands of undead creatures in front of them are simply not something that Pai Jun and the others can deal with. As for handing over Lin Sheng, let alone Lin Sheng is not at the island base now. Even on the island base, they would not hand over Lin Sheng's previous contributions to them.
That's impossible,
Pai Jun said firmly.
Ha ha. Let's do it then.
Lao Du gave the order. The undead black shadows circling around like flies in the house all started to pounce on the island base. If you catch a person, you will go up and bite him. Suddenly a sword energy brushed past. The group of black shadows still in the air were beaten to pieces in a matter of seconds. Old Lao Du was stunned. The shadow undead, who were killing the people on the island base, stopped their movements at this time and looked up into the sky in disbelief. The confidence that no one could instantly kill their undead creatures brought them was quietly shattered at this moment. The instinct of intelligence made them shrink back. Lao Du also turned around and looked around and yelled.
Who? The one who hides his head and shows his tail has the ability to come out. Ahem. Don't you have eyes?
Suddenly a voice came into Lao Du's ears. Lao Du wanted to say something more, but he turned around and saw Lin Sheng. His expression was stunned at first, but then he started laughing.
Ha ha. Who do I think I am? Lin Sheng. I was just looking for you, but I didn't expect that you would actually come to my door at this time.
Lao Du said to Lin Sheng unceremoniously.
Shouldn't you Jialong people run away when you see me? Run? Why? Can you still hit us?
Lao Du was obviously blinded by his confidence, but he ignored the damage caused by the sword energy just now. Lin Sheng looked at Lao Du with strange eyes and said,
Are you so confident?
Old Du raised his head. He obviously didn't take Lin Sheng seriously.
The person who was so rude to me before is dead. Well, I'll give you a ride too.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, sword energy flew out. Seeing the sword energy getting closer to him, Lao Du's expression suddenly changed. It felt the dangerous feeling brought to him by the sword energy, but it didn't panic, and its whole body became elusive. He felt that as long as he became illusory, the attack would not be able to hurt him. But he felt a feeling of his soul being torn apart. 11,000. Bright red numbers flashed above his head. Lao Du showed a painful expression. And the next moment his figure was scattered like this. Lao Du didn't know why this happened. And there was an unwilling expression in his eyes. Lao Du had always thought that he had turned into an undead creature. Even if an attack did fall on him, it would only be a little damage. Especially after the virtualization. Those attacks could not hit him at all. But at this moment, before dying, he understood that the undead were not invincible. But he realized it too late. With the death of Lao Du, the shadow undead suddenly lost their backbone and didn't know what to do. They suddenly became chaotic. Their instinctive consciousness made them rush towards Lin Sheng. As long as they killed Lin Sheng, they would be safe. But the funny thing is that when they attack Lin Sheng, they are like moths rushing to the flame. They kept dying from the sword energy sent by Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng waved the broken sword in his hand. And the sword energy was like a sickle harvesting straw, harvesting the survival of these shadow undead in waves. Watching Lin Sheng continue to harvest undead creatures, Pejun and the soldiers who were waiting for him were all shocked. This life is so terrifying. They have faced these undead creatures face to face. But they still know how difficult it is to give birth. But the undead creatures that were difficult to deal with were killed as easily as chopping melons and vegetables in Lin Sheng's hands. After Lin Sheng finished harvesting the following wave of black shadow undead, a wisp of black shadow floated in the air. Lin Sheng put away the broken sword, and Pejun came forward to greet him.
Master Sheng, you have become stronger again.
Listening to Pejun's praise, Lin Sheng's expression did not change at all. But he looked at the entrance of the cave with a serious expression. Although these black shadow undead outside have been solved, but the entrance to the cave is the source of undead creatures. As long as the source is not cut off, those undead creatures will continue to appear, Lin Sheng said.
The matter has not been resolved yet. Mr. Sheng, this...
Pejun didn't know what to say for a moment. However, I did hear Lin Sheng say,
but I should feel more at ease tonight. When the time is right, I will go to the cave to have a look. Come on, brothers, let us welcome our hero back. If it weren't for Mr. Sheng, we would have suffered heavy losses today.
After Pejun reacted, he told the soldiers around him to take charge. Under the leadership of Pejun, the soldiers lifted Lin Sheng and threw him up. Chapter 203. A broken arm is saved.
Hey, we are all compatriots. There is no need. There is really no need. Just let me down.
Lin Sheng couldn't accept this treatment for a while, so he said hurriedly. But with this wave of enemies being dealt with, the excited soldiers couldn't care less. It wasn't until Pejun felt that time was almost up that he said,
Okay, let our great hero rest.
Only then was Lin Sheng released from their hands. Lin Sheng stood on the ground, feeling that his steps were a little shaky. Lin Sheng rolled his eyes at Pejun angrily. If Pejun hadn't taken the lead, would he have been treated like this? Pejun smiled and said,
Ha ha. Does it feel good to be a hero?
Roll, Lin Sheng said.
Ha ha.
Pejun was not angry but laughed, and the laughter spread throughout the space.
Master Sheng, why did you suddenly improve your strength?
Pejun asked after getting back to the topic. He was also curious about Lin Sheng's sudden ability to easily kill undead creatures. He remembered that Lin Sheng could not kill undead creatures so easily before. He just left it for a while, and easily killed the undead creature. If they could also possess such power, then they wouldn't be at a loss when facing undead creatures again. Lin Sheng told the story about the legendary weapon without any secret. After hearing about the legendary weapons, Pejun opened his mouth in surprise. He also always believed that artifacts were the highest level. The exclusive artifact is a different kind of artifact. Pejun thought that the reason why Lin Sheng was able to kill those sea beasts was because of his strength. When he killed the undead creatures this time, Pejun originally thought that Lin Sheng was just getting stronger again. But he never expected that the level of his weapon would actually increase.
Master, this legendary weapon.
Lin Sheng understood what Pejun meant without Pejun finishing. Lin Sheng said,
Don't worry. One person's strength is limited. So I will also select a group of suitable people among you and equip you with weapons and equipment when I have the opportunity later. After all, I don't want to find a place to stay that will be destroyed inexplicably one day.
Yes, after it is built from the island base. Even if Lin Sheng does not live on the island base. I just stood on the naval ship and looked at the island base from a distance. Lin Sheng would also feel inexplicably relieved, feeling that his wandering days finally had hope. It was because of this emotion that Lin Sheng did not want this island base to be destroyed. Instead, I want people to meet the base to become better.
But don't think about it now. After all, of all the people here,
I am the only one who has this legendary weapon in my hand.
But Jun's originally excited heart was poured cold water on Lin Sheng's words.
Don't be so disappointed. After all, this material is not easy to obtain.
Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows.
Master, I don't know what materials need to be used.
After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Jun guessed that it would be difficult to get the materials, rather than not being given. So can it still be like before? There isn't much else. Except when you get to the island base, there are a lot of people. They are good at collecting normal materials.
Have you ever been able to fight those undead creatures?
Huh? After Lin Sheng finished speaking halfway, he realized that after the original Black Soul undead were killed, no soul crystal fell down. When Lin Sheng felt doubtful, he saw black shadows falling silently into the sea water. These shadows are as small as mice. Suddenly, a dark figure turned around. After seeing Lin Sheng, he flashed and rolled directly into the sea water. Looking from a distance, the direction these little black balls are going is the entrance to the cave. Lin Sheng never expected that these shadow undead did not leave soul crystals behind after death, but instead fled back.
I missed it,
Lin Sheng said helplessly. Then he looked at Jun.
Killing these undead creatures will reveal soul crystals. Soul crystals are the key material for artifacts to create legendary weapons. Pretend I didn't say that.
Jun said very embarrassed. After all, he doesn't have this ability. Lin Sheng looked around and saw that many soldiers were injured under the attack of the undead creatures just now. Although no one died, more than 10 people were left disabled. This is the reason why Lin Sheng even came. If Lin Sheng hadn't arrived in time, the losses of these soldiers would have been more than that. Lin Sheng thought of the god-level automatic operating table obtained by time. So he said,
I'm going back first.
Lin Sheng planned to use it on Xiaoya's mother first. If the remaining life essence was enough, Lin Sheng planned to use it on these people. Lin Sheng returned to the naval ship. He immediately took out the god-level automatic operating table. The operating table was installed in the medical room built with drawings on the naval ship. Then Lin Sheng took out 100 bottles of life essence. Putting the life essence aside, Lin Sheng looked outside, trying to find where Xiaoya's mother and daughter were. Lin Sheng walked out of the medical room and came to the deck of the naval ship. Search around. Lin Sheng finally saw Xiaoya and her daughter in the planting area. Just when Lin Sheng was about to call the mother and daughter, his footsteps stopped. He faintly heard mother and daughter talking while working. Lin Sheng listened quietly. Xiaoya walked to the planting pot with short legs. She threw it out of the pit with both hands. Then he planted the seeds in his hands on the ground. Looking at Xiaoya's face again, she had turned gray. Xiaoya's mother was also busy, and her face looked at Xiaoya with both sadness and relief.
Are you tired? Xiaoya? You're not tired. Mom, you see Xiaoya can help you with your work. Xiaoya is so sensible.
As the woman spoke, she stretched out her only hand to help Xiaoya wipe the dirt from her face. Xiaoya also stretched out her hand to wipe the sweat from the woman's face. Lin Sheng looked at this scene and felt that he had helped the right person. So he walked up no longer silently, came behind the mother and daughter. Lin Sheng said,
Okay, Imao Yatu. Your mother's arm is saved.
Lin Sheng's words rang out and immediately attracted the attention of the mother and daughter. The mother and daughter looked back at Lin Sheng. Looking at Lin Sheng's expression, he didn't mean to lie to them. The woman's tears immediately flowed down. It was hard for her to have only one hand. Although Lin Sheng took them in, she was too embarrassed to eat for free. So she wanted to help with work and pay in return. But it is very inconvenient for her to have only one hand.
And she often needs her daughter to help.
Thank you, benefactor.
The woman smiled happily. The days of having only one hand are over. Chapter 204 Strange Symptoms. Lin Sheng didn't say much. These days were indeed difficult for mother and daughter. So Lin Sheng said directly,
Come with me.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he took Xiaoya and his daughter to the medical room. Xiaoya's mother obviously knew about this medical room. She had come in to clean it before. But at that time, she also saw that there was nothing in the medical room. But now Lin Sheng took her outside the medical room. Xiaoya's mother also became nervous for a while. As the door to the medical room opened, the woman's timid gaze fell on the medical room. She was stunned for a moment. A strange cabinet-like instrument that looked like an operating table, but not an operating table, appeared in front of her.
Lie down on it.
Lin Sheng took Xiaoya into his arms from the woman's hand, and then spoke to the woman. The woman listened to Lin Sheng's words, and lay down on the instrument. Xiaoya looked at her mother lying on the operating table curiously, then looked back at Lin Sheng curiously, and then asked,
Brother, will my mother's arms grow back?
Lin Sheng smiled and nodded, gently scratched Xiaoya's nose and said,
Yes, as long as Xiaoya's mother receives treatment properly, her arms will grow back. At that time, you can hold Xiaoya with both hands.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, Xiaoya immediately smiled.
Yeah, that's great. Mr. Lin, I'm ready.
The woman spoke and felt extremely excited.
Good.
After finishing his words, Lin Sheng came to the edge of the operating table. Lin Sheng placed the small bottle of life essence required for arm regeneration surgery on the operating table and placed it upside down on the instrument. The next moment, the operating table slowly closed, wrapping the woman inside the operating table. Then the life essence in the bottle began to be slowly absorbed by the God-level automatic operating table. At this moment, a line of statistical tables appeared on a display screen on the operating table. Arm regeneration, restore 1%. Life essence, use 10%. Lin Sheng looked at the display and almost knew how many bottles of life essence to rent. And a bottle of life essence is consumed very quickly. When the woman's arm recovered 10%, the display prompted, the life essence is not enough. Please replenish it in time. Lin Sheng looked at the prompt and replaced the bottle of life essence that had been used up without saying a word. After replacing it with a new bottle of life essence, the woman's arm began to recover again. The previous reminder that the materials were insufficient also disappeared. After several more rounds of replacement life essence, the woman's arm recovery has reached 100%, and 10 bottles of life essence were consumed, with 90 bottles left. This life essence is not enough. Lin Sheng wanted the potion generator in the hands of the mysterious businesswoman even more. If this trend continues, the potions in hand will not be enough to use a few. At this moment, the closed cabinet of the operating table was opened. The woman sat up inside her cupboard. Her face showed a hazy sleepiness, as if she had just woken up from a dream. She subconsciously raised her hands to rub her eyes, but she seemed to have thought of something. Just when she was about to use another hand to rub her eyes suddenly widened. She stared blankly at her two arms. The hand is still there. This is not a dream. Suddenly the woman remembered everything that had just happened, looked up, and saw that Lin Sheng was indeed here. The woman was about to kneel down and thank Lin Sheng the next moment. But Lin Sheng said Xiaoya into the woman's arms.
Okay, your daughter didn't take care of you. It's better for you to take care of yourself.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving Xiaoya and her daughter in the medical room. After a while, the woman made sure that she was fine, and then she hugged Xiaoya and started crying. Xiaoya helped the woman wipe away her tears.
Mom, don't cry.
After listening to Xiaoya's words, the woman smiled with tears on her face and said,
Okay.
After talking to Dallin halfway, Xiaoya's head tilted and she fainted.
Ah, Xiaoya, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Mom. Okay.
Lin Sheng, who had just walked out of the medical room, turned around and came back. When he came back, he saw a woman crying with her child in her arms.
What's wrong with Xiaoya?
Lin Sheng also asked.
I don't know. It's never been like this before,
Lin Sheng said.
When did it happen?
Lin Sheng noticed the shortcomings in the woman's words and asked.
This seems to be only available today.
Xiaoya woke up from her coma while the two were talking. Lin Sheng fell silent and looked at Xiaoya. To be honest, Lin Sheng didn't understand what happened to Xiaoya. The only good thing now is that Xiaoya doesn't have any big problems now. If Lin Sheng wanted to find out the situation for Xiaoya, he would have to wait until the scanner was redeemed to find out.
It's okay now.
To be honest, Lin Sheng was also frightened when Xiaoya suddenly passed out. Just as Lin Sheng finished speaking, he seemed to see a faint black aura on Xiaoya's body, but the black aura disappeared in a flash. Lin Sheng was a little unsure whether his eyesight was wrong. Lin Sheng took a deep look at Xiaoya. Then he turned around and left. Now that he has weapons of legendary quality, if he wants to deal with the cave creatures, in order to ensure that things go smoothly, Lin Sheng must further improve his strength so that he can have greater strength when entering the cave. Lin Sheng lay directly in the thunder pool. After a moment, thunder light lit up on his body, and the lightning arcs were like a naughty elf leaping on Lin Sheng's limbs. Time flew by, and when Lin Sheng got up from the thunder pool, All his attribute points had been increased to 3,300 points. Today's strength improvement has reached its limit. Lin Sheng walked towards the room where he lived. The sky was getting dark at this moment. But there was no group of black shadows appearing on the sea like last night. Because these black shadows have turned into little black mice and are hiding at the exit of the cave. They were frightened by Lin Sheng's crazy killing. Before, I would only stay outside if I still had a chance to survive. But now, as long as they are killed, they will completely disappear from this world. Early morning, the 25th day of the disaster. The first thing Lin Sheng did when he woke up was to sign in. Sign in to get an automatic collection box. Chapter 205, Riding a Dragon. Automatic collection box. Items dropped by the user within a kilometer radius or items that need to be collected can be collected in the box. Obtaining this strange item brought Lin Sheng a lot of convenience. The most important one is of course the previous Rainbow Island. Didn't that woman not let Lin Sheng tame the animals on the island to help her collect props? I originally planned to take the puppet with me. But when he had this weird prop, Lin Sheng felt that the next time he went to Rainbow Island, he would definitely make the mysterious businesswoman cry. Comparing this automatic collection box with him. As long as Lin Sheng passes by, everything he needs will be collected by the box one by one. Lin Sheng put away the box and thought of the soldiers, who were beaten on the island base yesterday and either lost their arms or other parts. After thinking for a while, Lin Sheng decided to go see the soldiers first before going to the cave. Just when Lin Sheng was thinking this, he had already taken steps to reach the island base. Lin Sheng saw Pajun with an ugly expression on his face. The injured soldiers were all veterans of the army. Even if you know you will be injured or even die one day. But when the moment came when the shot failed, Pajun still felt very heavy. These wounded people, who were bandaged with gauze and missing arms and legs, would not be able to live as before. Lin Sheng walked to Pajun's side and looked at the 7 wounded. The injured before have recovered after treatment. These 7, however, cannot be treated and can only amputate part of the body's organs. Lin Sheng said, Pajun, bring 7 of them and me. After what happened with Xiaoya's mother, Lin Sheng learned that only 10 bottles of life essence were needed to treat a wounded person. But now there are 7 people in front of him. And he has 90 bottles in his hand. It's totally enough. Everyone followed Lin Sheng in confusion. Along the way, Pajun hesitated to speak. He wanted to ask something. But in the end, he still didn't say it. It wasn't until everyone arrived at the medical room that Lin Sheng began to explain the function of the operating table. Master, you don't have to comfort us like this. Everyone knows this is impossible. Huh? Who said it's impossible? Lin Sheng glared. At first, Pajun still looked at Lin Sheng with disbelief. But soon after the first wounded person was treated, the doubts of Pajun and others were completely broken. When Pajun and the remaining 6 men saw the results of the treated people, this one still has the demeanor of the one-armed hero before. Now live a whole person. The soldier looked at his intact arm and showed an expression of disbelief. He tightened his arm muscles and tried to pull. He faced his palms again, holding them one by one. He looked at himself holding hands that were no different from those of ordinary people, with a look of crazy surprise in his eyes. When he was injured and lost his arm at first, he was frightened and panicked. But later he calmed down. At this time, he bowed to Lin Sheng to express his gratitude. Lin Sheng nodded silently and said, Next one. As the people in line came forward one by one, Pajun watched these old friends return to normal people one by one. He immediately looked at Lin Sheng gratefully and said, Thank you. Although these words of thanks came from the heart. After saying them, Pajun became curious about Lin Sheng's magical operating table. Exchanged in the hands of the mysterious businessman? Yes and no, Lin Sheng replied. But you don't have to pay attention to this thing. I only have one. If you want, you can try to find a Rainbow Island. There is a female mysterious merchant on it, and you can redeem it by collecting materials on the island. Pajun and Lin Sheng said goodbye and left with others. Lin Sheng had already told him the origin of the comparative things. After Pajun left, Lin Sheng led the people to the entrance of the cave. And Pajun, who had just parted ways, came over with people. Master Sheng, by the way, you have to go into the cave and take these boys with you, so that they can gain some knowledge. It was only after Pajun left that he remembered that Lin Sheng was going to the cave. Yushu hurriedly brought a group of the most experienced warriors. They are indeed experienced, and their strength has reached level 2. A full 1,000 points of strength. Let's talk about it first. I might not be able to take care of them during the battle. Lin Sheng did not refuse. but just expressed his concerns. After all, it was his first time to go to the cave, so he didn't know how dangerous it was.
Of course you can, as long as you are willing to take it with you. Sir,
Pajun said politely. There was no suggestion of medicine to bring them back safely. After all, this world is full of dangers. If you blindly pursue safety, then forget about growth.
Lin
Sheng looked at Pajun with strange eyes, and did not leave. Pajun stared blankly at Lin Sheng. After a while, Pajun asked doubtfully,
Isn't Mr. Sheng going? Aren't you going to leave? Don't you have something to do?
Lin Sheng asked rhetorically. After all, Pajun just said to take these soldiers with him before. Pajun suddenly said with some embarrassment,
Ahem, Mr. Sheng. I will also go with you. Oh, let's go then.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he took the others and set off. This time Lin Sheng only brought the Thunder Dragon, and no one else. After all, except for myself and the Thunder Dragon, who have legendary quality weapons that can cause harm to undead creatures. No one else has the strength to cause harm to undead creatures. Rather than bringing it along as a burden, it is better to drink Thunder Dragon by yourself and set off together. When Lin Sheng was thinking this, he decided. Lin Sheng was walking, with the Thunder Dragon flying low beside him. Suddenly, the Thunder Dragon said,
Master, please get on my back, and I will carry you forward.
Oh, the feeling of riding a dragon should be quite good. Lin Sheng thought like this, and did not reject Thunder Dragon's kindness. So he stepped up and got up early. On the dragon's back, the Thunder Dragon slowly flew up. But of course it didn't fly too high. After all, this was Lin Sheng's first time riding a dragon. The soldiers who had just boarded the wooden boat and Pajun looked at each other in confusion. Sir, he flew on a dragon.
Let's go!
After Pajun came to his senses, Pajun helplessly waved his hand and motioned for the soldiers to start rowing. After all, their situation is completely incomparable to Lin Sheng's. So this picture appeared. Lin Sheng sat on a thunder dragon and flew at low altitude, surrounded by circles of thunder and lightning from time to time. On the sea surface, Pajun and his men rowed a wooden boat, closely chasing after the thunder dragon that Lin Sheng was riding. Fortunately, the island base is not very far from the cave entrance. Everyone quickly arrived at the entrance of the cave. The thunder dragon landed beside Lin Sheng and stayed there peacefully. Chapter 206 Stone Chamber. Pajun had just arrived at Lin Sheng's side. Looking at the entrance of the cave, he saw a cold wind blowing in front of him. Immediately Pajun felt a chill that penetrated into his bones. Pajun couldn't help but shuddered and felt goosebumps all over the place. He couldn't help but feel fear in his heart.
Master, it feels a little cold here. Afraid? Then go back,
Lin Sheng said calmly. In fact, this is not the case. It would be fine if Pajun went back. After all, Lin Sheng didn't know what the road ahead would be like. However, after Pajun heard Lin Sheng's words, his expression turned ugly. He looked at Lin Sheng and said,
Master Sheng, you may not be looking down on me too much. Right. After all, I am also a strong-willed man. I will definitely be afraid, but I will not retreat.
Pajun's words were sonorous and powerful, but Lin Sheng just smiled. Then he stepped into the entrance of the cave. Lin Sheng was followed closely by the thunder dragon. When Pajun saw Lin Xin, he twitched his mouth and said in his heart,
Let's go. Brothers who are willing to go follow Mr. Sheng. If you are worried, you can stay. Let's go.
After Pajun's words fell, all the soldiers who came here opened their mouths to express their determination. Each of them clearly knows their situation. Before coming to the island base to return to the organization, some of them watched their family members die in the disaster. Some people can't even see their family members for the last time. But now, in order to live a better life and protect everyone around them, they all enter the cave entrance. Lin Sheng, who was at the entrance of the cave, wanted to walk all the way forward. There was no danger in the entrance passage that Lin Sheng thought of. On the contrary, the passage was quite peaceful. Lin Shenko would not think that his arrival scared the creatures in the cave, so he asked them to hide. The more likely reason is,
they're all asleep. Right.
Lin Sheng looked around and said doubtfully. Of course, Lin Sheng also made a guess based on the most likely situation. After all, it is a dark environment in this cave. Moreover, there is not much oxygen in this environment. People don't know why they get sleepy so easily in this environment. Of course, maybe these undead creatures don't need oxygen to breathe. Just when Lin Sheng was guessing this, Lin Sheng's steps did not stop. but he still walked quickly towards the cave. At this moment, Lin Sheng suddenly heard noisy figures coming from the stone wall of the passage. In this environment where absolutely no one lives, there is still such noise. So if the source of these sounds is not human, then it is the person he came to the basement to kill. Lin Sheng walked slowly towards the direction of the sound. It was also at this time that Lin Sheng became nervous. After all, listening to the sound, Lin Sheng could feel the location of these sounds, and the number of enemies would definitely not be too small. Lin Sheng cautiously approached the stone wall. Lin Sheng groped around the edge of the stone wall, looking for a place where he could see the other side of the stone wall. After Lin Sheng's search, Lin Sheng finally found a crack. Lin was lying on the ground on the crack of the stone wall. Looking through the crack, he saw the scene on the other side of the stone wall. In Lin Sheng's sight was a dark and spacious stone room. Within the stone chamber, a faint blue light flickered. Lin Sheng took a closer look and discovered that the faint light came from the flames floating in the air. His eyes looked to the side again. Gray-black shadows appeared around the flames. These black shadows are floating in the air. On the ground are the black spherical undead that escaped from the ocean. At this moment, Pajun was leading the soldiers into the cave. At first, they could still see Lin Sheng's back from a distance. But now they found that Lin Sheng's figure disappeared from their sight in the dark environment. Pajun looked at the empty road ahead and was at a loss for a moment. Continue to pursue Lin Sheng's back? You can't find it at all now. Okay. But shouting to attract Lin Sheng's attention? He just wanted to say let me go. If those monsters were attracted first before the shouting sound attracted Lin Sheng's attention, he might not be able to see the sun tomorrow for a long time.
Sir, should we withdraw or continue exploring?
A soldier whispered in Pajun's ear.
It's impossible to leave. Even if we can't find Mr. Sheng, we have to do something we can do.
The reason why Pajun said this was because he was not used to eating soft food from the bottom of his heart. That's why Pajun said this. Pajun led the soldiers to actually explore the cave independently. Pajun cheered up again.
Brothers in the cave, maybe we are no match for those undead creatures, and the living ones are nowhere to be found. But we can also explore and understand the terrain here, so as to provide a more convenient method for us or the next wave of people to arrive.
Under Pajun's mobilization, the soldiers found a way to search in the cave. None of them saw Lin Sheng's figure. And then, they focused on exploring the environment of the cave. Look at Lin Sheng's side again. Lin Sheng felt his scalp numb when he looked at the densely packed undead creatures. A rough count shows that the starting quantity is in the thousands.
Master, are these the ones we want to kill?
Thunder Dragon suddenly asked Lin Sheng.
Right.
Lin Sheng replied quietly.
Wait a minute. Let's take a look first and then talk. Why are you going?
Lin Sheng also wanted to ask for stability. He would wait until he could see the situation clearly before speaking. But before Lin Sheng finished speaking, he saw the Thunder Dragon turn into an afterimage and disappear. The direction he was heading was exactly the stone room where the undead creatures gathered. Boom! Lin Sheng's ears suddenly heard the sound of the stone wall cracking, and the gravel flew away. Lin Sheng hurriedly covered his face. When the gravel stopped flying, the crack in the stone wall in front of Lin Sheng had turned into a large hole. When Lin Sheng looked, the Thunder Dragon had already appeared among the undead creatures. Lin Sheng covered his face and looked at the hole in front of him that could pass through an elephant. Extremely helpless. At this moment, Thunder Dragon was covered in thunder, and the white lightning lit up the entire stone chamber. The dark space became bright at this moment. Roar! The roar of the Thunder Dragon came. All the shadow undead in the stone chamber were extremely frightened. One of the shadow undead asked tremblingly,
How did you get in?
Chapter 207 Thunder Dragon shows its power.
You don't need to know how I got in. Just know that I am here to destroy you on behalf of my master.
Thunder Dragon Jonger said. As soon as it finished speaking, a ball of light formed by the power of thunder and lightning gathered in its mouth. The Brontosaurus opened its mouth and bit it. The thunder ball was bitten into pieces, and the thunder ball turned into countless lightning arcs and shot out in all directions from the Brontosaurus's mouth. ZZ. The sound of thunder and lightning resounded everywhere in the stone wall, and all the black figures hit by the lightning arc turned into ashes. The target of the black shadow undead is too big, and there is basically no way to escape. On the other hand, those black ball undead are small in size, and it is difficult for the lightning arc to hit them. After the black shadow was hit by the lightning arc, it turned into a black shadow and disappeared in an instant. After the black shadow receded, a palm-sized black ball of undead fell to the ground. The undead black balls kept falling one after another like rain. They stayed in a daze for a while, looking a little confused. But they quickly came to their senses. One by one, the undead black balls ran away in terror. Occasionally, the undead black ball struck by the lightning arc was turned into a soul crystal. The Brontosaurus saw these black ball undead escaping so fast, and it became anxious. The blood volume of these undead creatures is pitifully low. Only a few hundred or thousands. And they will die almost as long as they are hit by an attack. But it doesn't matter if the Thunder Dragon escapes too fast and cannot be attacked. The thunderballs in the Brontosaurus' mouth regrouped and turned into a beam of lightning under the control of the Brontosaurus, shooting towards the black balls running around on the ground. The black ball undead are being killed faster and faster. And their escape speed is also getting faster and faster. Even when the Thunder Dragon was showing off its power, Lin Sheng had no time to spare. Those black ball undead actually ran out from the hole on Lin Sheng's side. Lin Sheng waved the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand. Each attack can deal more than 10,000 points of damage. But there are simply too many of these shadow undead. It can't be killed at all. The number of black ball undead that Lin Sheng was able to kill was only a small number. And the vast majority escaped. Lin Sheng looked at these escaping black ball undead and couldn't help but roar in his heart.
Aren't you very fierce? Why are you running away and attacking me? Don't run away!
After Lin Sheng could easily kill these black ball undead, they were like moving soul crystals to Lin Sheng. Therefore, letting these black ball undead escape would be a huge loss to Lin Sheng Licnc. It wasn't until there was no undead creature left in the stone chamber that Lin Sheng walked into the stone chamber. After Lin Sheng counted the harvested soul crystals, Lin Sheng's brows furrowed.
The quantity is wrong,
Lin Sheng said doubtfully. After killing undead creatures, the soul crystals exploded are automatically collected. But even if 2/3 of the black ball undead were escaped, there would still be at least more than 300 black ball undead killed. So the number of soul crystals would be at least 300. Right? But now I only have 200 soul crystals, some of which were obtained before. Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the ground. Originally, it was because it was an automatic collector. But after seeing those fragmented soul crystal powders, I suddenly understood. Lin Sheng came to Thunder Dragon angrily. When Thunder Dragon saw Lin Sheng coming over, he took the credit and said,
Master, I've helped you gain face.
Snapped. Lin Sheng suddenly slapped Thunder Dragon on the head. Thunder Dragon looked at Lin Sheng, his face full of grievances, and he looked at Lin Sheng eagerly. Lin Sheng's face turned ugly.
It makes you proud. It makes you proud. You're so proud. You kill undead creatures, just kill undead creatures. Why did you break the soul crystal? Well, now you have wronged me?
Lin Chi scolded him fiercely. The Brontosaurus lay directly on the ground and started whimpering. Lin Sheng looked at this scene and suddenly felt that his hand was too heavy. Lin Sheng gently kicked the Thunder Dragon's body.
Let's go, and don't feel wronged. Anyway, the soul crystal is gone now. Pay more attention to me next time.
Thunder Dragon suddenly raised his head, feeling aggrieved by being scolded before. Lin Sheng was stunned. And when he looked at Thunder Dragon, he realized that he had been acted out. Lin Sheng chased in the direction where the black ball undead had fled. When the Thunder Dragon saw Lin Sheng leaving, he quickly got up from the ground and chased Lin Sheng away. Let's talk about Pajun and his party. Pajun was advancing in the dark when suddenly he saw bursts of dim light in front of the road. As the dim light lit up, a group of undead black balls, like a group of rats, fled towards him desperately. The speed was extremely fast, as if someone was crushing him out. Pajun and all the soldiers were stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly ran away to both sides. Those black ball undead didn't care about Pajun and others and ran away in a hurry. The relatively old nest was blocked by someone, and the person who blocked it looked similar to the people in front of me. If these people are in the same group as the person who blocked the lair, then they are looking for death if they don't escape.
Sir, these things are not as dangerous as they seem,
a soldier said, somewhat confused about the situation.
I'm not too sure.
Pajun also blinked in confusion and said, as for his heart, he was wondering where Mr. Sheng had gone. The remaining half of the black ball undead who were escaping suddenly stopped. It did not continue to run away, but looked back at the Brontosaurus behind it, who exploded with thunder at any disagreement and did not catch up. After making sure that the Brontosaurus was not chasing after him, it stopped the other undead creatures.
These humans are weak.
Yes. It felt that Pajun and others were very weak, mainly because they did not have the aura of legendary weapons like Lin Sheng. This is also the main purpose of this black ball stopping. The other black ball undead twitched their noses after hearing the first black ball's words. Then they all turned their attention to Pajun and others.
Sir, something seems to be wrong. Gudong.
One of the soldiers swallowed and said. He panicked and looked at the group of undead black balls that were about to surround him and others.
Hey, what are you doing?
Pajun suddenly felt like a Spartan. Aren't these black ball undead escaping? Why did it stop suddenly? Seeing these black balls starting to attack him and others, Pajun also hurriedly issued an order.
Fight me!
After Pajun's words fell, everyone knew that the current situation could only be fought. If you don't want to die, you have to kill the undead creature in front of you. The battle is about to break out. But after fighting for a while, everyone found that their thinking was too simple. Tybee was the warrior at the beginning. He felt that he was too stupid. He actually said that these undead creatures were ordinary. Chapter 208 Bone Skeleton Man. These are generally undead creatures in his words. Hitting the opponent by yourself is like tickling them. Deducting a little blood at a time. If there is only one enemy, that's okay. You can slowly kill it. But now there are too many enemies. And a piece of black energy appeared on the head of the undead black ball. And the next moment it shrouded directly towards the warrior. After the warrior was shrouded in black energy, the black energy penetrated into the body from the warrior's nose, mouth, and even his ears and eyes. After the black energy around the warrior disappeared, the warrior's spirit suddenly weakened. And the black ball undead continued to want to release black energy attacks on the soldier. Not just one person suffered such an injury. Other warriors are also facing varying degrees of attacks from undead creatures.
Damn it!
Pajun shouted through gritted teeth. But he could only watch helplessly as his men were being attacked here. But there was nothing he could do. Pajun suddenly hoped that Lin Sheng could appear here at this time. After all, only Lin Sheng has enough strength to deal with these undead creatures. Otherwise, Pajun feels that his soldiers will die here. Just when Pajun was despairing, there was a faint conversation in the distance.
Master, they are running in this direction. Look, aren't they the backs of those undead creatures?
The Thunder Dragon carried Lin Sheng on his back and ran through the cave passage. The space inside the cave passage is really too small, and the Thunder Dragon cannot fly at all. Snapped.
Then what are you talking about? Hurry up and catch up.
Lin Sheng slapped the Brontosaurus under the head angrily and started scolding the Brontosaurus. The Brontosaurus, which thought it could show off its performance in front of Lin Sheng, was so aggrieved by the slap that it didn't dare to say anything and had to keep running. Although Lin Sheng didn't hit with much force, it was a painless thing for the Thunder Dragon, but he was still scolded by Lin Sheng. The conversation between Lin Sheng and Thunder Dragon was quite loud, and Pajun and all the soldiers heard Lin Sheng's figure. And after hearing the voice, those black ball undead felt that the voice of the Brontosaurus speaking was very familiar. They all stopped attacking. When these black ball undead looked back, they saw a ferocious big dragon head, and thunder arcs jumped from time to time on the dragon's body. After seeing the Brontosaurus, these black ball undead were all frightened to death.
Damn it! Why is this big dragon here?
A black ball undead said in horror and disbelief. After he finished speaking, he got angry, lowered his chubby body, and made an escape movement. As for killing some humans as revenge, just think about it. In order to save his own life, revenge is nothing. The undead black ball fled into the distance. Of course, there are not a few black ball undead who feel the same way. It can be said that almost all the black ball undead plugs have humans in front of them who are about to be killed by them. They just let it go and fled into the distance.
Stop! Don't run if you can!
Thunder Dragon shouted and chased after the black ball undead. Xingye. When passing by Pajun, Pajun suddenly called Lin Sheng's name. Lin Sheng glanced over and saw Pajun, who looked forward to him. Lin Sheng looked at Pajun, who was hesitant to speak. Lin Sheng just left a word and continued to chase after the Thunder Dragon.
Let's talk about it later when I get there. I asked you to play. Can't you catch up now?
Lin Sheng and Thunder Dragon have already settled down.
Master, you can't blame me. These guys are so small. It's not easy to escape.
Brontosaurus explained. Come on. This Brontosaurus is a guy who can fight. Lin Sheng looked at the stone wall in front of him. Surrounded by nothingness, Lin Sheng observed carefully to find where the undead black balls were hiding. After all, these are moving soul crystals. After Lin Sheng searched for a long time, he couldn't see any black ball undead. Just when Lin Sheng was about to give up and look for another location, his eyes suddenly fell on a hole the size of a palm. Lin Sheng was secretly thinking, Shouldn't it be this palm-sized hole? But just when Lin Sheng was thinking this, a black ball ran out of the hole. Looking around, he seemed to be looking for the figure of the Thunder Dragon. Just when the undead black ball breathed a sigh of relief, a bolt of lightning power directly penetrated the undead black ball. The figure of the black ball undead dissipated, and a soul crystal fell.
There are actually compartments,
Lin Sheng said. This is something Lin Sheng did not expect. Lin Sheng was just preparing to enter the top 5. I did see a pale hand bone sticking out of the palm-sized hole. The person behind the cave seemed to be trying to come over, but it did get stuck. The next moment, the skull should have almost rolled out of the hole. Then bones appeared one by one. Suddenly, the first hand bones that came out gathered all the bones together and then assembled them. Lin Sheng saw the whole process in his eyes. He was also shocked by the operation of the skeleton man. This skeleton man is too cruel. If you can't get through it, just take it apart. Then little by little things came together, and finally Zhou Qi put it together. And as soon as the first white bone skeleton appeared, the second white bone skeleton imitated the method of the first white bone skeleton and wanted to continue coming.
Thunder struck him.
Lin Sheng gave orders to the Thunder Dragon beside him.
Good master.
The Thunder Dragon immediately replied. And then the thunder and lightning power in his mouth gathered and shot towards the white bone skeleton man. The thick thunder pillar was shot at the skeleton man. The next moment, the skeleton man turned into soot and disappeared into the air under the attack of the thunder pillar. However, what was even more stupid was that the Thunder Dragon's thunder pillar attack did not stop when it knocked the skeleton man into ashes. Instead, he continued to attack forward. The hole that was only the size of a palm was directly punched into the size of a window. The opposite side of the cave also calmed down. There may be many undead creatures that were also killed.
Master, it's done.
Listening to Thunder Dragon's words, Lin Sheng said nothing. Just now, the attributes of the white bone skeleton man were exposed in front of Lin Sheng. Bone skeleton man. Attack, 1,000. Life 10,000. But on the opposite side of the cave entrance, people gathered together when Lin Sheng recalled the skeletons. The noisy and restless voice sounded again. This time, the skeleton man no longer had to open his body to come over, but came directly on his stomach. The Thunder Dragon's attack created a better and more convenient passage for the skeleton man on the opposite side. Chapter 209 Escape and Plan the next time. After seeing this scene, Thunder Dragon also showed an embarrassed expression.
Master, I didn't expect that the situation would turn out like this.
Brontosaurus kept explaining. Lin Sheng did not pay attention to Thunder Dragon's explanation, but looked seriously at the skeletons coming over from the opposite side. 1 or 2, 3 or 4, 100, 200.
Gudong, can you still attack the Thunder Dragon?
Lin Sheng asked the Thunder Dragon. If he were to deal with the increasing number of skeletons, he might not be able to deal with them. As for the Thunder Dragon's thunder pillar attack just now, it seems that it can still attack these skeletons. Compared to the previous one, the white bone skeleton man was instantly killed by one sweep.
Sure,
Brontosaurus assured.
Attack. Don't wait,
Lin Sheng said. The Thunder Dragon spit out a thunder pillar again from its mouth. Wherever the thunder pillar passed through, those skeletons were turned into ashes. Suddenly, the thunder column ray in the Thunder Dragon's mouth disappeared.
What's wrong? Continue.
Lin Sheng was also holding the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand to attack these skeletons. But the number of skeletons he killed were not as many as those coming from the opposite side.
Huh? Cough. Cough. Cough.
Thunder Dragon suddenly coughed. The lightning ball that had just gathered in his mouth immediately dissipated into the air.
Master, I seem to have run out of energy.
Lin Sheng looked at the Thunder Dragon and was stunned for a moment. However, the movements of his hands did not stop, and he continued to attack the skeleton man.
You actually let me off the hook at a critical moment.
Lin Sheng was almost scared out of his wits. Now that the Thunder Dragon is castrated at this critical moment, how can he deal with so many skeletons by himself? Even if it is a sword, one will be killed.
Master, how about we run away?
Thunder Dragon said to Lin Sheng. Listening to Thunder Dragon's words, Lin Sheng was indeed moved. There are too many bone skeletons, and now I still have the materials to upgrade 2 legendary weapons. So Lin Sheng decided to go back and add 2 team members to himself before coming over. Lin Sheng decisively climbed onto the Thunder Dragon. Then the Thunder Dragon quickly fled outside under the hump of the Thunder Dragon. After waiting for the skeleton man to react, he discovered that Lin Sheng and others had actually escaped at this time. The skeleton man ran away chasing Lin Sheng in a large wave. It was fierce when it came, and it was leisurely when it escaped. This may be talking about the Thunder Dragon. After all, if such a big brontosaurus hadn't walked more leisurely, it might have been even slower. After escaping all the way, Lin Sheng met Pajun's team. Lin Sheng was stunned when he saw Pajun and the others. After reacting, Lin Sheng asked,
Brother Pajun, what's wrong with you?
Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Pajun felt ashamed to see anyone. At the beginning, he thought that the news of the danger in the cave would be enough. But now I know that all caution is useless. As long as they encounter a wave of undead creatures, they will definitely die. Pajun smiled helplessly and said,
I thought it was too simple. And I thought we could come first. With your help, we can quickly become more powerful. But this place is not dangerous, but a place of death.
Lin Sheng also understood what Pajun meant. Danger did not mean death. It was a good place to hone himself. But the place of death is a place where you can die at any time. So it is not a good place for training.
Come up and let's go together.
Lin Sheng suddenly remembered something serious. The skeleton man behind him was still chasing him. If he leaves by himself and leaves Pajun and others behind, then when a large wave of skeletons sweeps over, Pajun and these soldiers will definitely be swallowed up. And not even the dregs will be left.
What's wrong?
Although Pajun asked puzzle questions, his body movements did not hesitate at all. And he immediately climbed onto the dragon's back. At the same time, help those soldiers come up together.
It looks like there's no need to say anything. You can see for yourself.
After Pajun and these soldiers had just arrived on the dragon's back, Lin Sheng looked from a distance and saw a large number of skeletons. So Lin Sheng spoke. When Pajun heard this, he looked in the direction Lin Sheng pointed. The next moment, he felt his scalp numb. Everything as far as the eye can see is completely white. If you didn't know that these were undead creatures, they would look like bones everywhere.
Let me go! There are so many!
Pajun couldn't hold it back and exclaimed. Before, he had thought that there were a lot of hundreds of black ball undead. But he didn't expect that there were so many white bone skeletons. It looked like there must be at least several thousand. Right? But what Pajun didn't expect was that there were tens of thousands of skeletons behind the cave. After bringing Pajun and other soldiers with him, the Thunder Dragon moved faster as the tunnels in the cave became looser. Pajun smacked his lips and asked in disbelief.
Master Sheng, are you too awesome? Are you going to stab someone in the nest? Can I say it wasn't me who stabbed him?
Lin Sheng explained feebly that the Thunder Dragon was the one he brought, and the Black Ball Undead were the ones he was chasing. After the fight, he destroyed the stone wall and attracted these skeletons. When Lin Sheng and others ran out of the cave, the skeletons behind them all stopped and did not continue to chase them out. They just grinned at Lin Sheng and others for a while before returning to the cave. For them, the outside world seems to have these insurmountable restrictions that prevent them from coming out. Lin Sheng, who was on the back of the Thunder Dragon, looked calmly in front of the sea. But Pajun turned around and glanced at the skeletons wandering at the exit of the cave with lingering fear.
It's a good thing they can't come out,
Pajun said thankfully. At the same time, I also thought about what would happen if these skeletons came out. Let's talk about other things. The first one to be hit will definitely be the Dragon Kingdom's island base. After all, the seawater distance between the island base and the cave entrance is less than 10,000 meters. The Thunder Dragon landed on Lin Hai's ship, and Lin Sheng and Pajun got off the ship. Pajun took Yiren and Lin Sheng to say goodbye and walked towards the island base. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, was looking at the harvest from the cave. A total of 203 soul crystals were harvested. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Sheng decided to give Guzi and Pai Pai the opportunity to use the soul crystal. After all, these two people have become Lin Sheng's most capable assistants in Lin Sheng's hands.
Guzi! Pai Pai! You come with me!
Lin Sheng called these two people to a corner of the deck. Chapter 210 Legendary Weapon Plus 2. Create Puppet Man. Wait until Pai Pai and Guzi arrive.
Boss Master, do you have anything to do with us?
The two of them asked Lin Sheng at the same time. Of course. I would call you too if something happened. Lin Sheng glanced at the two of them helplessly. Isn't this something you understand? Lin Sheng said.
Take out your two special artifacts and give them to me.
Pai Pai and Guzi looked at each other after hearing Lin Sheng's words. Lin Sheng now wants to take away their exclusive artifact? Both of them thought that this was an impossible thing. If they wanted to take it away after all, they would take it away this morning. There is no need to wait until they are both used to it before taking it away. It's just that I don't understand what Lin Sheng wants their exclusive artifact to do. But the movement in his hand was to take out Thor's hammer and sky axe without any hesitation. Lin Sheng looked at these two damaged ancient artifacts. After thinking about other people's exclusive artifacts, Lin Sheng still felt somewhat helpless. Everyone has broken artifacts in their hands. When can they be repaired to truly show the true splendor of the ancient artifacts? Lin Sheng took out the soul crystal and said to the two of them,
"Now I want to upgrade the level of your exclusive artifact."
After Guzi and Pai Pai heard Lin Sheng's words, their eyes lit up. He asked excitedly,
"Master, boss, do you mean that our weapons can be like yours? Become legendary weapons?"
Lin Sheng nodded and said there was nothing wrong with what they said. The next moment Lin Sheng said,
"Okay, put down the weapon and wait until I finish upgrading it for you before taking it back."
After Lin Sheng took over the two's exclusive artifacts against the Sky Axe and Thor's Hammer, the quality of the skeleton starts to improve immediately. Soul Crystal 100. The quality of the Sky Axe is improved and the legendary weapon. Soul Crystal 100. Thor's Hammer quality improved legendary weapon. Lin Sheng saw that a new attribute was added to the two weapons, and the real damage was increased by 50% before he nodded with satisfaction. However, neither Guzi nor Pai Pai left. The reason was simply that Lin Sheng said he wanted to improve the quality of their weapons. I didn't have the mood to go elsewhere. At that time, I wanted to wait by Lin Sheng's side and use the weapon to try out the feel as soon as the quality of the weapon improved. After Lin Sheng finished improving the quality of the weapon, he saw the two of them waiting at the side and never left. He just smiled and gave the legendary weapon to the two of them. The two people who got the exclusive legendary weapons had expressions of surprise on their faces.
"Legendary weapons. We can also cause damage to those undead creatures."
After their excited words fell, the two men picked up their weapons and started trying. But when you hold it in your hand, you can feel the feel of the weapon getting better, and you can see the effect of the weapon. But there is really no real attempt at actual combat effectiveness.
"Master, you went to the cave world before. If you want to go there next time, please be sure to take Guzi and me with you."
Pai Pai said that he wanted to go to the catacombs.
"That's for sure. Otherwise, why don't you think I would improve the quality of your exclusive weapons when I have nothing to do?"
The two laughed innocently. After Lin Sheng had just completed the quality improvement of the weapons, Pajun hurried over.
"Master, something happened. Why are you so anxious? You should explain the matter clearly."
Lin Sheng looked at Pajun, who came in a panic and said. After Pajun took a deep breath, he calmed down and said,
"The soldiers we went to the cave with before all fainted suddenly." "Fainted suddenly?"
Lin Sheng frowned and repeated. "I always feel like I've seen this happen before."
"By the way, those warriors who were directly attacked by undead creatures."
"And some warriors who have not been attacked are fine."
Pajun explained again. But it was also at this time that Lin Sheng suddenly thought of something. That is, the situation seems to be the same as Xiaoya's. After thinking about this, Lin Sheng immediately raised his eyebrows and asked,
"Do they have other characteristics?" No. Wait."
Pajun took out the survival manual and opened the communication interface first. Soon he saw the private message. In this private message, he saw the messages sent to him by the soldiers guarding him. After Pajun read the private message, Solin breathed a sigh of relief.
"Call. They are fine. They are all awake now."
After Lin Shinki heard Pajun's words, he became more and more sure. However,
Pajun said worriedly, "This matter may be a bit complicated. I'm worried that there might be something hidden hiding there."
Lin Sheng nodded and said,
"There is also a girl on my naval ship. I knew what happened before. But now it seems that the girl was attacked when a large number of undead creatures came out of the cave last time."
Lin Sheng then said,
"I should be able to get a scanning device recently. When I get the device back, I will use it with Shirya to check what will be left after being attacked by undead creatures."
Pajun's eyes lit up. Then he said to Lin Sheng,
"Master Sheng, are you talking about the same thing as the operating table before?"
"Yes." Lin Sheng replied calmly. Pajun had something in mind and asked Lin Sheng,
"Can that operating table be used for our scientists to study?"
This time Lin Sheng decisively refused.
"No. There is only one operating table. If it breaks..."
Lin Sheng didn't finish his words. But Pajun immediately understood what Lin Sheng meant.
"Sir, I was too abrupt."
Pajun immediately apologized. After all, if the only operating table is destroyed, then there will be no more. He is either questioning the ability of those scientists, or it is difficult for even scientists to research this kind of thing when there is nothing left. Finished product. After all, Pajun understands that it is difficult for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Lin Sheng looked at the sky and said to Pajun, "Go back. It's time to rest after the cave." Pajun left after Lin Sheng made it clear that he was leaving. As for rest, Lin Sheng didn't think about it. Instead, they are going to make a batch of collecting puppets and go to Rainbow Island to collect them. After all, the previous method has been eliminated by the mysterious businessman. Lin Sheng silently opened the manufacturing page. The production of puppets began immediately. Get +1 for collecting puppets. After making hundreds of collection puppets in a row, Lin Sheng showed a satisfied smile. Then he silently took out the teleportation scroll and came out. Chapter 211. The puppet comes to the island. As the sky was about to darken, Lin Sheng tore open the teleportation scroll. A tear sound. After the teleportation scroll was torn open, the white light on the scroll flashed. Lin Sheng was immediately wrapped up. After Lin Sheng's figure disappeared, a formation appeared on the deck of the naval ship where Lin Sheng's feet had just been standing. Lin Sheng was enveloped in white light and immediately turned into a stream of light and flew to Rainbow Island. When Lin Sheng's eyes returned to focus again, what he saw was the mysterious businesswoman on Rainbow Island. "Adventurers, welcome to visit again." After the mysterious businesswoman finished speaking, Lin Sheng saw the proud smile on her face. It seemed that she had already prepared all the ways to deal with Lin Sheng. As for what Lin Sheng did the last time he arrived, the mysterious businesswoman said she would never let Lin Sheng do it again this time. Lin Sheng also smiled and greeted the mysterious businesswoman. "I'm here. The rules were agreed upon last time. You can go in now," said the mysterious businesswoman. Lin Sheng nodded and arrived at Rainbow Island without hesitation. The formation that was left on the naval ship was not triggered until Lin Sheng was about to go back, and the formation was used to teleport Lin Sheng back. After watching Lin Sheng enter the Rainbow Island, the mysterious woman, the businessman, smiled widely. "You probably won't get any benefits this time. Although this Rainbow Island managed by a mysterious businesswoman is said to be for survivors to obtain materials and exchange, but she didn't have many good things in her hands, and those were gone after she exchanged them. Naturally, she didn't want someone to exchange the best thing about her so soon. Under her influence, no normal person would collect so many good things in one day, and no normal person would collect animals on the island and make them pets. It was this reason that forced the mysterious businessman to remove the animals. There are no animals on the island this time, no matter how hard Lin Sheng goes. What happened last time will never happen." Lin Sheng walked on Rainbow Island. This time, Lin Sheng clearly felt that the life on Rainbow Island was not there at the beginning. It seems like a lot of things are missing. Lin Sheng didn't know what was missing at first. After passing by the colorful squirrel's nest, Lin Sheng remembered this dish. Those colorful squirrels have disappeared. It seems that it was taken away by the mysterious businesswoman. Lin Sheng also knew that the last time the businessman took action was probably because he made all these squirrels his pets. Right? A smile appeared on Lin Sheng's lips. Now he doesn't use these squirrels anymore. At first, he wasn't sure what he was collecting, but this time Lin Sheng arrived well prepared. Lin Sheng reached out to explore the tree holes of the colorful squirrels and found that these tree holes were empty. Those colorful squirrels can be said to have gone to their holes. After Lin Sheng looked around again, he waved his hand and took out the puppets from the backpack space. Lin Sheng released the puppet. After all the puppets were activated, Lin Sheng gave an order to the 100 puppets. "Go! Collect colorful materials for me." Under Lin Sheng's order, these puppets all took action one after another. There are more than just colorful materials on the Rainbow Island. After Lin Sheng waited for the puppet people to collect colorful materials, Lin Sheng came under a tree. This tree is also colorful. I had noticed it when I came last time, but the colorful squirrel disturbed my interest, and later I forgot about it. This time Lin Sheng climbed up the rainbow tree. There are fruits the size of marbles growing on the trees. Lin Sheng picked one off casually. Get Skittles. Eating the pills will randomly give you 1 attribute point. Rainbow trees cannot be transplanted, and the only growing environment is Rainbow Island. Lin Sheng originally had the urge to transplant the rainbow tree after seeing that it could improve attribute points, but now there is no other way. The growing environment is quite restricted. Lin Sheng had no choice but to put the rainbow candy in his mouth and eat it. Randomly obtained strength attribute +1. Lin Sheng ate a few more and randomly obtained other attribute points. Lin Sheng, who had tasted the sweetness, thought that since there was no way to transplant them, he would just remove them all. While Lin Sheng was busy, the mysterious businesswoman took out a crystal ball. She looked at Lin Sheng's picture in the crystal ball. She smiled after seeing Lin Sheng picking rainbow candies. To her,
As long as Lin Sheng didn't collect so many colorful materials, it didn't matter to her. After all, Skittles cannot be exchanged for the props in her hand. Hee hee. She chuckled and turned off the crystal ball's projection. Yu closed his eyes and rested. And Lin Sheng counted the 5,000 rainbow candies he picked, which were worth 5,000 attribute points. Lin Sheng silently put away the rainbow candies. He had already seen the puppet man who went to collect colorful materials return. Get colorful mushrooms plus 388. Get colorful golden fruit plus 432. After the first puppet submitted the harvest, he continued to work. However, the puppets who collected the materials came back one after another. Their speed is much faster than the colorful squirrels. The number of 5 colorful materials in Lin Sheng's hands is increasing. Soon the quantity of each colorful material exceeded 100,000. Migration over time. Lin Sheng found another fruit tree on the island. The fruits here have no other uses. At most, they are used for ordinary food. Seeing that there was nothing to sit on, Lin Sheng got a deck chair and laid down under the tree eating fruit. The puppets kept coming back, and Lin Sheng waited while munching on the fruit. The mysterious businesswoman at the entrance to the island frowned slightly. It always feels like something bad is going to happen. She took out the crystal ball and wanted to see what Lin Sheng was doing. She felt that Lin Sheng brought this uneasy feeling to her. But when Lin Sheng's picture appeared on the crystal ball, she frowned. After observing for a while, she felt relieved that there was nothing wrong. Lin Sheng is still the same Lin Sheng, and he can still sit and wait leisurely. Obviously, he didn't go to collect any materials. There are no animals on the island anymore, so it cannot be that there are animals helping Lin Sheng collect them.
Maybe I'm thinking too much,
the mysterious businesswoman said to herself. But just as she finished these words, she froze. On the screen of the crystal ball, puppets kept coming in front of Lin Sheng and handed Lin Sheng the materials he had collected. The mysterious businesswoman's eyes turned red when she saw the scene. Chapter 212 Bullying a Businesswoman. Fragments.
Damn it! What on earth is going on?
The mysterious businesswoman stared at everything on the screen and said through gritted teeth. She had already done so much. But why was Lin Sheng still given such unlimited access to colorful materials? The mysterious businesswoman stomped her heels with gnashing teeth and secret hatred. At this moment, the puppet who had just handed over the harvest in front of Lin Sheng was about to leave. But his whole body trembled. With a bang sound, it exploded into countless fragments.
Made. Inferior product.
As soon as Lin Sheng finished speaking, he felt something was wrong with his words. No. 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 How could I possibly make a bad product? This puppet was made by Lin Sheng himself, and the materials were all controlled by him. How could it be an inferior product? Lin Sheng said he would not take the blame. After fighting in his heart, Lin Sheng looked at the puppet seriously. Suddenly, Lin Sheng had a bad feeling in his heart, and he immediately ran in the direction of the puppets, who were going to collect the materials. Lin Sheng ran all the way and never saw the complete puppet again. On the contrary, I saw debris all over the ground. Lin Sheng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Was he probably manipulated by that mysterious businesswoman again? After all, the only person on Rainbow Island with such ability is the businesswoman. Lin Sheng felt that he was being targeted. He walked towards the entrance aggressively, wanting to have a good friendly exchange with the businesswoman. The businesswoman looked at Lin Sheng's return steps and smiled slightly. She chuckled. So what about the puppet? Anyone who dares to cheat on my territory will be banned. Just as the businesswoman was thinking this, Lin Sheng had already arrived in front of her.
You've gone too far,
Lin Sheng said.
Adventurer, what are you talking about? I can't understand you.
But businesswomen still have some concerns. For example, her behavior is considered a violation of the rules of this world. So she denied it.
You don't have to pretend. I know that you use your own methods to destroy my puppets. If you don't admit it, I believe that as long as you do something, your flaws will definitely be exposed.
Lin Sheng stared at the businesswoman and said seriously, with a certain meaning in his words. The businesswoman frowned after hearing Lin Sheng's words. Things were indeed as Lin Sheng said. She had violated the rules herself. And what Lin Sheng said was also true. If she went to investigate, she could still find traces. If she is affected by the rules of the world, she will also be punished. Although the punishment is not very serious, it is not light either. Is it better not to be punished than to be punished? So the mysterious businesswoman said,
I did do it. What do you want? I don't know. I just want an explanation. After all, I spent a lot of money making puppets.
After Lin Sheng saw the businesswoman giving in immediately, he immediately had an idea in his mind. Since the puppets had been destroyed, it would be better to give him some practical rewards as compensation.
Tell me, what's the price?
The businesswoman said coldly. In his heart, he gritted his teeth angrily. It was obvious that Lin Sheng was the one who cheated first.
But she,
the manager, was threatened in the end.
Okay, not much else to say. Just give me 180 chapters of the teleportation scroll, and then give me a 10% discount on the redemption price.
After listening to Lin Sheng's words, the businesswoman was immediately amused. This is the first time someone would call the teleportation scroll so ordinary. There are 180 cards. You know she doesn't have many in her hands.
One card. Do you want it if you like it? The other 50% off. It can't be less.
The businesswoman also looked back slowly at this time. Her meaning was clear.
That's okay too.
Lin Sheng muttered a few words before nodding in agreement. Lin Sheng took the teleportation scroll and stuffed it directly into Lin's backpack space. Didn't even look. Then he looked at the businesswoman expectantly, waiting for him to open the product background. The mysterious businesswoman looked at Lin Sheng and had no choice but to open the redemption interface and show it to Lin Sheng. God-level body scanner 3W colorful pine cones. Upgrade potion making machine 3W colorful mushrooms. A lot of items are marked at half the original price. And these items were displayed in front of Lin Sheng. Of course Lin Sheng could buy as much as he could. Even the God-level Supreme Energy Gathering Cannon was purchased by Lin Sheng. Get a God-level body scanner. Acquire potion manufacturing. Obtain the God-level Supreme Concentrated Cannon. Lin Sheng bought a lot and exchanged all the materials he obtained this time. After Lin Sheng's exchange was completed, his attention was attracted by what was refreshed behind him. For a moment, even the proud expression on the good things he had redeemed before was stunned. Xianyuan sword fragments. Lin Sheng. Mad profiteers put all the good things behind. Lin Sheng pointed at the Xianyuan sword fragment and asked the businesswoman,
"Why did this thing appear later?"
Xianyuan sword fragments. These are the materials to repair the exclusive weapon in your hand. If I hadn't purchased the previous items this time, I don't know if I could refresh them. And this fragment is in the hands of the businesswoman. If she doesn't see it, even if you search all over the world, you won't be able to find it. Right? If this is the case, then how can you repair the Xianyuan broken sword? After the businesswoman saw Lin's angry and frustrated expression, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Let you cheat and make you proud. Now you are fine. Hee hee.
Adventurer, this is the rule. Only after you purchase the previous items will there be a chance of them being refreshed,
the businesswoman said with a calm expression on her face. After hearing what the businesswoman said, Lin Sheng felt helpless. All right.
Wait until I come over next time.
Lin Sheng finished speaking. Then it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. The businesswoman also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Come back next time. She must come up with rules to restrict puppets. Otherwise, she would be crushed by Lin Sheng's puppet. If it hadn't been discovered early this time, I'm afraid the entire island would have been hollowed out by Lin Sheng. The collection ability of those puppets is really very powerful. Lin Sheng, who returned to the naval ship, looked at the dark night sky. It was still full of light on the island just now. Lin Sheng also understood the environment of Rainbow Island for a while. It was almost daytime all the time. Lin Sheng thought for a while. It was still midnight, so there was no need to start using the exchanged items now. After all, you still need a good rest at night. Chapter 213 Scan. The Black Energy in the Heart. Lin Sheng returned to his room. At this moment, he did see Shenling lying on the bed, occupying all the quilts. Lin Sheng quickly removed his equipment. Just when Lin Sheng was about to lie down on the bed, he hesitated, looking at Shenling's sleeping condition. He was afraid that Shenling would wake up if he made a big move when he went to bed. And if you get into bed carefully, it seems that falling asleep is a very difficult problem. While Lin Sheng was hesitant, Shenling said in a daze,
"Xiao Sheng, you are back."
After speaking, Shenling also took the initiative to give up her seat next to her. But she still looked like she was sleeping. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Sheng couldn't help but smile. "Are you asleep or not?" Lin Sheng said to himself in his heart. Then he lay down. Lin Sheng, who had just laid down, suddenly felt a slender jade-like arm hugging him tightly. And Shenling's head gently nestled on Lin Sheng's chest, with a satisfied smile on her face. And she slept sweetly. Lin Sheng took advantage of the situation and hugged Shenling. And he gradually fell asleep. The next day was the 26th day of the disaster. Sign in to get the skill clone technique.
What?
Lin Sheng's dazed eyes suddenly widened. He looked at what he had obtained in disbelief. And the next moment, he rubbed his eyes. I'm not hallucinating. Am I? Lin Sheng started thinking like this. But Lin Sheng soon confirmed that the rewards he received for signing in were real rewards and not fake. Lin Sheng carefully examined the clone technique he had obtained. Clone technique skills. It can be learned through study. And the same skill can be cloned into 9 figures. Each clone can exist for 2 hours. Lin Sheng looked at the introduction. Blinked his eyes. And his eyes suddenly became full of information. So what are you waiting for? Learn? Of course. Learn immediately. Lin Sheng couldn't wait to learn the clone technique. You learn the art of clone. Lin Sheng tiptoed outside. There was Shenling who was resting in the room. And there were parents in the next room. If the movement of experimental skills disturbed the rest of the 2 elders, Lin Sheng felt that he was going to be punished. Arriving on the deck of the naval ship outside, Lin Sheng silently recited the name of the skill. Clone technique. Lin Sheng immediately activated this skill. Lin Sheng was surrounded by white smoke, making the surrounding environment unrealistic. At this moment, Lin Sheng also felt the rapid passage of mental power in his mind. After consuming a full 1,000 points of mental power, an almost identical figure of Dao Dao and Lin Sheng appeared in the large white mist around Lin Sheng. Regardless of appearance or size, these clones seemed to be drawn from the same mold. The clones nodded in unison at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng also nodded to express his understanding. He was very curious. If he didn't wait for these clones to disappear, could he use the clone's skills again? Lin Sheng thought this, and then glanced at the 9 clones still standing around. Lin Sheng used the clone technique again. The clone technique was successfully used by Lin Sheng again, and several clones appeared around Lin Sheng again. Lin Sheng touched his chin and looked around and finally confirmed one thing. That is, there are not many restrictions on this clone technique. As long as you have enough mental power, you can use it anytime and anywhere to create a clone. According to the current situation, each use of the clone technique requires 1,000 points of mental power. And Lin Sheng already has 3,500 points of mental power. In other words, it can be used 3 times at a time to produce 27 2-hour breaks. Although they are not as numerous as those puppets, they are definitely more flexible than puppets. Lin Sheng thought in his mind, don't you allow items to tame animals? Aren't you also not letting me use puppets? Well, this time I don't need puppets or tamed animals to become pets to work for me. I will use the clone technique next time I go to Rainbow Island. At the entrance to Rainbow Island, the mysterious businesswoman suddenly sneezed. She rubbed her nose and suddenly said to herself, "It must be that boy who is cursing me." But she didn't pay too much attention. Lin Sheng on the naval ship was just about to release the clone technique when he heard Zheng Kai's exclamation.
How come there are so many bosses, owners?
These exclamations came from people like Guzi Pipey and others who had just come out. Bang sound. All Lin Sheng's clones disappeared. Lin Sheng greeted Guzi.
Guzi, go and find the June. The same goes for those soldiers.
Guzi responded and left the ship. Lin Sheng looked at Pipey and said,
I'll give you a cannon. Take it to me and install it on the naval ship. Huh? What cannon? Boss, don't we already have cannons on our naval ships?
Pipey asked in confusion. Lin Sheng took out the God-level Supreme Concentrated Cannon during Pipey's questioning.
Installed at the front of the ship.
After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Pipey's eyes fell on the cannon. The mysterious patterns on the cannon deeply attracted Pipey's attention.
Boss, this gun is so cool. Do I really want to install it myself?
Pipey swallowed and said,
Don't mess around. Install it carefully.
Lin Sheng laughed and cursed and left. And Pipey couldn't put it down and stroke the cannon body, as if he was stroking the skin of the person he only loved. Pipey left with the gun barrel in his arms, and went to the front of the ship to install the gun barrel. Lin Sheng had already arrived at the door where Xiaoya's mother and daughter were staying. At this moment, Xiaoya's mother and daughter also woke up, and were walking towards the outside of the room. Lin Sheng faced him and said,
Just in time. You bring Xiaoya and me.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the woman's slightly tired brows wrinkled. Then he nodded and hugged Xiaoya with both hands.
Mom, I can walk by myself.
Xiaoya looked worriedly at the woman's recently recovered arm and said, although she is still young, she understands that she needs to rest after an injury to her hand, and not to exert excessive force. The woman just smiled slightly, did not let go of Xiaoya, and continued to follow Lin Sheng. It wasn't until he arrived at the medical room that Lin Sheng took out the scanner and medicine maker he had exchanged and installed them. After installing the scanner, Lin Sheng said to Xiaoya,
"Come, little sister, lie on it."
Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Xiaoya's big curious eyes blinked, and she lay quietly and obediently on the scanner. As the blue light on the scanner lights up, Xiaoya's whole body seemed to be transparent, and all the organs in her body could be seen clearly. What Lin Sheng could clearly see was the dark energy in Xiaoya's heart. Lin Sheng stared at the black gas seriously, but at the next moment, he was completely frightened. Chapter 214 Entering the Catacombs Again. There was actually a pair of eyes in the middle of the black energy in Xiaoya's heart. When Lin Sheng was staring at the black energy, it seemed to be looking at Lin Sheng as well. Then he actually grinned. At this time, the scanner's test report was also spit out. Possession of undead embryo. The undead embryo will absorb the possessed person's vitality at all times. Whenever the undead embryo is in a hungry state, it will absorb the possessed person's vitality as nourishment. When the undead embryo is used as nourishment, the possessed person will fall into a coma. As the undead embryo matures, the speed at which the undead embryo absorbs life will increase, and all the possessed person's life force will be absorbed, causing the possessed person to fall into a coma. The body dies. At that time, the undead will become the undead general. Solution. There is a spring of Wangyu Lake in the cave world. The water of Wangyu Lake can make the undead embryos escape from the possessed body. Lin Sheng looked at the report and smacked his lips. This is still an undead embryo, and it can be such a vicious thing. Absorb living people as nourishment and grow. Lin Sheng frowned and looked at the scene of the woman holding Xiaoya and comforting Xiaoya. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart. If Xiaoya really died, how uncomfortable would the mother be? The woman then raised her head and looked at Lin Sheng and said to Lin Sheng,
"Master Sheng, what's wrong with my daughter's health?" "Well, it's okay. I'm just infected with some black energy. I know how to remove it, but I still need to go to the cave,"
Lin Sheng said to the woman, looking at the woman's sad face. He still couldn't bear to tell her the truth. Lin Sheng believed that as long as time could tell the real reason to this mother, who focused all her efforts on her child, maybe her spirit would collapse the next moment after learning the real news. Of course, the most important thing is that Lin Sheng has a solution to Xiaoya's problems.
"Little sister, be good and I will cure your problems when I come back."
Lin Sheng looked at Xiaoya and touched her cute little head.
"Well, Xiaoya is the best behaved,"
Xiaoya said with a bright smile.
"Master, I'm here."
At this moment, a loud voice came from outside the door. Based on the timbre of the voice, Lin Sheng knew that this was Pajun's arrival. So Lin Sheng said to Xiaoya and her daughter,
"Okay, go back. My people are here."
The woman nodded, bowed to Lin Sheng and thanked him before leaving. When the woman walked out of the treatment room with Xiaoya in her arms, Pajun walked in just as the door was about to close. Pajun looked at Lin Sheng, who was sitting on the chair, and said,
"Master Sheng, the people you asked me to bring are here. Well, how many times have they been in coma after the first one?"
Lin Sheng looked at the soldier standing straight outside the door, looked around, and then asked Pajun,
"That's not the case. I was only in a coma the first time, and nothing happened after that. Master, do you really know something?"
After Pajun recalled what happened, he suddenly thought of something and asked excitedly,
"Maybe the little girl who just went out seems to be like them."
Pajun fell silent after listening to Lin Sheng's words. He also knew the mother and daughter, ordinary people at the island base. Pajun suddenly looked a little sad. They are not strong enough yet to bring absolute security to the people on the island base.
"Okay, let the soldiers check one by one. I'm confirming their situation."
Lin Sheng looked at Pajun's sad face and said,
"Okay."
Under the leadership of Pajun, the soldiers came to the treatment room one by one and checked with the help of the scanner. After a scan, Lin Sheng also determined that these soldiers had undead embryos left in their bodies, which was exactly the same as Xiaoya's situation.
"Master, what is the black energy of hope?"
It was obvious that Pajun also saw the soldier lying on Lin's scanner during the scan. Only then did Pajun have to ask.
"Undead embryo."
Lin Sheng did not choose to hide it, and spoke directly. This is also to allow Pajun and others to have more insights, so that they will not be blinded when encountering such a situation in the future. Lin Sheng gave the report to Pajun for review. This sight really frightened Pajun. If so many soldiers were killed by the undead embryos by then, so how should he explain it? At this moment, Lin Sheng spoke again.
"The solution is already there, but those are all in the basement. Sir, how many people do you need? And if you say anything, I promise to get you just enough people.
Pajun said very sincerely. Lin Sheng waved his hand and said,
Forget it. A group of these soldiers who went there before were almost killed. If I go to another batch this time and something happens again, I feel that I will be under a lot of pressure.
After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Pajun also hesitated. What Lin Sheng said was absolutely correct. It was too dangerous to enter the cave without the strength. So Pajun could only give up the idea of going down with Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng said to Pajun,
Okay, you better not think about going down to the cave. I will handle it myself. As for you, just get the island base ready. I don't want such a good resource to be wasted.
Pajun nodded and led the people back to the island base. Lin Sheng watched from a distance as these warriors were settled. After Lin Sheng turned around, he looked leisurely at the entrance of the cave. Got kicked out last time. This time he was going to fight back again. And he was sure to kill the group of skeletons. Lin Sheng said this. And it won't be easy for anyone to do it. After Lin Sheng found Pai Pai and Guzi, Pai Pai geared up and said,
Boss, you're going to the underground cave. Right. I've been looking forward to it since yesterday.
One look at this faction, and you can tell that they are supposed to be militants. Guzi, on the other hand, carried the sky-opening axe and said calmly,
Guzi, will kill whatever the master points out.
Lin Sheng nodded and called the Thunder Dragon. And the three of them rode on the Thunder Dragon. This time, there was no follower from Lai Pijun and other soldiers. The three men and one dragon turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from the ship in a flash. A flash of lightning flashed at the entrance of the cave and left thunder arcs in the air. Lin Sheng and others entered the cave. After arriving in the cave, Guzi looked around cautiously, while Pai Pai looked around excitedly.
Where is the enemy?
Because Pai Pai could not deal any damage to the undead creatures before. He was suppressed and held a breath in his heart. Now he was like a barrel of explosives. As soon as the undead creatures came out, he would be ignited immediately. Lin Sheng drove the Thunder Dragon towards the cave entrance, where the skeleton man came out. The Brontosaurus fell down in front of a hole in the stone wall. Chapter 215 Entering the Lair of Bones and Skeletons. When Lin Sheng came to the entrance of the cave again, he frowned. This time, there is no sign of the skeleton man. Even the noise coming from behind the stone wall before was silent now. It was eerily quiet. But Lin Sheng didn't think that there was no danger. So Lin Sheng still remained vigilant and said,
Guzi Pai Pai should be careful. Understood, master.
Guzi nodded seriously to express his understanding. But Pai Pai said quite nonchalantly,
Look at me!
Pai Pai was the first to lift Thor's hammer and ran towards the entrance of the cave. Lin Sheng shook his head helplessly and followed in with the shrunken Leilong and Guzi. At this time, Lin Sheng saw Pai Pai standing in front of the stone steps, hesitating whether to go up. And there was a skeleton man in front of him blocking Pai Pai's way. After seeing the environment in the cave clearly, Lin Sheng couldn't help but frown. How much force did the Thunder Dragon use last time? Such a large stone wall space could actually drive the skeleton man inside crazy. It was obvious that those white-boned skeletons came out of the stone door from above the stone steps. Ha! Pai Pai shouted in agreement, and immediately struck the skeletal man with Thor's hammer in his hand. The giant hammer fell, and lightning flew from the hammer. The blood bar of the skeleton man, who was struck by the hammer, was immediately cleared. The next moment, a soul crystal fell, and the other bodies turned into accumulated powder and dissipated in the air.
TSK! TSK! Is that it?
Pai Pai looked at Lin Sheng in confusion, feeling very puzzled that Lin Sheng was obviously stronger than him. But it was impossible for his boss to not be able to defeat the enemies he could kill so easily.
Right?
Lin Sheng said.
Things are not that simple.
Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Guzi became more and more vigilant. And Pai Pai also carefully searched for the location of the enemy. Lin Sheng led two people and one dragon towards the top of the steps. In fact, the place where the skeleton is located is also the only way to move forward in the cave. Wait until Lin Sheng gets closer to the top of the steps. The sound he heard outside the stone wall appeared again in Lin Sheng's ears. This time Lin Sheng could hear the source of the sound more clearly. It was the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Lin Sheng's eyes became a little strange. They are all skeletons. How can they collectively do something shameful? Lin Sheng felt inexplicably curious. Lin Sheng carefully came to the stone door and looked at the facts through the crack in the door. Lin Sheng then saw the white skeletons constantly rubbing the bones in other parts of the body with their hand bones. The rubbed bones became white and shiny. Good guy. These skeletons are actually polishing their own bones. While Lin Sheng was watching carefully, a bone hand pressed on Lin Sheng's body. Lin Sheng waved his hand helplessly and whispered,
Pai, don't bother. If we are discovered later, we are not prepared to deal with so many skeletons.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pai, who was lying on the stone door to peek at the scene inside, turned back to Lin Sheng in confusion. Xiuya's words that he just said he didn't have were stuck in his throat.
Hack! Boss! You're behind this.
Pai's exclamation immediately startled all the skeletons behind the stone door. After Lin Sheng looked at the skeletons who were moving, he said viciously,
What's the fuss about?
Get ready to fight. After finishing his words, Lin Sheng turned around. And now, he could clearly see the skeleton man behind him. Brush. Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment. But he reacted in seconds and made a response. The Xianyuan broken sword was struck out in his hand. And the skeletal skeleton in front of him was immediately chopped into pieces by Lin Sheng, leaving behind a soul crystal.
Let me go! How did this thing come out?
Lin Sheng was also puzzled. This door was blocked by himself. So where did these ghosts come out? But there was no time left for Lin Sheng to think. And the stone door began to shake violently. The skeletons inside the stone gate pushed open the stone gate at this time. White bone skeletons kept swarming in, trying to break out of the stone door and attack Lin Sheng. And Lin Sheng, Pai Guzi and others did not give in at all. No. With the strong cooperation of 3 people and 1 dragon, they blocked a stone gate in twos and twos. Those skeletons could do whatever they wanted to do if they crossed the line. At this moment, the 4 people used all their firepower, killing all the bone puppets who were eager to rush out.
Sure enough, there is still strength in a crowd.
Just as Lin Sheng was thinking this, Pai excitedly waved the sledgehammer in his hand.
Come on! Keep coming! Grandpa has just finished his warm-up exercises.
As Pai finished speaking, he rushed towards the crowd of skeletons with even more passion. Guzi watched Pai rushing towards him, and had no choice but to guard the door. He clearly understood that if he had not guarded this stone gate, even if they could inflict half of the damage on the skeletons, they would not be able to survive being killed by these thousands of skeletons. Lin Sheng's cooperation with Thunder Dragon was similar. Lin Sheng was guarding the door, while Thunder Dragon rushed up to clean up the skeletons in front of him. Within the 2 stone gates on the left and right, there are 2 places where thunder continues. This was all caused by Thunder Dragon and Pai. Fortunately, the 2 movements were loud enough and almost blocked the skeleton man behind the stone door. Lin Sheng, who was at the stone gate, felt a little helpless. He looked at the skeleton man getting further and further away from him. Alerts kept ringing in my ears. Get soul crystal +1. Get soul crystal +1. The continuous beeps made Lin Sheng's mood rise. But Lin Sheng looked at the Thunder Dragon that suddenly began to retreat. I couldn't help but ask,
What's wrong? Master, although I would like to admit that I am not familiar with him, I am really lying.
Lei Long said nervously.
Huh? 3 seconds long?
Lin Sheng covered his forehead. Why can you only hold on for 3 seconds? Lin Sheng said.
You guard. I will go up.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he directly raised the Xianyuan broken sword and charged into the crowd of skeletons. After all, we have to kill the skeleton man's territory and find the Wangyu spring. As for Pai, the more he killed, the more excited he became. The dog looked furious.
Guzi, do you want to come together?
Pai's words simply aroused the dog's blood. In the next section, he didn't care about guarding anymore and just broke into the crowd of skeletons. The giant axe was swung, and bones were flying all over the sky. Guzi looked at the crowd of bones and skeletons in front of him with a serious face. And he waved the giant axe faster and faster. Chapter 216 Forgetting Spring Water. As time went by, the ground was covered with bone fragments. It wasn't until there were no more skeletons in the entire stone room that Lin Sheng and others stood still and watched. At this time, those bone fragments turned into ashes and disappeared into the air. The next step was originally the favorite step of Guzi and Pai. That is, when harvesting the loot. But when Pai squatted down and was about to pick up the soul crystal that had just been dropped on the ground after killing the skeleton, Pai was surprised to find that the soul crystal he had seen before was nowhere on the ground in this stone room. Pai looked around with doubts in his eyes. Although Guzi did not act as enthusiastic as Pai. At this time, he also discovered something was wrong and looked around in surprise. After confirming that it was not their own dazzling, the 2 of them looked at Lin Sheng. I want to know this answer from Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng said with a mysterious smile.
Okay. No need to look for it. I have put them all away.
Pai and Guzi were full of questions, but Lin Sheng did not explain, and it was difficult for them to continue asking. Lin Sheng looked at the exit door of the stone chamber and said,
Let's go. We still have to go to the party. And we don't know where the Wangyu Spring is yet.
Under Lin Sheng's leadership, Guzi and Pai both kept up with Lin Sheng's pace and continued to move forward. After passing the entrance, Lin Sheng saw a bridge in front of him. After looking at this extremely retro ancient bridge, Lin Sheng couldn't help but have an idea pop up in his mind. Naiha Bridge. Is this Naiha Bridge? Well, I don't think I saw the old lady making soup there. Lin Sheng came to the bridge and found a stone tablet standing on the bridge.
This path leads to a quiet place.
Lin Sheng didn't quite understand what the words on the bridge meant, but he did see only one way forward. Lin Sheng led everyone forward. Thunder Dragon suddenly spoke halfway and said,
Master, I smell a strong breath of soul here.
Lin Sheng stopped and looked at Thunder Dragon. I want to hear what the Brontosaurus can say. But the Brontosaurus didn't speak. I guess Brontosaurus doesn't understand what else is going on. The progress continues. After crossing the retro bridge, Lin Sheng began to see ghosts roaming aimlessly in front of his eyes. These ghosts all walked with their heads down, stopping and walking. From time to time, I would walk back through the places I had walked before. Lin Sheng looked at the ghost in front of him and seemed to understand what the saying,
This path leads to a quiet place,
meant. Isn't it just these ghosts that I'm referring to? Lin Sheng originally thought that the ghosts could not bring any crisis. But he just got off the bridge and took 2 steps toward the road ahead. The ghosts raised their heads at this time and looked at Lin Sheng. A green light suddenly lit up in the gray-black eyes. This light fills people's psychology with a touch of fear.
Are you planning to attack us?
Lin Sheng said to himself. The Thunder Dragon looked at the ghosts that were about to attack, opened its mouth, and immediately shot out a lightning pillar. Under the blast of thunder pillars, those ghosts were chopped into pieces one after another. The road obstacles were cleared, and Thunder Dragon claimed the credit.
Master, am I okay with this?
However, Thunder Dragon's words only caused Lin Sheng to become confused.
Damn it! You still haven't remembered what I told you last time. I told you not to make random noises, and you didn't listen.
Yes. Just when the Thunder Dragon's thunder pillar ray appeared, Lin Sheng kept changing his body position as the thunder pillar fired. The purpose is to avoid being accidentally injured by Lei Zhu's attack. But now the Thunder Dragon once again ignored the advice and directly let out thunder.
Boss, I understand.
Thunder Dragon was helpless and just wanted to ask for credit. But who would have thought that he would be hacked instead of asking for credit? The episode passed, and Lin Sheng walked forward with others again. The further he walked forward, the more Lin Sheng discovered that there were more and more ghosts in front of him. Lin Sheng and others can no longer rely on Thunder Dragon to launch a thunder pillar attack. However, it was very easy for everyone to kill these ghosts. Almost a single sweep of the weapon's attack was enough to kill these ghosts directly. As for why, those ghosts only have 100 health points. While Lin Sheng was killing the ghosts, he also noticed that the sudden and urgent expression of pain could still be seen on the faces of these ghosts, who could not see the whole picture. They seemed to be lining up to go somewhere. Lin Sheng looked towards the direction of all the ghosts. At this glance, Lin Sheng saw the target of his adventure. That is the Wangyu Spring. From a distance, Lin Sheng could see some ghosts drinking water from the Wangyu Spring. After drinking the water again, the eager ghosts showed great indifference and began to roam freely. The other ghosts are eager to get close to the Wangyu Spring. Lin Sheng looked at all this and immediately understood in his heart that if he wanted to obtain this Wangyu Spring, he might have to fight against an astonishing number of ghosts. And as Lin Sheng got closer to Wangyu Spring, he clearly felt that Wangyu Spring's attraction to these ghosts was definitely greater than his own, because these ghosts directly ignored their group.
Let's go to the Wangyu Spring.
As soon as Lin Sheng finished speaking, he came to the edge of Wangyu Spring. Lin Sheng looked at the ghosts around him again. He found that those ghosts still didn't take him seriously. But after Lin Sheng knelt down and picked up a handful of Wangyu Spring water, some of the surrounding ghosts, who had not come to Wangyu Spring, started to riot. There was a faint green light in their eyes, looking at Lin Sheng as if they were seeing the enemy who killed his father. What was even more serious was that the ghost launched a desperate attack directly on Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng poured out the Wangyu Spring water in his hand, the ghost that was halfway through the attack suddenly stopped. It started lining up again and stopped approaching Lin Sheng.
TSK. TSK. I just want some spring water. Should these ghosts be so excited?
Lin Sheng said helplessly. Of course. This is also because Wang Yuquan cannot be taken away. This Wangyu spring seems to be integrated with the earth and cannot be separated at all. Lin Sheng quietly took out a container and poured some spring water into the Wangyu spring. When the spring water was just pumped up, there were ghosts eager to attack Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng just put the spring water into the backpack space. Those ghosts immediately gave up attacking Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng smacked his lips. Decide to leave anyway. There were too many ghosts here. If he tried to kill them, he felt like he would lose his strength. Not only that, they can't finish the killing. It's not that they are too strong, but that there are too many of them. At a rough glance, there must be at least hundreds of thousands of people. And there are still ghosts coming from the distance. Chapter 217 Thor's Hammer Fragments. If Lin Sheng could avoid fighting with these ghosts, he still didn't want to provoke them. Lin Sheng said,
Okay, our goal has been accomplished. Let's move on and see.
Lin Sheng was also curious about the cave world, not knowing where it would lead. And why are there so many undead creatures here? As soon as Lin Sheng finished speaking, Pai Pai frowned, and his hand firmly grasped his Thor's hammer. It's just that he doesn't seem to be able to hold Thor's hammer and wants to let go. His whole body was pulled by Mjolnir and slid in one direction.
Papa, what are you doing?
After Lin Sheng noticed something was wrong with Pai Pai, he looked at Pai Pai doubtfully and asked,
Boss, can I say that I am also uncontrollable? No. My Thor's hammer is out of control.
Lin Sheng looked at Pai Pai with a strange look in his eyes. Out of control? Are you kidding me? Lin Sheng had an expression that said,
Am I stupid or are you stupid?
However, Lin Sheng quickly rejected this idea. He could tell that Pai Pai's performance didn't look like he was acting, but that the Thor's hammer in his hand was really pulling him in one direction. No. To be precise, it was probably because Pai Pai was unwilling to let go. So he was taken along by Thor's hammer. Lin Sheng also had curious thoughts about Pai Pai's weapons. What is Quake doing?
Master, does he want us to help?
Guzi and Thunder Dragon asked simultaneously. If the two of them help, the realm can still suppress Thor's hammer. However, Lin Sheng shook his head and rejected the proposal. He was really curious about what Quake was going to do. Since everyone got the damaged ancient artifact as an exclusive artifact, it was the first time that Lin Sheng saw an exclusive artifact take the user to an unknown place. Lin Sheng followed Pai Pai with Go Z and Thunder Dragon.
Boss!
Pai Pai looked back at Lin Sheng with an ugly expression. Crying face.
Go on. Leave us alone. And see what Mjolnir is going to do.
Lin Sheng asked Pai Pai to be quiet. After Lin Sheng said this, Pai Pai's thought that Quake was trying to escape turned into what Quake wanted to do. In comparison, Mjolnir is already his exclusive artifact, so he doesn't have to run away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the master in the first place. Under everyone's expectations, Thor's hammer lived up to expectations and led everyone to a stop in a remote location. After Pai Pai discovered that the Thor's hammer in his hand had lost its tension, he breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he slowly released his hand to confirm that the Thor's hammer would no longer escape. And then he hurriedly took off his shoes. At first glance, the soles of the shoes are almost worn out. Pai Pai said helplessly.
I almost had to go barefoot.
After Pai Pai finished speaking, he realized that Lin Sheng and others were not looking at him at all, but looking behind him.
What are you looking at? We're still not a family anymore. I've been greatly wronged here, and no one cares about me.
Pippi muttered.
What is it that is so attractive?
Pai Pai turned back curiously. After he saw something clearly, he was also attracted to it.
Holy shit!
Pai Pai's eyes were glowing green. A look of impatience. He saw in the center of a thirsty little pond in front of him, although it was much smaller. A weapon that was almost the same as the thunder hammer in his hand was shining with faint thunder in the center of the thirsty little pond.
Is that a fragment of Mjolnir?
Pai Pai could only say in surprise. Now everyone understood that this exclusive artifact would be attracted to its own weapon fragments. Or in other words, the ancient artifact could find its missing parts. Previously, I saw the fragments of Xianyuan broken sword in the merchant's shop, which may have been isolated by the merchant's mysterious means, which prevented Lin Xuan from feeling it. But now Pai Pai's Thor's hammer directly felt the weapon fragments in the wild. So that's why the scene just happened.
Pai Pai, what are you waiting for?
Pai Pai nodded and ran over excitedly to pick up the fragments of Thor's hammer. Unexpectedly, at this time, the weak thunder arcs around the fragments of Thor's hammer turned into giant pythons, writhing like crazy and demonic. At this time, Lin Sheng also said,
Pai Pai, come back first.
After Pai Pai recovered from the initial sudden change, he shook his head and said,
Boss, I won't go back. I don't believe that this fragment is still a fragment of Thor's hammer in my hand. Why don't you let me capture it and fuse it?
Pai Pai held the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand and kept approaching the fragments. The surrounding thunder snakes only surrounded Pai Pai, but did not launch any attacks.
Why not attack?
Guzi looked at the scene and looked at Lin Sheng doubtfully and asked.
I don't know that either.
Lin Sheng really didn't understand the reason. But at this moment, I suddenly saw Pai Pai yelling with excitement on his face.
Come on! Chop me and bite me! Don't you dare!
The party gave Lin Sheng and others a thumbs up and said. The Thunder Dragon seemed to understand something.
And it said, I feel that the Thor's hammer in Master Pai Pai's hand recognize Pai Pai. Even if the fragments are independent individuals, they are still part of Thor's hammer. And after Mjolnir has recognized faction, the fragments of Mjolnir will not actively attack faction.
It's exactly what Brontosaurus said. Pai Pai was not attacked by thunder and lightning until he picked up the fragments of Mjolnir on the ground. Obtain Thor's hammer fragments. Mjolnir can be repaired through the forging skills of the Dwarf Master Blacksmith, making Mjolnir's power once again enhanced. Pai Pai put away the fragments of Mjolnir in his hand in surprise, and returned to Lin Sheng.
Boss, look at this.
Pai Pai showed off the obtained Thor's hammer fragments to Lin Sheng. But the next moment, he hesitated. If you want to repair Thor's hammer, you will need help from the dwarf tribe. Although he usually communicated with the Dwarf King, he didn't have a deep relationship with him. He directly asked the Dwarf King for help in repairing Mjolnir. He didn't know if he could get the Dwarf King to help. However, if Lin Sheng spoke, the success rate of this Dwarf King's help would be greatly increased.
What are you talking about? If you have anything to say, just tell me.
Lin Sheng looked at Pai Pai's coquettish posture and said immediately,
Okay, now that the boss has spoken, I won't stop ink and just say it directly. I want to ask the Dwarf King to help repair it. The work of repairing the ancient artifact from this fragment is marked on it, and only the blacksmiths of the dwarf tribe can do it.
After Pai Pai finished speaking, Lin Sheng was stunned. Chapter 218 Repair. When Lin Sheng came to his senses, he was happy because of his correct decision to bring in the dwarf tribe. He didn't know that the repair of ancient artifacts required the dwarf tribe to complete. But it's not too late to know now. The dwarves of the dwarf tribe are now his. Lin Sheng looked at the road ahead. At this endless road, Lin Sheng shook his head. It would be better to wait until next time to explore this cave world. After all, it was long enough to come to the cave world today. And the purpose of coming this time has been achieved. After getting the Wangyu spring water, it would be better to go back and treat those who need it first. Lin Sheng was also afraid that if time went on, those who had undead embryos implanted in their bodies would be sucked out of their vitality, leading to death. Lin Sheng didn't know how long it took for the undead embryo to mature. Lin Sheng then said,
Let's go back first.
After Lin Sheng's words fell, he took Guzi and others towards the road back. On the road back, when Lin Sheng passed by Wangyu Spring, it was still the same as before. The ghosts didn't notice them at all, or they didn't care at all. When Lin Sheng walked out of the entrance of the cave, a black shadow appeared in the cave.
Master Sheng? This move is really fast. He has reached this point so quickly. The abyss is not far away from him. Ha ha. It's just that the abyss is probably going to be the burial place of your biological father.
The empty voice of the black shadow became smaller and smaller until it dissipated. At the same time, the owner of the voice, the illusory black shadow, also disappeared. Lin Sheng, who returned to the naval ship, directly entertained the Dwarf King at the urging of Pai Pai. 3 minutes ago.
Boss, come on. You promised me in the cave world. Take me to the Dwarf King for help. You can't keep your word.
Lin Sheng looked at the eager Pai Pai and said helplessly,
Okay, you come with me.
Lin Sheng agreed so decisively because he didn't want to be bothered by Pai Pai anymore. When Lin Sheng arrived at the location of the dwarf tribe, he saw the Dwarf King beating a weapon. The sound of ding 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 continued to spread in the air. This is something the Dwarf King often does. After all, if you don't do it for a long time, your skills will become rusty. Lin Sheng and Pai Pai waited quietly aside without disturbing the Dwarf King immediately. Time passed bit by bit until the Dwarf King took the weapon he forged from the forging furnace and put it into the water, making a sizzling sound. Only then did the Dwarf King turn his attention away from the weapons. He saw Lin Sheng and Pai Pai waiting for him. The Dwarf King said respectfully to Lin Sheng,
Boss, you are here.
The Dwarf King had just arrived and his attention was completely focused on weapon forging.
Well, You can try to see if this thing can be repaired?
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he gestured to Pai Pai with his eyes.
Brother Short, take a look at this.
After Pai Pai understood Lin Sheng's eyes, he immediately took out his Thor's hammer and weapon fragments. He looked at the Dwarf King with a flattering look. The Dwarf King's eyes fell on the weapon in Pai Pai's hand. Immediately I couldn't move my eyes away. Restoration of ancient artifacts. To be honest, the dwarves have had a magical obsession with restoring ancient artifacts since ancient times. If they can restore ancient artifacts, they will consider it a supreme honor. The Dwarf King's eyes shone brightly, and he immediately said,
I can try.
Huh?
Let go.
The Dwarf King was about to take away the exclusive artifact from Pai Pai, but Pai Pai clung to the exclusive artifact and refused to let go. After hearing what the Dwarf King said, Pai Pai let go of his hand.
Oh, okay. Short brother, try it.
Pai Pai let go and let the weapon be taken away by the Dwarf King. After the Dwarf King took away the weapon, he immediately came to the forging platform. Then he took out a strange bottle from his big box. The Dwarf King poured the powder in the bottle onto Thor's hammer. The next moment, he placed Mjolnir on the forging table. The flames on the forging platform suddenly burned with great force, and the Thor's hammer that was placed on the forging platform was roasted by the high temperature, and its surface began to slowly become softer. But the prototype of Thor's hammer has not changed at all. The fragments were placed on top of the softened Thor's hammer by the Dwarf King. Immediately afterwards, the fragments began to melt, and the liquid melted by the fragments slowly enveloped Thor's hammer. And these liquids are constantly absorbed by Thor's hammer. The white thunder on the surface of Thor's hammer, which was still slightly dim at first, became more and more dazzling at this time. It seemed that there was no need for Pai Pai to use it. This Thor's hammer would always send out thunder arc attacks. After the repair is completed, the Dwarf King took out his weapon. He didn't even need to cross the water. The high temperature on Thor's hammer instantly became normal temperature. The Dwarf King casually threw Mjolnir to Pai Pai. Pai Pai's face was full of panic, but he was afraid that Thor's hammer would be damaged for some reason if it fell to the ground. He caught Thor's hammer and immediately became a little slow when facing the Dwarf King. Just when Pai Pai wanted to reason, the Dwarf King said,
Try it. It should be okay.
Pai Pai was stunned when he heard the Dwarf King's flower. He also felt the high temperature on Mjolnir without burning his hands at the same time. Pai Pai exclusive, broken Thor's hammer, 40%. Level 1 can grow. Attack power plus 1000. Attack power plus 1000. Damage plus 20%. 50% true damage. Pai Pai's exclusive weapon. Pai Pai uses it to gain a 30% increase in all attributes. Skills, Thunder Cyclone. 10,000 volt hammer. Thunder Strike, February 5th. The attributes of Mjolnir have been greatly improved this time. Pai Pai looked at the faint light of thunder on Mjolnir, his eyes full of surprise, and his original dissatisfaction was immediately washed away by the surprise. Pai Pai thanked him and said,
Thank you, Brother Short.
He huffed and puffed and took his Thor's hammer and threw it away in a direction that even Lin Sheng didn't understand. Then Lin Sheng looked at the Dwarf King and smiled helplessly.
Master, if you still need to repair ancient artifacts next time, you can come to me directly, and I will complete it one by one.
Although the Dwarf King did not show any skills, he did clearly see the changes that took place on the ancient artifact during the repair process. This hopeful change has brought a lot of gains to the Dwarf King. He also hopes that one day he can create a weapon that is as famous as the ancient artifact field.
Okay.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he turned and returned to the medical room. Chapter 219 Rescue. After there was no harassment from Pai Pai, he could finally take a good look at the effect of the Wangyu spring he had obtained. Lin Sheng looked at the Wangyu spring in the vessel in Time's hand. Only then did he have time to look seriously. The spring water in the vessel looks like stars floating on the surface of the water. Lin Xingji felt that the spring water had a magical feeling. At this moment, Xiuya's mother, who learned about Lin Sheng's return, hurriedly ran in holding the unconscious Xiuya.
Master, Mr. Lin, please save Xiuya.
The woman looked dazed and spoke incoherently when she came to Lin Sheng. When Lin Sheng saw Xiuya in the woman's arms, he immediately stood up. Lin Sheng asked seriously,
What happened?
As soon as Lin Sheng asked this question, he immediately knew that it was the wrong question. Lin Sheng immediately changed his question and asked,
When did Xiuya become like this? Just now. Probably when you came back.
Xiuya's mother made a rough estimate, and it was probably the time before he heard Lin Sheng came back, which was about the time Lin Sheng came back.
Hurry up and put the child up and take a look.
Lin Sheng motioned to the woman to put Xiaoya on the scanner. After the woman put Xiaoya down, Lin Sheng looked at Xiaoya's condition on the scanner, and his face became extremely serious. I thought things wouldn't happen so quickly. But the maturation speed of undead embryos was still underestimated by Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng looked seriously at Xiaoya's physical condition displayed on the lock scanner, and thought to himself. Fortunately, he came back early. If he had waited until tomorrow, Xiaoya's life would really be in danger. Lin Sheng looked at the growing undead embryo in Xiaoya's heart on the screen. At the same time, the embryo continued to absorb the vitality from Xiaoya's body. The folded vitality turned into green lines, and was sucked into the mouth by the black shadow. As the vitality was extracted, Lin Sheng could clearly see through the scanner that Xiaoya's body organs continued to become sluggish. Lin Sheng immediately scooped up some of the Wangyu spring water in his hand, and put it into Xiaoya's mouth. As soon as the Wangyu spring water entered Xiaoya's mouth, it spread towards her limbs and bones. Gradually, the black energy that had begun to corrode Xiaoya's limbs was suppressed back to the heart, because the parts that had been evacuated from life were covered by the dead black energy. The vitality was immediately retained, and could not be further extracted and upgraded. Lin Sheng looked at the black energy still in Xiaoya's heart. The face above the black energy no longer looked like it had at the beginning. It looked painful at the moment, as if it was afraid of something. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. This Wangyu spring water was indeed effective for him. Lin Sheng fed Xiaoya a sip of water while reading. Suddenly at the entrance of the spring, the black energy in Xiaoya's heart suddenly began to shrink. No, no, no. Vaguely, Lin Sheng and others heard such a vague and frightening figure. You can actually talk. Lin Sheng looked at Xiaoya in disbelief and shouted. But Xiaoya's mother looked anxious. There is actually this terrifying thing in his daughter's body. She really couldn't imagine what her daughter would become one day. Lin Sheng had basically done all he could do, and all that was left was to watch the changes in Xiaoya's body. Although the above analysis said that undead embryos could be killed and expelled using this method. After all, it was only the first time that Lin Sheng had used it, and Lin Sheng had no idea. After the Wangyu spring water flowed into Xiaoya's heart, Heiqi's psychology was resisting and huddled tightly to the side, trying not to be drowned by the Wangyu spring water. However, the instinct of the black sheep prototype prompted Heiqi to get closer. Forget the spring water. Lin Sheng was happy to see the scene. He chuckled. However, the fate of the undead embryo was to be destroyed by the Wangyu spring and disintegrate, and finally disappeared from Xiaoya's heart unwillingly. Okay. The woman saw a strange scene. She didn't think of anything else. The only thing she thought of was Xiaoya's safety. So she asked, I don't know either. Let's wait and see. Lin Sheng also shook his head uncertainly. But he had never been exposed to such a thing. But the good thing is that after the black energy in Xiaoya's heart dissipated, a large green light emerged from her heart. And these lights flowed back into various parts of Xiaoya's vitality that had been pulled away by the black energy. After Xiaoya's body was repaired, her body that was about to be exhausted actually became as good as that of a newborn. She slowly woke up. Lin Sheng saw the mother and daughter hugging each other and crying. Lin Sheng silently exited the data room. Go stew a rabbit to nourish that little girl, Lin Sheng said to a female savage from the savage tribe. The female savage nodded and left immediately. Thinking of Xiaoya's situation, Lin Sheng became a little curious about the situation of Pajun and Pajun's men. Lin Sheng left the naval ship and walked towards the island base. I haven't visited the island base for a few days. When I came back this time, Lin Sheng felt that the island base had undergone tremendous changes. With the supply of water and electricity, and the presence of the original scientists, a factory was set up on the island base. For example, a textile factory, a rubber factory, etc. It's just a factory where a bunch of basic materials are refined, and industries that further manufacture these basic materials. Looking again, there are people coming and going outside those factories. These people were nervous when they came, but happy when they left. After Lin Sheng asked a soldier to inquire, he realized that the survival chain of these survivors had been opened. Those who have the ability to open factories and produce do these things on island bases. Survivors who have no ability go out to sea to obtain materials and exchange them for corresponding supplies. Lin Sheng was paying attention to the changes that had taken place in the island base. The news of his arrival quickly reached Pajun's ears. Master, you are back. When Pajun found Lin Sheng was looking at these factories. Ha ha. Mr. Sheng, do you think we are developing fast enough? Pajun proudly showed off. Well, it's not bad.
Sooner or later, the island base will become a territory as big as that piece of land again. At that time, with everyone's joint efforts, everyone can definitely return to the life they had before.
Lin Sheng nodded and said,
"Ha. I hope that one day too,"
Pajun said without hesitation.
"By the way, are those soldiers okay now?"
Lin Sheng told the real purpose of his arrival. Pajun nodded and said,
"It's not bad. Those guys are very leisurely."
Lin Sheng felt relieved, and then said,
"There is a way to solve their problem. You go gather them now, and I will start to solve this problem."
Lin Sheng said. Chapter 220 Iron Plate and Grill Pan.
"Okay, sir. I'll go right away."
Pajun left in response, and went to gather the previous soldiers. After Pajun left, Lin Sheng came to the edge of the island base, and took out a fishing rod. Lin Sheng watched Pajun's leaving figure, feeling vaguely that Pajun would not come back so early. So we started fishing. If we look at Xiaoya's situation, even if Xiaoya's situation happens to these soldiers, it should be postponed for one day. In this way, Lin Sheng does not have to worry about the lives of these soldiers today. When Lin Sheng was thinking this, the fishing rod in his hand shook slightly.
"It's shipped."
Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. Fishing is the feeling of anticipation. And when the feeling comes, Lin Sheng naturally becomes happy. He suddenly lifted the fishing rod in his hand. When the fishing rod was lifted, Lin Sheng looked helpless as he looked at the 8 tentacles tightly holding the octopus on the hook. Octopus. Isn't this supposed to be the one who caught the fish? Fortunately, Lin Sheng immediately put the octopus into the backpack space. Just when Lin Sheng was about to go fishing again, Pajun shouted from afar,
"Master Sheng, why are you here? I thought you went back to the sea ship. And I was wondering if you should go to the sea ship."
"Come up and find you." "So fast?"
Lin Sheng was a little confused. This Pajun ran really fast. I never thought Pajun could run so fast before. Under Lin Sheng's question, Pajun chuckled and said,
"Master Sheng, weren't I worried about keeping you waiting for a long time? It would be a little faster. If these brats didn't have some ink stains on their clothes, I would still be able to do it again."
"Faster."
Lin Sheng ignored Pajun's boastful words. Instead, he looked at the hopeful warrior brought by Pajun. These people were all warriors who had been to the cave world before. Seeing their haggard and tired faces, Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, none of these soldiers were unconscious. So Lin Sheng said,
"Drink this thing."
Lin Sheng took out the vessel he had previously used to hold Wang Yu's spring water.
"What's this?"
Pajun curiously leaned forward to check. Lin Sheng did not answer, but directly distributed the Wang Yu spring water in his hand equally among the human beings who hit him. After these people drank the Wang Yu spring, Lin Sheng saw lines of black energy coming out of these people's bodies, dissipated in the air. Without the influence of instruments, the dissipation of undead embryos would be in this form. Lin Sheng nodded and returned to the naval ship. Things here have been resolved without Lin Sheng.
"Hey, Mr. Sheng, why don't you stay here for a while before leaving?"
Pajun persuaded him to stay.
"No. Let me know when the island base is completed. I won't stay any longer."
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he decisively returned to the naval vessel. After Lin Sheng returned to the ship, Lin Sheng took out the octopus he caught while fishing. Lin Sheng put the octopus in a bucket. Then I thought about it, and found the Dwarf King.
"Master, you are here. Well, you make me something like this so I can have something like this."
While Lin Sheng was talking, he took out a piece of drawing paper and a pen. As soon as the tip of the pen moved, a picture was drawn by Lin Sheng. The thing in this painting is like an ironclad drawing. Lin Sheng couldn't make it because it didn't have the manufacturing diagram. But just relying on this kind of painting is not a difficult task for the Dwarf King.
"Master, give me this thing you need for a while, and I will build it right away."
Lin Sheng nodded and let the dwarf, who had finished speaking, take away the drawing in his hand to build something. From a distance, I saw the dwarf taking out some iron blocks from a pile of iron blocks on the ground. After removing the waste and extracting the essence, the iron block quickly became a piece of fine iron under the beating of the Dwarf King. After smelting a large amount of iron blocks, he obtained a large piece of 0.5 centimeters thick iron sheet. Lin Sheng did not continue to watch the Dwarf King's operations. Instead, he lowered his head and drew an image of another item that he needed directly. After finishing the painting, Lin Sheng looked at the Dwarf King again and saw that the Dwarf King's movements were extremely sharp. Almost every time he hit the forging hammer, he could accurately create the shape he needed. Not long after, the iron frame was forged by the Dwarf King. He pushed the iron frame in front of Lin Sheng.
Okay, Master. This is what you need. Well, the craftsmanship is really good. Thank you for the compliment. Master.
After the Dwarf King expressed his thanks and compliments, he noticed another painting in Lin Sheng's hand. He asked doubtfully,
Is this also what the master needs?
Lin Sheng nodded and handed over the drawing paper. Then the Dwarf King left directly to build it. The Dwarf King took a piece of remaining iron. Looking at the drawing paper, I became confused. What is my master going to do? How to draw something weird today? However, despite doubts, the Dwarf King still created what Lin Sheng needed. When the Dwarf King handed the plate of baked meatballs to Lin Sheng said,
Let's go. Put down the forging thing you want to do first. I'll treat you to something you haven't eaten before.
After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he immediately led the way in front of the Dwarf King. He walked towards the kitchen first, and the Dwarf King followed Lin Sheng curiously. Ever since Lin Sheng taught the savages how to cook food, he had almost never entered the kitchen. Basically, the savages prepared all the meals. After arriving in the kitchen, the Dwarf King sat quietly aside. I saw Lin Sheng placing the two things he had just created. At the same time, flames were set up under the two tools. After Lin Sheng increased the octopus in the bucket 100 times, the number of octopuses suddenly became larger. Lin Sheng hasn't taken the initiative to collect ingredients recently, but other people on the ship had been influenced by Lin Sheng in the past and took the initiative to collect ingredients. No. When Lin Sheng opened the locker, he discovered an astonishing amount of various ingredients. Even the large kitchens in the world before the disaster may not have as many ingredients as the locker in front of Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng found some seaweed, vegetarian vegetables, etc., and then brought some flour, cornstarch, etc. Finally, I got some more seasoning. Immediately started mixing the batter. This is the batter Lin Sheng prepares to make octopus balls. Then Lin Sheng began to slaughter the octopus. After a while, Lin Sheng peeled off the surface membranes of all the hundreds of octopuses and cleaned them. Lin Sheng waved the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand, and Lin Sheng cut a dozen octopus into 0.1 cm asterisk 0.1 cm asterisk 0.1 cm octopus pellets out of thin air. Chapter 221 Joint Attack. After Lin Sheng washed all the other things, he heated the iron plate and the plate for baking meatballs. After the heating was completed, Lin Sheng poured a layer of peanut oil on both tools. Then Lin Sheng placed the processed and pickled octopus on the iron plate. The sound of sizzling continued, and the smell of grilled octopus immediately emanated from the iron plate. After Lin Sheng reduced the flame under the iron plate, he let the octopus meat roast slowly on the iron plate. Then Lin Sheng started making octopus balls. The roasted meatball plate with peanut oil was already on it. Lin Sheng took a spoonful of batter from the batter and carefully put it into the groove on the plate. The sound of sizzling also came from the baking pan. Lin Sheng hurriedly grabbed a handful of the vegetables that had been cut, and placed handfuls of them in the grooves that already contained batter. Then put 2 to 3 square pieces of octopus meat in each groove. Then Lin Sheng poured another layer of batter on these grooves, took a sharp wooden skewer, and gently stirred the batter with the wooden skewer, turning the solid dough into a semicircle. 45 Flip it over. Pour the batter on it. Then wait for a while and flip it again. Round balls appeared in front of Lin Sheng. Next, Lin Sheng will bake these meatballs until they are crispy. The Dwarf King, who looked at Lin Sheng's actions, immediately stood up. His eyes widened, and he couldn't believe how the soft batter turned into a round ball. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, took advantage of his free time to flip the grilled octopus on the iron plate and drizzle it with a little cooking oil. Lin Sheng returned to the plate of baked meatballs again and began to turn the meatballs over. The smell of Lin Sheng's food has now spread to the ship. There was already a group of people watching outside the kitchen. Even Shenling and her parents, who had been in the wooden house, came over after smelling the smell.
Wow! There are octopus balls!
After Shenling arrived, he saw the octopus balls made by Lin Sheng at the first sight. Lin Sheng was currently pouring salad dressing and ketchup on the small meatballs. After pouring the sauce, Lin Sheng sprinkled a layer of seaweed powder on the surface. At the same time, the grilled octopus on the iron plate is also ready. Lin Sheng poured the grilled octopus with sauce, sprinkled with seasonings, and distributed it next to each small meatball.
Here! I agreed to treat you to food you have never eaten before.
Lin Sheng handed a piece of food to the Dwarf King. The Dwarf King nodded, without taking his eyes off the food, and said to Lin Sheng,
Thank you, Master.
Lin Sheng then looked at Shenling and said,
Sister Ling, you're down. I'm planning to go up to you and deliver the food myself. That's no need. The food you cook is so delicious. I can't help but come down directly to the forest.
After hearing Shenling's praise, Lin Sheng felt quite happy. Lin Sheng took the initiative to pick up a meatball with a wooden skewer and handed it to Shenling's mouth.
Ah, taste it and see if what I made tastes familiar to you before.
Shenling's face turned red after listening to Lin Sheng's words. But the fragrance on the tip of her nose still made her couldn't help but open her mouth and take a bite. Lin Sheng chuckled. Turning to his parents, he said,
Mom and Dad, I won't greet you anymore. Each person has one.
The parents looked at Lin Sheng with a smile on his face and didn't say anything more. Instead, each of them took a piece of food. I just heard my mother say,
Let's go. Don't wait until you finish eating the dog food and you can't eat anymore. How's it going? Is it delicious?
Lin Sheng looked at Shenling expectantly. Shenling blushed and nodded and said,
Okay, I'll do it myself. And you go and eat it. It won't taste good when it gets cold.
Lin Sheng nodded and let Shenling take the grilled octopus and small meatballs in his hand. Lin Sheng smiled and looked at Shenling before eating his portion. While Lin Sheng was eating food peacefully, the island base indeed received a wave of uninvited guests. These people are those who have never dealt with the Dragon Kingdom. Recently, they have seen people constantly coming to the Dragon Kingdom to buy mayfly stone cores for the construction of island bases. They want to buy the mayfly stone cores from the Dragon Kingdom, but they have been rejected. In Pajun's words, he would only agree to it after those who are friendly and neutral with the homeland recovery plan buy it first. Or if the price is enough to change their minds. Yes, the person in charge of the mayfly stone core transaction is also Pajun. And this time these people came. Of course, not to ask for high prices. After all, they themselves were short of supplies. Even if they couldn't buy mayfly stone cores, it wouldn't be enough. This time, the Flag Country, led by the Sun Country and the Plastic Surgery Country, and other organizations united to launch an attack on the Dragon Kingdom. In their view, Longwa had ephemera cores in its hands and had sold a lot of them. So the materials in its hands must be very rich. They also want to use the same tactics used before the disaster to jointly exert pressure and even compromise. But they forgot one important thing. Even in the last period before the catastrophe, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom was no longer what these guys could control. What's more, after the catastrophe, everything was gone. It was just a matter of watching. Depending on who develops fast, it means that everything has to be rearranged to determine the position. A man with blonde hair and red face from Chigua, with deep eyes and trembling fat on his face, said to Pajun,
Mr. Pajun, I don't think you can protect the mayfly stone core and cooperate with our Chigua. Share the ephemera core, and you will have our help, and will not be robbed by anyone.
After Pajun heard this, he immediately became happy. Won't you get robbed? A group of robbers surround you and tell you that they are here to protect you, and no robbers will find you in the future. But they only need a heavy protection fee. Pajun chuckled and said,
Uh-huh. You might as well not bother. I think we can protect it.
The blond man looked at Pajun, raised his eyebrows, and then his face became a little ugly. Then the blond man said to Pajun,
Mr. Pajun, can you represent all of you?
The blond man's meaning is very clear. If what you Pajun said does not represent everyone, then shut up. Pajun chuckled and said,
I can't speak for everyone, but maybe these things can.
After Pajun finished speaking, a row of soldiers behind him stood up. Their hands have been replaced with the latest thermal weapon rifles developed by Lungwa's scientific researchers. Its power can reach 1,000 points of damage at the peak of the first level.
Why do you still want to threaten me with something like this?
The blond man said disdainfully, obviously not thinking that anyone in Pajun would be able to create thermal weapons of this era at this time. Even if there were, they were left over before the disaster. But only large weapons at that time were effective. A fair-skinned man also appeared next to the blond man. He grabbed the knight's sword in his hand and was about to slash at the soldier holding a rifle next to Pajun. Bang! A gunshot sounded. Chapter 222 Auction. The fair-skinned man who wanted to attack the soldier suddenly froze. At the same time, the disdain on the face of the blond man, who had been speaking arrogantly to Pajun, turned into an expression of panic and disbelief. A plop sound was heard, and the white-skinned man who was hit fell to the ground.
You.
The blond man pointed at Pajun with his finger. His words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak out. Anger rushed to his forehead again, and his face immediately turned red.
I told you not to threaten me.
Pajun said slowly. After hearing Pajun's words, the blond man didn't know what to say for a while. He didn't dare to continue to provoke him. Now, he was suppressed to death by a direct shot from Pajun. The fair-skinned man who died in embarrassment was a second-level strongman after all. But he couldn't block the shot. If he turned around and shot himself, it would be the end of the world. The blond boy didn't want to spend his life doing such short-lived things. Pajun saw that the man didn't speak. And even those people who got into trouble with the man didn't speak. So Pajun took the initiative to break the silence and said,
"Okay, I know the purpose of your coming, so I don't want to say more. But the number of things you want is limited, and I only have 30 in my hand. Personally, I feel that it takes at least 10 ephemeral cores to create a base of similar size. So this time I plan to buy a group of 10 ephemera cores, and the highest bidder will win. The price can be determined by various material alloy gold coins."
After Pajun finished speaking, these people looked at each other. The atmosphere suddenly became weird. You must know that when they arrived at the beginning, they had the same hatred and the same attitude as the enemy. But when faced with absolute reasons, their alliance suddenly became ridiculous. The blond man said,
"We're going to get these. It's impossible. We also have to."
After someone spoke, a group of people immediately nodded in agreement. A group of people immediately started arguing, while Pajun watched the show leisurely. After watching and shouting for a while, Pajun saw that no one among these people was willing to give in, and said directly,
"Stop arguing. Either bid or go back."
After hearing Pajun's words, the noise of the crowd suddenly stopped. It was impossible to leave when I left. After all, I finally came across the opportunity to purchase the ephemera core. Lin Sheng, who was on the naval ship, was really happy after seeing this scene through the drone. For a moment, Lin Sheng had the idea to go to the scene and have a look. After Lin Sheng took back my drone, he walked towards the location of Pajun. When Lin Sheng came to Pajun, he saw those people sitting on the chairs in extremely orderly manner.
"Okay, since everyone has no objections, I'm going to start the auction of the first set of Mayfly stone cores."
After Pajun finished speaking, he looked up and saw Lin Sheng arriving at the scene. Pajun came to Lin Sheng eagerly.
"Master Sheng is here? Come on. Come and sit down somewhere. I'm just about to start the auction."
Lin Sheng nodded and had no intention of objecting to Pajun. He was just curious about what kind of scene these people would create.
"Okay, I understand this very well. So you can start the auction directly."
Pajun nodded.
"Okay, everyone. Our auction will start now, with a starting price of 100,000 gold coins."
Pajun looked at the bidders in front of him, waiting for their bids. A dozen or so people with very different looks began to secretly take a look at Lin Sheng after they saw Lin Pajun's attitude toward Lin Sheng after he arrived. Everyone has different guesses in their minds. But now the auction has begun. The blond man spoke immediately.
"I will offer 110,000 gold coins and 10 pounds of soybeans."
After the blond man finished talking about his price, although the negotiation had not been finalized before, he did threaten the others present with his eyes at this time. It's just that the things that were beneficial in the past have lost their effect at this time. The bearded sunfruit man immediately followed the price and said,
"We will offer 120,000 gold coins, 10 kilograms of soybeans, and 1 ton of copper ore."
After the mustachioed Sunwa man finished speaking, the blond man glared at the mustachioed man fiercely. But Mustache didn't take it seriously. "Why should we give you face when everyone is on the same starting line? Of course they want it. As long as they obtain the Mayfly stone core, they will be confident that they can surpass the development of the fruit people. As long as they develop fast enough, the fruit people will not want to threaten them as before." The blond man suddenly became furious when he saw that the mustache was not paying attention to his eyes. The former follower brother actually refused to give me face at this time. How he wished he could go back to the past and give Sunwa another big surprise. But let alone big surprises at this time. Everything was destroyed in the disaster, and not even God could do anything about it. Lin Sheng and Pajun looked at each other, and then watched the scene silently. Lin Sheng chuckled in his heart. I have to say that Sun Fruit also has potential. If it hadn't been for the suppression by the police, its strength would have been very strong. If there are good things in the future, they can be used to trade fairly with Sun Fruit. Of course, the prerequisite is to suppress one side of the opponent to prevent them from drifting away. After the Sun Fruit, people started bidding one after another. This made the blond man very angry. Aren't they all allies? Why do you have to go against yourself now? He quietly took note of everyone, and would take revenge if he had the chance in the future. And the price of this group of ephemera cores was suddenly sky high. A total of 2 million gold coins and various supplies were sold. Pajun was extremely surprised. Sure enough, selling things is more profitable. After Pajun finalized this group of ephemera stone cores, they were photographed by the mustache from Sun Kingdom. Pajun smiled and handed the Mayfly stone core to the other party. Then, there were 2 rounds of bidding. It has to be said that the blonde man couldn't take a photo even if he was gagging. They were all photographed by other people. The blonde man was both angry and afraid to speak. After Pajun finished bidding, everyone left the venue.
Mr. Sir, what we gained this time is really quite big.
Pajun looked at the income and said in amazement,
7 million gold coins. Is this too extravagant?
Pajun quickly began to analyze Lin Sheng's internal organs. After the blonde man left the island base, he felt very unwilling. Why? The blonde man cursed along the way. Chapter 223. The helpless businesswoman shows off her power in a clone. Suddenly, at this moment, news of Pajun's defeat rang out. Lin Sheng soon took the good things he had found, and then became dejected. And just as the blonde man was gritting his teeth, the wooden boat he was riding on unknowingly arrived in front of Lin Sheng's naval ship. The blonde man looked at the tall naval vessel, and thought of the man who came out of the naval vessel to talk to Pajun. After thinking for a while, the blonde man actually approached the naval ship. He wanted to find Lin Sheng and win over Lin Sheng by giving him benefits. Just before coming to Lungwa's island base, he also investigated. The development of Lungwa's island base began to improve rapidly after cooperating with Mr. Sheng. In other words, before cooperating with Mr. Sheng, Lungwa's island base began to improve rapidly. The island base isn't much of a development, and they're pretty much the same. Then the source of everything is Lin Sheng. As long as Lin Sheng is poached, they will also get the same opportunities as the Dragon Kingdom. The more the blonde man thought about it, the more his eyes lit up. He looked at everything like a hungry man looking at delicious food. The moment the blonde man led the people onto the ship, he was immediately surrounded by a large group of people. The first thing that catches the eye is the little-eyed Pai Pai wearing a sailor suit and holding a pipe. There was a large group of savages surrounding Pai Pai with weapons. Surrounding them, the blonde man felt great pressure from this group of people, and the sweat on his forehead continued to flow from his temples.
Is something wrong with you?
Pai Pai was the first to speak.
Gudong. Nothing happened.
Facing Pai Pai's questioning, the blonde man dared not say a word. The thought of intimidating Lin Sheng originally appeared. It was at this time that Pai Pai waved his hand and said,
Go back. This is not the place you should be.
Well, the blonde man hurriedly led the people away from the naval ship. When he logged into the small wooden boat again, he hurriedly left. A moment later, Lin Sheng returned to the naval ship. Pai Pai told Lin Sheng about this. Lin Sheng raised his brows and thought for a while, then said decisively,
In the future, we will strengthen the guarding of the naval vessels so that no one can get on the naval vessels.
Okay. Pai Pai quickly responded that he knew it was his mistake. After all, strictly speaking, he was the person in charge of guarding the naval ship. Lin Sheng returned to the room and took out the teleportation scroll. He could also go to Rainbow Island at this time. The Xianyuan sword fragment in the hands of the mysterious businesswoman from before deeply aroused his determination to obtain it. Lin Sheng looked at the teleportation scroll in his hand and sighed deeply.
Oh, maybe I can only go there one last time.
Right. Of course. If Lin Sheng's words were heard by others, they would definitely be despised. For those who have already gone to Rainbow Island twice and reaped the benefits, wouldn't they be satisfied if they could go again? You must know that they have never been there before. Of course, the mysterious businesswoman on Rainbow Island never wanted Lin Sheng to come back. It was just because of helplessness. Every time Lin Sheng cheated, she couldn't help but sabotage him, which resulted in the need to compensate him. No, the mysterious female folk song has a frown on her face. She looked at the sea, worried about whether Lin Sheng would come again. She really didn't want Lin Sheng to use the teleportation scroll again. Every time Lin Sheng came, she would have a bad experience. She didn't know what unpredictable means Lin Sheng would use to disgust her next time. Just as the mysterious businesswoman was thinking this, Lin Sheng was trying to use the clone technique on the naval ship. This time Lin Sheng wanted to see what the maximum limit of the clone technique was. With Lin Sheng retaining 3% of his strength, 18 clones were separated, and Lin Sheng tried to use these 18 figures to do things. These figures almost all have the flexibility of Lin Sheng's body, making it easy to find things. Lin Sheng waited until the clone disappeared, and his mental strength also recovered at the same time. Then, the teleportation scroll was torn open. The mysterious businesswoman, who was fully expecting that Lin Sheng would not arrive, had a look of shit on her face.
How did you come?
After hearing what the businesswoman said, Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows and said,
Isn't this the teleportation scroll you gave me? Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment after hearing what the mysterious businesswoman said. And then, he spoke. The businesswoman immediately covered her face. This is still making you a demon.
Just pretend I didn't say anything. Just go in.
The mysterious businesswoman was also extremely helpless. Lin Sheng nodded and entered Rainbow Island. Looking at Lin Sheng's leaving figure, the businesswoman breathed a sigh of relief. She just sensed that she didn't sense anything like a puppet on Lin Sheng's body.
It probably won't happen this time.
Even though he said words of comfort to himself, he still couldn't help but feel worried in his heart.
This young man is too weird. It's better to observe him again.
The businesswoman immediately opened the crystal ball to observe Lin Sheng on the island. After seeing the picture in the crystal ball, the businesswoman immediately waited for her eyes to come. What she saw was Lin Sheng looking around to confirm something. What Lin Sheng confirmed was the direction. As long as he stood in the middle of the island, the range of radiation that could be radiated by using the clone to collect materials would be relatively large. After Lin Sheng confirmed his location, he actively used the clone technique, and 18 clones suddenly appeared around him. The 18 clones scattered around and started looking for materials according to Lin Sheng's thoughts. The businesswoman who saw all this twitched her lips, and there was nothing she could do. After all, Lin Sheng's behavior this time cannot be regarded as relying on external force. That is a skill that can be learned as long as you have hands. After the businesswoman was silent for a long time, she shook her head helplessly.
Forget it. Let's do it this time. It's the last time.
After the businesswoman figured it out, she stopped struggling. Every time she ruined Lin Sheng, she had to compensate her according to the rules. But after every compensation, her losses were huge. As a result, the businesswoman was also very helpless. She decided to turn off the monitoring of the crystal ball without seeing it. After Lin Sheng used the clone, he began to collect various supplies on Rainbow Island unscrupulously.
As time passed by, Lin Sheng couldn't help but frown, feeling as if something was missing. As the clones keep coming back, Lin Sheng harvested more and more colorful materials. Only then did Lin Sheng remember that in the past, the mysterious businesswoman would come to cause sabotage to prevent him from obtaining more colorful materials. But what happened today? The mysterious businesswoman didn't show up. Lin Sheng thought silently in his heart, could this be some conspiracy? Chapter 224, Obtaining the Fragments. But things were indeed not as Lin Sheng thought. Everything went so smoothly. After Lin Sheng's clone disappeared, he used it again to continue collecting colorful materials, until Lin Sheng felt that the collection was almost complete. The mysterious businesswoman did not come out. The colorful materials on the island were almost gone by Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng himself couldn't bear it. After taking back his clone, he hurried to the mysterious businesswoman.
Isn't this just a direct escape?
Lin Sheng had to consider the possibility of this happening. After all, the businesswoman's performance today was too abnormal. It wasn't until Lin Sheng came to the businesswoman's place that Lin Shengkai saw the businesswoman with distracted eyes.
I'm here to exchange something,
Lin Sheng said. Lin Sheng looked at the businesswoman's performance and couldn't help but wonder. Could she really be in trouble? However, the businesswoman didn't give Lin Sheng any time to think, and said directly,
Okay, let's take a look.
The businesswoman looked at Lin Sheng helplessly. Lin Sheng couldn't care less and immediately started to choose what to exchange.
That's it.
Lin Sheng exchanged the fragments of Xian Yuan broken sword. The amount of colorful materials in his hands was suddenly reduced by half. After exchanging the Xian Yuan broken sword fragments, Lin Sheng saw a new product appear. Obtain Xian Yuan sword fragments. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up as he looked at the brand new product. Colorful Xuanjia manufacturing diagram. Colorful Xuanjia 5th level armor set. Nothing else was introduced. But just seeing this 5th level, Lin Sheng was overjoyed. He is now at the 4th level of strength. For Lin Sheng, the 5th level armor is just another level of strength. When the time comes, he can wear this set of armor. And when he looked at the armor he was wearing, he saw that it was level 3 armor. The gap between them has been widened by their own strength. But they have not encountered suitable armor during this period. So Lin Sheng is the only one who has not changed his armor. When the armor is made by oneself, the gap between the strength and the accurate equipment can be widened. Lin Sheng said,
I want this.
The businesswoman decisively handed Lin Sheng the manufacturing diagram of the armor. Lin Sheng looked at the colorful materials in his backpack that had been scraped from almost the entire island. Now there was no use left. Fortunately, what is refreshed next is not something very good. I felt relieved. If something good comes out again. But he doesn't have the materials. And he doesn't know when he will encounter this colorful island, this time on the Science Island. Lin Sheng will feel unhappy just thinking about it. At this time, the businesswoman said calmly, "Go back." After the businesswoman finished speaking, Lin Sheng turned into a stream of light and disappeared. After Lin Sheng left, the businesswoman had tears in her eyes.
I finally gave away this giant Buddha. My family fortune will be emptied.
The businesswoman began to check the situation on the island. The more she checked, the more surprised she became.
No! Lin Sheng, you are a glutton.
The businesswoman's screams echoed through the sky, and the island was hollowed out. Lin Sheng returned to the naval ship, with a dull expression on his face. He was back soon.
Sneeze!
Lin Sheng suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose.
Who is thinking of me?
Lin Sheng guessed in his heart. And Shenling was probably the only one who could think about him. Lin Sheng walked towards the room where Shenling was. Above the stars.
It's coming faster and faster.
The blue man frowned and said, I saw the void shaking for a while after his words fell. A black hole suddenly appeared not far away. And two people rushed out of the black hole. Of these two people, one has weird horns on his head and a gorilla face. And the other is not much different from the blue star people. But he has insect LS and insect tentacles on his body. Especially the bunch of transparent wings on its back are particularly eye-catching.
Two people came once.
The blue shadow man looked at the other two, and grabbed out a big hand, grabbing the two of them in his hand. Ho ho! Both of them roared like beasts.
Pathetic guardian. Let us go, or you will die,
Donkey Kong said.
It's not up to you whether you die or not. Just stay here and don't move,
the blue shadow man said, and suppressed the two of them. The four of them looked at each other for a moment, and they all saw helplessness in each other's eyes. No one thought that they had been fighting in the void for many years. But they were actually suppressed by a planet guardian. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. The insect man opened his mouth unwillingly and spit out a giant egg from his mouth. The giant egg was about to raid the blue star. King Kong hurriedly poured out a burst of power and flew to the blue star with the giant egg. The blue shadow man tried to stop him, but to no avail. He also wants to stop him. But if he gets up and does not restrict these four people will definitely enter the blue star to cause trouble as soon as possible. In order not to let these four cosmic life forms ruin his plan, he could only allow those two forces to enter the blue star. The blue shadow people can only wait silently, hoping that humans can grow up quickly. A meteor streaked across the horizon, and the insect eggs fell into the sea mixed with flames. This meteor fell silently into the seawater. Lin Sheng had just walked out of Shenling's room.
Where did this go?
Lin Sheng said, and looked around, but did not see Shenling at all. It was at this time that Lin Sheng suddenly saw a group of people gathered outside the canteen. Lin Sheng happened to see a mermaid who was about to go to the canteen and asked curiously,
What are you doing over there? Master, the hostess is cooking grilled octopus.
After Lin Sheng heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Was he greedy? Lin Sheng followed curiously. When he came outside the kitchen, he happened to see Shenling busy in front of the iron rack. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. But at the next moment, Lin Sheng suddenly felt the ship shaking violently. The octopus that had just been flipped up in Shenling's hand flew straight out. A mermaid girl jumped up suddenly, caught the grilled octopus in her mouth, and ate it directly. Lin Sheng looked at the shaking Shenling and hurriedly stepped forward to support Shenling. At the same time, Lin Sheng looked outside the naval ship. The rough sea water outside the ship confirmed Lin Sheng's idea that this was indeed not an earthquake. But what exactly is happening in these choppy waters? Chapter 225 Heavy Rain. Lin Sheng looked at the sky outside. Dark clouds were gathering. It's going to rain heavily. While Lin Sheng was thinking this, thunder was rolling above the black clouds in the sky. The next moment, the rain in the sky poured down as if the sky had collapsed. The violent rain washed the sea surface.
The rainstorm is coming,
Lin Sheng sighed and said. The climate disaster is here. And this is just the first wave of heavy rain. As the heavy rain poured down, Lin Sheng knew that there would be some unknown creatures emerging from the sea. This will bring greater difficulties to the survivors above the sea. Lin Sheng couldn't help but fall into the memories of his previous life. It was also raining like this at that time, and he almost died in the seawater. However, this time he already had powerful naval ships, ensuring that he no longer had to struggle in the sea. But at the same time, the structure of the world has also changed. For example, the current catacomb world. In the last life until his death, he could have guessed the emergence of the catacomb world. But in this life, before the heavy rain came, the catacomb world has already appeared.
If the boss is not good, our naval vessels may be filled with water.
Pai hurriedly ran to Lin Sheng to report.
Huh? What's going on? Don't we have a drainage system on our naval ships?
When Lin Sheng heard this, he immediately felt bad. If this water was stored, and the water on the naval ship was filled with water, it would definitely flow into the underground warehouse. Once the naval ship is filled with seawater, then he doesn't think the naval ship can still float on the sea surface, and he is afraid that it will sink by then.
Boss, the rain is too heavy, and the drainage system is not enough. No, that's not right. It should be said that the rain is equivalent to scouring our ship. Some rainwater flows directly into the warehouse below the deck.
Pai said anxiously.
I see.
Lin Sheng finished speaking and walked towards the captain's cabin. When Lin Sheng came to the captain's room, he also saw the anxious old Jack. He knew how to sail a ship, but he didn't know exactly how many functions the naval ship had. He only knew some basic functions. Lin Sheng said to old Jack,
You give way. Boss, you are here.
Old Jack looked at Lin Shengyao sitting in his seat and hurriedly moved away. After Lin Sheng sat down, he tried hard to avoid the deck with his feet. The deck was so stepped on by Lin Sheng that it collapsed. Lin Sheng squatted down and opened the lid. A rope was caught in Lin Sheng's hand. Help! After Lin Sheng finished speaking, old Jack came over. He was also curious about what Lin Shengyao did, but he only saw Lin Sheng's hand pulling the rope hard. Didn't see any difference. However, since Lin Sheng asked him to help, old Jack immediately reached out and pulled up the rope behind Lin Sheng to help. As the rope was pulled, a semicircular transparent baffle slowly rose in the open space next to the ship. After the baffle rose high into the sky, it tightly wrapped the naval ship. The seawater slapped on the baffle, but slid into the sea along the curved baffle. With the emergence of the baffle, the entire naval vessel was no longer flooded by rainwater. The only thing there is the seawater on the deck. Old Jack silently remembered this incident. He never imagined that there would be such a mechanism right where he sat every day. The rope retracted, and the collapsed deck recovered. Lin Sheng walked out of the captain's cabin, looking at the almost swimming pool of water on the deck of the naval vessel. The corner of his mouth twitched. Lin grows looking at the sky under the transparent hemisphere screen. When the heavy rain comes, the next natural disaster will not be far away. Fortunately, the naval ship is relatively complete. The next moment, Shen Ling appeared next to Lin Sheng.
Come quickly and help us scoop out the rainwater.
Shen Ling directed everyone on the ship to get busy. Lin Sheng, on the other hand, stood on the deck and looked at the people on the island base from a distance. At this moment, Pajun and his people were busy in the rain.
What's going on? Why is it raining so heavily?
From time to time someone complained. They all braved the rain, holding back the uncomfortable feeling of being washed away by the rain and unable to open their eyes to maintain order. The people inside the houses on the island base all looked outside feeling both fortunate and helpless. Fortunately, they don't have to struggle above the sea. However, some people looked at the planting area with concern. You must know that the heavy rain is so violent. Whether the food in the planting area can withstand it is still a huge problem, compared with those living on the island base. It is too difficult for those who are still surviving on wooden boats. After all, even Lin Sheng's naval ships dare not say that they will not sink without baffles. Many wooden boats sank the moment the heavy rain poured down.
No, we have to ask our country for help.
Yes, these people are the survivors from various countries who are unwilling to return to the Zionist organization. At the beginning, they thought this was good, but they still needed to be restricted when they returned. In this way, they could live freely as long as they improved their strength on their wooden boats. Especially after thinking about the living environment of those who joined the organization that I saw in the World Chat channel before. And then looking at the current situation. Isn't that a proper safe haven? But Lin Sheng didn't know these things. He was looking at the entrance of the cave seriously. It rained so heavily that not a drop of rainwater fell into the entrance of the cave. And the black air above the entrance of the cave continued to emerge. Even at this time, Lin Shanghai saw a skeleton man appearing faintly at the entrance of the cave. Lin Sheng immediately frowned, staring at the entrance of the cave, although his vision was affected by the rain. As the skeletons at the entrance of the cave came out of the cave, Lin Sheng could clearly see a group of skeletons walking leisurely on the sea, as if they were walking on the flat ground. Looking at the place they were walking, not far from them, sea beasts kept emerging from the seawater. and even became the mounts of these skeleton men.
This is...
Lin Sheng's pupils suddenly shrank. Just the presence of sea beasts is something that ordinary survivors cannot resist. Let alone these cave creatures. Lin Sheng could only hope that they would not attack him immediately. It seems that just as Tong Linxing expected, these skeletons and sea beasts did not attack immediately, but were planning something. Lin Sheng seized this opportunity. The things he brought back from Rainbow Island had not yet been used. He immediately went to look for the Dwarf King, hoping to repair part of his Xianyuan sword as soon as possible. Chapter 226 Repair of Broken Sword.
By the way, you told me before that as long as the ancient artifact has fragments and materials, you can repair it. Right?
Lin Sheng asked the Dwarf King, who was looking at the heavy rain outside the barrier of the naval ship in a daze.
Yes, boss.
The Dwarf King came back to his senses after hearing Lin Sheng's voice. Then his eyes were filled with light. It is a desire for something that interests you. The Dwarf King immediately blurted out and asked,
Boss, do you mean there are ancient artifacts that need to be repaired?
Lin Sheng nodded and took out the Xianyuan broken sword and Xianyuan sword fragments that had been kept in his backpack, and gave it to the Dwarf King. After taking the things, he hurriedly ran away without leaving a word to Lin Sheng.
Hey, slow down.
Lin Sheng chased after the Dwarf King. He didn't stop until he came to the Dwarf's forge. Lin Sheng looked at the Dwarf King, who had already begun the repair work, and couldn't help but ask,
Why are you so excited?
After hearing Lin Sheng's question, the Dwarf King, who was focused on the repair work, did not answer, but concentrated on repairing the Xianyuan broken sword. Lin Sheng was also helpless. With this idiot, Lin Sheng could only wait silently without speaking. After knowing that the broken sword of dwarf Wang Jiangxuanyuan was repaired, he looked at Lin Sheng. He said excitedly,
The ancient artifact Xianyuan sword, the weapon of the Holy Way, can be said to be ranked first. Although I don't know how to refine it, it is an honor to be able to repair it. Compared to the Thor's hammer before Xianyuan broken sword, there is no way to compare. Of course, I am not talking about the function of the weapon, but the effect. But the honor? Although there are differences, they are all ancient artifacts. And the effects of the weapons are not too different.
After hearing what the Dwarf King said, Lin Sheng sighed helplessly. He took back the repaired Xianyuan broken sword from his hand. Today, the integrity of Xianyuan broken sword has reached 40%. Other attributes also improved at this time. Of course, the most important thing is that the quality of Xianyuan broken sword has truly improved to that of a legendary weapon.
Master, are you satisfied?
The Dwarf King looked at Lin Sheng expectantly and asked. Although Pai Pai's Thor's hammer was repaired before, it was not his owner, so it did not behave like this. As for Lin Sheng, sure, if his master's craftsmanship can satisfy his master, this is his pursuit. Lin Sheng nodded and said,
Satisfied.
Lin Sheng reckoned with his injuries. Now if a critical hit is triggered, the damage value starts at 4.6 W. If a critical hit is not triggered, the damage can be more than 2.3 W. And facing those cave creatures, the damage would start at least 10,000. After losing the protection of no damage, most of the cave creatures can be killed by Lin Sheng in one blow. If a critical strike is triggered, not even a few cave creatures can withstand Lin Sheng's massive damage attack. After Lin Sheng put away the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand, he looked at the Dwarf King curiously and asked,
Do you know how to refine other high-level armor and equipment?
The Dwarf King shook his head helplessly and said, The highest one so far is the 4th level. Master, after you advance to the 4th level, don't you still have time to refine it for you? Master, don't you know how to refine the next level of armor?
After hearing Lin Sheng's question, the Dwarf King's face clearly showed a disappointed expression.
My master? Am I? The Dwarf King actually suffered a very heavy blow in history. At that time, our weapon refining inheritance was cut off, and the only thing that remained was the refining technology of level 4 and below.
Lin Sheng nodded after hearing the words and walked away without saying anything more. After Lin Sheng looked at the skeleton men on the sea again, and after confirming that these skeleton men did not move, Lin Sheng relaxed. He began to learn how to make the colorful black armor. You have learned how to make colorful black armor. Colorful Xuanjia. Rainbow black stone * 100. Colorful dark steel * 1000. Lin Sheng immediately lost his composure when he saw the materials needed for the armor. What the hell is this shit? Why are these materials so weird? Where should I look to find them? I really don't know what happened to Lin Sheng. But fortunately, there are still people who refine weapons on the naval ship. Lin Sheng immediately found the Dwarf King again and asked,
Dwarf, your dwarf clan has a long history. Have you ever heard of the rainbow black stone and the colorful black steel?
Lin Sheng was also unsure. After asking the question, he immediately became anxious.
Special grade rare material?
The Dwarf King recalled.
I've heard of it. Where can I find it?
Lin Sheng asked excitedly when he saw that the Dwarf King knew.
If the owner of this thing wants to find it. I have only seen it in ancient books. So he has to go to the end of the rainbow. But where's the rainbow now?
The Dwarf King said helplessly. Lin Sheng understood what the other party meant. But where was the rainbow? Didn't it happen to be raining heavily? So Lin Sheng pointed to the sky and a smile appeared on his face. Isn't this what is missing that will come soon? When the rainstorm passes, will the rainbow still be absent? After the Dwarf King reacted, his face was full of excitement. For a weapon refining master like him, besides refining weapons, his favorite thing is all kinds of strange weapon refining materials. Only after you have the materials for refining the weapon, can you have the opportunity to follow the records to study and restore the lost inheritance. All Lin Sheng can do now is wait for the heavy rain to pass and the rainbow to hang in the sky after the dark clouds dissipate. However, Lin Sheng looked at the black clouds in the sky and felt helpless. The heavy rain was still falling, and it looked like he would have to wait for a long time. Lin Sheng thought in his mind that it was time to think about how to pass the time. As for taking the initiative to kill those skeleton men on the sea while the heavy rain was pouring, it was better to forget about it. The main reason is that it is inconvenient to move. It is a thankless task to destroy the skeleton man. Lin Sheng thought that maybe it was time to organize some entertainment projects for himself. Lin Sheng thought that just watching the rainstorm was boring. And suddenly he had an idea and thought of the carousel. Just make a wooden horse out of wood. Then get something that rotates the field to fix the wooden horse and select it. When Lin Sheng was thinking this, you understood the manufacturing diagram of the carousel.
The next moment Lin Sheng looked at the manufacturing diagram, and the required materials on the manufacturing diagram came into Lin Sheng's eyes one by one. Carousel. Gear combination 1. Rotating center axis 1. Trojan 9. Chapter 227 Riot under heavy rain. For the manufacture of the carousel, Lin Sheng immediately went to find the materials needed to make these things. Fortunately, Lin Sheng had all these things in his hands. Lin Sheng took out the needed materials. Start manufacturing according to the instructions on the manufacturing diagram. Get rotation center axis +1. Get gear combination +1. Get Trojan +1. After Lin Sheng manufactured the parts one by one, Lin Sheng looked at the parts in front of him. And the next moment, he was nervously assembling the parts. Lin Sheng put all the parts into his backpack. At the moment, this is the territory assigned to the Dwarf King by Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng has no intention of leaving the carousel here, for fear that it will affect the lives of the dwarf-like clan. Although things are constantly being added to the ship, there is still plenty of space. Lin Sheng soon came to an open space. Lin Sheng took out all the materials he had put away before from his backpack. The next moment Lin Sheng started assembling it. Lin Sheng first picked out a place, and then installed the gear combination. After the gear combination on the base was installed, Lin Sheng installed the central axis from top to bottom. These Trojans of various shapes are then installed. After a while, Lin Sheng completed the installation of the carousel. Lin Sheng bored, sat on the merry-go-round, and let the merry-go-round spin. When Lin Sheng was sitting on the merry-go-round watching the rainstorm, Savage Goozy got a wave of melon seeds from somewhere and came over. He said to Lin Sheng on the merry-go-round, "Master, give me some melon seeds." Ever since Lin Sheng popularized melon seeds to savages, Goozy fell in love with the feeling of cracking melon seeds. Okay. After Lin Sheng took the melon seeds, Goozy left and found a random place to sit and watch the rain. As for getting on the merry-go-round, Goozy said he was horsesick. Shenling came from a distance. He asked in confusion, "Why did it suddenly start raining heavily?" After saying this, Shenling turned over and rode up on the wooden horse next to Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng looked at Shenling and said nothing. He didn't know why it suddenly started raining. After a while, Lin Sheng realized how boring it was to ride a wooden horse alone. So he got down to the ground and sat down directly behind Shenling. Shenling's face turned red. She felt something unusual in her waist, and she clapped her white palm. "Go away! You are destined to be mine. You won't get pregnant if I hug you." Seeing Lin Sheng's shameless behavior, Shenling could only helplessly let Lin Sheng hold her. It was at this time that the skeleton men riding on the deep sea beasts rushed towards the island base. Oh! It shouldn't be the naval ship where Lin Sheng is. As the sea beast moves, the seawater seems to be broken open. Lin Sheng, who was still relaxing, suddenly heard the exclamations of the watchers on the naval ship. It was a girl from the mermaid clan who made a frightening cry that echoed through the sky. Everyone's eyes turned back to the watching girl along with Lin Sheng. The girl hurriedly ran down from the observation deck and staggered to Lin Sheng.
Owner!
The mermaid girl was panting and talking intermittently.
Okay. Let's take a breath before talking. No one can understand you when you talk like this.
The mermaid girl nodded and took several deep breaths before finally being able to speak without panting.
Master, those bones and sea beasts are taking action.
After the mermaid girl said these words, everyone who heard this voice looked away at the sea. As soon as Lin Sheng's eyes fell, he saw the skeletons and sea beasts approaching. Lin Sheng watched carefully for a while before confirming that their target was him. These cave creatures actually still hold grudges. However, Lin Sheng also had curiosity in his heart. He still knew how the burrow was cut into by him. But there would definitely not be too many skeletons left. And now that so many skeletons had appeared, Lin Sheng felt that he would wait until he could deal with the wave of problems in front of him. After that, you must go to the underground cave to explore it thoroughly. After Lin Sheng made this decision, Xian Yuan's broken sword immediately appeared in Lin Sheng's hand.
Open the barrier.
After Lin Sheng said this to old Jack, his eyes were fixed on the oncoming enemies. After hearing what Lin Sheng said, old Jack hurried back to the captain's cabin. Then the transparent barrier covering the naval ship really opened a hole. As the heavy rain was still pouring down, old Jack did not dare to open all the barriers. Lin Sheng jumped up and came to the edge of the naval ship. Pai Pai came to Lin Sheng's side without any fuss.
Boss, if we fight side by side, we can definitely clean up this wave.
When Pai Pai was talking excitedly and his mouth was watering, Shenling stepped forward.
I can't fight undead creatures, but I still have no problem fighting these sea beasts.
Shenling directly grabbed the spout of the demon refining pot he had obtained, put it on his shoulder, and came behind Lin Sheng and said,
Uh-huh.
Lin Sheng nodded and said, this wave of skeleton men mixed with sea beasts was getting closer and closer to Lin Sheng and others. Shenling turned over the demon refining pot, and the spout of the demon refining pot emitted a light. The next moment, several sea beasts approaching from the direction of himself and others were directly absorbed into Shenling's demon refining pot. Everyone was stunned immediately. Even the sea beasts and skeleton men who were moving crazily on the sea were stunned. The pace of progress came to a halt. In the demon refining pot, the 7 sea beasts that were included in it all showed doubts in their eyes, and their heads were full of question marks. Suddenly, in the corner of the world in the pot, several pairs of eyes opened. When these sea beasts that had just been taken in saw these scarlet pupils, they immediately felt like dying, and the seawater and sweat on their bodies dripped crazily. The next moment, black shadows surged. These sea beasts only felt that they were being attacked by countless attacks, and the screams of
howling,
roaring, kept ringing out. I don't know how many attacks these sea beasts have withstood. I just know that after the attacks subsided, they lay trembling on the ground. And at the same time, there was a brand with the word pot on their bodies. This means that being marked by the demon refining pot means that these sea beasts have been subdued by the demon refining pot.
Sister Ling, this is the skill of the demon refining pot, right?
Lin Sheng asked. Shenling nodded, but feeling that time was almost up, he immediately opened the demon refining pot again. And the next moment a group of sea beasts with bruised noses and swollen faces were released from the demon refining pot. Although these sea beasts looked bruised and beaten, their strength had also improved. As for his attitude, he no longer had the menacing behavior before, but instead showed a well-behaved behavior toward Shenling.
Superior.
After Shenling finished speaking, these sea beasts turned around to face the attacking sea beasts and skeleton men. Chapter 228 Find Out. Ho ho! The 7 large sea beasts in Shenling's hands rushed forward. Under the counterattack of these sea beasts, the sea beasts that came to attack were framed with confused faces on their faces.
Ho ho, brother! What didn't you do?
The incoming sea beast asked in confusion, as he saw his brother attacking himself instead of attacking the enemy.
Ho ho ho! Who is your brother now? We only listen to our master's words.
The sea beast that was tamed by Shenling said disdainfully. Those sea beasts that came to attack suddenly became angry and said,
Ho ho! Since you don't talk about brotherhood, then don't blame us for being rude.
The next moment, the 2 waves of sea beasts started fighting fiercely. The skeleton men on the backs of the sea monsters were immediately stunned. because sea monsters and sea monsters are fighting over time. These skeleton men were thrown directly off the back of the sea beast. The bone man looked at the sea beasts that were fighting, and could only look at the sea beasts as mounts helplessly, seeing that they could no longer continue to be mounts. Dozens of skeleton men stepped directly on the sea surface, and ran toward Lin Sheng's naval ship. Lin Sheng and Pai Pai formed a small team, and rushed towards the crowd of bones. They waved the weapons in their hands. Lin Sheng's figure kept walking through the crowd of bones, like a butterfly through flowers. Each sword will take away a skeleton, and each sword can deal 20,000 plus damage. As for Pai Pai, he rushed forward extremely recklessly, picked up the sledgehammer, and hammered hard. Although the skeleton men were not killed by Pai Pai's sledgehammer, they were still sent flying by the hammer. Those skeleton men continued to come back to attack Pai Pai with disdain. Then the scene changed to Pai Pai rushing into the crowd of bones, and the figures of bones flying up one after another. Time passed by, and after all the skeleton men were killed, Lin Sheng and Pai Pai returned to the naval ship. All the sea beasts that Shenling had subdued in this wave were also killed, and their bodies sank into the seawater. Lin Sheng, who returned to the naval vessel, frowned. Where did these skeletons come from? Lin Sheng looked at the entrance of the cave. Lin Sheng thought, maybe he should go over and see what changes had happened in the cave. Lin Sheng looked at the soul crystals in his hand again. The number of soul crystals was gratifying. Unknowingly, he already had hundreds of soul crystals. Lin Sheng's eyes swept away, and finally landed on Shenling.
Sister Ling, come here.
Shenling was puzzled, but Lin Sheng quickly gave an explanation and said,
I will strengthen your weapon, and then we will go to the cave world to have a look.
After hearing what Lin Sheng said, Shenling immediately took out the demon refining pot in his hand and handed it to Lin Sheng. After Lin Sheng took over the demon refining pot, he improved the quality of the demon refining pot without saying a word. In Lin Sheng's hands, the demon refining pot turned into a legendary weapon. However, at this time, the demon refining pot also had an additional attribute of 50% true damage. At the same time, the skill of the demon refining pot was also added, Samadhi True Fire. Lin Sheng was stunned when he looked at the demon refining pot. This is the exclusive flame of the Supreme Lao Jun in myths and legends. Lin Sheng handed the demon refining pot to Shenling and immediately said impatiently,
Try it. It's against the seawater, but don't dare to use it against a naval ship.
Although Lin Sheng couldn't wait to see the effect of Samadhi True Fire, he didn't dare to let Shenling use it on a naval ship. You know, it was a fire that burned a huge mountain for who knows how many years. If this is burned on a naval ship, I don't know if the naval ship that I have worked so hard to build will still leave any residue. After Shenling obtained the demon refining pot, she immediately checked the attributes. Broken demon refining pot, 20%. Level 1 can grow. Attack power plus 100. Attack power plus 100. Damage plus 20%. 50% true damage. Shenling's exclusive weapon. Shenling can use it to gain a 20% increase in all attributes. Skills, storage, release, taming. Samadhi True Fire, April 9th. When Shenling saw the properties of the demon refining pot, she immediately became excited. Previously, the demon refining pot had no means of attack, which made Shenling helpless. Lin Sheng and others' exclusive weapons were all damage type, but hers was an auxiliary type. It would be false to say that she is not envious, but she is also a woman who has the means to attack now. Shenling nodded, put the demon refining pot on his shoulder, opened the spout of Lin's pot, and whispered softly,
Samadhi True Fire.
Immediately, there was a red flame spitting out from the mouth of the pot. When the Samadhi True Fire intertwined with the seawater immediately made a sizzling sound. Large tracts of seawater were evaporated, and the water vapor floated high into the sky as if it was free.
Okay. Stop now, and don't add fuel to the black clouds in the sky. Otherwise we don't know when this heavy rain will stop.
After hearing Lin Sheng's joking words, Shenling put away the Samadhi True Fire, looked at Lin Sheng with a smile and said,
Xiao Sheng, can I go to the cave with you this time?
Every time Shenling watched Lin Sheng go down to the cave, she was also worried about whether something would happen to Lin Sheng. I always feel uneasy when I am not with Lin Sheng. Now that I have the strength, of course, I want to be by Lin Sheng's side. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded.
Okay. Of course it is possible.
After Lin Sheng said this, he had already decided to go to the cave. Lin Sheng took the Shenling Sekpai Guzi and Thunder Dragon, and a group of 5 others, and set out towards the cave together. When he arrived at the entrance of the cave, Lin Sheng frowned and looked at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, the entrance of the cave was filled with black air, and it was no longer as clean as before. It seems that this heavy rain also caused a sudden change in the cave. Lin Sheng did not hesitate much at the entrance of the basement, and directly led Shenling and others into the cave. Lin Sheng was stunned as soon as he entered the cave. The original empty appearance in the cave no longer existed, and was replaced by black shadow undead, white bone skeletons, and even a brand new undead creature that he had never seen before. Blood Demon. The Blood Demon's body was covered in blood. Sometimes it condensed into a human form, and sometimes it turned into a pool of blood. The Blood Demon in front of Lin Sheng's eyes kept changing its appearance, and it didn't look like it was having fun at all. After Lin Sheng and others entered the cave, they quickly attracted the attention of many undead creatures. These undead creatures set their sights on Lin Sheng. The next moment, the figure of the Blood Demon suddenly appeared in front of Lin Sheng.
You still dare to come here? You are very courageous.
Lin was stunned when he heard the Blood Demon in front of him uttering human words.
Who are you? You actually know me?
Lin Sheng was cursing in his heart. Could it be that he killed too hard in the cave and attracted the attention of the new undead creatures? Chapter 229 Blood Demon Man. While Lin Sheng was thinking about his daily life, the Blood Demon looked at Lin Sheng in disbelief and said,
You don't recognize me anymore?
Lin Sheng was stunned when he heard the Blood Demon's rhetorical question.
Will I know you? You are the undead in the cave world. How can I know you?
As soon as Lin Sheng finished speaking, he heard the sound of the Blood Demon on the opposite side smiling up to the sky.
Ha! It was you who caused me to become like this. And you don't even know me anymore. Ha ha ha.
Following his laughter, the scattered Blood Demons around him gathered together. As the Blood Demons gathered, they also brought the undead black shadows and the skeletons with them. Soon Lin Sheng and others were surrounded. Lin Sheng and others looked at each other with serious expressions, and Lin Sheng began to think about what was going on with these Blood Demons. Just when Lin Sheng was curious, the Blood Demon who spoke to him first and was still laughing suddenly said,
Master Sheng really has a good memory. So let me tell you about it. I am Jialong the mercenary, and the mercenary group was the first one you killed.
Lin Sheng looked at the other person with dull eyes. Who was the first one? He was not impressed. However, the entire Jialong mercenary group was killed, so Lin Sheng didn't care who the other party was.
I don't remember how you became like this.
Lin Sheng reacted and looked at the Blood Demon in surprise and said,
Ha! Aren't you surprised? If we hadn't died, we wouldn't have had this chance. But Master Sheng, you are going to die. It has been so long since you really died.
After the Blood Demon finished speaking, he immediately took other blood with him. The demon attacked Lin Sheng frantically, as if he wanted to tear Lin Sheng alive. The other Blood Demons didn't hesitate at all. At this time, Lin Sheng also understood the white bone skeletons and black shadow undead who were following the Blood Demon. They were all guided by the Blood Demon. Facing the attack of the Blood Demon group, it is impossible for Lin Sheng and others not to resist. The battle in the encirclement was about to break out. Sword energy was flying all over the sky. Bursts of thunder arose on the ground, and fire dragons were scurrying around. The undead creatures that were originally menacing and arrogant now became as sick as eggplants beaten by frost, under the strong attack of Lin Sheng and others. These undead creatures were like rice waiting to be harvested. After a while, the black shadow undead and the white bone skeletons were beaten to pieces. However, at this time, the blood-colored arm of the Blood Demon Lin Sheng face began to dissolve and gradually became as soft as rubber. But as the Blood Demon showed a strange smile, Lin Sheng saw that the Blood Demon's arms turned into bloody blades. At this moment, the Blood Demon was like a warrior with two swords. The scarlet sword in the Blood Demon man's hand whirred as he was swung by the Blood Demon man. Facing the Blood Demon's attack, Lin Sheng raised the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand and immediately blocked it. After the Xianyuan broken sword was repaired by 40%, this sword was able to withstand the attack and was very powerful. Directly cut off the bloody swords. The Blood Demon man's expression was stunned, and he looked at Lin Sheng in bewilderment. His scarlet pupil shrank, and there was a look of fear in his eyes. Lin Sheng was also stunned. The two swords of this Blood Demon were too weak. The gore fiend felt no pain. The next moment, the broken sword that fell to the ground turned into a pool of blood and returned to his body from his feet. The next moment, the broken two-armed sword returned to its original shape again. There was an expression of surprise on her face.
Ha ha. So what if my weapon is destroyed? My blood sword can be restored infinitely.
the blood demon said in surprise. Lin Sheng turned his sword out again, and the blood dagger in the blood demon man's hand was damaged again and fell to the ground. Lin Sheng smiled. He could clearly see that although the opponent would recover after losing the blood sword, the blood color on his body had quietly faded. This means that even if the blood demon cannot be killed at once, it can still be slowly exhausted. As for the bone skeletons and the black shadow undead, these two undead creatures can be dealt with by the other 4 areas. After all, except Shenling, everyone is already an expert in dealing with these undead creatures. Besides, the demon refining pot in Shenling's hand must not be small. A mouthful of Samadhi true fire can directly burn a large area to death. Lin Sheng twisted his neck and looked at the blood demon man, who had just recovered his blood sword in both arms.
Then we can spend our time slowly. It's raining heavily outside anyway. And besides, we don't have to get wet in the cave. I still have plenty of time.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the corners of the blood demon man's mouth twitched. Are you robbing me of what I have to say? In the view of the blood demon, Lin Sheng should be the one who has no time and wants to end it early. But Lin Sheng's reaction was beyond his expectation.
Then let me stay and have a good time.
The blood demon grinned with a big scarlet mouth. However, the blood demon man's proud look did not last long. He sensed something was wrong. That was because his own body had become extremely weak. When he nodded, he saw that the blood on his body had actually faded a lot. Now he understood that although Lin Sheng's attack on it would not kill him, it would consume him to death. The next moment, the blood demon shouted to the other blood demons,
"Come here and help me."
As the blood demon man finished speaking, those blood demons, who usually wanted to watch the show on the sidelines, came behind him in confusion. I thought that a blood demon could easily kill a human on the other side. But now they know they were wrong. The next moment, a dozen blood demons surrounded Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the blood demons who surrounded him. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he was as calm as water. For Lin Sheng, the blood volume of these blood demons is not something that cannot be dealt with. And the Xianyuan broken sword has improved more than just its quality and integrity. Also improved our skills. Lin Sheng looked at the blood demon in front of him, raised the corner of his mouth and said,
"Stand at attention and report the count."
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, these blood demons were on tenterhooks. But they subconsciously stood still and started counting.
1, 2.
This round of reports confirmed Lin Sheng's suspicion. He was indeed from the Jialong mercenary group. After all, he had seen the Jialong mercenary group turn into undead creatures before. Now he could transform into a blood demon. Not surprisingly. And this is probably a subconscious conditioned reflex when he was in the mercenary group. After the count was completed, the blood demons reacted one after another.
"You're really swiping us."
All the blood demons suddenly rushed towards Lin Sheng with great anger. Chapter 230 Abyss. The moment the blood demon man pounced on Lin Sheng, a smile appeared on Lin Sheng's lips, and the Xianyuan broken sword in his hand was violently swung out by Lin Sheng.
The beginning of chaos.
This is a brand new skill inspired by the chain after Xianyuan broken sword is 40% repaired. Xianyuan broken sword was in Lin Sheng's hand and was inserted into the earth, with Xianyuan broken sword as the center, surrounding the blood demon man. Mist filled the air in an instant. These fogs are the effect achieved by Xianyuan sword skill. When Xianyuan broken sword plunged into the ground, Lin Sheng frantically activated the sword energy, and the sword energy turned into a thick fog that covered the blood demon man. Surrounded, the blood demon who led the attack on Lin Sheng felt at this moment that the thick fog brought him a feeling of fear rising from his soul. He didn't understand what the fog was, but he was thinking that as long as he passed through the fog as quickly as possible and killed Lin Sheng, the fog would disappear. It's just that his idea is very beautiful, but the reality is extremely cruel. Just when he was about to break out of the fog and attack Lin Sheng, he felt that the outermost layer of fog was like a barrier, trapping him.
"What did you do to me?"
The leader of the blood demons roared angrily. The blood demons behind him, who wanted to follow him and kill Lin Sheng, had frightened expressions on their faces. It was unimaginable that the hunter would actually become the prey. The blood demon boss is incompetent and furious, but he cannot change this situation. At the next moment, the mist surrounding their blood demons slowly condensed into the shape of sword energy. As the sword shapes became clearer and clearer, and the sword energy struck up and down, these blood demons were immediately strangled to ashes before they could react. As for the recovery of the blood demon, I'm sorry. After being injured by the sword energy of chaos beginning, there was no scum left, let alone blood. So this wave of menacing blood demons disappeared out of thin air. The black undead and white bone skeletons, who were confronting Shenling, and others felt that the backbone had disappeared, and turned around to see the strangled blood demon. The next moment, the surviving black shadow undead and white bone skeletons fled into the distance. In this cave world, there are no skeletons and undead black shadows anymore. They have been wiped out by Lin Sheng before, and they all came out of the abyss together with the blood demons.
Boss, do we want to pursue him?
Pai Pai asked eagerly as he looked at the fleeing enemies.
Chase. Why not chase?
Lin Sheng said decisively. After hearing Lin Sheng's affirmative reply, Pai Pai nodded immediately and said,
Let's go quickly. Don't let these guys escape.
A group of people gave chase in a mighty manner, all the way to the Wangyu spring that Lin Sheng had salvaged before. The dead souls here seemed to have not seen Lin Sheng and others, and were still walking aimlessly.
Ah!
After Shenling saw these densely packed dead souls, she couldn't help but scream. The main reason is that there are too many dead souls here. Lin Sheng came directly to Shenling's side, held Shenling's hand, and comforted him.
As long as we don't take a peek at the Wangyu spring,
these dead souls won't be able to manage our finances at all.
Let's go! Lin Sheng held Shenling's hand and inexplicably brought Shenling a sense of security. Shenling also dispelled the fear in her heart, nodded, and let Lin Sheng hold her hand and run forward. Lin Sheng and others who chased them all stopped until they reached the end of the stone bridge. There is no road ahead. At the end of the stone bridge is a cliff, and there is nothing on the other side of the cliff. Lin Sheng and others couldn't figure out where those undead creatures were going. Pai Pai said curiously,
Could it be that they all jumped off the cliff?
As he spoke, he lay down and put his head outside the cliff to look down. This sight made Pai Pai so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. His voice suddenly stopped, attracting the attention of Lin Sheng and others.
Papa, what are you doing?
Guzi asked. But Guzi's question did not wait for Pai Pai's response. Everyone looked at it and felt that Pai Pai was like a lying sculpture. What on earth was this? Pai Pai was so frightened that he was like this. Lin Sheng and others stepped forward and looked at where Pai Pai was looking. At this glance, the completely invisible end was filled with darkness.
Is this an abyss?
When he finished speaking and looked into the abyss, he felt that there was a gaze in the abyss staring at him. Lin Sheng felt that his head was confused as he looked into the abyss, and fear inexplicably arose in his heart. Not only Lin Sheng was like this, but everyone in his group was like this. No wonder he can scare Pai Pai. After all, this abyss is too terrifying. After Lin Sheng withdrew his gaze, he calmed himself down and finally calmed down. Lin Sheng looked at Shenling beside him, who seemed to be trembling all over. Immediately, Lin Sheng reached out and took Shenling into his arms. This hug calmed Shenling's mood. Then Lin Shengkai grabbed the pie that was lying on the ground in a daze.
Look at your worthless look. Get up quickly.
Lin Sheng's voice seemed to have magic power, reawakening his stunned spirit. Pai Pai shook his head hurriedly. There was a look of horror in his heart.
It's terrible, this abyss.
Lin Sheng patted Guzi on the shoulder after seeing that Pai Pai was fine. After Lin Sheng woke up these people who were frightened by the abyss, he looked at the abyss. Lin Sheng hesitated in his heart whether to go down or not. After all, there were many unknown secrets and crises under this abyss. This is not what Lin Sheng could have imagined. But when he looked at the abyss just now, Lin Sheng knew that the abyss was probably full of dangers. For the sake of safety, it is better to wait until you reach the 5th level and build the 7-color black armor before exploring the abyss. Lin Sheng thought so. He turned around and left with everyone.
Gone back.
After returning to the naval ship, it's still raining heavily outside. With this fuss, it was already past 11 o'clock in the night before I knew it. After stretching, Lin Sheng hugged Shenling and went back to the house to sleep. For Lin Sheng, the rock he slept on this night was extremely safe. There was a transparent partition on top of the ship, so the slightest noise from the wind and rain did not affect Lin Sheng. However, for outsiders, the night was not stable. On the island base, Pajun and his men continued to evacuate the accumulated water on the island base into the sea. If it is not removed in time, I am afraid that many things on this island will be damaged by the heavy rain.
Chapter 231. The weather is sunny.
Brothers, you are all good. In order to prevent the base from being destroyed, we will work harder. Once the ditch is dug, we can come down easily,
Pajun said encouragingly. In addition to Pajun's wave of people, there were other officers and people digging drainage channels on the island base. In the past, We only focused on building the island base and ignored the drainage problem, resulting in many places on the island base where water would accumulate. On the other side of Ijuo, the half-built island base was washed away by the heavy rain, and only the mayfly stone cores were washed away. If it hadn't been for timely action, this mayfly stone core would have been washed away. It's just that after fighting with heavy rain to take back the mayfly stone core, Whitey Gwern's mood was too complicated. On the one hand, I was glad that I had not lost the mayfly core, but on the other hand, I was distressed by the huge loss of materials used to build the island base. Except for Whitey, other countries abroad have similar results. In the end, they could only hide in the wooden boat and tremble, constantly draining the water from the wooden boat. The next day came in a blink of an eye. It is the 28th day of the disaster. This morning, Lin Sheng woke up leisurely from the bed in his room. He glanced at the sky outside.
Oh, it's still dark. That's not okay. I'm the most disciplined person. How can you get up when there is no light in the day?
After Lin Sheng said this to himself, he lay on the bed and hugged Lin Chenling, and slowly fell asleep again. It wasn't until the noise outside the ship became loud that Lin Sheng slowly woke up. Chenling also said in a daze,
Xiao Sheng, why did you get up so early?
Lin Sheng scratched his head. I feel completely sleepless now. Why is it not bright yet? Lin Sheng walked out of the balcony and saw the bright lights on the naval ship. Under the lights are the figures of savages busy. Lin Sheng happened to see Guzi walking towards the savage crowd, and immediately shouted,
Guzi, what are you doing? Tiendo started working before dawn.
Guzi, it's indeed dark. But isn't this a rainy day? So there may be sunshine.
Boss, it's raining heavily,
Guzi said innocently. Lin Sheng. He was stunned for a moment, then began to remember. The next moment, he was completely sleepless. Then he nodded.
Go and get busy.
Lin Sheng innocently returned to the room and sat down on the bed. Sign in. With the arrival of a new day, Lin Sheng began to sign in subconsciously. Sign in and get a handheld game console *10. Lin Sheng was stunned. What he obtained this time was neither materials nor manufacturing plans, but a handheld game console. The game console is about as big as a brick and only as thick as an adult's finger. On the surface, there is a black and white picture composed of countless small grid mosaics on a screen as big as a watch screen. When holding the game console with both hands, there are 4 triangular buttons up, down, left, and right where the left thumb can touch. The position that the right thumb can touch is 4 red, yellow, blue and green round buttons ABCD.
Let me go! This is an old thing,
Lin Sheng said in surprise. After all, this game console was only available a long time ago. Nowadays, people play with computers and mobile phones. I am afraid that not many young people can remember this kind of thing. Lin Sheng couldn't help but look forward to the game console in his hand, wanting to play and reminisce. Besides, the current heavy rain outside is not suitable for going out and wandering around. Nor can you stay in a naval ship and do nothing. Once people have some free time, they always have to find something to do for themselves. Lin Sheng turned on the game console with anticipation. A smiling pixel man suddenly appeared on the screen. The next moment, the screen entered the selection interface. The number of games inside this game console is not many at all. After a rough scan, there are roughly 3 to 5 pixel games. The ones Lin Sheng is most familiar with are Snake and Tetris. Of these 2 games, Lin Sheng decisively chose Tetris. As the saying goes, as long as I have good food, drink, and sleep, I can play forever. As long as you do it well, time will always pass fastest while playing Tetris. So Lin Sheng clicked on the game. Small mosaic squares of various shapes and sizes slowly appeared from the top of the screen and slid down towards the bottom of the screen. Lin Sheng constantly adjusted the position so that when the blocks accumulated, he could fill the gaps horizontally and meet the conditions for elimination. Time spent playing games always passed without feeling. When Lin Sheng was playing games, time passed by unconsciously. Shenling left the room and came back. She looked at Lin Sheng and said curiously,
Although there is no sun during this period and everyone looks drowsy, you have to wash up when you get up. Right.
As she was talking, she suddenly felt that Lin Sheng didn't reply to her, and she walked up in confusion. It wasn't until she saw clearly what Lin Sheng was playing with that she couldn't help but burst out in surprise.
Hey, where did you get this? I remember it is impossible to leave these things behind after this disaster.
Lin Sheng laughed and said,
Would you like to play? It's boring to be idle anyway. There are some over there.
Nowadays, there are no mobile phones and computers. To be honest, these days on the ship, there are no worries about food, and the risk has been reduced a lot. Shenling often gets bored and panics. After hearing that there was a handheld game console that was a good thing to pass the time, I couldn't wait to pick one up. So Lin Sheng and Shenling in the room were playing games side by side. Time moved forward little by little, and a whole week passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Lin Sheng signed in and received a lot of entertainment equipment. It's like a TV or a CD player. It's just that in an era without signals, it is of no use at all. The only thing that made Lin Sheng feel better this week was the Simmons mattress. The appearance of this mattress ended Lin's days of sleeping on a wooden bed. The 35th day of the disaster. The weather has cleared up, and the days of heavy rain have passed. Lin Sheng walked out of the room and looked from a distance to see a large number of floating objects on the sea. These are all supplies. But Lin Sheng doesn't care at all about how much he desires these supplies. Lin Sheng's eyes fell far away on the rainbow in the sky. The material for Lin Qisai Xuanjia is at the end of the rainbow.
This rainbow is so beautiful.
Suddenly, Shenling's voice of admiration came to his ears. Chapter 232 Water Spider.
Yes, but this beautiful rainbow is not just beautiful to look at. There are even more beautiful things at the end of the rainbow.
After listening to Lin Sheng's words, Shenling Tong blinked at Lin Sheng curiously.
There are good things out there. What are they?
Facing Shenling's inquiry, Lin Sheng deliberately let it slip and said,
You will know when we go to the end of the rainbow together. If you don't want to say it, don't say it.
Shenling snorted and then muttered. After seeing Shenling's performance, Lin Sheng lowered his head and smiled without explaining. After all, Lin Sheng had never seen these things before, so it was difficult to express them in words. Just when Lin Sheng was looking from a distance and wanted to use his own eyes to find where the end of the rainbow was, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the scene on the island base. The soldiers on the island base staggered and lay directly on the ground. They ignored the water that had just receded and the muddy land on the ground, and just looked up to the sky and fell asleep. At this time, several people who had rested stood up and changed shifts with those who were standing guard. Those who came off the shift also fell asleep directly, using the sky as their bed and the ground as their bed. Lin Sheng was so shocked when he saw all this that his jaw almost dropped.
These people!
Lin Sheng looked around and saw that Pajun was the one who performed relatively well. At least he found a better place to lie down on a stone and sleep, so that he wouldn't wake up covered in black mud. However, it seems that the heavy rain that has lasted for a week has brought considerable difficulties to the soldiers at the island base. Lin Sheng shook his head, then found Old Jack, and said to Old Jack,
Old Jack, let's set sail. Let's go find the end of the rainbow.
After Old Jack heard what Lin Sheng said, he went on the road without saying a word. Lin Sheng didn't know how long this rainbow would last. If the rainbow disappeared, where would the end of the rainbow be found? As for the undead creatures in the catacomb world, they are extremely stable during this period of time and have not appeared as monsters. Even the black energy has not emerged from the entrance of the catacombs during this period. This made Lin Sheng feel relieved a lot. The only thing I can't rest assured about is the abyss in the cave world. He knew that the danger in the abyss might be beyond his current capabilities. In this week, Lin Sheng's strength attribute points also reached 4,200 points. This is a strength that has already broken through the 5th level. Of course, it took a lot of gold coins to buy the level-breaking potion from the mysterious merchant. This purchase also spent almost all Lin Sheng's savings. As for the auxiliary props that I want to continue to increase attribute points in the future, there are no more. It's not that there isn't one in this world, but that Lin Sheng and the mysterious businessman don't have such props in their hands. The naval ship keeps moving forward on the ocean. Suddenly, spiders with long legs appeared on the sea surface. Lin Sheng, who was originally surprised that the sea was so calm after the heavy rain, was also amused by his naive thoughts. What kind of calmness? This girl's key has calmed down. I am afraid that human beings have long returned to the past era. Lin Sheng looked at the naval ship, which was surrounded by long-legged spiders. The ship was also blocked in its path. Lin Sheng frowned, and Old Jack and others gathered on the deck at this time.
Boss, none of these things have ever appeared before.
Old Jack asked Lin Sheng because the naval ship was blocked and unable to move forward. Lin Sheng shook his head. These long-legged spiders were really big, as big as an adult. The main reason is that there are too many. After Lin Sheng shook his head and said that he didn't understand, he just looked at these water spiders from a distance. The behavior of these water spiders was also very strange. They did not actively attack the naval ship, but stayed quietly on the sea surface. Superior. Lin Sheng felt more and more strange the more he looked at it. As time passed by, Lin Sheng suddenly felt a bad premonition in his heart.
Old Jack, hurry up and activate the naval ship's defense system for me. Pai Pai, hurry up and get ready for battle.
Lin Sheng repeatedly issued orders to make arrangements. Everyone felt the urgency of the situation, and if one of them was not good, something would happen. So they all started to get busy and ran to their posts. After Old Jack returned to the captain's cabin of the naval vessel, the protective cover of the naval vessel had just been opened. Suddenly, a spider thread shot out from the bottomless sea water. As soon as the first spider silk in the sea came out, the second one came out. After the spider silk flew out of the sea one after another, they attacked the protective cover of the naval ship one after another. Thanks to the existence of the protective shield, those spider silks reached the protective shield. The high temperature rose above the protective shield and immediately melted the spider silk. Otherwise, the naval ship may be wrapped into a cocoon by these spider silks. But at this moment, there is no way for the huge naval ship to leave. Hack. Pai Pai was so frightened by this sudden attack that he cursed. Everyone thought that these water spiders were not dangerous before, but the slap in the face was really too sudden. Just when Lin Sheng was thinking this, the spiders that were originally motionless also started to move at this time. They dispersed in all directions. After Old Jack saw this scene in the captain's cabin, he immediately prepared to use a naval ship to break through the encirclement without waiting for Lin Sheng to give the order. It's just that the naval ship paused after taking less than 2 steps forward. The ship could not continue its journey or even move. Water packets emerged one after another on the sea surface. The water packets burst, and water spiders that were twice as big as the previous water spiders emerged. They were holding spider silk in their mouths, and these spider silks were implicated. The location is exactly the base of the naval ship. It's no wonder that the naval vessel cannot move. It turns out that the spider silk at the bottom of the naval vessel is entangled. In desperation, Old Jack stopped. Then Old Jack aimed all the guns on the naval vessel at the water spiders.
Boss, aren't these things too scary?
Just as Pai Pai sighed, arrows and artillery fire continued to be fired from the naval ship. After landing on the spider silk, there were bursts of explosions. These spider threads were shattered by the blast. Old Jack just wanted to say,
"Run when the opportunity is good."
But those water spiders suddenly united and weaved a large web crazily above the sea. Chapter 233 Insect Eggs. The end of the rainbow. The spider web is formed at a crazy speed on building blocks. In less than a minute, the spider web spun by the water spider directly covered the naval ship where Lin Sheng was. No matter how many people thought about this situation, they could not imagine that these water spiders would use this method. The even more amazing thing is that the artillery weapons on the naval ships have no way to deal with these spider webs. Whenever Lin's artillery fire or giant spears were fired, they would ruthlessly penetrate through the gaps in the spider silk. And the miracle that Old Jack thought about didn't happen. He hoped that he could drive a naval ship through the spider silk. But when he rushed towards the spider web, he was bounced back hard. Everyone on the ship staggered. Their steps were unsteady for a moment, and they fell directly to the ground. If the quality of the naval ship was not good enough, this rebound might be enough to capsize the ship. Such spider silk cannot be destroyed by physical attacks. Lin Sheng, who was frowning deeply, saw fireballs emerging from his hands and throwing them towards the spider web one after another.
Boom, boom, boom.
The 2 or 3 fireballs exploded. The scope of the spider web was really too large, so the flames could only sweep through a small area of the spider web. Under the sweep of the flames, these spider webs began to become tattered, as if they could be destroyed at any time. Although the fireball did not end the crisis, it gave Lin Sheng new hope. The power of flames can burn these spider webs clean, but the flame ball attack in his hand is really too weak. Can he still do it by blasting a small piece of spider webs? But it is simply impossible to destroy the large area of spider webs here. However, Shenling, who had been observing everything around Lin Sheng, came to Lin Sheng with a smile.
"Hey, Xiaosheng, please step aside and leave the rest to me."
As she spoke, Shenling pushed Lin Sheng to the back.
"Sister Ling, what are you going to do?"
Under Lin Sheng's questioning, Shenling shook the demon refining pot in her hand and showed a strange smile.
"Ha ha. Have you forgotten this in my sister's hand?"
Lin Sheng looked at Shenling's movements and suddenly froze. How could Lin Sheng forget the demon refining pot in Shenling's hand as soon as he slapped his head? That is the real fire of Samadhi. It can completely restrain this water spider, Lin Sheng said with a smile.
Sister Ling, please hurry up and give it a try.
Shenling responded, and the spout of the demon refining pot in her hand was opened by Shenling. A red flame emerged from the spout, turning into a fire dragon that swept away crazily on the sea surface. The spider silk swept over by the fire dragon was burned one after another. At the same time, a large number of water spiders were directly burned to death by the fire dragon and sank into the sea water. Those water spiders that escaped the disaster all had serious burn injuries. But the fire dragon's offensive did not stop there, but became more and more fierce under Shenling's force. The fire dragon swept away more and more crazily, and those water spiders above the sea that had just escaped the first level were burned to death again. The remaining water spiders knew that the situation was over and hurriedly fled above the sea. The water above the sea rippled, and circles of water rippled. The water spiders jumped on the sea surface with an almost flashing feeling. Lin Sheng and others couldn't help but smile when they saw the group of water spiders escaping hastily. I ran away now, and the previous pressure was suddenly gone. The naval ship continued to set sail, heading towards the sea where the source of the rainbow was located. Lin Sheng also saw a lot of sea views on the way, and from time to time, he could fish next to the naval ship. As the naval ship continues to move forward, the end of the rainbow is getting closer and closer, and the rainbow cannot always exist. Look at the looming appearance of the rainbow. Lin Sheng hurriedly frowned and came to old Jack's captain's cabin.
How far are we from the end of the rainbow? Boss, judging by your feelings, we will reach the end of the rainbow in 5 minutes.
Lin Sheng nodded. He was afraid that he would not be able to find the end of the rainbow after it disappeared. However, Lin Sheng's worries were somewhat unnecessary, because as soon as old Jack's words fell, he saw a colorful light pillar rising from the sea in front of him on the glass window of the captain's cabin. And the light pillar pulled the arc of light that stretched out was the looming rainbow hanging high in the sky.
Boss, the end is right in front of us,
old Jack said happily. Lin Sheng nodded and signaled old Jack to continue moving forward in order to reach the destination earlier. And old Jack is also extremely awesome, moving forward at an extremely fast speed. In the deep sea, under the sea area where Lin Sheng and others were trapped before. At this time, a huge insect began to split, first splitting from the middle, and then turning into two halves. And countless small particles fell out of this cracked egg. A small gap was constantly opened among these small particles, and small insects with a milky white appearance emerged from the hole. This small, milky white insect squirmed and swallowed up the particles they came out of. Then, their body shape began to change. The milky white insect body turned into light yellow, and it also slowly grew in size from a hair-sized body to the size of an earthworm. The dense swarm of insects squirmed together and ate away at the huge egg sh. If someone with trypophobia saw it, they would probably be too scared to eat. After these bugs grew a little larger, they were no longer satisfied with the energy demand at the current stage. So these bugs began to divide into multiple groups and quickly pounce on the sea beasts in the sea under the sea. The sea beasts that didn't react at first were thrown over, and they all made painful sounds and fell to the mud on the seabed, struggling continuously. The movement of the insects was too loud, attracting the attention of many sea beasts. Then these sea beasts sensed the approaching crisis and began to run away one after another. The bugs followed. These bugs devoured different sea beasts, and their bodies also changed. For example, after some insects devoured the giant crabs and sea beasts, their bodies became huge and black crustacean scales began to grow on their bodies, and their tentacles gradually became slender, with sprouts growing on the front of the tentacles. Crab's claws, the insect's head, and the needle-like mouthparts on the insect's mouth are also getting stiffer and stiffer. After some insects devoured the electric eel sea beast, silvery white insect sh. Grew out of their bodies. There was lightning flashing on his body. After different insects devour different sea beasts, they absorb the abilities of different sea beasts and become larger and stronger. The only thing that hasn't changed is the iconic mouthparts.
There is no land here. The end of the rainbow is sea water. Where can I get the materials for Xuanjia?
Lin Sheng looked at the sea and said in confusion. Chapter 234 Colorful Fish. Crystal Palace? When Shenling saw Lin Sheng's frown, she was no longer in the mood to continue looking at the colorful beam of light at the end of the rainbow. She held Lin Sheng's arm and asked softly,
Xiao Sheng, are you looking for something? Ah, that's right. I got a picture of how to make an armor before. Now our strength has reached the 5th level, but we don't have the materials to make armors. The improvement of our strength has also caused the equipment to fall behind.
Listening to Lin Sheng's narration, Shenling now understood why Lin Sheng we came to look for the end of the rainbow. At first, she thought Lin Sheng was bored and wanted to see what the end of the rainbow looked like. But what she didn't expect was the reason why Lin Sheng was looking for the end of the rainbow was because of the materials for equipment.
Do you mean there will be the materials you need here?
Shenling asked again, to make sure that he did not understand Lin Sheng's meaning incorrectly. Lin Sheng nodded and then sighed.
Alas! But apart from seawater, there is nothing I need here.
Under Lin Sheng's sigh, Shenling's eyes started to change. After inspecting Lin on the sea surface, Shenling looked curiously into the seawater. She suddenly discovered that something was changing in the seawater. Shenling said,
Xiaosheng, hurry up and look under the sea. There seems to be something moving.
After hearing Shenling's words, Lin Sheng also lowered his head and looked down. Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the seawater. He suddenly saw clusters of colorful lights flashing in the center of the 7-colored light pillar. Lin Sheng blinked and looked curiously at what those groups of colorful lights were. It was at this time that Lin Sheng finally saw clearly what was wrapped under the colorful light. There are colorful little fishes on the phone. After these colorful little fish left the light pillar, the light began to gradually dim, until the last colorful little fish left. The colorful light of the colorful light pillar completely disappeared. What Lin Sheng could see was an octagonal crystal pillar.
Isn't it photosynthetic? Why is it still a rainbow formed by the glowing little fish passing through the crystal light beam?
Although Lin Sheng was curious, he was not too entangled. Compared with after the disaster, too many things had changed. Maybe the place where those colorful little fish are going is where the thing you are looking for is. Right? Lin Sheng thought this in his mind, and immediately followed Xiao Yue in a hurry. Lin Sheng took off Shenling's arm, and said to Shenling,
Sister Ling, that's it. You wait for me on the ship. I'll go down and take a look first.
With a pop sound, Lin Sheng immediately jumped into the seawater. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Sheng quickly sank into the seawater and swam towards the depths of the water.
Hey! No! Xiaosheng! Please wait for me!
After Shenling said this, she also jumped into the sea. Kong Kongi also followed Shenling into the sea. As for Guzi and others, they stood on the deck and looked at each other face to face, watching everything happen. They did not choose to follow them together. After what happened before, they were also worried about leaving the naval ship on the sea without their guards. If they encountered monsters such as water spiders, the naval ship would be destroyed. If this really happens, then when Lin Sheng returns, there will be no naval ships, and the tools to survive on the sea will be lost. Under the seawater, Lin Sheng chased the colorful little fish and swam to one place. Fortunately, these colorful little fishes are shining with colorful lights, almost becoming beacons in the dark water. This allowed Lin Sheng to clearly find the direction to pursue. And not only did the fish get lost halfway through the chase, but after Shenling and Kong Kong emerged behind Lin Sheng, Shenling obviously didn't have that good ability to discern direction in the sea water. But she and Kong Kongi held hands, and Kong Kongi led the way forward. Shenling and Kong Kongi followed Lin Sheng closely. Lin Sheng suddenly stopped chasing the colorful fish. He watched the colorful little fish get into a cave one after another. The next moment, the dark stone pillars outside the cave suddenly lit up. Under the colorful light, Lin Sheng could see clearly what kind of stone pillar this was. It was obviously a crystal pillar. Looking behind the crystal pillar, he saw a crystal palace that was also shining with colorful light.
Xiaosheng, why are you afraid of staying up so fast? I have been chasing you. If I hadn't been there, I would have lost you,
Shenling said with complaint. I felt a little dissatisfied in my heart, but I still didn't make a fuss and just found something to talk about.
Why are you here? Sister Ling, didn't I ask you to wait for me on the naval ship?
Lin Sheng heard Shenling's flowers, and his eyes fell on Shenling. Then, he spoke.
I'm not worried about you anymore, so I just followed you here.
Listening to Shenling's words, it would be a lie to say that he is not moved. Compared with the situation ahead, we still don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse, and how many dangers are waiting. There are really not many people who are willing to catch up with you and accompany you on adventures at all costs.
Okay, don't be angry. I don't. Then let's go and take a look inside the Crystal Palace.
After the exchange between Lin Sheng and Shenling ended, they walked towards the Crystal Palace to enter the Crystal Palace. When Lin Sheng and others bypassed the crystal pillar and came to the gate of Lin Crystal Palace and looked at the pattern on the crystal gate, Lin Sheng immediately frowned. What is the painting on the lock on this crystal door? Just when Lin Sheng was curious, Kong Kongi began to translate.
Master, the paintings on this crystal door tell the origin of this crystal palace. This is a sea tribe from ancient times. Little colorful fish is a member of this race. And this crystal palace is where they live. Whenever there is heavy rain on the sea surface, the school of small colorful fish will begin to gather together, waiting for the heavy rain to pass and gather into the transmitting tower. They will use the colorful light emitted by them to form colorful light beams. This mode is used to notify everyone who has experienced heavy rain that the weather is clear. And this pattern has not disappeared since ancient times. Which is why we just saw those colorful fish. Master, this is what is written on the crystal door.
Lin Sheng nodded and understood the reason why the colorful little fish came over.
By the way, what species are there in this crystal palace? And whether there are any magical treasures?
Lin Sheng's eyes were full of expectation, hoping that the materials for the colorful black armor could be obtained in this crystal palace. Chapter 235 Sculpture. Which? Have. Kong Kongi replied firmly.
Lin
Sheng sighed in confusion.
It's like this. The real owner of this crystal palace is actually not the colorful little fish, but the dragon people, which is a branch of the dragon clan. The dragon balls of this branch have the ability to transform. They are born with human bodies and dragon heads. Except when they transform into dragon bodies during battle. They maintain the appearance of human dragon heads at other times, although their number is not large. But the combat strength is also very powerful.
After hearing Kong Kongi's explanation, Lin Sheng couldn't help but be surprised, sighing that the world is so big and full of wonders. But Kong Kongi's next words made Lin Sheng feel relieved a lot.
For unknown reasons, these dragon people seem to be almost extinct. In order to protect the palace, these dragon people used a secret method to put all the dragon people into a deep sleep. Only a few dragons were left to look after the crystal palace. These dragons who are not sleeping need to wait for the sleeping dragons to wake up before they fall into a deep sleep. It is also the so-called shift guard of the crystal palace. As a result, the number of dragons in the crystal palace has become even rarer, and the defensive power has also been reduced. In this way, if we go in, even if we have a conflict with the dragon people, don't we not have to be afraid of them?
Lin Sheng said with some surprise. Who would have thought that after hearing Lin Sheng's words? Kong Kongi shook his head and said,
That's not the case. The dragon clan also thought of this problem.
So they came up with the following methods to deal with it. They created a group of puppets, and these puppets took the place of the dragons to guard the crystal palace.
Kong Kongi's words undoubtedly poured cold water on Lin Sheng, and he immediately felt very bad.
The materials the master needs should be the ones used to make this puppet.
Kong Kongi thought for a while and said, but this incident made Lin Sheng's idea of pushing away immediately disappear. It's even more impossible to retreat like this. Seeing the materials for the colorful black armor right in front of you. Retreating is impossible.
So Lin Sheng said firmly, I must go in. I'll be with you. Master, I will accompany you too.
Shi Ling and Kong Kongi expressed their opinions immediately after hearing Lin Sheng's decision.
Okay.
Lin Sheng looked at the two of them, and after hesitating for a long time, he nodded and said, Lin Sheng. Kong Kongi and Shi Ling pushed open a gap in the door of the crystal palace and walked in. When Lin Sheng arrived inside the crystal palace, he looked around in surprise. There are crystal statues all around. These crystal statues look like the dragon people that Kong Kongi described before. They have a bunch of dragon horns on their heads. Their faces look like dragon heads, and their bodies, but it's a human body. Lin Sheng stretched out his hand and touched it. As expected, these crystal dragons were still crystal and felt cold to the touch. Lin Sheng could even feel the smoothness of the crystal sculpture, as if it were carved by nature.
Do these dragonmen still have such high carving skills?
Lin Sheng sighed.
Master, this thing is not recorded, and I don't know about it.
Kong Kongi answered honestly.
Okay, let's keep walking.
Although Lin Sheng was curious, he didn't feel much about these crystal statues, so he took the people and moved on. However, after Lin Sheng and others left, the dragon head on the crystal statue that Lin Sheng had just touched frowned slightly. But it soon calmed down. It's like nothing has ever changed. Lin Sheng continued to move forward, and after entering the second crystal gate, he came to the main hall of the crystal palace. The main hall was completely dark. Lin Sheng walked forward in the dark, feeling a little puzzled. It was so bright outside, but how could it be so dark inside the crystal palace? Lin Sheng took 2 steps and bumped into a stone sculpture. This stone sculpture blocked Lin Sheng's way and made Lin Sheng feel extra painful after the collision. Lin Sheng said helplessly,
"It's too dark here. I can't see anything clearly."
Just as Lin Sheng's complaint sounded, the lights in the main hall suddenly turned on. The entire hall was bright.
"Hey, who have you turned on the light?"
Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment and then said in surprise,
"Not me. Master, I don't have one."
Shenling and Kong Kongi both denied it. This moment made Lin Sheng's hair stand on end. No one turned on the lights, so it was hard to find any light in the hall. Suddenly, Lin Sheng's vision went dark, and the lights in the hall were extinguished.
Kick kick.
A strange laughter suddenly sounded in the ears of Lin Sheng and others. Shenling and Kong Kongi were also shocked. The three people hurriedly got closer to each other.
"What kind of laughter is this?"
Shenling said timidly.
"Whoever is pretending to be a ghost should come out quickly."
Lin Sheng could only feel his heart beating when he heard this laughter, while Kong Kongi held Shenling's hand.
Kick kick.
Lin Sheng's response was still that weird laugh. At this moment, Lin Sheng suddenly discovered that the stone statue that originally blocked his way had disappeared. Lin Sheng began to think about what the statue looked like based on the memories he just had for a moment. Lin Sheng vaguely remembered that the statue seemed to be a female statue. She was not tall and looked like a little Lolita, but she had a pointed hat on her head. That kind of hat looks like a magician. Recall the strange figure that just came. Lin Sheng immediately shouted into the dark air,
"Come out. I know who you are. The puppet witch under the dragon man."
Kong Kongi and Shenling were both stunned. What was Lin Sheng talking about? However, this was just a guess by Lin Sheng. Compared with the dragon people, who had always been powerful, Lin Shenka didn't think they would pursue the unexpected method. The appearance of the puppet undoubtedly means that the dragon people are borrowing strength. It's more like the puppet master's power is being borrowed, and the person on the sculpture most likely looks like the witch puppet master.
"Kiki, how did you know?"
The weird laughter sounded again, this time with a curious question. Lin Sheng breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what he said. But I immediately became worried again. Being able to relax was something Lin Sheng was sure was not something weird. But what worries me is that this witch seems to be really difficult to deal with.
"Then come out, and let's talk in person."
Letting the enemy hide in the dark is not what Lin Sheng wants. After all, the enemy who had been hiding in the dark wanted to make a sneak attack, and Lin Sheng was not sure he could prevent it. Chapter 236 Puppet Man.
"Kiki, women's charm comes from mystery. Don't you think I have a special charm?"
Lin Sheng's weird words made his hair stand on end. "Shinema's mystery. I'm almost scared to death by you."
"Well, if you don't want to come out and let's talk, then I'm really sorry. I have to leave first. There's still chicken soup at home. I forgot about it when I came out."
As Lin Sheng spoke, he pulled Shenling beside him to gradually retreat and wanted to exit the crystal gate of the hall. But the crystal door was strangely closed at this moment. The sound of closing the door, click, sounded.
"What do you mean? You don't want to come out and talk to us? And you even closed the door and refused to let me leave."
Lin Sheng originally wanted to use these words to stimulate the other party to open the door. After all, the owner of the voice made it clear before that he would not come out. However, no one could have imagined that the owner of the voice would actually come over on his own initiative.
"Who said I won't come out? Didn't I come out already?"
A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng was frightened and immediately backed up. Then he took a closer look at the other party's appearance. It was a witch wearing an inverted cone-shaped gray hat. Her body did not fall directly to the ground, but floated slightly. The witch floated far away and then slowly approached Lin Sheng. Then he said to Lin Sheng,
"I've come out. Why don't you say anything?"
Lin Sheng subconsciously retreated. But once he retreated to the crystal gate, he could no longer exit. At this time, Lin Sheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and then said to the witch,
"Actually, we are not familiar with each other, so there is no need to get so close to talk."
After listening to Lin Sheng's words, the witch's attitude suddenly changed.
"Since you know that we are not familiar with each other, why did you come to the Crystal Palace to make me think that you were a friend coming to visit me?"
The witch's eyes suddenly turned red, and she stared at Lin Sheng. Under the witch's gaze, Lin Sheng's heart beat wildly. Oops! This is heartbeat, shit! Lin Sheng immediately thought of something bad. He wanted no one to know about his physical condition. In this current situation, he felt that his body was a little stiff. Lin Sheng couldn't help but beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Lin Sheng quickly looked away, not to look at the witch. After Lin Sheng moved away and looked away, He saw that his friends were also staring at the witch's eyes at this time, and their bodies began to become unable to move, and their eyes even became dull.
Wake up the HL.
Lin Sheng roared loudly and slapped Guzi and Pai Pai on the face. As for Shenling, Lin Sheng just felt the disgust and anger in Shenling's eyes. Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment. What is going on? Pai Pai and Guzi, who were awakened by Lin Sheng, both came to their senses and covered their faces.
Boss master, what are you doing? Why are you beating us?
Pai Pai and Guzi asked with confusion on their faces.
Lin Sheng rolled his eyes at the two of them, and then said,
You know what you are doing.
After hearing Lin Sheng's words, the two looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. What just happened? Why can't they remember anything? Shenling stamped her feet angrily, the anger in her eyes almost swallowing up the witch.
Giggle. I didn't expect that you would be able to escape from my mental attack.
After the witch finished saying this, her figure suddenly flickered and she picked up, and then disappeared suddenly. After the witch's body disappeared, Lin Sheng and others immediately hugged each other back to back. When this witch disappears, I always feel like something bad is about to happen. Sure enough, just as Lin Sheng and others thought, the witch disappeared. Then the puppets came out one by one. These puppets moved like zombies in front of Lin Sheng and others. Suddenly, they all set their eyes on Lin Sheng and others. The next moment, sharp Mitsubishi bayonets appeared in the hands of these puppets. Stab like crazy.
Get out of the way!
After Lin Sheng's words fell, everyone dodged and avoided the attacking puppets. After the attack failed, these puppets hurriedly turned back. The others wanted to continue attacking Lin Sheng. The grumpy Pai Pai couldn't bear it anymore. Immediately he shouted loudly,
Damn you! You are so shameless!
The Thor's hammer in his hand immediately aimed at the puppet man who was attacking again. The puppet man Pai Pai was hit and flew out of the forest. But there was no loss at all. There wasn't even a lightning arc flashing on his body. You must know that Pai Pai's attacks have the effect of thunder and lightning. Every attack in the past will leave the power of thunder and lightning on the target after hitting the target, continuing to cause damage and a certain amount of trouble to the enemy. But the current situation is different from the past. The puppet who was knocked out flew out at this time and flew back again. And the bayonet in his hand stabbed harder. Pai Pai was shocked and barely managed to avoid the bayonet attack. At this moment, in addition to the puppet man Pai Pai faced, Lin Sheng, Shenling, Kong Yi and Go Zi were also each facing a puppet attack. The weapons in their hands hit the puppets, and the puppets seemed not to be harmed at all. When these puppets are attacked, it's like being hit by a stone without any pain or itching. But Lin Sheng and others were all more or less injured by the puppet man's bayonet. If it weren't for the protection of their armor, they would have been scarred at this moment. But there were still some places where the blood was dripping from the cuts. Lin Shanghai found that the physical strength of the people on his side was continuously declining. But the puppets continued to attack as if they were not tired. Lin Sheng's eyes quickly looked around. Finally Lin Sheng discovered something was wrong. It was on these puppets that Lin Sheng saw ropes that were much thinner than hair. These ropes are probably the source of power for these puppets. Lin Sheng pulled out the Xianyuan broken sword fiercely and slashed the thin line with a sword energy. After cutting the thin line, the puppet immediately lost its power and laid down softly in front of Lin Sheng, on the ground.
It really works. Attention, everyone. Attack the tops of the puppets' heads. They are all controlled by thin wires.
Chapter 237 Dragon Man. Under Lin Sheng's strategy, everyone followed what Lin Sheng said and attacked the puppets in front of him. As expected, after the heads of these puppets were attacked, it seemed as if something was broken, and then everything appeared. The puppets all lay on the ground unable to move at all. Lin Sheng and others breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. When he relaxed after this mouthful, Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the puppets, who could not move. Lin Sheng suddenly discovered a piece of material appearing on these puppets. Lin Sheng stepped forward and picked it up. The next moment, Lin Sheng heard a notification sound in his mind. Get colorful black silk +1. Colorful mysterious silk is one of the materials for making colorful mysterious armor. And its function is of course used to assemble the parts of the colorful mysterious armor. Lin Sheng immediately had the idea to amplify the colorful black silk 100 times. But his hand immediately stopped in the air.
Why don't you die and wait until you have collected all the colorful black threads?
Lin Sheng did it as soon as he thought of it, and hurriedly collected the colorful silk threads on the fourth brother puppet that was still on the ground. Colorful black silk *5. Lin Sheng had a total of 5 colorful mysterious threads in his hand. Under Lin Sheng's manipulation, these 5 mysterious threads suddenly turned into 500. 100-fold increase in colorful black silk plus 500. Lin Sheng suddenly became excited when he looked at the colorful black silk. You must know that a set of colorful black armor requires hundreds of colorful black threads. Now the amplitude can be increased by 100 times. And the effect is self-evident. That is, it can continuously increase the amplitude by 100 times. Lin Sheng was in a particularly good mood after collecting one of the colorful materials. He was happily groping for the puppets, hoping to find other materials on the puppets. But Lin Sheng's wish should be dashed. He searched for a long time, but could not find any other useful drops. However, the witch who was constantly watching in the darkness did not react after seeing the actions of Lin Sheng and others. And all her puppets were gone. Her fingers that were open in the air to operate the puppet were all frozen in the air. He looked in disbelief that his puppet could be killed so easily. At this moment, she saw Lin Sheng constantly groping on the puppet. The next moment, the witch didn't calm down. She saw that Lin Sheng not only groped her puppet, but also took away something extremely important for controlling the puppet from the puppet. The next moment, the witch appeared directly in front of Lin Sheng. She yelled at Lin Sheng with great anger.
What are you doing? Give me back my operating line.
After hearing what the witch said, Lin Sheng deliberately covered his waist and said,
That's impossible. This is my trophy.
The witch was angered by Lin Sheng's words. He said angrily,
Okay, since you insist on seeking death, then don't blame me.
After the witch's words fell, her body suddenly emitted light. And the next moment, spears made of gray material were condensed. These gray spears shot toward Lin Sheng and others. Its speed is extremely fast. As long as Lin Sheng and others are not so vigilant, they will definitely be hit. After Lin Sheng dodged the witch's attack, Lin Sheng suddenly noticed that there was a gap under the witch's attack, which was a flaw. Lin Sheng seized this opportunity and used the broken sword to attack the witch directly. But what Lin Sheng didn't expect was that this witch couldn't withstand Lin Sheng's attack from any angle or force. The Xianyuan broken sword had just fallen. And the witch, whose eyes were covered with anger and still had an arrogant look on her face, immediately froze on the spot. With great difficulty, he looked at Lin Sheng with an expression of disbelief.
How dare you kill me?
The witch tried her best to say what she wanted to say intermittently. The witch died, and the crisis was over for the time being. Lin Sheng just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief and organize his people to leave the Crystal Palace. But just when Lin Sheng turned around and wanted to leave, he suddenly heard the witch yelling,
Wake up! I think there is no way to protect this Crystal Palace.
After hearing these words, Lin Sheng's face suddenly became more beautiful. Not only are there dragon sculptures at the gate, but there are also dragon sculptures in the main hall. After the witch's words fell, the bodies of these sculptures, which were originally smooth and white, gradually cracked. There was a sound of stones falling to the ground. After the gray stone on the surface of the Dragon Man sculpture fell clean, Lin Sheng looked at the Dragon Man carefully. This Dragon Man has a round face, and he doesn't look like he has been banned for many years. As the voice of the dragon sculpture changed, all the dragon sculptures in the Crystal Palace began to peel off. The rocks on his body kept falling down. The witch completely died at this moment. However, it was at this time that the Dragon Man, who had recovered his body, slowly opened his eyes. The Dragon Man looked around. When he saw the dead body of the witch who was guarding the palace, he immediately set his sights on Lin Sheng.
Human, are you the one who killed the witch of the dragon tribe?
Lin Sheng listened to the Dragon Man's words, and the cold sweat on his forehead fell down. He felt that the Dragon Man brought extremely strong pressure to him. The same goes for Guzi and others. However, Pai Pai said at this moment,
So what? We just came in out of curiosity to take a look. But you, a witch, attacked us even if you disagreed.
Pai Pai's words were filled with endless dissatisfaction. Why? You can attack us and then blame us after being killed by us. After hearing what Pai Pai said, the Dragon Man sneered.
Ha ha. If you dare to break into our dragon people's territory, you must be prepared to be killed at any time.
The Dragon Man spoke, his words full of arrogance. It seems that it is natural for Lin Sheng and others to die, but their people cannot die. To die would be to commit public outrage.
Since you have killed my housekeeper, you will either leave your life behind, or you will become our watchdog and guard the house for 100 years.
The Dragon Man's words immediately made Lin angry. Look at your hacking door. The next moment, Lin Sheng and others surrounded the Dragon Man with a tacit understanding.
Why do you want to attack me?
The Dragon Man snorted coldly. The Dragon Man secretly used the dragon language Wea. Lin Sheng and others only felt dizzy and staggered, but they didn't fall down directly. Chapter 238 Kill the Dragon Man and escape from the Crystal Palace. After facing the Dragon Man's spiritual attack, Lin Sheng and others also knew that the only way to do it now was to strike first.
Kill him! Otherwise we will be the ones who die.
After Lin Sheng was stunned, he suddenly said with stern eyes. After Lin Sheng's words fell, Pai Pai and others used their strength and launched an attack on the Dragon Man together. For a moment, the sky was filled with colorful lights intertwined with each other, including Lin Sheng's white-red sword energy, Xinling's fiery red Samadhi true fire, Pai Pai's silver thunder hammer, Guzi's earth-colored axe blade, and Kong Kongi's blue water blade. These 5 different attacks were all concentrated together and directed at the Dragon Man. The Dragon Man's pupils suddenly shrank at this time. He had never thought that Lin Sheng and others would join forces to produce an attack damage of 1 + 1 greater than 2. In a panic, a swaying protective shield appeared in front of him. The master's protective shield was still partially solidified. 5 attacks landed on his protective shield at the same time, and the protective shield was instantly shattered. Although the attack skills were somewhat weakened, they all still fell on the Dragon Man in the end. 5 attacks. Even if the Dragon Man had dragon scales to protect his body, he was hit and immediately flew backwards several meters away. The next moment, the Dragon Man groaned, and colorful blood splashed out from his mouth. The Dragon Man's expression suddenly became sluggish. He was breathing heavily, looking embarrassed. The Dragon Man's eyes were filled with angry flames, and his eyes were almost like a drug-eating look.
You ants are looking for death. I will kill you as my first meal when I wake up,
the Dragon Man said fiercely. The ferocious expression made his lips turn up, and all the sharp teeth in his mouth were exposed at this time. He let out a terrifying roar. The next moment, Kong Kongi covered his nose and said unspeakably,
"It smells so bad."
Just like Kong Kongi said, Lin Sheng and others also smelled the stench spreading in the air.
How long has it been since you brushed your teeth?
Lin Sheng's question came to Long Ren's ears.
I have been sleeping for so many years, and I just woke up today. Wait, what did you say? You almost led me into a trap.
The Dragon Man suddenly realized what he was talking about and said angrily, "You must know that Lin Xingzui and he are enemies and are not greedy when facing enemies. Having bad breath is nothing to worry about." Lin Sheng and others took advantage of the Dragon Man's daze and hurriedly launched another attack. After the attack fell, the Dragon Man flew out again. This time, the Dragon Man was completely unprepared and actually suffered a series of attacks. This time, the scales on Finlongren's body were flying everywhere. 2. The flying scales fell into Lin Sheng's eyes, and a small line of text seemed to appear on them.
Is it the material?
The colorful words triggered Lin Sheng's reverie. If these are all the materials for making colorful black armor, then you will make a fortune. When Lin Sheng was thinking like this, the seriously injured Dragon Man appeared in front of Lin Sheng. The Dragon Man's state was reduced to 1 breath in front of Lin Sheng. The Dragon Man put almost all his anger on Lin Sheng. Even if he only had a little health left, he still wanted to kill Lin Sheng before he died. The Dragon Man opened his bloody mouth and wanted to bite Lin Sheng. At this moment, a black shadow whizzed past Lin Sheng's eyes. The Dragon Man's figure immediately flew out. After Lin Sheng saw what was in front of him clearly, Lin Sheng smiled. Lin Sheng nodded toward Xinling and felt very emotional. If he were bitten by the Dragon Man in front of him, he would probably be half disabled even if he didn't die. Xinling was panting and pushed the enlarged demon refining pot to the ground, leaned on it with one hand, and forced a smile. And her eyes were filled with joy that she had taken action in time. After all, this was the right thing she did. If the monster in the demon refining pot had not been released in time to hit the Dragon Man, she is likely to lose this very important person to her. Lin Sheng then looked at the Dragon Man again, and saw that the Dragon Man's eyes were full of fear, and he looked up to the sky and screamed until he died.
No, I'm not willing to give in. The human race is proud. My kindred are waking up. They will tear you apart.
After the Dragon Man's words fell, Lin Sheng frowned and saw the Dragon Man fall to the ground with a general sound, and a lot of things exploded from his body. Among them, gold coins occupy a large part of the ground. Lin Sheng had a thought, and all the things exploded by the Dragon Man fell into Lin Sheng's hands. Get colorful dragon scales plus 50. Get colorful dragon teeth plus 20. Get gold coins plus 100. A bunch of materials were harvested by Lin Sheng. These are the materials for refining the colorful black armor. Violent. Big explosion. Lin Sheng's eyes showed surprise. But the next moment Lin Sheng became anxious. Looking at the distance, the original sculpture of the Dragon Man has been restored to the body of the Dragon Man. Wake up is just around the corner. Lin Sheng felt full of pressure when dealing with a dragon. So Lin Sheng hurriedly said,
Let's go. We have to hurry up and get out of here.
After Lin Sheng's words fell, everyone hurriedly followed Lin Sheng out of the Crystal Palace without making any pause. This time Lin Sheng had everything he needed. And with a 100-fold increase in hand, there was no shortage of these materials. Along the road that Lin Sheng and others walked after leaving the Crystal Palace, the dragons on the roadside looked like they were half asleep and about to wake up. This scene also made Lin Sheng feel that his decision was too correct. Because if they don't leave now and stay in the sleeping Crystal Palace for a longer time, the lives of this group of people can basically be accounted for here. After leaving the Crystal Palace, Lin Sheng and others had just returned to the naval ship. I saw the waves rising high on the surface of the sea. And you could also hear the roar of dragons. Lin Sheng and others looked at the seawater and smacked their lips. These people are very clear about the strength of dragon people.
Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would have died here,
Lin Sheng said with emotion. Pai and others nodded in agreement. After asking old Jack to sail away, Lin Sheng found a place to sit down. And Ling came to Lin Sheng's side. Lin Sheng said with a smile,
Let me see how many good things we have harvested this time.
As he spoke, Lin Sheng opened the space in his backpack and took out all the gains this time and counted them. Chapter 239 The Production of Colorful Black Armor. The beginning of the insect swarm. As Lin Sheng took inventory, he had just enough materials to make a set of colorful black armor. However, Lin Sheng did not make the colorful black armor immediately, but waited for the arrival of tomorrow. Today I can only make one set of colorful black armor. I have to wait until tomorrow to make 100 sets. Lin Sheng said to Ling beside him.
Okay. We will soon be able to go to the cave world to see what is in the abyss.
Ling nodded. But although there was a smile on her face, there were other worries.
What's wrong?
After the surprise, Lin Sheng noticed the change in Ling's face and asked doubtfully. Ling said,
Xiao Sheng, why do you think this sea water can recede? Even if we have an island base now, it is no longer stable enough. Besides, we can only rest on the naval ship most of the time.
Lin Sheng also fell silent after hearing this. Yes. Can we go back to the past? Maybe. When the current crisis is over, we can return to our old life.
Maybe it won't take too long.
Lin Sheng smiled and said that when he said this, Lin Sheng was actually not very sure. After all, no one knew when this would happen. As for the reason for saying this, of course, it was to give Ling a comfort. Ling nodded. Lin Sheng looked towards the sea. Suddenly, Lin Sheng saw a dark thing surging on the sea.
What are those?
Lin Sheng muttered. Something strange appeared on the sea again. Just when Lin Sheng wanted to see clearly what was on the other side with his own eyes, Ling reached out and handed over a telescope. This is her hobby when she is bored, and she likes to use telescopes to watch the seascape on ships. Lin Sheng took the telescope and looked into the distance. Ling took out a telescope again and looked at the sea in the distance. The picture reflected in the telescope in Lin Sheng's hand made Lin Sheng goosebumps all over his body. The things above the sea are really too creepy. It turned out to be a large number of densely packed insects floating on the sea surface. Because their wings were wet with water, they couldn't fly in the air. However, the movement speed above the sea is still very fast. Lin Sheng made a rough estimate of the number of these insects. And there must be at least hundreds of them. Lin Sheng hurriedly shouted to old Jack in the captain's cabin.
Leave quickly. Leave as quickly as possible.
After saying this, Lin Sheng still felt that the naval ship was moving too slowly. So he took out the enchanted book from the backpack and handed it to Pai. And then said to Pai,
Let's go. Take my accelerated enchanted book to let old Jack sail away faster.
After hearing Lin Sheng's lies, Pai also felt the urgency of the matter. So he lost his temper and hurriedly ran to the captain's room with the enchanted book.
Bugs? They are bugs. There are so many bugs. And one is so big.
Ling's exclamation came quickly. Not to mention that women are scared. Even if Lin Sheng saw these densely packed insects, his scalp would be numb.
Sister Ling, don't be afraid that we will leave now.
Lin Sheng comforted Ling.
Uh-huh.
Ling nodded. And at this moment the naval ship's movement speed suddenly surged. The naval ship sailed at an extremely fast speed. After the naval ship left quickly, the group of insects also moved quickly. Lin Sheng, who was far away from the bug, frowned, and the worry in his heart became more and more intense. First there were caves, and then there were insects. I don't know what other strange things are coming out. But at this moment, The naval ship has returned to the edge of the island base. Lin Sheng didn't think about these things anymore. But before going to rest, Lin Sheng explained to the crew on the ship.
When you are on duty at night, be careful. If you see something approaching a naval ship or an island base,
remember to notify us.
After saying this, Lin Sheng went to rest. Time passed little by little. The night passed like this. The first thing Lin Sheng did when he woke up was not to sign in,
but to do
the materials for the colorful mysterious armor to increase it 100 times. Suddenly the amount of materials increased. Lin Sheng took the lead and started making colorful black armor. In Lin Sheng's hands, the colorful black armors were being made one after another. Get colorful black armor +1. Made 10 sets of colorful black armor in a row. Lin Sheng distributed his energy. Then I started signing in. Sign in to get the Bat Island sailing map. Lin Sheng was stunned because he hadn't obtained the drawings for a long time. After Lin Sheng glanced at it, he put away the drawings. The abyss of the cave was a place that Lin Sheng was extremely curious about. He was now ready, so he planned to go down to the cave again to have a look. But before leaving, Lin Sheng found Pajun.
Ah, sir, why are you free to come here today? Sir, please take a look at the development of our island base during this period.
Pajun said expectantly, but Lin Sheng shook his head and said no.
I will come back to visit when I have time. I plan to go to the cave world now. There is something I want to tell you before I leave.
Listening to Lin Sheng's words, Pajun nodded, and after reacting, he said,
Ah, Master Sheng, you are going to the cave again. Oh, you should tell me what you told me first. Well, this matter is related to my search for the end of the rainbow yesterday. When I came back, I saw a group of strange bugs above the sea. As for you, always be careful. Remember to pay attention around the island base. After all, those bugs don't look like a good thing at all. Insects. Sir, I'm afraid you are worrying too much. If they are just small insects, don't worry about them.
This time Pajun didn't care much about what Lin Sheng said. Looking at Pajun's performance, Lin Sheng frowned slightly, and then said,
Then what if I tell you that those bugs are as big as a 2-meter-tall human being, and the number exceeds 100,000?
Lin Sheng's words immediately stimulated Pajun. He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Sheng in disbelief. He said tremblingly,
Master, are you sure? Okay, without further ado, I'm leaving. I don't want to see the island base disappear when I come back.
After saying this, Lin Sheng left. At this time, Pajun had already gained a sense of crisis, and Pajun was also very concerned about it. So Lin Sheng felt relieved. No, to be precise, there is no use worrying anymore. After all, if the insect swarm comes, then people like Pajun are probably not opponents at all. And all he did was just to reduce casualties. Chapter 240 Entering the Abyss. After Pajun watched Lin Sheng leave blankly, he suddenly realized that he was in a dream. He hurriedly dropped everything in his hands and ran towards the core of the island base.
The old leader is in serious trouble.
When Pajun was about to arrive at the old leader's residence, he shouted. His voice was so loud that it instantly frightened the surrounding guards. But after waiting for these soldiers to react, Pajun had already hurried to the door. Wait until the door opens. Pajun entered the room with a swipe of his hand. The soldiers looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what happened. In the end, they gave up the idea of finding out because of their position. Inside the room, the old leader looked at Pajun, who was coming in a hurry, and asked,
What happened that made you come here in such a hurry? Old leader, this is what happened.
Pajun Balabala's general told all what Lin Sheng said before. The old leader's calm expression could no longer hold back at this moment. With a swipe, the old leader suddenly stood up from his seat. He asked Pajun seriously,
Is this accurate?
Pajun nodded.
Yes. Master Sheng will not joke about this kind of thing.
When Pajun finished speaking, the old leader stood up excitedly and paced around the room. After a long time, the old leader said,
Xiao Jun, go and call the other leaders. I want to have a meeting with them.
Pajun responded and left. At this moment, Lin Sheng was flying towards the cave with Guzi and others on the Thunder Dragon. A group of 5 people and 1 beast all put on 5th level colorful mysterious armor. After they flew into the entrance of the cave, they landed and rushed towards the abyss. It was extremely quiet along the way. Not even a ghost was seen. Perhaps the last time I came to the cave world, I scared all the undead creatures in the cave passages. Now those undead creatures are huddled in the abyss. Lin Sheng and others came to the edge of the abyss and looked down at the abyss again. This time, looking down into the abyss, Lin Sheng also felt that someone was still looking at him under the abyss. The difference from before was that this time Lin Sheng did not feel fear, but felt a desire to step into the abyss and fight the monsters under the abyss. He vaguely felt that the key item for improving his strength again should be in this abyss. Thinking of Lin Sheng here, he immediately jumped into the abyss. Seeing Lin Sheng's risk-taking approach, the others jumped directly into the abyss without any pause. After jumping into the abyss, Lin Sheng only felt that his eyes were completely dark, and he could not see anything moving in front of him. The only change that can be felt is the falling feeling when he lands on the ground, and the cold wind blowing over his body from time to time. He didn't know how much time had passed before Lin Sheng felt a resistance coming from under his feet. His body paused, sinking and then rising again. After Lin Sheng stood still, there were several low collision sounds on the ground around him. It must be that Shenling and others who came with him had also come down at this time.
Xiaosheng, where are you? Boss, where are you? Master, where are you?
*3. Continuous questions came as if to verify Lin Sheng's questions. Lin Sheng replied calmly,
Everyone, please calm down first.
After the words fell, Lin Sheng's voice made everyone else calm down. Lin Sheng took out the fluorescent stone, and the white fluorescence suddenly illuminated the entire environment around the cave. Lin Sheng was the center, but when the fluorescent light illuminated other people around, it became very dim. But Lin Sheng's position was so eye-catching in the entire mud of the abyss. After Shenling and others saw the fluorescence, they immediately gathered towards Lin Sheng's location.
We're coming.
Everyone came and took Lin Sheng's side and all said. After hearing what everyone said, Lin Sheng took out pieces of fluorescent stones and distributed a few to each person. The effect of this fluorescent stone on a naval ship is not very great, but in this special occasion, the effect is extremely gratifying. After receiving the fluorescent stone, everyone held the cold fluorescent stone in their hands, illuminating a small area for a while.
Everyone is here. Is there anyone missing? No. They're all here.
After confirming that all the people who came together were not separated, Lin Sheng's eye focused on the surrounding environment. Lin Sheng looked at the surrounding environment. It was pitch black at first, and he couldn't see anything. However, under the influence of the fluorescent stone, Lin Sheng could clearly see the situation around him. There was a mess of ground all around. Only the small patch of ground where they jumped down was soft sand, and the rest of the ground was rugged.
Wow. You must have chosen the location well. Otherwise, if it had landed on these rubbles, we might not be attacked by undead creatures, and we would have to blame this place.
Pai Pai was the first to exclaim.
So many undead creatures.
Kong Kongi said in shock. At this time, everyone's attention turned away from the ground and looked in front of them. Sure enough, everyone saw densely packed black shadows and undead. After these black shadow undead initially emitted light from the fluorescent stone and lit up a small area in the abyss. They retreated a bit. However, they slowly adapted to the fluorescence and walked directly towards the location of the fluorescence without fear of anything. Come!
When Lin Sheng and others were lamenting the large number of shadow undead here, many shadow undead directly launched attacks on Lin Sheng and others. The black tentacles were stretched infinitely, trying to attack Lin Sheng and others.
You know there are many monsters, so don't be in a daze and seize the time to attack these undead creatures.
Lin Sheng's words became the final fire that ignited the battle. With the full cooperation of Pai Pai and others, they launched the attack. The sky is filled with weapons shining brightly. The shadow undead were harvested in waves like leeks. It's just that there are too many of these shadow undead, and many people have been attacked on the back, thanks to the 5th level colorful mysterious armor worn on his body. The attacks of these shadowy undead did not cause any harm to anyone.
Ha ha! You can't hurt me! Come on! Wait for Grandpa to harvest you!
After Pai Pai's excited words fell, he immediately went to kill the group of black shadow undead. From a distance, one can only see the lightning flashing from time to time among the undead in the dark night, and the excited shouts of Pai Pai.